We'll try and get my colleague Prajwal, who's been covering the story on the ground. But now the news is that Shankar Mishra has been arrested in Bengaluru. If I'm not wrong, Delhi police had arrived in Bengaluru yesterday itself in order to conduct their searches. He had been untraceable and was absconding. A lookout notice had in fact been issued against him. His phone had gone out of reach, had been shut off since the 3rd of January. So it's a mega Republic impact. Republic has been conducting a relentless campaign for justice, for some closure in this particular case where in-flight pervert Shankar Mishra, who got off scot-free with just a 30-day ban after shamelessly urinating on an elderly lady, a co-passenger in a flight from New York to Delhi. And we are trying to get our reporter on the story in a bit. Joining us is Harsha. Harsha, well, Republic's relentless campaign seems to have borne fruit. Delhi police now reporting, if I'm not wrong, that Shankar Mishra has been taken into custody. This after, after that summons that was issued for his sister as well. But give us the latest updates. What are you hearing from your sources in Delhi police? What are they saying about how this came about? After Republic's relentless campaign, Shankar Mishra, the creep on the Air India flight from New York to Delhi, who had urinated on an elderly lady in business class during the flight and had got off with a 30-day ban, with just a 30-day ban, has now been taken into custody. We go back once again to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us. Harsha, if you could tell us now about how this came about, Republic carrying out this relentless campaign so that, the culprits, the main culprits are brought to book in this, that Shankar Mishra does not get off with just a 30-day ban. We are hearing now that the cops in Bengaluru have been able to trace him and capture him. What are the details that you can give us?
Exactly. Now we are learning that the cops, the Delhi cops, who were the two teams, were there in Mumbai and Bangalore. The cops in Bangalore have arrested accused Shankar Mishra from Bangalore, and in fact they have brought him to Delhi. So now we can say that the accused Shankar Mishra has landed in Delhi, and sooner he will be brought to this very police station, IGI police station, where exactly the interrogation and the questioning with accused Shankar Mishra will be done. We are getting the exclusive information through police sources that last night only Shankar Mishra was arrested in Bangalore, and now he is in Delhi. Delhi police have already brought him to Delhi, and now sooner he will be produced and he will be interrogated here in IGI police station. So there were two teams who were constituted by Delhi police officials. One was in Mumbai and one was in Bangalore. We have already got to know through Prajwal, our colleague reporter, that he was seen in Bangalore, and there were close relatives of Shankar Mishra with whom he was staying. We already know that the sister of Shankar Mishra is in Bangalore, and the sister was interrogated by Delhi police officials last morning only. We can say that yesterday morning she was interrogated by Delhi police officials, and now from Bangalore only Delhi police official has caught the culprit, caught the accused Shankar Mishra, and right now he has been brought to Delhi. They have landed in Delhi. Delhi police official with accused Shankar Mishra. So have to wait and watch that when exactly he will be brought to this very police station, because this is the police station, IGI police station, DCP office, where he will be interrogated, and investigation in the entire matter will be done, because today itself the entire crew of the Air India is also coming for the interrogation which will be done with them. So we can say that this is a big success for Delhi cops official. They were on the search for this accused from so many days. There were two teams, and finally they have nabbed the accused, who was continuously changing his location and who was on the run. He fled away, and lookout circular was also issued for this this accused, and finally Delhi police official has nabbed him and they have brought him to Delhi. So finally the further process after the investigation and interrogation, what will happen, and the police will give a press release or they will speak to media. We have to wait and watch for it. Back to you.
Well, Harsha, standing outside there, my colleague Harsha, outside the IGI police station where Shankar Mishra will be brought from Bengaluru, where he had run to. He had run to Bengaluru after a lookout notice had to be launched against him, and now Delhi police are bringing him back. They've arrested him in Bengaluru, and he is being brought back. In a short while from now, we'll also be connecting with Harsha once again. Harsha, when we talk about the Air India crew, when are they expected? Because they too cannot be allowed to go scot-free. They are equally responsible for the ill treatment of an elderly lady in a flight where, she is urinated upon. They did not come to her help at all. And even now, the statements that we're hearing that they gave the police, clearly, they need to take responsibility.
Exactly, Rukma. What we are learning is that the Air India entire crew, along with captain, along with the co-pilot and the 4 other crew members, will come here at the IGI police station where the interrogation will be on. The timing for the summon which was issued, the notice which was given to this entire Air India crew was at around 10:30 a.m. So we are expecting them to reach here exactly between 10:30 to 11 a.m. because the story should not change. Because day before yesterday we saw there were 4 staff of Air India who came here late in the evening at around 7 a.m. They were questioned for more than 2 hours. But today, all of the crew member and the staff has been called together so that the story of none of them would change, and everyone's story should be same exactly what they did, what happened in the flight, how they ensured the safety and comfort of women, because it is very clear from the complaint of that victim that her safety and comfort was not ensured. She was not helped by the senior attendants and the flight operator as well, and her modesty was outraged, and none of the crew member or the senior flight attendant looked into it. So these will be the entire thing which will be a part of interrogation, while the entire crew member will be interrogated, because now we are learning that DGCA has already sought fact-finding report from Air India, and another way there's an internal inquiry which has been also set up by the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, where he is having one-on-one interrogation and one-on-one questioning with the crew member, the pilot and co-pilot and the crew members of Air India. So this is a very serious thing which we are looking into, because right now what the lady has said is very serious allegations against the airline staff, and DGCA and the Civil Aviation Minister, they have clearly said the procedure and the provisions of the airlines were not met, and the entire airline image has been tarnished by the crew members. There are some act and there are some regulations which were to be followed regarding unruly passenger, which was not done in this entire case. So this will be the part of interrogation which will be done, because the first line of interrogation is with the crew member and the staff of Air India. Then afterwards, because now the arrest of the accused have been done, police will also call the eyewitness and the co-passenger who exactly was present near the fellow victim for the entire thing what happened in the airlines, and further the course of action will be decided by the Delhi police officials. Rukma, back to you.
And Harsha, well, even as we talk about how the Air India crew were equally responsible, they must face the law, they must face the punishment. We are hearing from our reporter that in Bengaluru that after Republic's non-stop campaign, now swift action by cops from Delhi, at least Air India creep Shankar Mishra has been taken into custody. He is on his way here to New Delhi. That's the IGI airport outside which my colleague Harsha is standing. That's where he will be brought, as will the crew of the Air India flight where this outrageous incident took place. Harsha, if breaking news coming in now again, Mishra is being brought to Delhi. And when we talk about the Air India crew, well, their callous statements, not just to the police, their unsympathetic attitude towards an elderly lady, not just, total callousness and disregard for her security, for her safety, during the flight and even after, Harsha, we believe they made that victim's number public. They gave it to Shankar Mishra so that, he could communicate with her. Shankar Mishra responds, we hear, by cleaning and dry cleaning her bag and shoes and then returning and then, saying that I paid for it. Well, clearly there needs to be more in terms of punishment and compensation.
Exactly. So the punishment
Harsha,
was
we're
given
getting
to
this
Shankar
breaking
Mishra
news
was
that
just
according to Delhi police. Well, we'll go back to that, but according to Delhi police, there's this breaking news coming in, Harsha. According to Delhi police, Shankar Mishra was arrested last night and he is already been brought to Delhi. He will be presented before the court today. Harsha, what are you hearing from your sources? Can you confirm this?
Exactly. So, Rukma, we have got through our sources that the accused have already been brought to Delhi late night only, and today he will be produced in court because for any sort of investigation and interrogation, Delhi police needs his custody, his official custody, police custody, which will be given through court. So, we are expecting that any time in the afternoon after 11 or 12 o'clock, we are expecting that the Delhi police will move towards Patiala House Court and will seek in the court of Dharmesh, will seek a police custody of this accused Shankar Mishra for the further interrogation, because at least police is at least what we are learning from the sources want 3 to 5 days police custody of this accused Shankar Mishra, what we are learning. So we are expecting that any time like between 11 to 12 o'clock he could be produced in Patiala House Court, because he is already in Delhi. He has been already brought to national capital, but right now we don't know whether he is kept in this very police station from where I am reporting, or for the sake of keeping it a secret or directly producing him to the court, he has been kept to some other location. The location exactly where Delhi police officials have kept the accused, we are not aware about it, but yes, we are aware about it. What we have been told by Delhi police corps, that they have brought the accused to Delhi. So let's wait what will be the court procedure, because for any sort of interrogation and investigation, a proper court procedure has to be followed. A police custody will be what Delhi police will seek in this entire matter. And Rukma, when we talk about the Air India crew, there are some serious allegations against the group captain. If you go through the DGCA letter which was given yesterday, DGCA in its notice clearly stated that it is the responsibility of the group captain who's taking the airlines and cargo. It is his duty to ensure the safety and comfort of the passengers whom he is taking. So in this entire case, the safety and comfort was not ensured. The Airlines Act was not followed. In fact, it was not informed to the management and the senior authorities and the aviation authorities itself by the crew members. They were trying to hide something. They were trying to cover up and suppress this issue. So DGCA is also not going to leave the crew members and the Air India staff so easily. Some strict action is what everyone is seeking against this Air India crew and staff member. The DGCA has also asked report from Air India, and Air India internal inquiry is also being happening, so that what action has to be taken against this Air India crew should be seen. Because what we have learned from our sources, that some crew members who came here for recording their statement have clearly stated that they did their job. The crew member, the air hostess, said that it was not her job to clean the urine, but still she cleaned the dirty clothes of the lady. She cleaned the seat on which the fellow victim was sitting, and in fact she cleaned the floor. That was only her job.
Harsha, so we'll be coming back to you. And the atrocious statements being made. Meanwhile, as your sources have told you, Shankar Mishra brought to New Delhi last night itself. Perhaps he's there. The police very tight-lipped about it. As Prajwal has said, Prajwal joining us now from Bengaluru. Prajwal, well, the police, as you had said earlier, very tight-lipped about the entire operation. They were not letting any details out. Now we are hearing that Shankar Mishra was taken into custody yesterday itself. Perhaps that was an impact of the summons that was sent to his sister and to his mother. We do not know, but we'd like you to tell us now what you're hearing from your sources. Well, it is definitely a major outcome of our campaign that Shankar Mishra is to be produced in court today.
Rukmana Republic had been tracking this brief Shankar Mishra as well. And now sources in the know of the investigation have clearly gone on to state that this was mainly a covert operation which was conducted by the Delhi police too. And even though they had gone on to seek a body warrant, they had not given any more details or additional details to the Bengaluru police. And this has happened in the wee hours of the morning. And he's also been immediately taken to the airport and then he has been brought back to Delhi is what we get to understand. Now, senior cops in the police department in Bengaluru as well as in Karnataka are still remain tight-lipped about the location of the arrest where this was made. But in all possibilities, it is now being zeroed in on to the residence of where his sister was. And it is being understood that the accused was with his sister here. And more of now, what is very key over here is the fact that the Bengaluru police are still stating that they are not aware of this particular arrest. So there has been no sort of official statement that is coming either from the Bengaluru police or even the ADGP or DIG for that matter. So we will have to shortly speak to them as well. And even as we are meeting now, the cops are holding a meeting and trying to find out more details as to where exactly was the accused picked up in Bengaluru and what was the time of this arrest which was made and how has he been taken to the airport without much, without any sort of detection as well. But this has been solely an operation by the Delhi police over here. They had informed the Bengaluru police, but there was no other police personnel here from Bengaluru who had gone along with them, and therefore this has been done by the Delhi police. It is also being understood that the Delhi police were in Mafti and they have already used only local vehicles out here in Karnataka so that there would be no sort of, they would not raise anybody's suspicions in this regard. So these are the latest, developments that is coming in from the detention of Shankar Mishra as of now. But all said and done, he's no more here in Bengaluru and he's already been taken to Delhi. Over to you in the studios.
Right, Prajwal. So swift action there by Delhi police. Swift, and it was a swift and covert operation, as Prajwal just told us. He's, of course, trying to get in more details about, the role that was played by local authorities and the kind of steps that were taken in order, at what time exactly did Shankar Mishra board that flight for Delhi with Delhi police. But full credit here, Delhi police's swift and covert operation, they're bearing fruit. And Prajwal, well, we were also talking about that summons that has been issued to his sister. Are you getting any reactions on that?
All that we get to understand that once the Delhi police issued a lookout notice, their counterparts in Karnataka and mainly in Bengaluru were alerted as well, because the sister of Shankar Mishra is based out of Bengaluru and her location was mainly tracked by the by the Karnataka cops, and then the information was handed over to the Delhi cops. This is the role that has been established so far as to what the police, the Bengaluru police, have mainly done over here. But apart from that, there has been no sort of information whether whether his sister came out in public or not. But last seen, Shankar Mishra was last seen with his kin, and in kin, in all likelihood, it is being stated that it was his sister who he was seen along with her. But apart from that, there has been no sort of information, because the Bengaluru police strictly have maintained so far that they do not want to speak about something which they do not know, and they have not answered about this. No matter our queries have gone unanswered with the police too, and they have remained tight-lipped, and therefore this has remained a covert operation, and the Delhi cops have been able to successfully go on and nab the accused in this particular case out here, Rukma.
Right, Prajwal, well, stay with us. We also have with us Harsha Chandwani from New Delhi, from outside the IGI police station. Harsha, we are expecting any moment now that Shankar Mishra will be brought out and taken to the court, because the news is that he will be produced in court today. Also, that crew members of that particular flight from New York to Delhi, the pilot, in fact, we are expecting strict penal action for them as well. Can they escape by saying that it was not their work to clean the urine, yet they did? This kind of callous attitude. Are not they responsible for the safety and security of the passengers on board as well? Clearly, there has to be more accountability. In fact, we also heard that they had pressurized the victim to meet with the perpetrator after the flight. that her phone number was made public to the perpetrator so that he could communicate with her, that she has not received the kind of compensation that an incident of this kind gives her the right to demand. And has the airline made any offer in this regard?
See, Rukma, this was entirely the responsibility of the crew to ensure that the safety of the women should be seeked into and it should be complied with, because it is at the end when we travel through airlines, it is the responsibility. We hand over the responsibility of our safety to the cabin crew and to the flight attendants who are treating us. But in this entire case, the punishment is not enough. And with the words with which the CMD CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, has itself said in a statement that the entire provisions and procedure of the airlines were not met by the Air India crew members. So it is as certain that some stricter action will be taken against the Air India crew member for sure in the coming days. What we're expecting, because the ban on the accused is not enough. Just a 30 days ban. This is not the justice which that fellow victim actually deserved. And not only this, the Air India crew member in that entire.
Harsha, I'm very sorry, I have to interrupt you, but we have Advaita Kala, activist, on the phone line. Advaita, when we talk about, the kind of callousness that we see on the part of the Air India crew, that is even more shocking, because that lady, that elderly lady, was totally at their mercy. They refused to give her an extra seat. They pressurized her not to lodge a police complaint. That's what we hear. They pressurized her to meet the perpetrator who humiliated her in this way, who outraged her modesty in this way after the flight, despite her many refusals. Whose side were they on? Please share your thoughts, what you feel, even though we're getting the news here now that Shankar Mishra has been taken into custody. He will be produced in court today.
Yes, absolutely. I've said this earlier as well. It was completely messed up right from the word go. First of all, you have a victim of a sexual crime on a plane. This is a long flight. I've taken this flight many times. It takes 16 hours. So unlike in normal situations on the ground, you can be removed or isolated from the perpetrator. In this case, she was trapped in that situation, in that metal tube for 16 hours with this man. And that is absolutely unforgivable. Why was he not kicked out of the business cabin? Why was he not isolated and sent to the rear of the plane so that there was physical distance between the victim and the perpetrator? They never did that. I cannot imagine the trauma that she experienced having to be in that same space with this man. And to compound that trauma, they actually make him confront her and sit across from her. In which textbook is this said that this is what needs to be done? Here is a woman who is 70 years old. She's a senior citizen. You are subjecting her to this kind of trauma, 35,000 feet in the air, mid-flight, for hours on end. It's absolutely unforgivable.
Many thanks, Advaita, for speaking with us. We also have with us Dr. Sanat Kaul, Chairman, International Foundation for Aviation. Dr. Kaul, your reactions. Shankar Mishra has been arrested now, but we'd like to understand from you, what are the lengths to which, penal action can be taken, against Shankar Mishra himself and against the Air India crew who were present on that flight, their unsympathetic attitude. The entire country knows that. Is this what, flight attendants are for? Is this what the pilot and the commander of an aircraft that's carrying passengers who have paid huge sums of money, who have placed themselves at their entire, safety and security at the mercy of, is this how you should behave? What are the international laws? What kind of compensation can the victim expect in this regard? It's over to you to tell us.
The National Civil Aviation Organization has produced documents on this, and so has IATA. And the basic issue is that that the person has been arrested under I presume, under penal code because the jurisdiction of the plane, Indian registered plane, wherever it was, on high seas or wherever, when he did this, was still Indian. So it's a very good thing that it has been done. As far as the crew is concerned, the crew has not done its work. But the main thing is, why did they allow people to drink so much? I've had experience on Air India in 2004 when one person was misbehaving. They stopped giving him any more alcohol. And then they got all the passengers in that cabin to sign a document which they had produced that he was inebriated and he cannot be given any more alcohol. Everybody agreed and signed it. So these are issues which there is a default by the crew who did not, apart from the fact what happened subsequently and they didn't do anything, even before that, they allowed the person to have as much alcohol as he wanted because it is free. That is not the issue. Issue is that there is safety involved in this. This is a safety issue. He could have done something worse. He could have hit the window with something and broken the window. So these are issues where alcohol is not an issue because it is served free that they can drink as much as they want. The crew should have stopped him from drinking to begin with. After that, it's all known what they did and what they didn't do, and they tried to compromise, which is totally wrong. The commander should have also informed the tower and his own office that what is happening inside the cabin. That's all I want to say. Thank you. Hello.
Many thanks, Dr. Kaul, for speaking with Republic and for sharing your thoughts with us. And joining me now is my colleague Samiksha. Samiksha, it's over to you for the rest of the news. A very good morning.
All right, Rukma, thank you for that. But those are the details that are just coming in. Accused Shankar Mishra, who's finally been arrested. Latest, what we're given to understand that he will be produced before the Patiala court in just a while from now. We'll go across to Prajwal and Harsha as well, who are getting us those details. But the latest, what we're given to understand is that Shankar Mishra will be produced at around between 1 to 2 p.m. in the Patiala House Court. This, of course, amid the growing demand that there should be an action that must be taken against the accused Shankar Mishra. Remember, it was on 26th of November this last year, which is 2022, that the pervert Shankar Mishra was he urinated on co-passenger, and days later he was terminated by Wells Fargo. In fact, it was just yesterday that an action was initiated against the accused Shankar Mishra by the financial services firm where he worked at. He's finally been terminated from the services. And the latest, of course, coming in that Shankar Mishra has been arrested by the Delhi police from Bengaluru. We're given to understand that it will be around between 1 to 2 p.m. that Shankar Mishra will be produced before the court. This after the Delhi police arrested him from Bengaluru. Prajwal, of course, continues to be with us. Prajwal, if you could give us more details that where was he arrested from last night is what we're given to understand, and any details you're learning from your sources about the whereabouts, from where exactly was the accused arrested?
Samiksha, there are two possibilities because sources in the know of the investigation are pointing to two possibilities. One may be in the Bengaluru South region or else in the Whitefield region. Whitefield region, why they say this is because of the fact that his former office, his former workplace, which is Wells Fargo, is situated quite close to Devara Bisanahalli, which comes under the Marathalli police station limits as well. So therefore, it is being understood that one of the sources in the know of the investigation stated that the cops in the area have already been alerted, and it is also the very same area where Shankar Mishra's sister was also
Prajwal,
there.
just hold your thoughts for a moment. I'll just come back to you. We have Raja Lakshmi Joshi, activist, joining us. Ma'am, if I can get your first reaction to this. Shankar Mishra, who's finally been arrested, what sort of an action do you anticipate, given the fact that there needs to be a lesson learned so as to ensure that such incidents do not happen in future?
A very good morning, and I'm so thankful to Republic for dedicatedly following this up, for taking this up, and I'm thankful that this person has been arrested because and what I find terrible about this entire incident is that now when this entire focus is on Shankar Mishra, he has been completely but his
parents, his lawyers have been completely denying the incident, and even yesterday, his father went so far as to say that he was being blackmailed. I mean, that is ridiculous. This thing should be taken very seriously, and I think that the DGCA and Air India and the court obviously should make sure that they set some kind of a precedent so that in the future, women travelers especially will feel safer traveling whether it may be business class, economy class, wherever it may be. They should be feeling safer. There should be some very strict guidelines, and strict action should be taken against Mr. Shankar Mishra. Obviously, he will be given a chance to defend himself also, to know his point of view, his story also. But then he cannot deny at all this incident, especially since he has, because of this exchange of conversations, where he has offered to, this dry cleaning, etc. Why else would he do that if it was not for this incident? They cannot say that this incident did not happen, and this is a very
absolutely
is something that's unacceptable. So
absolutely. Yes, so Raja Lakshmi Joshi, their activist, sharing her thoughts on this action that has been initiated. Shankar Mishra, who's been arrested by the Delhi police. We have a senior lawyer, Swapnil Kothari, also joining us. Sir, if I can get your thoughts, what sort of an action do you anticipate? This, of course, comes amid the growing repulsion being felt across the country over the incident which happened in this flight.
Samiksha, this is something which I had very much expected. So sooner or later, the man would have been arrested. Obviously, there was an FIR that has been filed, so the next step was arrest. Given the big hue and cry that was raised in the media, and rightfully so about it, he has been arrested now. He was trying to buy out, the victim for $15,000. He wire transferred, and then obviously the daughter stepped in and sent the money back, and all of those things, which has really worked in the favor of the petitioner, that is, rather of the complainant, that is, the lady who was subjected to this assault. I would call it a sexual assault because it's a regular phrase that we use in law. We may not use the exact words of obscenity under 294 or 354, outraging the modesty of a woman, or 510, which is Obscene Act. Now the thing is, Samiksha, that he will be produced before the magistrate, and then thereafter, he is going to obviously be sent to custody, hopefully 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, whatever it is. And eventually this man will get bail, simply because this is not something which, he is some sort of a flight risk, or, he's going to tamper with the evidence. The evidence is there before all of us to see. Now, if the complainant and the accused, I'm just going 3-4 steps ahead for the benefit of the viewers.
Yes.
The complainant and the accused usually tend to settle these kind of cases unless the complainant sticks to the view that, no, I want this person to be jailed. But if you see the WhatsApp chats, the complainant wanted him to mend his ways. Now, even if she changes her mind, which she is entitled to, that, no, I don't want him to mend his ways, I only want him to mend his ways by him getting jailed, and she wants to pursue this case, I don't see this case ending for another 10 years or, at least 6 to 7 years before, all the tiers of the court are exhausted. The single judge, then, the Sessions Court, then the High Court, and then the Supreme Court, before he actually goes to jail. So I would suggest that, the complainant would have to think on this, because the complainant herself is 70 years of age. I'm not for a moment defending this man, so I don't want the audience to get me wrong. I'm just presenting you the legalities of the case as to where this case is headed to. He needed to be arrested, absolutely important. But there is one important factor that I don't want the media to miss in this, and which is that the airlines, as per the DGCA rules, needs to come out with a very strong circular, or actually tell the crew that was there in that, maybe take some punitive action against them, because they cannot just, sort of escape from this in some form. There has to be some disciplinary action. They should have told, the last thing that they could have done, or the first thing that they should have done with this lady, was to give her the first class compartment, and first class berth, rather tier in the airplane, rather than, just making her sit in the business class and having a talk with this person and trying to settle the matter. That's not what's done. So that is where the airline lapsed quite a bit and ensured, and it should have ensured upon deplaning, that this man was detained so that he could have been arrested there and then itself, rather than these 2-3 days being not 2-3 days. In fact, this happened on sometime in November. So I believe at least 1.5 months have gone waste.
Yes, and I have another question before I toss to Priyanka, my colleague who's also joining us. If you can throw some light on the statement that was earlier issued by the accused lawyer, do you think it would be a strong case that the accused lawyer would be able to present in the court to defend the accused, given the fact that the statement mentions how there was a WhatsApp chat between the accused and the lady, which clearly shows that the accused got the clothes as well as the bag cleaned off the victim here?
The very fact that you kind of get your clothes cleaned up and all of those things itself is an admission. Now, Samiksha and Priyanka, let me tell you one thing. Lawyers are very ingenious people. The defense that they could say is that, some tea was spilled or something of that sort, because no one had, unless a witness comes out there into the, equation and comes out and says that, no, I actually saw the man urinating. You need 2-3 witnesses to that effect, because otherwise it becomes he says, she says. And, she could spin the entire case, or he could spin the entire case, whoever the lawyer is, and try to say that this was a clear-cut blackmail at the end of the day. So the thing is that in this sort of a situation, what happens is that the lawyers can really, really work out a very, very solid defense, because I don't even have to admit anything that has happened. He may have said that, oh yeah, of course I paid 15,000 because, some tea was spilled and some biscuits were dropped and, some alcohol was dropped, and that's the reason why I offered to get it cleaned up. Nowhere in my chats have I admitted that I actually urinated upon her. So those kind of defenses can very easily be presented by the lawyer. So, the fact that he says 15,000 and he transferred 15,000 has got very little meaning. Actually, it amounts to admission of what? Does that mean admission of sexual assault? Sorry, no. This is the way I'm going to argue if I'm a defense lawyer. So it's not going to be very easy for, the complainant, unless there are 3 to 4 witnesses, and unless somebody from the aeroplane, the aircraft, which I doubt very much that anybody from the aircraft is going to step in and say, say cover up, or say sort of hold up for the lady and say, yes, I saw this man doing this, that and the other. Because that would land that person in a little bit in a soup, that, okay, if you saw them, what the hell were you doing? Didn't you stop that man? Did you push that man away? So all of these things really, really come into the equation.
True. So, Swapnil, if I could, take a step back. It's not
going to be easy.
Yeah. Swapnil, if I could take a step back on this entire issue with you and, put some perspective into this for our viewers, because I want to extrapolate what you said and push it further. You said that you would call it a sexual assault. Although very surprisingly and shockingly, not a lot of people are looking at it. In fact, just because of Republic's relentless coverage, we have at least registered the fact that this was at least outraging the modesty of a woman, that a man can walk up to a woman and flash his private parts in front of her as well, urinate on her as well. So speak to us a little bit about the IPC sections that would also apply here, which people have in fact completely brushed it under the carpet, Swapnil.
Yeah, Priyanka, see, the first thing is 294, doing an obscene act. Then you have, 354, which is outraging the modesty of a woman in a manner by gesture or words. And then you have 510, which is drunken misbehavior in a public place. And then you have also 509, if I remember correctly, it's again, there's an obscene word or gesture. So, these are the 4 sections which I think the Delhi police had slapped on him. So, according to me, 350 for outraging the modesty of a woman is a very nice way of using, a description of the word sexual assault. I would call it a sexual assault. I'm not saying that I, literally ripped off her clothes or you need to do that or anything of that sort for sexual assault. This itself is sufficient for me to call it sexual assault. Now, the IPC, the framers of IPC and the people who come out with this sort of an amendment or those sections, whether it was during the British era or whether it was now, they have come out with a very nice language saying outraging the modesty of a woman. That is fine enough for me. As long as I get the sentence that the man gets, that is stipulated in the section, that's more than enough for me. I don't need to worry about it. And nowhere, I'm a little shocked if the audience, by any stretch of imagination, is even thinking this to be some sort of a, stray act or, drunken behavior or, where somebody just, says some loose words or, posts something or throws something. This is literally depravity. This is perversion. You don't do that in a business class. You are in this and then thereafter offer money. This is a sense of elitism that you come out from. The Lal Batti culture. And the Lal Batti culture operating in a business class in an aeroplane. And that too from an individual against a 70-year-old lady. I mean, it's abominable. What the airline does with its own crew and all of that, that's a separate issue. I don't really care. You know, that's for the DGCA rules. That's for the airlines to take a look for and to, sort of reprimand them or suspend them or whatever it is. That's of very little relevance to me. This is extremely important for the people to understand, for your audience, for your viewers, and, you know, your relentless campaign has really, really worked well. Because eventually, you know, last night Arnab was saying arrest. You know, his last night was arrest Shankar Mishra. That itself should have been sufficient, and that was sufficient. I mean, he's not the guy to cry out for arrest unless he really found that there was some great amount of depravity involved in this. And you know, it just shocks me that why would a man do this? Unless he was absolutely depraved.
Swapnil Kothari, please stay with us. Just hold your thoughts for a moment. We have Harsha also reporting live, getting us those updates. Harsha, we're given to understand that it would be somewhere between 1 to 2 p.m. that the accused will be presented in the court. Take us through the arguments that can be expected in the court by the accused's lawyer today to defend him.
Exactly, Samisha, what we are learning as that the timing to be produced in the Patiala House Court is between 1 to 2 p.m. What police sources are quoting us, and after this he will be brought here after police gets the police custody and remand of the accused. But what will be the discussions over there? The part of the hearing could be that the lawyer of Shankar Mishra, Ishani Sharma, will advocate the side of the accused while saying that there were no eyewitness. There was a compromise between both the parties. She will produce the WhatsApp chats, which was the detail of the conversation between the victim and the accused, and she will herself say that my client has apologized. While Delhi police officials need to interrogate in this entire issue because that victim has herself filed a official complaint on the basis of which the FIR was registered. So it becomes part of the investigation by Delhi police official in this entire matter, because woman is continuously saying that she wants justice in this entire matter. Her daughter Divya Rajaraman has already returned the money which was sent via Paytm by the accused on the 29th of December, and after this the entire incident has got a lot of media attention itself, and the daughter herself stated that we want justice. My mother is in deep trauma with this entire incident. So the entire matter will be investigation. For that, Delhi police cops need the proper police custody of the accused Shankar Mishra to know the entire part of the story. Why he urinated? Why was he not in his senses? Was he drunk too much? And if he was drunk too much, why he was allowed more than 2 to 3 drinks in the airline? How many drinks was offered by the crew member to the accused? How much of alcohol content did he consume? And why he did this? And why after he got in his senses he apologized and compromised? Then why he was on the run? Why he was not surrendering till the long time? Because on the 4th of the January the case was registered. From that day onwards, Delhi police 2 teams are in Mumbai and Bangalore and continuously tracing his location, but the accused was on the go. He fled away. He was unable to be contacted. He was contacting only through his lawyers and the relatives of his, be it the sister, be it the wife or the father, but he was not ready to surrender by any means with the Delhi police official. So this will be the part of interrogation, and for interrogating these entire details, Delhi police need the police custody of the accused Shankar Mishra. So the lawyer Ishani Sharma, who is representing accused Shankar Mishra, she will keep her part of the story, that there were no eyewitness, but police will present certain incidents. Police will present certain evidence which will show that there was a co-passenger Sugata Bhattacharya who advocated for this victim lady. He was the only person who tapped on the accused and asked him to leave that side and just go to his own seat. So the Delhi police official will keep all this part in front of the court, in front of the judge. After that, they could seek the police custody of almost 3 to 4 days, which they are asking for. So we have to wait till 1 to 2 p.m. What will be the part of hearing? What will be the part of discussions in the Patiala House Court? Because today, this all police custody is very important for the police to get, because after that, both the parties' side of the story and and the entire incident will come in front of the public. Back to you,
Well,
Samiksha.
absolutely, Harsha. Thank you for the moment. So, remains to be seen whether the Delhi police will get the custody of the accused Shankar Mishra in the case. So, a lot of developments expected today. On one hand, Shankar Mishra will be produced in court, and on the other hand, the Air India crew will also be interrogated by the Delhi police today itself. In fact, just to take our viewers a recap of what is known so far, remember it was on 26th of November when this incident happened, when this man, the accused, Shankar Mishra, allegedly urinated on the co-passenger, following which there was a complaint that was filed. And just yesterday, the accused, Shankar Mishra, was terminated by the financial services firm Wells Fargo, where he worked at. Latest, of course, coming in that Shankar Mishra has been arrested by the Delhi police. He was arrested from Bengaluru late last night. Slipping into a very short break, but lots coming up on the other side. We'll get you the latest as BJP will be staging a protest against the Aam Aadmi Party at the Rajghat.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए। निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to.
Alright, tracking the big update coming in this hour, a big Republic impact in the Air India P-Gate case. Accused Shankar Mishra has been arrested by the Delhi police. In fact, he has now been brought to the national capital from Bengaluru after he was arrested late last night. Latest update coming in that he will be presented in the Patiala court between 1 to 2 p.m. Harsha Prajwal there getting us all those updates that are just coming in. Remember, he was, in fact, he was terminated by Wells Fargo, the accused where he worked at. Just yesterday, so the action that has been initiated against him by the company that where he used to work at as the Vice President of India. In fact, latest we're given to understand that he will be presented before the Patiala court at around 1 to 2 p.m. We are also given to understand newsbreak that is just coming in. Prajwal getting us those details that the accused Shankar Mishra was picked up from Ramki Apartments in Chinbapa layout the Ramki apartments where he was found late last night in Mahadevpura in Karnataka. We'll go across to Prajwal as well for more details on that. But latest update coming in that the accused will be presented before the Patiala House Court between 1 to 2 p.m. This, of course, after those growing the growing chorus for that action that should be initiated against the accused. On 26th of November 2022, pervert accused Shankar Mishra urinated on co-passenger. It was just yesterday that he was terminated by Wells Fargo, and latest, of course, coming in that he was arrested from Bengaluru by the Delhi police. He's now been brought to the national capital is what we are given to understand. Details, of course, that are just coming in that he will be presented between 1 to 2 p.m. in the Patiala House Court. In fact, just to read out that statement that has been issued by the accused lawyer in the past few days, where he says that the WhatsApp messages between the accused and the lady clearly show that the accused had got the clothes and bags cleaned on 28th of November. This is, of course, 2 days after the incident was reported, and the same were delivered to the the victim's house in this case on 30th of November. So clearly the accused lawyer maintaining the stand that everything was sorted between the accused and the victim when this incident happened, and that the lady in her messages had clearly condoned the alleged act and had displayed no intention to lodge a complaint. And it was only later that the complaint was registered, an FIR was registered against the accused on days later in this case, and following which there was an agreement also which the accused lawyer maintains was agreed upon between the accused and the victim on 28th of November. But after almost a month, on 19th of November, her daughter returned the money back which was offered by the accused as compensation. Harsha also joining us for more details. Harsha, if you could give us the latest that you're picking up. We can expect the accused to be produced in the Patiala House Court between 1 to 2 p.m. today.
Mishra, we are learning that the timing when the accused will be produced in Patiala House Court is between 1 to 2 p.m. And the latest information which Republic has access and we are gathering is that last night only from Bangalore, Delhi police brought the accused to national capital, and this is the very police station right now where the accused is in the lockup. He's exactly
where the accused is in the lockup. He's exactly in the lockup of this IGI police station, Deputy Commissioner of Police Office, and in the early morning hours, DCP himself came to this police station, and we are learning that from this location he will be taken to Patiala House Court at around 1 to 2 p.m. So this is the latest information which we have gathered, because today the producing of the accused Shankar Mishra is very important, which everyone is looking into, because not only that, this police station becomes very important because entire Air India crew members will also come here and record their statement. Republic will try to confront them exactly what they did and exactly they fulfilled their responsibility, the procedures or not, while in the airlines when this entire incident happened. But yes, there's a very big breaking which are gathering that the accused is in this police station, IGI police station. He was brought from Bangalore last night only. Police nabbed the accused from Bangalore last evening because the sister of the accused was questioned in Bangalore, and after she was questioned through her locations, police got to know that he was in touch with the sister and the relatives. In fact, there's a Ramki apartment in Bangalore from where the accused was nabbed by Delhi police officials. This entire operation of Delhi police was kept, Samiksha, very secret. Most of the Karnataka police officials don't know about this entire operation of Delhi police, because so that the accused should not run to any other location. Therefore, this operation was kept a secret, and Delhi police official yesterday evening only nabbed the accused Shankar Mishra and late in the night brought him to national capital. So we are learning from this place only at around 12 o'clock or 12:30, accused will be taken to the Patiala House Court, where he'll be produced in the court of Mr. Dharmesh Judge. So we are expecting that some strong points will be kept from the side of Delhi police officials so that they can seek the 3 to 4 days police custody of accused Shankar Mishra. Samiksha, back to you.
Yes, Harsha, stay with us. Also talk to us about the action that has been taken by the Air India so far, because from what we understand, no apology has come in yet by Air India, but we're given to understand that Air India has been compelled to initiate an inquiry. Any action that has been initiated or any sort of an apology that has come in from the airlines as of yet?
No, Samiksha, till now Air India has not given any public apology. None of the action have not been taken, in fact, on any of the crew member or the group captain or the co-pilot or the senior attendant. No action has been done against Air India crew in this entire case. So you are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break, and then we will give you all the live and breakings regarding the arrest of Shankar Mishra. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए। निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a hurry.
Well, tracking the latest on the Air India P-Gate controversy, update coming in that the accused Shankar Mishra has finally been arrested by the Delhi police. In fact, he was arrested from Bengaluru late last night. Latest, of course, coming in that he will be produced before the Patiala House Court between 1 to 2 p.m. In fact, not just this, remember the Air India crew has also been summoned by the Delhi police. So the crew of Air India that will also be interrogated by the Delhi police. We'll slip into a very short break for now, but on the other side, we'll continue with our coverage and the latest as the pervert Shankar Mishra finally been arrested by the Delhi police.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
be
one
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि
It's 11 a.m. viewers, and here are the headlines. Airborne creep has been arrested. Shankar Mishra has been arrested from Bangalore. It's a mega Republic impact. Shankar Mishra has been taken into custody after relentless reporting of Republic TV. It's a big impact of the Republic campaign. Accused Shankar Mishra's father has also been summoned by the Delhi police. Bihar RJD chief sparks controversy, calls Ram Janmabhoomi Nafrat ki zameen. A day after Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP councillors exchanged blows, BJP to protest at Rajghat. Man claims to be Anjali's friend, claims Nidhi asked for money from Anjali and both fought over it. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking, and one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you today, the relentless coverage of Republic TV, the impact that we are tracking for you with respect to the Air India P-gate, where in fact the airborne creep in fact has now been taken into custody. He has been arrested, and we are also getting more and more updates as far as his father is concerned, who is also being summoned by the authorities as well. Apart from that, of course, we are tracking for you all the latest updates, because the Delhi police in fact has stated that Shankar Mishra was arrested late last night and has already been brought to Delhi as well. And he will be presented before the court today itself, and we will see the further investigation into this matter that will also take place by the authorities. Harsha, my colleague, I believe, is joining me live on the broadcast on the ground. Harsha, tell us more about the arrest, in fact, that has been made. I beg your pardon, Tanisha is also joining me. Tanisha, to you first. Tell us about the arrest that has been made of Shankar Mishra, and of course, when did this arrest take place, and what really can be expected today as far as the investigation going further is concerned?
Well, Priyanka, it's a very, very, very big Republic impact, where the creep, the pervert of Air India, who urinated on an elderly woman, has finally been arrested. He was arrested last night from Bengaluru. Remember, he was on the run. He did not, when a notice was issued for him, he was on the run. The police could not nab him because he was misleading the cops. There were two houses, remember. The one was in Mumbai, the other was in Bengaluru, and this man, this pervert, has been arrested from Bengaluru, is what we are getting to know. This development took place last night. Early in the morning, he was brought to the national capital, and in just some moments from now, that is around noon, is what we are getting to know. The accused will be produced in Patiala House Court, right now where I am, and soon after that, remember, his lawyers have been putting out a version of him where they are saying that media is only putting out one version, where they have been claiming that the issue was sorted, the pervert, this Shankar Mishra, had apologized and it was not such a big matter to take up. But however, if it wasn't
wasn't a big matter. Why was the accused absconding? Why was he on the run? Why was he hiding away from the police is the big question. Now today when he'll be produced in the Patiala House Court, it'll be most awaited to see what action will the police take. What will they seek his remand, or will a more stricter punishment be given to him? Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Tanisha. We will have to see as to how the investigation really proceeds further. But Harsha, also to speak to you about the kind of investigation that has gone on, because you spoke to the accused lawyer, and as Tanisha was also pointing out, the accused lawyer has very comfortably put it as an hearsay incident, has said that there was no eyewitnesses to this account, that he had in fact actually assaulted this woman and had urinated on this woman as well. What has been the stand of the lawyer now, and what going forward will be the proceedings now that the accused is being brought to Delhi as well, Harsha?
Exactly, Priyanka, what we are learning is that the accused was brought to Delhi last night only, because later in the evening he was arrested from the Ramki apartment, near Ramki apartment from Bangalore, and from there he was brought to Delhi. He is kept in the IJI police station and he will be produced in the Patiala House Court at around 1 to 2 p.m. But the proceedings, if we tell about, because the lawyer of the Ishani Sharma yesterday in an exclusive interview with Republic stated that there were no eyewitness. Now, one of the eyewitness, the near passenger, Sugata Bhattacharya, has come in public and he is speaking, where he is exactly narrating the entire incident, what has exactly happened in the airline which was coming from JFK to New Delhi. So right now, if you talk about the eyewitness, it seems like the Ishani Sharma's narration completely goes wrong, because that flight was entirely full. There were many passengers. If we talk about seat number 8, 9 and 10, those were the passengers who have very closely seen what exactly happened. And if we talk about the investigation which also happened around the eyewitness, because Delhi Police Cops are going to call the eyewitness for their narration for the side of the story, and their statements will also be recorded. So we are expecting that when the remand of the accused police will get, and when the interrogation with the crew member of the Air India will be completed, the next step will be talking to the eyewitness, questioning the eyewitness what exactly happened. So a neutral party can give their view exactly who was wrong and who was right. But to know the depth of the entire incident, what the accused has to say, because initially there was a compromise which Ishani Sharma is stating, the lawyer of the accused. She said there was a compromise between both the parties. There was no eyewitness and nothing as such happened. There's a different side of story. What she is advocating for accused, but on the other side, Delhi police official is saying there's a very serious allegation, there's a complaint, and if nothing wrong was done by the accused, then why he was on a run? Why did he fled away? Where did he go? Why was he not surrendering in front of police? Because Delhi police cops were in Mumbai and Bangalore since 3 to 4 days, and he was continuously on the run. He was continuously changing his location. His father himself talked to the media and narrated that his son has done nothing wrong. So to get the brief of the entire idea, what exactly happened, police will seek remand of at least 3 to 4 days of the accused Shankar Mishra. He will be interrogated. So entire thing depends upon the proceedings which will happen inside the Patiala House Court, and what exactly the judge says. How many days of remand does the court gives to the DCP of the accused Shankar Mishra, because they are parallelly many things are running. Air India crew member are supposed to come to this police station at around 11 to 12 p.m. They were summoned for the interrogation and recording the statement. So they are also supposed to come here. The accused will be taken from this very place to the Patiala House Court between 12:30 p.m. what we are expecting. So Priyanka, there's a lot to see today after the arrest of accused Shankar Mishra. Priyanka, back to you.
Well, that being said, Harsha, stay on with us as we're also putting out some breaking updates as far as this investigation is concerned, because Harsha, Tanisha, this entire incident, this horrific incident really has raised questions over the entire guidelines of the DGCA as well, and that also we saw altered yesterday because of Republic TV's relentless coverage as well. And of course, right now we are also putting out some details as far as the Air India staff is concerned. Remember, we had seen that the Air India crew had also been called in for questioning, and the Air India crew had been quizzed on the alcohol that had been served. Now, they have also stated that there was no record that was kept and there was nothing that was kept in a check as far as the customers who were consuming this alcohol is also concerned. Sandeep, my colleague, is also joining me live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Sandeep, if I could take this question over to you, because we saw yesterday that there were statements and various statements coming out from Air India itself. There were emails that were being written from the higher executives to the employees. But the fact remains that there is an onus and there is a responsibility on the Air India staff as well to make sure that these kind of incidents do not happen in the first place. And if they do, they are at least reported to the authorities.
Indeed, a lot of loopholes when Delhi police, in fact, get into deep investigation of this case, because this person, this accused, Shankar Mishra, was served alcohol unlimited and on the flight as well, and he was given as much as he wanted to consume the alcohol. He drank beyond limit. That is what is being, in fact, the crew members have informed to Delhi police. Apart from that, when this incident happened, he did all this in the flight. At that point of time, what the testimony of, in fact, what the chats, if the chats are to be believed, he managed to apologize the women. He managed to convince the women. He paid around 15,000 rupees to the said victim of this case. And in fact, apart from that, Priyanka, when this incident was highlighted by the victim to the son-in-law and the daughter of her, then the money was in fact returned back to Shankar Mishra, and in fact then the letter was written. And remember, on December 28, that is the date when Air India acts on the complaint that was in fact given by this victim in this case. And in fact, after the complaint was in fact given, later on the FIR was filed. And then since last 5 days now, 5 to 7 days now, Delhi police was in fact trying to track this person. He had switched off his mobile phone. Delhi police went on to search several locations across the country, and believe me, it is across the country. They had sent team in Uttar Pradesh, they had sent team in Maharashtra. Till yesterday, Delhi police was there, and in fact his father's statement was also recorded. And in fact, one of the most shocking thing in this everything is that the father is not even accepting that his son has done anything wrong, and that is very shocking. He says that my son has done nothing wrong, and he is being in fact being blamed, or the allegations are fake. That is what his father says. But at this point of time, yes, he's been arrested in Bangalore, and very shortly, as Harsha is trying there in Patiala court and giving the updates, very shortly he'll be produced in the courthouse, and very soon it will be very much clear that how many days of police custody Delhi police gets of Shankar Mishra. Priyanka.
Well, absolutely. It's important that you mentioned that, Sandeep, because we are putting out those exclusive breaking updates as far as Shankar Mishra's arrest is concerned. And of course, we also have reason to believe that the authorities have found out that there was a next of kin, or there was a family member that was in fact sheltering Shankar Mishra, which is why it took some time that the authorities had been able to also find him. They were able to take him into custody as well. And this also is a little bizarre, because we had been seeing that the lawyer of the accused had been stating that he is cooperating with the authorities. In fact, he had been absconding. Isn't that, Tanisha, if you could speak to us a little bit about this, as far as where the accused had been. And now authorities in fact have stated that Shankar Mishra was in fact being guarded in a guest house, and he was being protected by the next of kin, by family members as well, Tanisha.
Well, rightly said, Priyanka. What we're getting to learn is, remember, he was nabbed from Bengaluru, and he was hiding at a guest house. He chose many adobes to hide. Number one, it was his relatives, then it was his friends, and then police got the information that it could be a guest house of probably a friend. And remember, this information about where he is was given out by one of his friends and relatives, and that is how the police could catch him. Because remember, since the time this news has come up, and it is a relentless campaign campaign by Republic. He was nowhere to be seen. But the police could not trace him. He was untraceable. He had gone incommunicado. But finally, with the help of families and relatives, is what we are getting to know, that he was caught. He was caught in a guest house. His whereabouts is what we are getting to know was revealed by a possible friend. And this was at a guest house in Bengaluru. And late night, this development took place where the cops nabbed him. And soon after, the cops did not make him stay in Bengaluru because, remember, of security reasons, because it has become quite a shameful case where a businessman had urinated on an elderly woman, and then after he went on to defend himself via his lawyer. So this issue had become quite big, and no wonder the reason for him not being not coming up in front of the police is very understandable. And that is why the cops nabbed him, traced him via a friend that had given out the location, and he was nabbed in a guest house in Bengaluru late at night. Soon after, he was brought to the airport, after which he was brought to the national capital, and now he has been kept at IGI police station, where my colleague Harsha is, and soon after some time, that is around noon, around 1 p.m. is what we're getting to know, who will be produced in Patiala House Court. Priyanka.
That's right, Tanisha. If I could also take that question to Harsha, because you have been speaking to the accused lawyer and you have been tracking this story from the very beginning as well. So if you could speak to us about where really he had been holed up, because we saw that the accused had been stating that he is cooperating, that he is completely cooperating with the investigation. In fact, he had been absconding, and post which we see that the authorities in late last night, in fact, from Bangalore, had to take him into custody as well. And what we also saw, Harsha, during your conversation with the accused lawyer as well, she did not address that part where he had in fact paid this amount of 15,000 to the victim as well. And what really does that mean? And if that is an admission of guilt as well, isn't that, Harsha? And what really are the lawyers now telling you now that he has been taken into custody?
The admission of guilt, Priyanka, clearly was not seen yesterday while we were speaking to her. She was so snarky in her own comments, the way she was speaking to us, as if she is very confident that she will go to the court and take that route for the anticipatory bail or something to get his accused not go to the police station, or so that he won't be arrested. She tried a lot, but Delhi police officials, because I would like to, Priyanka, give you a sense of the sequence which happened. 28th of December, the Air India official came to this police station, lodged a complaint against accused in the favor of Hema Rajaraman, and then on the 29th, police official seek the mobile number of the victim who was a fellow passenger and with whom this entire incident happened. Then on 4th of January, which is Wednesday, on 4th of January, the official FIR was registered against the accused, and from 5th January onwards, two teams of Delhi police official, one was in Mumbai, one was in Delhi. The two teams were deployed in different locations, and from that onwards, police is in search of the accused, and finally they have arrested him from Bangalore because they were continuously tracking his location. They were continuously tracking the location of the sister, of the wife, and the father of the accused. Father was traveling between Andheri to Bonswai to Palghar, but we talk about the sister. Sister is married in Bangalore. She was in Bangalore. She was in touch along with the lawyer with the accused. That was a very time when police located the location along with the city crime branch of Bangalore, and they finally nabbed the accused from Ramki apartment, which is a guest house where he was hiding continuously. He was changing his location from Vapi to Mumbai to Bangalore. He was going on and on, because day before yesterday only we saw that he left from all the official groups of his office. 2nd January was the last date when he visited his office in Bangalore. From that day onwards, he didn't go to his office, and that was the last day. After that, yesterday he left out from the group. The big firm where he is vice president, the firm terminated him, seeking this entire incident, stating this entire incident, how the crux was not very positive, and how he has defamed the company as well. So this is what Priyanka has gotten into this entire incident. So we should wait for 1 o'clock when the accused will be produced in the Patiala House Court. Priyanka, back to you.
That's right. Harsha, stay on with us. And Sandeep, if I could also ask you, because the authorities have been saying that they will also be summoning the father of Shankar Mishra, who had also tried to shield him, who had also tried to safeguard him from the authorities. And we are also learning that there might be other family members who might have also been trying to shield Shankar Mishra, trying to hide Shankar Mishra from the authorities as well, since he had been completely absconding, and the authorities say that they had been trying to get in touch with him, but he was completely not available. He was out of reach as well. So speak to us about the authorities summoning father of Shankar Mishra as well, Sandeep.
Yes, Priyanka, at this point of time, as far as the sources are to be believed in Delhi police, his father, a statement is in fact been recorded yesterday by Delhi police, and he travelled long from Vapi to Andheri, and this happened in the night yesterday. At midnight, his father's statement was already recorded in Andheri, Mumbai's Andheri area. At undisclosed location, the Delhi police officers were there in Mumbai, and they recorded the statement. Most likely, after the investigation proceeds, they may call the father once again in for further questioning or so. But at this point of time, what we have been told, Priyanka, that his father's statement is already being recorded by Delhi police. Another point I just wanted to mention out here is that Delhi police had also visited this place. This is the residence where the family members and where Shankar Mishra used to in fact reside. I'll go inside and show you. This we have been reporting from this very location since last 2 days, but as far as if you will go through with the bite that we did yesterday of the maid, Priyanka, the maid clearly mentioned, come inside, Shami.
Right.
The maid clearly mentioned that she hasn't seen them since last 2 days. She came on the duty, but the family member used to reside here. Shankar Mishra fathers used to reside here, but this bungalow is vacant. No one is there. No one is there. So most likely, I'm ringing the bell. So most likely, the father of the accused, Shankar Mishra, might have gone to Delhi in order to protect his accused son. And since yesterday, till yesterday, he was in fact not willing to accept the fact that he has done anything wrong. Priyanka.
True, that's right, Sandeep. You're showing us very crucial visuals as well from the house there in Mumbai. Stay on with us, Sandeep, Tanisha and Harsha, as we play out that soundbite of the father, who had in fact also spoken to the media yesterday and has spoken about Shankar Mishra, had tried to defend him as well. Let's take a look.
सर, शंकर मिश्रा आपके बेटे हैं. इनके ऊपर फ्लाइट में एक महिला के ऊपर पेशाब करने का मामला दर्ज हुआ है. क्या इसकी जानकारी है? इस बारे में क्या हकीकत है, क्या बताएंगे आप?
सर, ये टोटल झूठा केस है. मेरा बेटा अमेरिका गया हुआ था. वो रेलवे से उसको न्यूयॉर्क में फ्लाइट पकड़ना था. वो करीब 30-35 घंटे सोया नहीं था. ऑलमोस्ट समझ लो कि 1-2 दिन सोया नहीं था. वो न्यूयॉर्क से फ्लाइट पकड़ा. वो रात को खाना खा के, इवन फ्लाइट वाले पीने को देते हैं, ड्रिंक देते हैं, तो पिया होगा और वहाँ से रास्ते में सो गया. और उसके बाद में जब वो उठा तो उसको ऐसा, मुझे जो बताया गया मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, मुझे जो समझ में आ रहा है, बाकी मैं तो वहाँ पे था नहीं. तो उसको बाद में एयरलाइंस के लोग ने उसको बुला के पूछा. बाकी मुझे नहीं लगता कि ऐसा करेगा. वो लेडी 72 ईयर की है, माँ के जैसी है. ये 34 साल का बच्चा है. ऐसे कैसे कर सकता है? वो शादीशुदा है. उसकी एक बेटी है 18 साल की. ऐसा कोई भी आदमी नहीं कर सकता है.
क्या इस बात को लेकर के कुछ ब्लैकमेलिंग कर रही थी लड़की, या पैसे का भी कुछ सेटलमेंट करने के लिए उसने मांग की थी या लिया दिया गया था? क्या इस बारे में बताएंगे आप?
सर देखिए, कुछ पेमेंट उसने डिमांड किया था और दिया गया था. उसके बाद में क्या हुआ मुझे पता नहीं है. कुछ तो हुआ रहेगा डिमांड, जो कि शायद उसका पूरा नहीं हुआ, इसलिए वो नाराज हो गई और ऐसा काम किया. शायद क्वाइट पॉसिबल ब्लैकमेलिंग होगा, या इमेज खराब करने की बात हुई, या कुछ उसका ईगो हर्ट हुआ रहेगा. मस्ट बी समथिंग.
उसका नेचर कैसा है? उनके पिता हो, आपके बच्चे का नेचर कैसा है उस हिसाब से, जिस हिसाब से उनके ऊपर मामला दर्ज हुआ, आरोप लगाए गए हैं?
सर बहुत ही कॉर्डियल है, बच्चा है, इस तरह की हरकत कभी लाइफ में आई नहीं है। वो छोटी उम्र के उसके उम्र की लड़कियों के साथ भी ऐसा कभी हमें सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है। तो 72 साल की लेडी का कैसे हो सकता है? एक बच्चे को उसके माँ बाप जितना जानता है उसकी और कोई नहीं जानता है। शायद इवन कोई भी होने दो, बीवी भी नहीं जानती होगी जितने माँ और बाप जानते हैं उसको।
फिलहाल आपका बेटा कहाँ है और कब सामने आएंगे?
भाई हम भी ट्राई कर रहे हैं बात करने के लिए, मुझे बिल्कुल पता नहीं है।
आपकी क्या मांग है? आप कुछ प्रशासन से या मीडिया के माध्यम से क्या बताना चाहते हैं? आप आज तक के माध्यम से
हम बताना ये चाहते हैं कि आप फैक्चुअल बताइए। जिस तरह से मैं सुन रहा हूँ मीडिया में, ये इमेज खराब करने वाली बात है। इस तरह से नहीं होना चाहिए। कुछ सच्चाई से हटके प्रेजेंट किया जा रहा है। सर आप खुद सोच लीजिए।
There you have it, viewers. Finally, the relentless coverage of Republic TV impacts in the airborne creep Shankar Mishra being arrested. And even as we see his being arrested, his father comes out in his defense and says that he is innocent.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि
All right, thanks for staying tuned to Republic, tracking closely all the updates coming in on the Air India P-Gate scandal. We're now given to understand that accused Shankar Mishra has finally been arrested by the Delhi police from Bengaluru. We'll go across to Prajwal as well, who's there at the location from where Shankar Mishra was arrested late last night. Remember, Shankar Mishra has now been brought to the national capital. He'll be produced before the Patiala House Court between 1 to 2 p.m. So developments expected there. Also, the Air India crew will be interrogated by the Delhi police. Prajwal, if you can give us more details, reporting live from that location where Shankar Mishra was arrested. We're given to understand that
Republic tried to get that CCTV from where Shankar Mishra was arrested. However, that CCTV was not given by those people in those in that apartment. Prajwal, give us those details.
Now, Samiksha, more and more details emerging over here, and it has finally been confirmed that the accused Shankar Mishra has been arrested from RMV second stage in Jaladhare layout from an apartment called as Ramki Utsav Apartments, and this was a coordinated effort by the Bengaluru City Crime Branch Police along with the Delhi Police as well, who had come in from the Intelligence Department. Right now, I am outside this particular apartment, and even as we are speaking, we can go on and see that this is the apartment, the Ramki Utsav apartment, where the accused had been sheltered over here. At this point of time, it is still not quite clear as to whose residence it has been seen in. Now we can clearly see that one of the residents is quite angry that we are showing, that we have been showing the building over here. We can see that the residents are quite angry. He's pointing out towards us, and he's basically instigating us, saying that it should not be done. We do understand, this is Ramki Utsav apartment. This is Ramki Utsav apartment, Samiksha, and even as we are speaking, we just stay. Okay, so we get to understand, we get to understand that the people are quite hostile here. They're quite angry with the fact that there was an accused in the building, and they are saying that the privacy is being invaded, and they are stating that it should not have been taken in, it should not have been covered or any of that sort as well. But all said and done, Samiksha, definitely now it has happened in the wee hours of the morning. The security over here also stated that the police also came in here. The police came at this point of time. The police also went on, the police also came in. The police did not enter any of the details in the logbook or the visitor's book. They immediately went in. They do not know to which block, because there are many blocks over here. They went in and immediately they got out the accused, and they have left from here. Is the preliminary investigations details that we are getting to know on Republic. But at this point of time, we will have to wait for further details in this particular regard here, Samiksha.
Yes. Yes, Prajwal, stay with us. Also, if you could give us some more details as to around what time was he arrested, and also any word coming in from the security officials to give us more details as to when did the Delhi police arrive, and how did the Delhi police really manage to trace the location of the accused?
Now, from what we get to understand, his mobile, his mobile was completely switched off. It was inactive, but he was also going on and using his credit cards as well as his social media platforms as well. And as he was quite active on his social media platforms, the cops have been able to go on and track Shankar Mishra to this particular location at RMV second stage, and they have finally zeroed in on the accused, and with the help of the coordinates, the geo coordinates and the location, they have been able to take, him into custody. So this is what we get to understand. And apart from that, it is also being stated that his credit cards were used for a number of times as well, and this is also something which has been pointed out now and again in the investigation, and the Bengaluru Crime Branch have assisted with the logistical support and also for the police to go around over here. And it has been finally learnt that Shankar Mishra was staying here, but with who was he staying over here and who are they is something which has to be questioned now, and we are trying to learn more details over here. But the people are definitely hostile, and they definitely do not want their privacies to be invaded at this point of time, Samiksha.
Well, absolutely. Prajwal, stay with us. Let's play out a snippet from that debate. Last night, remember, it's been an extensive campaign by Republic TV to take an action against the accused Shankar Mishra. Let's play out that snippet.
Good evening and welcome. A businessman, we believe a senior corporate executive in his 40s, urinated on a fellow passenger, a 70-year-old lady, exposed himself completely drunk on an Air India flight, and Air India's conduct has been horrendous. Air India's conduct is so sad, so disappointing. The airline has failed at all levels. And I hope the Tatas are listening to this tonight. What are the Tatas doing? The airline they run and they owned refused to let the horrified lady passenger moved to another seat. It was such an act of cruelty. They refused to move her to the first class where there was an empty seat available. Instead, She was asked to go sit on the seat where the pervert, the creep, had urinated. The Ministry of Civil Aviation is in some other planet, it seems. It says it knew nothing about this incident till yesterday, which itself is shocking and, to be honest, quite unbelievable. This possibly means that the Tatas run Air India concealed details of the case from the nodal ministry. Now, the Tatas run Air India is trying to blame the victim, the passenger, before whom this corporate creep had exposed himself and on whom this corporate creep had urinated. The creep has still not been arrested. He works for an American company. He's a senior level executive in an American company. And the media also hasn't really done well. The media just covered up the issue, sort of papered over the whole case, dealt with it in its superficiality, did not make it a campaign till Republic made this and picked this up as a campaign yesterday. All that the media was doing was putting out a carefully planted Air India version. Now, Air India, which I emphasize and I repeat, is run by the Tatas, but which is a national airline. The Tatas should make sure that Air India issues a public apology instead of so pathetically trying to cover up the issue. The Tatas run Air India. The Tatas owned Air India claim that the lady victim sorted out the matter with the pervert. The fact is that instead of protecting the victim from the pervert on the flight, this airline, which is run and owned by the Tatas, forced the victim to sit next to him and try to negotiate a settlement. What is going on? Viewers, Air India is a national airline. Yes, the Tatas own it, but it is a national airline, and this is an utter disgrace. Republic expects Air India to issue an apology. To the victim and to the nation, Republic expects the creep to be arrested.
So, repulsion being felt across the country. Priyanka continues to be with us. Priyanka, as astonishing as it gets, there's been no apology that has come in yet by Air India. If you can talk us through the statements that has been issued by the lawyer of the accused. Well, I'll just go across to Priyanka, but Harsha, they're also reporting live, getting us all those updates. Harsha, what is the latest that you're picking up? Anything in relation to how the Delhi police managed to trace the location of the accused Shankar Mishra, who was arrested from Bengaluru?
At the IGI police station, so we are breaking the visuals from the IGI police station because the Air India crew have reached the police station. All the police officials have taken the Air India crew member and the pilot inside. So the group captain and the co-pilot both have reached at this IGI police station today. The time was given to them for the summon was around 11 a.m. and so they have reached today the Air India entire crew. And so we are showing you the visuals at DCP Ravi Kumar Singh has already reached here at the police station. So we are showing you the visuals of DCP because Air India entire crew has reached here, and so as the DCP of this police station, Ravi Kumar Singh, has also reached the police station. So we're expecting the entire interrogation with the pilot and co-pilot will be done by the DCP himself because the accused Shankar Mishra is also here at the police station. He will be taken for the medical and for the production in court from this very place only. So these are the visuals you are seeing right now on your screen. DCP Ravi Kumar Singh reached the police station, and also Air India crew members have been. We are seeing the visuals from here at the IGI police station. So we can expect that almost for 2 to 3 hours the interrogation, the questioning with the Air India crew members and the Air India pilots will be done by the police official, the IO of this entire case, and DCP himself is looking into this entire entire questioning with the Air India crew and the pilot and the co-pilot. We can say that the group captain, who is Gautam Verma, let me tell you the name of the group captain. He is Gautam Verma, who was carrying this plane, and it was his responsibility for the safety and comfort of the crew member who were in that airline JFK to New Delhi. So right now he is here with his co-pilot and the 4 crew members, and the questioning with the entire crew member will start in a bit. The IO of this entire matter will do the questioning, and DCP himself will be present at the time of questioning. Back to you.
Yes, Harsha, stay with us. And also interesting to note the kind of statements that have come in by the Air India till now, because what they've maintained so far is that they did not keep an account of this incident, and that the alcohol was served as requested. If you can help us understand how exactly is the line of questioning going to be like of the Delhi police from the Air India crew?
So there are certain questions which have been prepared by the IO of this entire, the IO who is investigating in this matter. Though there are certain questions like what was the time when the incident happened, how much alcohol was served to the accused Shankar Mishra, how much alcohol can be served in the business class, because we are getting to know that in economy almost 1 or 2 glasses of alcohol is served, but if we talk about the business class, we have learned that the unlimited alcohol is served, but it's the responsibility of the crew members to see whether the passenger is more drunk or is he in his senses. If he is very much drunk, he is not served alcohol afterwards, but if he is in senses only, then he is served alcohol. But in this case, accused Shankar Mishra was continuously asking for alcohol, and he was given the alcohol. In fact, the crew members have stated that the count of the alcohol which was given to the accused Shankar Mishra was not kept. That means they don't know how much alcohol they have served to the Shankar Mishra. They said that to them, Shankar Mishra didn't look in the inebriated state. Therefore, they served him the alcohol, and to the crew members, he looked in his senses. So this is what the crew member have stated. So these will be the line of questioning, Samiksha, which will be done in the police station.
That's right, Harsha. If I could also speak to you about the kind of statements that were coming out and the kind of allegations that were made, that there were no eyewitnesses, and these eyewitnesses are also comprising of the pilots and the staff members that have been taken and in fact been called for questioning, and they will be questioned by the authorities as well. So as far as the line of questioning is also concerned, because they will be asked about why they did not report this particular incident, and also about the fact that they saw this entire altercation happening, and they said that in fact there was a compromise that had been worked out between this accused and the victim, which is why they did not interfere as well. So will this also lead to them graduating at least as an eyewitness, so that the accused lawyer can also take cognizance of this and say that this cannot anymore be called hearsay as well, Harsha? Because as far as the peeing incident is also concerned, they say that nobody saw this happening.
Priyanka, till now we have got to know that there are 3 to 4 co-passengers whom police have contacted. And after the questioning will be done with the Air India crew members, the questioning will also be done with the co-passengers who were in that particular flight. Now, police states that after the questioning with the Air India crew will be finished, after that, the eyewitness will be questioned, because there were certain passengers in the seat number 8, 9 and 10 who have seen this entire incident with the fellow passenger. And the Air India till now has set up only an internal inquiry, but till now no strict action against the Air India crew members have been taken. So you're watching Republic TV. We are showing you the live and breaking visuals of the Air India staff and crew reaching at the IGI police station. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside. If he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Continuously tracking all the updates coming in after accused Shankar Mishra, who's finally been arrested by the Delhi police. He will be produced before the court in just a while from now. We have guests also joining us. We have Rami Desai, political analyst, Raja Lakshmi Joshi, activist, joining us, as well as Sumitra Goenka, who's also a political analyst. Let me first go across to Rami Desai, if I can get your first thoughts on the kind of action that we can anticipate against the accused in this case, because let's not forget, this is abominable to say the least, this incident that has sent ripples across the country. There needs to be a precedent of sorts that needs to be sent out when we talk about action against this accused Shankar Mishra in this case.
Good afternoon to you. Absolutely. I think it's been a shocking case, and I think everybody's been talking about it because, it just seems so unbelievable. But, let me start by saying this, that I think, the fact that this issue has been raised in the media as much as it has, and the fact that people have been really riled up with what has happened has led to this arrest. And I think, it's not going to be enough to just say that he's on a, 3-month no-fly list. I don't think it's going to be enough to say that, they had a compromise and he apologized. So, I'm sure that stronger action is going to be taken. But having said that, I think this individual has had his share. I don't think, he's ever going to do this ever again, I think we have to change our focus to the responsibility of the airlines. What was Air India doing? What was the crew doing? Did they follow standard operating procedure? Were they trained enough? What was the reason that they didn't think that this was a absolutely, unacceptable behavior on the flight? How much was he given to drink? Was he allowed to board in an inebriated state, or was he allowed to get drunk while he was on board? These are the questions that we must ask, because as we've seen of late, that these sort of incidents have become far too many for us to feel safe flying, and as a woman, I would never want to be on a flight where the crew is this irresponsible, where they don't report a serious matter like this, because then it makes me question what sort of other training they have received, also it makes me question their sensitivity. This was a long haul flight. I mean, for this poor lady, and at her age to have to bear this inconvenience. You see, we've all understood the limitations of airlines over the last few years during the pandemic. We've realized that they haven't been able to give passengers the kind of convenience that we were used to before, and of course we understand that. But what we cannot compromise on is safety and security. And I think that is something that we need to shift our focus to. We need to question the airlines. We need to question, Tata Sons. We need to ask them if, this is the level of training that they give, and if this is the level of, convenience that is accepted. So, I think, of course, to this gentleman, we expect...
Absolutely.
We expect a lot more sort of repercussions. But what is the airline going to face? Is the airline going to take responsibility and change the methods that they have been employing so far? So I think now the onus of the responsibility goes on the shoulders of the airlines.
Absolutely. Please stay with us. Also requesting Raja Lakshmi Joshi as well as Sumitra Goenka to stay with us. As you rightly said, they said there needs to be a precedent that needs to be sent with the kind of action that is taken against the accused in this case. A very short break. We'll continue with our coverage, and we'll go across to our reporters on the ground as well to take us to the latest they are picking up on the action against the accused.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
And getting in the first visuals of the accused Shankar Mishra, who's been arrested by the Delhi police. So that's the first picture post that arrest of Shankar Mishra by the Delhi police. Remember, he was arrested from Bengaluru. These are the first visuals that we are getting right now of Shankar Mishra, who is accused of urinating on the co-passenger on the 26th of November. The first pictures of Mishra post the arrest by the Delhi police. We'll go across to Harsha as well for more details on that. But remember, Shankar Mishra will be produced before the Patiala House Court in a while from now. Between 1 to 2 p.m. he will be produced before the Delhi court. Not just this, the Delhi crew has already, the Air India crew, beg your pardon, has already arrived at the Delhi police station to be questioned in this case. So that's the first still that we are putting on our screens of Shankar Mishra, who's been arrested by the Delhi police from Bengaluru. He will be produced in a while from now before the court. But details that are just coming in of how Mishra was tracked to Bengaluru by the Delhi police. In fact, the Delhi police tracked down a guest house where Shankar Mishra was staying put. He was staying at this particular guest house in Bengaluru, and he was... in fact, we are also given to understand that houses of Shankar Mishra's friends were also searched at the time that arrest. Suyesha, of course, joining us live from outside the court where Shankar Mishra will be produced in a while from now. Suyesha, if you can take our viewers through the latest that is known so far. In just a while from now, we expect Shankar Mishra to be produced in the Patiala House Court.
Oh yes, absolutely. Samiksha, firstly, I'd also like to tell you that I can't hear you very clearly because we are outside the court premises. But nevertheless, just putting out all the details because in about an hour from now, Shankar Mishra will be produced at the Patiala House Court in the national capital. And he was arrested from Bengaluru last night. Now, details also coming out of how the police tracked him because he had been changing his locations over and over again to evade arrest. He obviously knew that, the Delhi police could reach him anytime given what was being put out at all times and how the Delhi police had distributed themselves into various teams. And they were tracking every possible location in Bengaluru, in Mumbai, in Delhi from where his lawyers are based. Late last night, he was arrested by the cops at this guest house in the Whitefield area in Bengaluru, and there are also details of how this could have happened through social media. That's how the police tracked him down because he was still in touch with his friends. He was still reaching out to people on social media. He was still talking to them as much as he had obviously cut himself out completely because he had not been present at any obvious location. After which the police brought him to Delhi last night, and today of course he'll be produced in Patiala House Court like we are showing you. We are still trying to ascertain details from where he will be brought in, but very important now to what happens from here on because we understand how he has tried his level best to brush out the matter, to keep it under the carpet, to ensure that it doesn't come out. From the word go, right from the time the incident happened, to how he approached the airline staff, to how he tried to meet the lady despite her wishes, to him brokering a deal with her, to him also saying that he paid off 15,000 rupees, and this of course was transferred back from the daughter's account to him. But remember, the victim has been saying all along that she wants him to be repentful. She wants him to understand that what he did is not acceptable, and that is exactly what she had been harping upon, and this is exactly why she sent the complaint again at a later point to the chairman of Air India, because she said that this man is not showing any remorse. But you see, that is exactly coming forth from his father's statement again, where he says that the lady is trying to push the matter again because maybe she wants something from Shankar Mishra's side and she did not get that. So that is quite the family's attitude even now. But a lot will rest on what happens from here on. A lot will rest on what the court says today, and then of course we'll know details of the kind of action that can be taken against him and what may happen.
Yes, so you should stay with us also for our viewers who are just tuning in. If you can take us through the details of that statement also that was earlier put out by the accused lawyer in this case, who mentioned that how this matter was settled very well between the accused and the victim in this case. Would that suffice, when we expect those arguments to take place in the court, the arguments that will be presented by the courts, by the accused lawyer in this case?
Oh yes, that is exactly the point to now see to what the court considers, because let's understand this is once again that case that has been in the media right from when the news broke, right from the point that complaint letter that the victim had written to the chairman of Air India was out. And ever since, the media has put a lot of pressure because this man tried his level best that the matter does not come into public domain like this. This is why the delay. And that is exactly why all these questions were asked, because 26th November is when this incident had happened. And after this, of course, we saw how in January this issue was raised and how the media went all out after it, and the man has finally been arrested. But most importantly, Samiksha, Republic's relentless campaign. Yes. We led this story from the front. The others were forced to follow. Initially, nobody was paying attention. But the fact is that this could really happen to anyone. And this case needs to be set as a precedent that you cannot just walk away scot-free after
urinating on an elderly woman or anyone for that matter of fact and think that, you know, your money power or muscle power will just help you get away with it. And that was exactly why Republic went all out. The kind of support we got from our viewers who said that the man must be punished, and the way it became so big on social media as well. Now, of course, we saw how everyone was forced to take action thereafter, how the DGCA reacted, how the Ministry of Civil Aviation reacted. Most importantly, he was terminated from his job. Wells Fargo also removed the man who was a vice president in his company. So now from here on, of course, legal procedures will follow.
Yes.
And he thought that he could get away by just paying 15,000 rupees to the lady, but that is not the point. The point is, and the larger issue is, that this needs to be set as an example of how unruly behavior on air needs to be treated while you're inbound on a flight. Unruly behavior is not acceptable, and this must really go out to the airline, to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, to the DGCA, and to a message to anyone who's flying that they need to look out for themselves. And that exactly is what this case will set.
Yes, Suyesha, stay with us. Priyanka also continues to be with us. Priyanka, if you can talk to us more about, how the airline has reacted so far, because what we understand that there is no apology that has come in till now by the airlines, by Air India, and also the very fact that Air India cannot really wash its hands off when we talk about how this incident happened when this accused urinated on the co-passenger. Mishra, that's exactly what they have tried to do. You know, they have tried to wash their hands off this entire incident. We saw that wishy-washy statement really that had come to light from the CEO as well, who had stated that they will be taking cognizance of this issue. Samiksha, but before we address that particular point, I believe Harsha is on the ground and she was able to confront the Air India staff officials as well. Let's play out that sequence once and then we'll go back to these updates that we're tracking for our viewers.
Regarding the entire incident, sir, what will you be asked? Are you the co-pilot? Sir, are you the co-pilot? Were you apprised of the matter? Did you? Or the crew member? Sir, what exactly? So, you guys did fulfill your duty. You didn't ensure the safety and comfort of the. Sir, you also vetoed this thing that she wanted to move to another seat. You did not allow her. Sir, anything you want to say? Are you the co-pilot or the crew member? Can you? Regarding the entire incident, sir, what will you be asked? Are you the co-pilot? Sir, are you the co-pilot? Were you apprised of the matter? Did you? Or the crew member? Sir, what exactly? So, you guys did fulfill your duty. You didn't ensure the safety and comfort of the. Sir, you also vetoed this thing that she wanted to move to another seat. You did not allow her. Sir, anything you want to say? Are you the co-pilot or the crew member? Can you have your...
And there you have it, viewers. The confrontation sequence that our colleague Harsha has been able to have with the Air India staff that is being called in for questioning. Their statements will be recorded as well. And of course, the investigation is continuing as far as Shankar Mishra is concerned, who has now been arrested after we see a relentless coverage by Republic TV, the impact that we see now where Shankar Mishra has now been arrested. But Samiksha, coming back to what we were speaking about as well, as far as the Air India officials are concerned and the statement that had come out yesterday as well, where they had stated that of course there seems to be some kind of a lapse and that there needs to be a swifter action taken and that the staff needs to be sensitized as far as these kind of incidents are concerned, that they need to report it to the authorities as well. But as of now, there is no absolute apology that has come to light from the Air India staff as far as this horrific incident is concerned. All the statements that have come out from Air India have been very wishy-washy. They have been trying to say that, of course, we will look into the matter, but there's no clear stand that has been taken. It is only after hours of Republic TV's coverage. It was only after Republic TV's hours of coverage that these pilots, co-pilots, crew members, in fact, are also being called in for questioning. Samiksha, and if you could take that question over to Suyesha, who's on the ground and right outside the court, I believe, where the accused will also be produced. Suyesha, if you could also speak to us. We are just playing out these images of a confrontation sequence done by our colleague Harsha of an Air India staff member. We will determine as to who this person really is. But this particular visual also tells us the demeanor of the Air India staff, isn't it, Suyesha? Because from the very beginning, They have completely washed their hands of this entire incident. They have said that they saw the accused and the victim coming to some kind of an agreement, which is why they did not look into it anymore, which is why they did not report it to the authorities as well. But is that really enough, Suesha? Can they really wash their hands off by saying this, that the victim who had been peed upon, who had been urinated upon, who had been assaulted, now they're saying that she seemed to be okay with the accused having done so?
Is the point, because who do you go to? You can only go to the airline staff. You can only go to the crew that is present on a flight like this. Who do you possibly go to when there are three parties in such a case that are involved, which is the victim, which is the unruly passenger who is obviously behaving in that manner with the victim, and then there is the mediator, that is the airline staff, that is the crew that is present on the flight, and they have to resolve the matter. It is their responsibility to not just resolve the matter, to not just comfort the victim, to not just provide the best possible help, but also to ensure that the matter is reported, also to ensure that such incidents cannot be allowed to let go like this, also for them to know that if they are trying to save the image of their airline, but they have to address what is important, which is reporting such matters, because in this particular case the DGCA had said that while such matters are immediately brought to our notice, and that is as per standard operating procedure of what the airline is supposed to follow, in this particular incident that had not been done. And this is exactly why the crew on that airline, I beg your pardon, or the crew on that flight, that is being questioned, because what did they do in the spur of the moment? How did they respond to it? The victim here was obviously, first she went through what she went through, and then when she complained, they said that they'll just give her a change of clothes and a change of shoes, and that's what they gave her. After that, she said that she can't sit on that seat, and then they offered her a seat of the crew, and this is when she's flying business class. I'm not saying that business and economy needs to be differentiated between like this, but point is that there is a reason you pay such a hefty amount. And how is the crew possibly behaving? The crew is supposed to ensure that they comfort the victim and they give the best possible help. The remaining 5 hours of the flight in the end is when the victim had to sit on the crew member's seat and travel back. And even before that, she was forced to go on to her seat where she said that I cannot go there. It is reeking of urine. I cannot sit there. And they said we have no option. She said, please change my seat. Please give me another spare seat. Do something about it because I cannot sit there. And they said, why we've put a cloth on it. So now you should be able to sit there. And then why didn't they come back and report the matter? Why did they try to broker a deal between the victim and Shankar Mishra in this case? Why did that happen? Why didn't they go about with the procedure as it should have been? So these are the very many questions. That is why the account of the crew is now being taken. That is why the pilot, the co-pilot, the crew members on the flight are being questioned. And because they were also told that we cannot possibly clean the carpet on the flight. Now, there is urine on it. We can't do anything about it. So, this is exactly why they are being questioned. Their account is being taken.
And that really shows us the kind of demeanor of Air India staff, isn't it, Suesha? That they're asking this older lady to go back and sit on a urine-drenched seat without taking cognizance of the issue, without really, reacting to the issue at all. And we see that they asked the victim to go back and sit in a drenched seat as well. But let me also bring in Harsha, who was confronting the Air India staff member on the way to the questioning as well. Harsha, first of all, if you could clarify for us as to the person that you were confronting, who was he and the kind of questioning that will be done of him as well. But also speak to us about the kind of 15,000 rupees, the kind of money that had exchanged hands. Was this hush money, or was this also an proof of guilt from the accused side as well? But first of all, also clarify for us as to who you were confronting, and then speak to us about this as well, Harsha.
Yes, Priyanka. So we have got to know that the man whom I was confronting is a crew member of Air India. He just entered from this gate of IGI police station, where he told his identity to the guard who is standing at the police station. This is the guard to whom he told his identity, that he is from Air India, and we got to know that he is the crew of Air India because there are two pilots, one pilot and one co-pilot, and 3 crew members. Total in 5 Air India. Total 5 Air India staff is called for interrogation today. The pilot and co-pilot along with 1 crew member has already reached. This was the 3rd crew member who has reached to the IGI police station. We are expecting that almost for 3 to 3.5 hours the interrogation will go on, because one-on-one everyone will be asked about the incident, what exactly happened and what they did as the part of their duty and job, what exactly they did and what was their exact job. Were they supposed to do that and they didn't do that? Why didn't they complain to the DGCA or the airport authority or their flight seniors or the senior officials of Air India? Why they didn't complain? Why did they cover up the entire incident? Why when the fellow victim lady was consistently saying that she doesn't want to sit near to the accused, then also why near to the crew seat? Why the accused was made sit by the crew member? These all will be the part of interrogation which the police official will ask with the entire crew member here. And Priyanka, second question which you have regarding the money, the exchange of money. So the amount 15,000 what accused has transferred to the victim lady, that was of the clothes and shoes and sari of victim lady, which were drenched in his urine, which were soaked in the accused urine, and her entire clothes got dirty. As a part of compensation, he transferred that 15,000 rupee via Paytm to the victim. But the same money was returned by the daughter of the victim on the very next day, stating that we don't want your money, keep your money with you. My mother is very traumatized. You have outraged the modesty of a woman. We are very angry. We will take this entire incident to the court of the law, and we will seek for justice. These were the lines which the daughter wrote on a message to accused Shankar Mishra. When they got the money was returned by the victim. This was the money which accused sent as a part of compromise. Not only this, he also delivered the dry clean clothes and he reimbursed all those things at the address of the victim. So this is what we are getting to know through the WhatsApp chat and through the statement of the accused lawyer Ishani Sharma, what she has stated in the statement. But Priyanka, all eyes today on this police station, because there's so much of movement over here, because accused will be taken to the Patiala House Court. DCP Ravi Singh is already inside. He is questioning the Air India crew and the staff member. All the Air India staff is already reached to the police station. So we're expecting that the story, that the theory, what exactly happened will neutrally come out in public from both the side, because victim has already told her side of the story via complaint copy. The accused will tell when the interrogation will happen, and the crew members are telling today's will narrate the entire incident to the police official today. So Priyanka, we must wait for the court hearing, because that is one thing which is very important. What the advocate Ishani Sharma from the side of the accused, what point she is going to keep, so that much of the police remand should not be taken by the police official, and what strong pointers police officials are going to keep in the hearing, in the proceedings, in the court, in Patiala House Court, so that they get the police custody of this accused Shankar Mishra at least for 3 to 4 days, because he was on the run, he fled away, he was continuously changing his location.
Harsha, because you're pointing out some very important details of this entire investigation, and as far as the accused is also concerned. But let me bring in Suesha once again. And Suesha, if you could speak to us about what really is expected in the courtroom, because we can expect some kind of facts to also come out from inside of the courtroom as far as legal arguments are concerned, and how the authorities will be appealing for the remand of the accused as well, because there is a lot of questions about Shankar Mishra, and he is in fact trying to weave a tale that there are no eyewitnesses of him actually urinating on this woman, and that is why they are in fact saying that this is an entire incident of hearsay. Can we expect that to be clarified in the courtroom today as far as legal arguments are concerned?
Okay, Priyanka and Samisha, firstly, I apologize. I'm not able to hear you very clearly, and for obvious reasons, because the network is usually fluctuating here outside the court premises. But just to exactly pick it up from what you're saying, because how will this matter now be looked at legally? And which is why we've had several lawyers talk to us since morning about this, to how strong is the case against Shankar Mishra. But one thing that certainly goes against him is the fact that he has tried to brush this matter off from day one. From the word go, when this incident happened, he tried to put it under the carpet. He tried to broker a deal with the victim, and such a matter of disgrace that you send somebody 15,000 rupees and think that the matter is over. That is exactly what the victim's anger is stemming from. Why aren't you remorseful? It is not about the money. It is about repenting for what you've done. It is about saying that you cannot do this. You cannot behave like this with anyone. Tanisha is also with me, and this is why we are getting you details from here, because close to 1 p.m., which is about in 45 minutes from now, is when he is to be brought to the court. Now, we are standing outside gate number 4, and I believe he'll be brought from the back gate, from where he'll be taken inside. And he's being questioned from last night by the police. Important now to the arguments that are made on behalf of the lawyer representing the cops, and of course what Shankar Mishra's lawyers say, because they put out a statement. They said that the matter was quite settled between the victim and Shankar Mishra, which is why there was no need to bring it forward. So how will these arguments stand? What's really expected? And close to 1 p.m. from the back gate where he'll be brought.
Well, right, Suesha. I want to inform all our viewers that today is going to be a very, very crucial day, because remember, there are different versions, Suesha, that's coming out. Because when we confronted the lawyer of this accused, he and she, they're two lawyers. Now, they went on to defend this accused, saying that there was no eyewitness in the case, saying that there was no crew who saw this, and saying that, it's just one part of the story that the media is showing.
And Tanisha, this is exactly what his father has also been saying. That of course the victim may want more, and which is why this matter has been escalated to this level. Priyanka and Samiksha.
Well, that's right, Suesha. Not just that, he has in fact been calling a grown-up man as a kid, and he has been saying that he's a nice kid, wo bacha acha hai. These are the kind of statements that we see from the family members and the father as well. Of course, he is also being summoned by the authorities, and we will have to wait and watch as to how that really pans out for the accused as well. But as of now, I also want to welcome all our guests on the panel. I have Sumitra Goenka, a policy and political analyst, who's joining me right now, Rami Desai, and Rajalakshmi Joshi as well, who continues to be with us. Sumitra Goenka, if I could speak to you first about the kind of changes that we have now seen in the DGCA guidelines, because of the kind of coverage that we have also been keeping ahead of our viewers for. But speak to us a little bit about what really needs to be done as far as the changes that are concerned of the Air India staff, of how they dealt with this entire situation, of how they needed to be sensitized as well. So much to the point that they saw this woman being urinated upon, and they thought that, okay, there is a compromise that has been worked out between the victim and the accused, and they did not report the entire incident at all.
First of all, I want to point out here that Tata Group currently owns many fleets and many flights companies in India. So one of the monopolistic, they are one of the monopolistic corporates now, which, owns several flights. Like there are other brands also which they are owning, or they are having tie-up with other international brands also. So this is not only about one airline which we are talking about the conduct of the entire group here. The question has to be raised about why did the Tata Group not follow the standard operating procedures? Why were the business conduct guidelines flouted? Why the crew, the commander, airport security, everything has to be questioned here. Like, why did they not perform their duties? These are some of the important questions which needs to be asked, because whenever there is any incident like this or any other unruly incident here in the flight, then the commander has to be informed. The crew has to immediately take action. And then the commander also needs to inform the ATC that there has been some kind of an disturbing incident inside the flight. So was this protocol followed? If this protocol was not followed, then why it was not followed? And if this protocol was followed, then what action did the ATC and the ground staff take? Why this person was not detained? immediately after the flight landed. And there are also provisions whereby sometimes the flight can be rerouted to some other nearest location, because this is a long flight. It's not a matter of 2 hours. It's a New York to India flight, which takes, I think, more than 12 to 13 hours. So in this, why was necessary action not taken? So the Tata Group's conduct here is very, very suspicious, very, very discouraging, disappointing. And we have not seen any senior person from Tata's who have taken any action. Why were the crew not grounded? Why was the crew allowed to operate? Why was the flight also not grounded? In fact, there must be provisions under the DGCA where investigations have to happen after this entire incident gets reported. So these are serious lapses which we are seeing from a reputed group like Tata's, which is not expected, which they always talk about high morality, high standards. But what we are finding here is a complete dereliction of duty by the entire Tata Group, and they need to come clean on this. So my question, more than the conduct of this person is definitely showing criminal behavior by even escaping after the entire thing. He tried to rush it under the carpet by paying 15,000. I mean, it's not the money which matters here, it's your conduct. The family, the statement of the family also is like, it's a small child who has done something wrong. I don't think all these things are going to matter, but the investigation has to be proper as to why did Tata Group not take proper action, and this is not then only about Air India, because standard operating procedures will be followed by the entire Tata Group for all the flights and all the companies that they are operating. So I think that DGCA and Ministry of Civil Aviation has
Sumitra,
to
I want to take
think
this
about
point to Raj Lakshmi. Sumitra, I want to take this exact point to Raj Lakshmi, like you mentioned, because Raj Lakshmi, we've seen the anger on social media. Everyone was irritated because this could happen to anyone. This could happen to you or me or Tanisha or your mother or my mother or anyone. And this is not acceptable. And the delay that angered people the most, that the matter happened on 26th November. Why wasn't it acted upon immediately? Why wasn't due procedure followed? But certainly one thing for sure, Raj Lakshmi, how the Shankar Mishra in this case tried to brush off the matter under the carpet, how he thought that paying 15,000 rupees to the victim will just settle everything and he can move on with his life and nothing will get affected, and then he can take his next flight and go wherever. This certainly could go against him, because this is what the family is saying now also. His father is saying that the victim is only after money and probably she wants to demand more, and he's calling this blackmail. There is clearly no remorse, no regret of what he's done.
Yes, absolutely. That is disgusting. And after hearing what his father spoke, we could see why, why certain men behave the way they do. Because, there is this thing at the back of their minds that, they can get away with it because their father will take care of whatever comes through. But, now what I feel is that now this issue is, I'm thankful to Republic for taking this up so dedicatedly, and this person has been arrested now. But I feel that the issue is not just limited to Mr. Shankar Mishra. It is not limited to that lady in question, but it is a much larger question at hand, that what exactly is going to be the conduct of the airlines, what is going to be the conduct of the DGCA, what are they going to be doing to ensure that such incidents don't happen? Because this is not just something that has happened once. Just a few days later, another incident happened on another Air India's flight from Paris to New Delhi. So that is such a concerning thing that it only means that such incidents are not taken up very seriously by the airline's crew, and even DGCA was not even told about it. So this is something that actually this case should set a precedent to the rest of the airlines also, and to whoever might be traveling whether it may be in economy or whether it may be in business class, they should feel safe and they should know that the crew is going to absolutely take good care of them, especially on long flights. And when it comes to senior citizens, we can understand what kind of discomfort they may go through. So, this lady has faced a lot of problems at all stages here, starting with the man urinating on her. So just imagine the trauma she might have had to go through, and then even later, even after after the plane had landed, she was actually hoping that she would be able to be given the wheelchair and she would be able to get through the customs and everything smoothly and quickly. But then even that did not happen. So it only shows the lack of apathy. This is it shows the lack of sensitivity among the airlines, and how they just took everything for granted. They were trying to broker a deal and they were trying to brush everything under the carpet. So it only shows that either they're not trained for such incidents, or they're not following the guidelines. And does somebody need to be told that if somebody is urinated on, then this is what you need to be doing? And a senior person is offered the crew seat when she has paid so much to be sitting in the business class. So this is something totally unacceptable. But this is not just about Mr. Shankar Mishra. He has lost his job now, and he will definitely face the courts, and he will face the procedure of law. But then I hope that even the airlines is told, they're giving some guidelines about how much alcohol is served also on the flights, so that you don't have such unruly passengers who don't even understand where the toilet is and what they're doing. So this is a safety concern for all passengers. It's not just about that one particular lady. He cannot be just left off the hook.
Oh yes. And even as we talk about all this, Rajlakshmi, we are putting out breaking details that we are just receiving at this point. We continue to put out the latest that we are learning for our viewers. Shankar Mishra, we understand, had been arrested in the wee hours of the morning from RMV Extension's second stage. This happened in the Whitefield area of Bengaluru, and the neighbors and residents had no idea all these days that Shankar Mishra was present in that apartment. Details coming in of how the flat that Shankar Mishra was staying in belonged to the owner of Ramki Utsav Apartments. So they were the Ramki Utsav Apartments. A short while ago, Prajwal had also shown us pictures from there. That is where Shankar Mishra was staying. And now details coming in of how he had secluded himself in that apartment that was actually of the owner. It belonged to the owner of Ramki Utsav Apartments. He may have known him in the past, and which is why he took that favor when he understood that he was cornered from everywhere. And we are also getting details of how he was arrested in the wee hours of the morning. Prajwal, if I can come to you on this, you showed us pictures from outside Ramki Utsav Apartments, and now we are learning that this happened in the wee hours of the morning. Give us further details.
Absolutely. Now we are getting more details about this particular arrest which was made in the wee hours of the morning, and it is now being learnt that a few of the neighbors have already spoken on the condition of anonymity, stating that this particular apartment, the flat that Mishra was staying in belonged to the owner of Ramki Apartments itself, and he's gone on to clarify this as well. But also the residents as well as the neighbors of Shankar Mishra are now going on to question about their own safety as well, because what is very important that they need to understand is that nobody, not even the residents, neither the watchmen or anybody, has any sort of record of Shankar Mishra exiting or entering the apartment and where he was for all these days, because the information that was gathered stated that he had moved around Bengaluru, and lastly he was seen with his skin as well, and he had remained, largely he had remained undercover over here in the apartment too. So this is some questions which is being raised by the residents of the apartments as well, because this is definitely quite shocking that a person has come in, entered the apartment undetected. There are CCTV cameras, there is security also over here, but there has been no sort of detection too. So at when did he go on to enter this particular apartment is something which is now being questioned by the residents as well. But they definitely seem to be quite angry with the fact that he has gone on to enter here, and the flat that he was staying over here belonged to the owner now, and they're also going on to question the realtor in this regard.
Oh yes, absolutely, Prajwal. And fact is, how long could that man be on the run? He has finally been caught, and how the Delhi police has acted out on all this, how they distributed themselves into multiple teams, one in Mumbai, one in Bengaluru, also in Delhi, keeping a very close eye on details of how he may have been tracked down because of his social media, because he was in touch with some people on social media, and that may have helped the Delhi police. Also, a lot of callers reaching out to Republic at this point, that has been leading the story from the front, that highlighted all these details from the word go ever since this complaint had been put out. And Sunil Kapoor is now calling us from Mumbai. Sunil, please speak to us. What do you want to share? All right, not too sure if Sunil can hear me. We'll try and reconnect that line with Sunil again. That was Sunil Kapoor calling us from Maharashtra. This even as our guests continue to stay with us. Rami, if I can quickly take an answer from you, because this man really thought that with his connections, with his money power, he could really get this matter under the carpet, and he was trying his level best that that 15,000 rupees that he transferred into the account of the victim would just finish everything off, and he would get on with his life like it was. But it has been the complete opposite of what has happened with him. He's been terminated from his job. The police has now arrested him, and he will soon be produced in court. And this is putting out a larger message to the entire country, to every passenger on board, that this sort of unruly behavior is not acceptable. Rami, I quickly want to speak to Prajwal before I come to you, because Prajwal, Bengaluru is one of the vantage points. His office was there. Wells Fargo, of course, had terminated the man and put out a statement to that effect. But he fled from Mumbai, tried to take shield in Bengaluru, because he thought that the police would not be able to catch him there. Used his connection, spoke to the owner of Ramki Apartments, and then was lodged there for how many days, and how was he keeping himself secluded? All right, Prajwal, we are also getting details of the complaint by the eyewitness. Republic has been able to access a copy, and we'll try and put that out immediately on our screens, where it is highlighting the insensitivity of the crew members and the poor judgment by the staff of Air India, especially the captain. The captain is being blamed in all of this by the eyewitness, saying that when there were vacant seats, why did the captain wait for 2 hours to allocate a seat? A complaint that has been filed by the eyewitness in this entire case, and this is once again exposing the airline of how they just did not take this entire incident seriously. Not only did they try and broker a deal between the victim and Shankar Mishra, not only they pressed the victim into a situation where she was brought face to face with Shankar Mishra, but the very fact that they could have resorted to other measures to be able to comfort the victim, to be able to help her, but they did not do that. An eyewitness filing a complaint saying that there was a vacant seat. Prajwal, I want to come to you on this. And this is once again very, very shocking on the part of Air India, where there is still no apology, just a 30-day ban that was imposed on the man. How they tried to broker a deal between the victim and Shankar Mishra, and the fact that they had a spare seat, but that victim was not given that spare seat. And this is what the eyewitness is saying: very insensitive behavior on the part of the crew staff, and the pilot is to be blamed. The captain is to be blamed, I beg your pardon.
Absolutely. This is definitely quite insensitive on the part of the crew of Air India, because usually when these people go on to misbehave, they're usually transferred to the rear of the plane, and they're usually isolated as well. So these are the common and normal protocols which usually are put in place. But shockingly, Air India has not even gone to do that, and they have in fact made sure that the creep was there itself, and this is definitely quite shocking. And apart from that, there has been no sort of action, and also 30 days ban seems to be quite light. And also Air India had the audacity to go on and leak the number of the victim to the accused, so that they could go on and broker out a deal between them. But thankfully, the victim's daughter came in. She came in, made sure that there would be nothing of that sort, and whatever money was given by Shankar Mishra was written back as well. It was a sum of 15,000 rupees too. And when Republic had gone on to access these chats, and when Harsha also pointed this out, the airlines should not be leaking any sort of personal details of the passenger, and this should be condemned as well. So what sort of action will be taken against Air India will also have to be seen in this regard, and will there be new protocols that will be coming in? That has to be seen now, and at this point of time we will have to wait for their official reaction too, because so far there have been only press statements that has been issued by them, but there has been no sort of presser that has been called by them, and there is no sort of regret from Air India too. So we will have to wait and watch out for their reactions too in this particular case.
Absolutely, Prajwal. And I quickly want to bring in our guests who are joining us on the broadcast at this point. Dr. Zeenat Shaukat Ali with us from Mumbai, and also Mrunali Deshmukh, who's a lawyer. Both of them, thank you for speaking to us here on Republic. Zeenat, I want to come to you first, because I'm absolutely shocked. This is once again highlighting the poor judgment on the part of the crew members. I mean, keep a seat vacant for what? When you have a spare seat available which can help the victim, she's saying that the seat is reeking of urine. I can't go and sit there. It is soiled. What were they keeping a seat vacant for? Why didn't they help her? And what was their focus throughout? To just ensure that the matter is brushed away? To have the victim sit in front of that man? To help that man? What were they ensuring here?
I think the whole incident is quite shocking, indignifying for women, and nauseating. And to consider that the crew, when there was a vacant seat, they have taken the matter, it just goes to show that they have taken the matter extremely lightly. And, they felt, I guess, that they could cover things up and, let matters pass. Now, that is not the way things function. First of all, the gentleman here must understand that he's bringing a bad name to the country besides anything else. You see, after all, he is known as an Indian. And for somebody to behave like this, he has to understand that there are limits that can be drawn, and what he has done is crossed the line. By outraging the modesty of a woman and then trying to negotiate a deal of 15,000 rupees or whatever to say that, that this matter would be covered up. I think the whole incident really is extremely unacceptable, absolutely and totally unacceptable. And, it just shows that women, this is the way you think about women, and this is the way you treat women. So this is not good. This is not acceptable. I am with, with all regrets to his family, with all regrets to his family, I still say that, this man, what he has done cannot be overlooked. And, I'm glad that he is arrested, and the airline itself, as you have very clearly mentioned, has not followed the protocols trying to broker a deal. This is not done. It's not a done thing. So I think, that new protocols must be drawn up, new tight lines have to be drawn, where passengers, especially women passengers, a senior citizen, you have to know that you cannot treat people shabbily. This is the complete shabby, irresponsible and indignifying treatment that has been meted out. I'm very sorry to say.
Absolutely, absolutely, Zeenat. And let's quickly go to my colleague Samiksha Mrinalini before I come to you, because Samiksha has a copy of that complaint letter that Republic has been able to access. Samiksha, the eyewitness putting out the entire incident. What happened bit by bit, exposing the airline crew, exposing the captain of their poor judgment and not helping the victim.
অনুগ্রহ করে লাইনে থাকুন।
आप थोड़ा इधर हो जाओ, गाड़ी निकाल
Samiksha, if you can hear me, put out for us the details of what the eyewitness has said of the entire incident on this flight, the kind of treatment that was leveled against this victim, and how the airline staff were very, very poor in their judgment. They could have tried to give her a spare seat, but they did not. Samiksha will be showing us that letter very, very shortly. But remember, this again is a lapse on the part of the crew of Air India that has been crying foul until now. And we understand the version of the crew members through our sources, saying that what more could we have done? We tried to clean the seat, we put a fresh cloth, we gave her our seat, but there wasn't more that we could do at that point. This claim that has been completely busted through this letter that has come in from an eyewitness who has now spoken, an eyewitness who has filed a complaint, and clearly stating in that letter that it is poor judgment on the part of the crew members. They could have helped the victim much better. There was a spare seat that could have been given to her, but the victim was forced to sit on the seat of the crew member. Remember, soon after this incident happened, the crew member first gave her a change of clothes. A change of clothes, they said, and she went to the washroom and she changed up. After that, for 20 minutes, she was urging the crew members that please give me another seat. I cannot go and sit there. After 20 minutes of her constantly going after them, they gave her the seat of a crew member. Then again, she sat there for 2 hours. After 2 hours, she was told that please go and sit back on your seat because we put a fresh cloth there. She said, I cannot go and sit there. It's reeking of urine. How do you possibly expect me to sit there? Then for the remaining 5 hours of the flight, she sat on the seat of the crew member. But Samiksha, this claim of what the crew members have been saying, what more could we have done? They could have done more by giving her a spare seat, but they chose not to. And this is exactly what the eyewitness is saying. All right, we are trying to get in touch with Samiksha so that she can show us a copy of that letter. Prajwal, I want to bring the same point to you because this is something that will go against the airline staff. And while our reporters are quickly joining us, Zeenat, doesn't this shock you all the more? I mean, isn't it appalling on the part of the Air India crew? And they have been behaving as if they could not have done much when all they had to do was give her a spare seat. But it was really the intention that should have been right from the word go. The intention of helping out the victim, the intention of reporting the matter, the intention of really dealing with this as per procedure, which they did not. Their very intent from the start is now looking like they just wanted to get away with it.
I think you're quite right. You see, there's a certain kind of brazenness that, you can get away with anything, and this is the only way that you treat a passenger who's, whatever class the passenger travels. I don't think that is the question. It's how you treat the passenger with respect and show some kind of empathy and sympathy to what has happened. And especially when there are ladies involved and there's this woman involved in it, and she's a senior citizen, they should have shown much more consideration and much more compassion and been much less, been much less brazen. There are, of course, going to be now, as we see, legal ramifications.
Absolutely. And Zeenat, before wasting even a single minute any further, Zeenat, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but I've been receiving the statement of the Air India CEO and Managing Director, Campbell Wilson, who who's now put out a statement. Let's quickly read that out for our viewers. The statement that reads, and I quote, Air India is deeply concerned about the in-flight instances where customers have suffered due to the condemnable acts of their co-passengers on our aircraft. We regret and are pained about these experiences. Air India acknowledges that it could have handled these matters better, both in air and on the ground, and is committed to taking action. In the instance of the incident on board of what happened, 4 cabin crew and 1 pilot have been issued show cause notices and derostered pending investigation. Internal investigations into whether there were lapses on the part of the staff and other ongoing aspects, including the service of alcohol on flight, incident handling, complaint registration on board, and grievance handling. As a responsible airline brand, we have initiated the following steps with a view to materially strengthen and improve how such incidents would be addressed in the future. Commencing a comprehensive education program to strengthen our crew's awareness, review of airline policy on service of alcohol in flight, review the meeting frequency of DGCA prescribed internal committee tasked with assessing these incidents to improve the robustness of its legacy incident reporting processes. In addition to this state-of-the-art software to really deal with such matters, Air India continues to provide support to the affected passengers, and also saying that in this particular case they had commenced a refund of the ticket on the 2nd of December with the receipt of funds to the victim's family, initiated the DGCA prescribed internal committee, and also convened 4 meetings between senior airline staff, the victim and her family on the 20th of December, 21st, 26th, 30th, and discuss actions that need to be taken. My point again to you is, how was there such a delay, Zeenat? And that is something that Air India cannot get away with.
There has been a certain amount of lapse and a certain amount of carelessness over here.
And Zeenat, also let's quickly tell our viewers, we have the pictures of Shankar Mishra's car. Shankar Mishra's car, where these are the first pictures. Republic was the only channel to have reached out to him first. We chased this story from the very time this complaint letter was out, and at a time when nobody wanted to go after this. Everybody was trying to just put it out in a small way. Republic launched a campaign, a relentless campaign that has resulted in this impact. The man has been exposed, the man has been caught, the man will soon be brought to the Patiala court. And we also understand that 4 cabin crew and 1 pilot have been issued show cause notices, and they have been derostered pending investigation. So this is the action that has been taken by Air India. Air India now putting forth what they have done on this incident. So they've said that they've refunded the entire money of the fare that was paid by the victim, and they are also saying that 4 cabin crew and 1 pilot have been issued show cause notices. But most importantly, such incidents need to be averted in the future, and for that Air India is saying that they are mulling to review their alcohol serving on flight policy. That is what they are now mulling. This is a huge policy change if brought about, a Republic impact that has led Air India to now reach this stage where Samiksha, they are saying that they are mulling to review their alcohol serving on flight policy. Samiksha, please put out for us that document that Campbell Wilson has released, the statement from Air India, the action being taken against their crew members, and what Air India is doing to repair this entire incident on its part.
To talk about what Air India is doing, it is clear that the damage has already been done. Of course, now statement that has now come in from the CEO and Managing Director of Air India. Just to read out the excerpts from that statement that has been issued by Air India, where they've stated that they've acted against the pilot as well as the...
पूछेगा मतलब कौन बोल रहा है, सामने देख के बोलिए बस ठीक
भाई आराम से कर लो यार, पहले ही बोला था तसल्ली से कर लो आराम से करें। सर, जो आरोपी है एयर इंडिया फ्लाइट वाला, पूरा क्या मामला था और किस तरीके से आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया?
हाँ, जैसे कि मामला अभी पीछे नोटिस में आया था कि एक पैसेंजर ने को पैसेंजर के ऊपर टॉयलेट कर दिया था, तो इस पे जो हमें कंप्लेंट मिली थी उसके बेसिस पे FIR हमने 4 जनवरी को की और इसके बाद तलाश जारी थी। तो कल हमने इनको जो एक्यूज़ड हैं इसको बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है और आज इनको लेके आ गए हैं यहाँ पे। तो फर्दर पूछताछ अभी जारी है इसमें।
और लोगों को भी बुलाया है क्या?
हाँ, कुछ क्रू मेंबर्स जो थे उसमें और बाकी फेलो पैसेंजर्स जो हैं उनको भी इसमें बुलाया गया।
सर बेंगलोर में कहाँ से गिरफ्तार किया, कहाँ छुपा था ये?
कहाँ छुप रहा था?
देखिए, इसमें कुछ लोकल इनपुट्स थे और लोकल पुलिस ने भी मदद की और जो पैटर्न निकला उसमें कि कुछ जगहों पे शायद पहले भी रुका हुआ है, तो जो इनपुट्स थे उसके बेसिस पे छापेमारी करते दौरान ये पकड़ा गया।
सर अरेस्टिंग गेस्ट हाउस से किया, अपार्टमेंट से किया, एग्जैक्टली कहाँ से?
ये एक होम स्टे में रुका हुआ था जो PS संजय नगर है वहाँ पे बेंगलोर में, उसके जुरिडिक्शन में आता है, तो वहाँ से अरेस्ट किया।
किन धाराओं में मुकदमा दर्ज है?
लगाई गई है?
धारा इसमें 354, 294 और 509, 510 IPC और 23 एयरक्राफ्ट रूल लगा हुआ है।
सर विक्टिम से कोई बात हुई है? शुरुआत में जो उसने पूछताछ में आरोपी ने क्या बताया कि हुआ क्या था जब इससे आपने शुरुआत की?
अभी पूछताछ जारी है इसमें।
सर विक्टिम से कोई बात हुई आप लोगों से?
अभी पूछताछ जारी है।
अश्विनी भाई
से बात हो पाई? इज शी कोऑपरेटिंग इन पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन?
अभी वो थोड़ी सी उनकी तबीयत खराब है तो डिटेल में बात नहीं हो पाई है उनसे।
और नहीं है वहाँ पर अब माइक?
अभी जैसे ही बयान पूरे हो जाते हैं अभी हम लोग थोड़ी देर में ले जाएंगे।
लेडी से कब बात होगी आपकी? क्या आप कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जब होगा तो बताएंगे।
कितने को
पैसेंजर्स अभी 3 आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, तो अभी क्योंकि वो भी आउटसाइड दिल्ली हैं तो जब उनकी कन्वीनियंस के हिसाब से जब आप आएंगे तब।
ठीक है सर, करेंगे। अच्छा अपना एक मिनट में टीटी करना सर। आओ अश्विनी भाई आओ। एक छोटा यार ऐसा
धूप में चल रहे हैं।
हाँ सर थोड़ी मत करो।
कर ले दीजिए, सबको देंगे सर आराम से।
कोर्ट का पंगा नहीं पालेंगे। कोर्ट में ना विजुअल करने में ना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
That was the word coming in from the police, putting out details of the arrest of Shankar Mishra, what time it happened, when it happened, how they finally traced him, and how they went about finding the man. Remember, he had been absconding ever since the news broke. He knew that the police was looking for him. He had been changing his locations to evade arrest, I beg your pardon, because he knew that he could be caught at any point. But the police now putting out details of how they arrested him, how they got him back to Delhi. And remember, shortly from now, he will be brought to the Patiala House Court, where the matter will be heard. And what really happened with Shankar Mishra is something we will only know in due course of time. Our guests who continue to stay with us, my colleagues Samiksha and Prajwal, also with us. I'm not too sure if I can go to Samiksha at this point to get details from you, Samiksha, of the statement put out by Campbell Wilson, because this is important, Samiksha. Air India is now, after this case, going to be reviewing its alcohol policy. They are mulling that decision. And most importantly, while taking action in this particular incident, they are saying that the pilot and four crew members have been de-rostered until further investigation, and they are being questioned as to why they did this.
Well, absolutely, Suyesha. As clear as it gets, Air India definitely cannot wash its hands off after not issuing a statement for so many days now. It's been finally forced to act.
शंकर मिश्रा है, इनको हम लोगों ने बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है और जो मामला था जैसे को पैसेंजर पे यूरिनेट करने का था, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने 3 दिन से इस पे तलाश जारी थी। 2 टीमें हमारी, एक मुंबई और एक बेंगलोर में लगी हुई थी। तो अब जो है इनको कल रात को अरेस्ट किया गया है और लेकर दिल्ली वापस लेके आए हैं इन्हें आज।
सर एक और बार, दिल्ली पुलिस की 2 टीम थी, एक मुंबई में और एक बैंगलोर में। सर बैंगलोर में बताया जा रहा है विक्टिम भी है। सर आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से बात करने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि 28 दिसंबर को जब मामला दर्ज हुआ था उसके बाद फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से ही किया था।
उनसे बातचीत जारी है, बट वो जो उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी जो है ख़राब है, तो इसके लिए उनको अभी शी हैज़ डिमांडेड प्राइवेसी एट दिस मोमेंट, तो अभी उसमें चल रहा है, उससे बातचीत जो है एक बार जब उनकी तबीयत ठीक हो जाती है तो उनसे फिर कांटेक्ट करेंगे।
सर, एयर इंडिया के कितने क्रू मेंबर को अब तक इंटरोगेट कर लिया गया है, कितनों को आज बुलाया गया है, और जो को पैसेंजर्स हैं उसको लेके बता दीजिएगा।
हमने 3 को पैसेंजर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जो इसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं, तो उनको हम लोग बुला रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा हमारे जो क्रू है टोटल 4 लोग अब तक कर चुके हैं इंटेरोगेट। इसके अलावा 5 लोगों को हमने और बुलाया हुआ है जो इसमें क्रू में पार्ट थे इस इंसिडेंट के दौरान।
So this is Airport DCP Ravi Kumar Singh was clearly stated that 3 co-passengers have been identified by Airport Police, and those 3 co-passengers will be called. Until now, 4 Air India crew have already been interrogated and 5 have been called today for interrogation. The accused was nabbed from Bangalore. There were 2 teams of Delhi Police. They later in the late in the night, they have nabbed the accused, and today he will be produced in the court. Yes, back to you.
So that's the word coming in from the DCP. Samiksha, if I can quickly bring this to you, because the DCP also saying that Shankar Mishra is not well. He's saying that the interrogation is on, he is not keeping well. 3 co-passengers who have been identified, and he was arrested from Bengaluru. Really trying to wonder if he is also now not cooperating with the investigation. Samiksha, this is of course clarity that only sources in the police would be able to give us. But is the man attempting to get away even now? Is he trying to derail the investigation by claiming that his health is not in the best state? Samiksha, this is important because Air India certainly has acted, and the complaint letter by the eyewitness is very crucial here, putting out details of the poor judgment of the captain. Samiksha, put all this in perspective for us.
Suyesha, that is one angle of it, the arguments that will be put forward by the accused lawyer in the court. He will be produced in a while from now before the court at the Patiala House Court. But let me take you through the excerpts. The letter, the statement that we've accessed, the statement that has been put out by Campbell Wilson, the CEO and Managing Director of Air India, where they've said that how they've acted and that it is deeply concerned about the in-flight instances when customers have suffered due to condemnable acts of their co-passengers on our aircraft. Now, important to highlight here that there's been no apology as of yet by the airlines to the victim in this case. We regret and are pained about these experiences. Air India acknowledges that it could have handled these matters better, both in the air and on the ground, and is committed to taking action. So it's only now that Air India says that it is acknowledging that they could have handled the situation better. Not just this, they've also gone on to mention the kind of action they've taken so far, saying that commencing a comprehensive education program to strengthen crews' awareness and compliance with the policies, review of the airline policy on service of alcohol in flight. So now they are also mulling the changes with regard to serving of alcohol in the flight. Not just this, they've also gone on to mention that the review to review the metering frequency of the DGCA prescribed internal committee tasked with assessing incidents so that cases are assessed and decisions are reached in a more timely manner. So clearly now what can be seen is that they have taken cognizance of the matter, but it is quite late, Suyesha, given what we've seen, the repercussions we've seen, of course. They've also gone on to mention that to improve the robustness of its legacy incident reporting processes, which are presently paper-based and manual, Air India has signed a letter of intent in December 2022 to acquire a license for the market-leading provider of incident management software. In relation to this particular incident, Air India has said that Air India continues to provide support to the affected passengers and ensure their well-being. In this case, the questions being raised as to what has essentially Air India done to safeguard the interests of the passenger who suffered in this particular flight. In this respect, Air India would like to highlight the ongoing assistance it has been providing to the affected passenger. So here they've mentioned the kind of assistance they've actually provided, going on to mention that acknowledged receipt and commenced engaging in correspondence with the affected passenger's family. On 30th of November, commenced a refund of the ticket on 2nd of December with receipt of funds acknowledged by the victim's family on 16th of December. Not just this, they've also gone on to mention that how after the DGCA prescribed internal committee tasked with assessing incidents and which of course comprises of retired judge, a representative from passenger Officers Association and a representative from another Indian commercial airline on 10th of December itself. So it seems quite late, the kind of action we've seen. But yes, Suyesha, important to note here that till now there's no apology that has come in from the airlines.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I must say, Samiksha, that in 2023, this is certainly the biggest victory for a public campaign that Republic has led from the front. It is a huge impact and so many changes that we see on the ground, especially when we see how the airline is now reacting. The Air India crew, the pilot who have been de-rostered, alcohol service policy that will now be reviewed by Air India, DGCA issuing a national advisory and airlines have been asked to follow those guidelines. And the man in question, Shankar Mishra, has been arrested. Republic led this story from the front. We ensured that the man cannot be allowed to go scot-free like this. We went after every possible stakeholder on this story and we questioned those who needed to be accountable as to why the delay was seen, especially on the part of the airline. The biggest public campaign that has now turned victorious, and I want to come to you, Harsha, to understand what the police is now saying to you, because we also understand that they are saying that Shankar Mishra is claiming that he's unwell. Will this have any impact on the ongoing investigation or the developments in the court?
Suyesha, let me correct you. DCP Ravi Kumar Singh, the airport DCP, has clearly stated not Shankar Mishra but the victim who is in Bangalore right now. She is unwell, so DCP or the police team who were in Bangalore, they couldn't question the victim. They only called her and she stated that right now she is not well. When she will be in a condition, then she will speak. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned for a short break. After short break, we'll be coming back to get you more information about the accused Shankar Mishra. Stay tuned with us. Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए। निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
Harsha, staying tuned to Republic, continuously tracking all the updates coming in as far as the Air India P-Gate scandal is concerned. Latest, remember, coming in that Shankar Mishra has finally been arrested. He was arrested by the Delhi police from Bengaluru. In fact, latest update also coming in that in just a while from now, he will be produced before the Patiala House Court. So he was arrested from Bengaluru early this morning and in fact, the flat that Shankar Mishra stayed belongs to the owner of Ramki Utsav Apartments. Those are some of the details that are just coming in. In fact, we've also been getting you that statement that has been issued by the airlines. So the response coming in from the airlines itself. Air India having issued a statement where they say that they will be mulling, in fact, they are mulling a review of their alcohol being served in the flights. So that's the latest update coming in. Shankar Mishra, who's finally been arrested from Bengaluru. Latest also coming in that the Air India crew is currently being interrogated at the Delhi police station. So continuously tracking all those updates that are coming in. The airlines has been asked to follow guidelines. Remember, the DGCA has issued national advisory as well. Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, if you could give us more details. In fact, take us through that statement that has been issued by the Air India where they've acknowledged that there were lapses and that the situation could have been handled better by the airlines.
Exactly, Samiksha, now we are gathering to know that the Air India has also taken action against their crew members. Till now, the 4 crew members and 1 pilot have been issued show cause notices by the Air India because we have seen the letter which the Campbell Wilson, the CEO CMD of Air India, has sent, where he has clearly stated that they have been derostered from their pending registry as well. So till now, this action has been taken. If we talk about the interrogation, day before yesterday, 4 crew members were interrogated by IU of this entire case in the IJ police station from where I am reporting right now. And today, the 5 of the staff members have been called, which includes 1 co-pilot, 1 pilot, and 3 crew members who are right now inside the IJ police station, who are being interrogated right now regarding this entire incident. So, Samiksha, we can say that the action certainly which Air India has taken right now is something we are seeing after so much pressure from the DGC and Civil Aviation Ministry. But what continuously we were talking about the public apology. Air India has yet not publicly apologized either to the victim or regarding this entire incident, that their crew member, their pilot, their senior attendants were negligent for this entire incident. They didn't ensure the safety and comfort, and they outraged the accused outraged the modesty of the victim, and they didn't do anything at that point of time. So their responsibility and duty is questionable, regarding which Air India has issued show cause notices to them, but till now Air India has not issued public apology. And right now the interrogation inside IJI police station is going on. I would like to show you the visuals also, as the police officials are here right now. Anytime soon we are expecting that accused Shankar Mishra will be taken from this police station directly for the medical, and then will be produced in the court. So these are the visuals, and inside only is the accused Shankar Mishra. So we can say that today is very important, as today finally the remand police will take from the court of the accused Shankar Mishra. He will be produced in the court in some while. Firstly, he will be taken from here for the medical, and then to the Patiala House Court where he will produce. So these are the information latest what we are gathering. We are also known to understand that there are 3 co-passengers whom police have identified. Police have their number. Right now they are not in national capital. They are out of the country, and according to their convenience, police will interrogate and police will seek questions to them and answers to them exactly what happened. They are like the eyewitness to this entire incident. So according to their convenience, police will ask them the questions. But till now we are gathering to know that today at around 1 p.m. police will produce accused Shankar Mishra in the Patiala House Court. Samiksha, back to you.
Yes, Harsha, stay with us. We have a caller also joining in. We have Ishwar Rao joining us from Visakhapatnam. Your first response, it has been an extensive campaign by Republic to force the Air India Airlines to take action against the accused, as well as accept that there were lapses on its part. What sort of an action do you anticipate when we talk about this particular incident in which the accused allegedly urinated on the co-passenger? Ishwar Rao, if you can hear us? Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, please share your thoughts with us.
Please, yes. Hello?
Yes,
Please?
we can hear you. If we can know what sort of an action do you anticipate against the accused in this case, which has of course sent ripples across the country?
Yes. He is arrested, okay. He should be punished. Minimum 2 years imprisonment must be given to him for this heinous crime he has committed on the flight. This is a crime on humanity, first of all. He has no respect for women. He must be punished. Just because of Republic, he has been brought to the books and he has been arrested. I congratulate Republic TV on this. I'm happy. I'm very happy that Republic TV continuously followed up the case even after 2 months, and something is happening now on the ground. Even air flights, India is taking action on the pilot and crew members. They have been de-rostered. I'm very happy. I'm very happy on this. This is because of Republic and only Republic that he has been arrested. Otherwise, he would have gone scot-free. That's it. He must be punished.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us. So, Ishwar Rao there joining us from Visakhapatnam, saying that there needs to be a minimum 2 years imprisonment for the accused in this case so as to send out a precedent and such an incident is not repeated in the future. In fact, just a short while back, Harsha also spoke to the DCP on this incident. Let's listen into what the Delhi police has to say.
We are joined by एयरपोर्ट डीसीपी रवि कुमार सिंह. रवि सर, ये पूरा मामला क्या है सर? अक्यूज को आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया, कहां से आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया? सर, दिल्ली कॉप्स की जितनी टीम है कितने दिन से किन किन लोकेशंस पे लगी हुई थी ट्रेस करने के लिए?
मैम, इसमें जो हमारा शंकर 2 मिनट इसको ना वो आप थोड़ा शांत हो जाए ना. अच्छा ठीक है. इसमें जो शंकर मिश्रा हैं इनको हम लोगों ने बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है और जो मामला था जैसे को पैसेंजर पे यूरिनेट करने का था, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने 2 दिन से 3 दिन से इस पे तलाश जारी थी. 2 टीमें हमारी, एक मुंबई और एक बेंगलोर में लगी हुई थी. तो अब जो है इनको कल रात को अरेस्ट किया गया है और लेके दिल्ली वापस लेके आए हैं इन्हें आज.
सर, एक और बार, दिल्ली पुलिस की 2 टीम थी, एक मुंबई में और एक बैंगलोर में. सर, बैंगलोर में बताया जा रहा है विक्टिम भी है. सर, आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से बात करने की कोशिश की क्योंकि 28 दिसंबर को जब मामला दर्ज हुआ था उसके बाद फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से ही किया था.
उनसे बातचीत जारी है, बट वो जो उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी जो है ख़राब है, तो इसके लिए उनको अभी शी हैज़ डिमांडेड प्राइवेसी एट दिस मोमेंट. तो अभी उसमें चल रहा है, उससे बातचीत जो है. एक बार जब उनकी तबीयत ठीक हो जाती है तो उनसे फिर कांटेक्ट करेंगे.
सर, एयर इंडिया के कितने क्रू मेंबर को अब तक इंटरोगेट कर लिया गया है, कितनों को आज बुलाया गया है, और जो को पैसेंजर्स हैं उसको लेके बता दीजिएगा.
हमने 3 को पैसेंजर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जो इसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं, तो उनको हम लोग बुला रहे हैं. और इसके अलावा हमारे जो क्रू है टोटल 4 लोग अब तक कर चुके हैं इंटेरोगेट. इसके अलावा 5 लोगों को हमने और बुलाया हुआ है जो इसमें क्रू में पार्ट थे इस इंसिडेंट के दौरान.
All right, so reaction coming in from the DCP. Tanisha also reporting live from outside the court. Tanisha, if you can take us through those, the complaint copy that we've accessed of the witness in this case, who has stated very clearly that yes, there was lapse on part of the airlines and that what they did at that particular moment was clearly not enough.
Well, right, Mishra, eyewitness in the case, we have accessed the complaint copy and he had some very important things to tell us, wherein he said that when it was late at night when this accused, he came out of his seat and he was stumbling, he was not walking in a straight position, and soon after he fell on this very passenger, the eyewitness in the case, which is Dr. Swagata. Now once he fell, this eyewitness thought that maybe it is due to turbulence in the flight that he fell on the co-passenger, but no, later on when he followed him, he found that he was intoxicated and he had consumed alcohol more than the permissible level, and hence he was not in his consciousness. This is when he went forward, he went to the business class and he saw that the area was wet. After that, when he asked the woman, that is the victim in the case, as to what had happened, She narrated her ordeal, and he was the one who saw that the area was wet, and it was the smell of urine that was coming in from that area. Soon after, he also witnessed how the crew members did not treat the victim as she was supposed to, because they made her stand for 2 hours. And later on in his letter, in his complaint copy, wherein he had concluded that it was the fault of the pilot, because even after he knew what had happened, even after he knew how shameful this incident is, he did not take swift and quick action in order to ensure that the victim is not suffered. Instead, it was the accused who was given that freedom to sit wherever he wanted, whereas the victim was made to stand for 2 hours, and later on she was shifted to an economy class, and not even a better treatment that was given to her. So these are some very, very important points that the eyewitness in his complaint copy has made. Samiksha.
Yes, Tanisha, stay with us. Just a follow-up question. If you can quickly take us through this statement also that has been issued by Air India, where they've stated that how they will be now mulling the serving of alcohol in the flight. You were saying they are mulling on thinking about the permissible level of alcohols that should be serving, because remember, this is the eyewitness also in the case who had said that the accused was so intoxicated that he could not even walk straight. So clearly, as you know, in economy class, when you talk about that, there is a permissible level of alcohol that is provided, whereas business class, there is no limit to how much alcohol should a passenger consume, and which has happened in this case. The accused in this case has certainly consumed more alcohol than he was permitted to. He could not handle that, and hence this incident that has happened, because we also saw his father coming out and saying that my son was tired and he was not feeling well, and then this is when this incident happened. However, he does not ensure that it was him who had urinated. So clearly they're washing the hands of the family members. The lawyer of the accused are washing their hands off from this incident, but we have the eyewitness confirming that it was high levels of intoxication that led this pervert to do that shameful incident on a flight. Samiksha. So continues to be with us. Harsha, once again for our viewers, if you can tell us about the developments since morning, and at what time can we expect the accused Shankar Mishra to be produced before the court? Alright, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try connecting with Harsha again, but just to tell our viewers, the accused Shankar Mishra will be produced before the court in a while from now. He is expected to be produced somewhere between 1 to 2 p.m. So it remains to be seen the kind of arguments that will be put forth by the accused lawyer. But remember, the police will be seeking a custody of Shankar Mishra, who was arrested early morning from Bengaluru and brought to the national capital. So 3 days after Republic exposed the cover-up, Shankar Mishra has finally been arrested, and a statement that has been released by the Air India, where they've stated that how action has been initiated against the four crew members as well as the pilot, and also stated that they will be reviewing the alcohol serving policy inside the flight. Tanisha continues to be with us. Tanisha, if you can take us once again, take us through the updates that have come in since early morning, starting right from that arrest of Shankar Mishra, which happened early this morning. Right, Samiksha, let's put in perspective for our viewers about what had happened so far, because remember, it was the relentless campaign that was continuing since day one, where we demanded that this pervert should be arrested. You should be behind bars for outraging the modesty of a woman. And remember, after that, not even feeling sorry about it, not seeking forgiveness, and then going underground. Remember, he was incommunicado as soon as he learned that it was the Delhi police who was searching for him. Different teams were sent. The teams were sent to Mumbai, teams were sent to Bangalore, because remember, it was learned that he has two residences, one in Mumbai, the other in Bangalore. When the Delhi cops first landed in Mumbai, they could find no trace of him. However, in Bangalore is where they caught him. The arrest took place late at night. The development that this took place, the big development after Republic's relentless campaign, took place late at night yesterday, where he was arrested, and he was arrested soon after that.
he was taken to the airport, where he was then taken to the national capital. Late at night is when we are getting to know he landed in the national capital. He was then locked up in the IGI airport jail. After which, today, just some moments before, he was taken for his medical, and now soon after his medical is done, he will be here in the Patiala House Court, where I am right now, to be produced before the magistrate, where, remember, he is going to argue his points, because when we talk about his version presented by his lawyer has been saying that there's just one side that the media has been showing and there is more to it. But one would wonder what could be more to it, because remember, this passenger urinated on a 70-year-old and then later on tried to shut her version by giving her money. So that is what we are getting to now. It will be very interesting to see on what basis, on what points will their lawyer argue, and what action will the court take on them, what will police demand in front of the court is very interesting to see right now. Samiksha.
So Tanisha, they're getting us the details that are just trickling in. The latest, of course, we are learning that he will be produced before the court in a while from now. Tanisha, stay with us. If you can also talk us through the statement that was issued by the accused lawyer in this case, because from what we understand is that this lawyer had clearly stated that this matter was very well settled and that there is no solid argument when it comes to against the accused Shankar Mishra in this case. All right, we'll try connect with Tanisha again, but just to read out the statement that was issued by the lawyer of the accused in this case, who stated that the matter was very much settled and that there is no solid case against the accused in this case. So after 3 days of relentless campaign, Shankar Mishra, who is accused of urinating on co-passenger, has finally been arrested. Remember, he's already been terminated by Wells Fargo, the company where he worked as a VP of India. In fact, more details that are just trickling in of the statement that has been put out by Air India, where they've stated that how they are currently mulling review of the alcohol serving policy inside the flight. Not just this, they've also issued a show cause notice on 4 crew members as well as the pilot of the airline. So clearly an action very late against the pilot as well as the crew. Tanisha, of course, continues to be with us. Tanisha, if you can take us through that statement that was earlier issued by the accused lawyer in this case, where he stated that this matter is very much settled and that there is not a very solid case, in fact, not a solid case against the accused Shankar Mishra in this case.
Well, right, Samisha, one would wonder how did this accused and their lawyer had the audacity to even give out that statement, because remember, here we are talking about a very, very shameful incident. We are talking about an incident which happens in a very rare case, which one would even feel disgusted to talk about, because it is about a man, an intoxicated man on a flight who has urinated on a 70-year-old woman. And not just this, even after he did that incident, he went on to shut the accused, her version, her story, by giving her money. So this has gone to another level now. But the lawyer defending this, his father defending this, is quite tragic, Samiksha, because remember, when we talk about the version of the lawyer, they have said that it is the media that has been presenting one side of the story. Now, one would obviously wonder what could be the other side of the story. Indirectly, they have been alleging, the lawyers of this accused have been alleging, that it is the woman who was at fault. Now, they are victim shaming, basically, where it is the 70-year-old woman whose clothes, whose seat was drenched in urine, and later on, when she demanded compensation, she was paid compensation, and later, when the accused didn't even seek for forgiveness. But now the lawyers of the accused saying that the matter has been settled. I mean, this is not the case, because remember, if the matter was settled, if everything was settled, why would this issue have not been settled then? It came out now, and when the cops were on the hunt of this accused, why was he on the run? Why did he go incommunicado? If he had done nothing wrong, he would have come out, he would have registered his statement, which he didn't. So him being on the run, him being incommunicado, hiding from the police, clearly shows that he is guilty. He is guilty of the incident that he has done, which is clearly visible from his actions. Now, in just some moments from now, what we're getting to learn is 2 p.m. is when the accused will be presented in court. What arguments will take place in court? We will give you every update on that front, but right after a short break.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है, निधि निधि निधि।
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है, निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए।
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo.
So it's a massive impact of Republic's relentless reportage. In fact, latest we are given to understand that it would be around 2 p.m. that the accused Shankar Mishra would be produced before the court. In fact, just to give a recap of the action that has been initiated so far and the impact that the campaign has had so far. Remember, the Air India Airlines has issued a statement where they've admitted to lapses on their part. This incident which happened on 26th of November, in which the accused Shankar Mishra urinated on the co-passenger. So Shankar Mishra has finally been arrested. Air India having forced to admit to those lapses. and having de-rostered the 4 crew members as well as the pilot in relation to this case. Not just this, the airlines is also mulling a review of the alcohol serving policy inside the flight. Not just this, the DGCA has also issued a national advisory, and the airlines for that matter has been asked to follow guidelines. So those are some of the details that are just trickling in roughly about an half an hour or so. Accused Shankar Mishra will be produced before the court. Slipping into a very short break, but news breaks to continue on the other side. We'll get you the latest, as it is the result of relentless campaign by Republic that accused Shankar Mishra has finally been arrested, and the airlines has admitted to lapses on its part.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number 1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेश
Airborne creep Shankar Mishra finally arrested. Late night arrest in Bengaluru brought to Delhi. Massive national impact of Republic coverage. Airborne creep Shankar Mishra finally arrested. Big impact of Republic campaign. Accused Shankar Mishra's father summoned by the Delhi police.
यहाँ नफरत की जमीन पर राम के मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है।
बिहार आरजेडी चीफ sparks controversy, calls राम जन्मभूमि नफरत की जमीन. A day after Aam Aadmi Party and BJP councillors exchange blows, BJP stages protests at Rajghat. Man claims to be Anjali's friend, says that Nidhi asked for money from Anjali and both fought over it. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching the news at 1:30. I'm Suesha Sawant. This broadcast is coming to you from outside the Patiala House Court in the national capital, where, remember, in about half an hour from now, Shankar Mishra will be produced. This has been a huge victory of the biggest public campaign that Republic has relentlessly led in 2023 of the changes that it has now brought about. Remember, Republic went on to question Air India in the dealing of why Shankar Mishra was allowed to go scot-free, on why only a 30-day ban was imposed, on Shankar Mishra and his callous attitude towards the victim. And Republic was the first channel to act soon after that complaint letter was accessed of the victim, which she had written to the Air India chairman. So many changes now, as Air India is not just mulling a change in policy when it comes to serving alcohol, but the crew members, the pilot, have been de-rostered until further investigation. And most importantly, Shankar Mishra, the man in this case who urinated on a 70-year-old elderly woman and had been absconding all this while, was arrested in Bengaluru late last night. In fact, in the wee hours of the morning. Remember, he had been absconding, he had been changing locations all this while because he knew that he could be caught at any time. But the Delhi police that had broken itself down into various teams, trying to look at every point that Shankar Mishra could really be, from Bengaluru's Whitefield area at a guest house. He had been hiding and he was arrested. He's been brought to Delhi, and in about half an hour from now, he will be produced in the Patiala House Court. At first, I'd like to go across to my colleague Harsha, who has been tracking all the details, all the ground. Remember, earlier this morning, at the IGI police station where the Air India crew was questioned, and she also tried to confront them. Also later, the DGP who spoke to her, putting out details of Shankar Mishra being interrogated. Over to you, Harsha. What more can you tell us? All right, so Shankar Mishra will be produced at around 2 p.m. before the Metropolitan Magistrate. Those are the details we are just flashing for our viewers. Tanisha, if I can come to you on this, what's next for Shankar Mishra?
Well, I cannot specifically say what's next for Shankar Mishra, Suesha, but I can surely categorize it as a big trouble, because remember, this man who is not even ashamed of his deed had been on a free run, had gone incommunicado, and finally, when the police caught him today, he will be presented in the Patiala House Court. What we're getting to learn that he's already left from the jail premises. He will first be taken for his medical examination, which is in Safdarjung Hospital, and after that, from Safdarjung Hospital, after his medical tests are done, he will come here at the Patiala House Court where I am right now. Now remember, Safdarjung Hospital to Patiala House Court takes about a good 15 to 20 minutes is what we're getting to know. So it's about 1:30, and 1:30 after doing medical checkups, so about 2:15, 2:30 is the time that is given to us where he could be produced in front of the magistrate, because because remember, he had been on a run for quite some time now, and soon after the notices were issued against them when he saw this issue is flaring up. So trouble is surely in house for this accused, this pervert who had urinated on a 70-year-old. And not just this, he had the audacity to go out and defend himself via his lawyer, saying that it is just one side of the story, and most of them do not know the other side of the story, Suesha. But one would wonder what could be the other side of the story, because clearly what we are understanding from the account of the eyewitness, from the complaint copy, from the version of the crew passengers, from the version of the victim, Suesha, is that this man is a pervert. He urinated on a 70-year-old, and later on he wanted her to keep shut about this incident, and that is why he gave her money so that she could keep shut. And remember, when this issue flared up, he had fled. He was incommunicado. He was nowhere to be traced. He had two houses, one in Mumbai, the other in Bangalore. And Bangalore is where he was caught last night, and we are getting you intricate details of his arrest that took place. We showed you the car first, in which he was trying to abscond, and then after that, the latest detail that we have coming in is 2:40 a.m. last night is when he was arrested, Suesha. So quite a big development, and all of that after the relentless campaign that Republic has been following at this story since day one. Suesha.
Right, absolutely, Tanisha. And let's quickly bring in Harsha as well, because she has been tracking all the developments since this morning, especially when it came to confronting the Air India staff that was questioned at the IGI police station. And most importantly, Harsha, how Air India has now admitted to the lapses, how they are reviewing a policy change when it comes to serving alcohol, how they are saying that the crew members have been derostered, the pilot has been derostered until further inquiry, and most importantly, how they are now actioning an education program for their staff to react better in these situations. Harsha, this is a big change on the part of the airlines, and how it sets a precedent for all the other airlines as well. But on Shankar Mishra, give us details, Harsha, what you're picking up from the police. 2 p.m. is when he'll be brought to the court. What are the other details on that?
Exactly, Suesha. Now, anytime from now, Shankar Mishra will be taken out from this police station, because the time when he will produce at the court is exactly 2 p.m. What we are being told. So we can expect that anytime now. The police officials are getting alert right now. The cars are being set right now, and we are expecting anytime now Shankar Mishra will be taken from this police station directly for the medical at Safdarjung Hospital, and then to the court at Patiala House Court, where he is to be produced. And Air India response, and Air India reacting to this entire incident very late, Sueksha, because Republic campaign was since Wednesday when the FIR was registered. We were on a campaign, we campaign, and it was the impact of Republic that Air India after 3 to 4 days have taken the strict action, or we can say the little action, because only 4 crew and 1 pilot have been issued show cause notices, and other staff members are being investigated by the Air India. Till then no action has been taken against those staff, but we are again saying that Air India had to apologize, the airlines had to apologize.
और केवल इतना ही नहीं, 20 लाख लोगों को रोजगार मिलेगा, 80,000 करोड़ का बजट है। तो इसलिए जो फूड ट्रक्स होती हैं, आप देखते होंगे, वो कहते थे कि हम तो इसे बर्लिन बना देंगे, इसे पेरिस बना देंगे। तो पेरिस लंदन में जो फूड ट्रक्स रखी होती है, वैसे पूरे दिल्ली में ना जी फूड ट्रक्स हम रख देंगे, जिससे बहुत लोगों को रोजगार मिल जाएगा, और सुबह 3 बजे तक नाइट लाइफ दिल्ली में पेरिस जैसे हो जाएगा। तो इस विषय में उन्होंने 250 करोड़ रुपए आवंटित किए, कि 250 करोड़ रुपए में केवल फूड फेस्टिवल और दिल्ली शॉपिंग फेस्टिवल के लिए रखता हूं। और इसके ऊपर उन्होंने यह भी अनाउंस किया कि 100 करोड़ रुपए मैं अनाउंस करता हूं 5 मार्केट दिल्ली के, जिसको मैं बहुत आगे बढ़ाऊंगा, और इन 5 मार्केट में इकोनॉमी बूम करेगी। इन मार्केट का नाम भी बताया गया है। ये मार्केट होंगे हेरिटेज मार्केट, आइकॉनिक हेरिटेज मार्केट। इनका नाम है कमला नगर, लाजपत नगर, खारी बावली, ये सारे मार्केट हैं, गांधी नगर मार्केट, ये सारे मार्केट जो हैं 100 करोड़ रुपए इन पे खर्च किए जाएंगे। और केजरीवाल जी ने कहा ये मार्केट को जो नूतनता दी जाएगी, इनको नया बनाया जाएगा, उसका अर्थ ये नहीं कि वो ब्रांडिंग करेंगे, सब कुछ बदल देंगे, पूरा बदल देंगे, नया मार्केट बनाएंगे, नया रोड बनाएंगे, इत्यादि इत्यादि इत्यादि। और आज जब ये आउटकम बजट आया है तो बोल रहे हैं अभी इस पे कोई तैयारी नहीं हुई है। आउटकम बजट में लिखा हुआ है कि द डेट्स हैव नॉट बीन फाइनलाइज्ड, कि कब ये शॉपिंग फेस्टिवल होगा, क्लाउड किचन कब बनेगा, ये जो फूड ट्रक्स बनने थे इसके लिए अभी तक पॉलिसी बनी नहीं है। 1 साल होने को आए, 80,000 करोड़ रुपए आवंटित कर दिए गए, 250 करोड़ रुपए फेस्टिवल के लिए, 100 करोड़ रुपए मार्केट के लिए। और किस प्रकार से एडवर्टाइजमेंट, डबल एक्सेल शर्ट पहन पहन के हर न्यूज़पेपर में एडवर्टाइजमेंट आया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का कि पूरी दिल्ली का चेहरा बदल जाएगा। करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करके विज्ञापन दिए गए, मगर जमीन पे जो आउटले आया है, जो आउटकम आया है, वो सुन बटे नील सन्नाटा है, जीरो आउटकम। बोल बचन काम कच्चन, केवल बड़े बड़े बोल हैं, काम बिल्कुल कच्चन है, कोई काम ही नहीं। लॉट ऑफ साउंड, नथिंग ऑन ग्राउंड, बहुत आवाज मगर जमीन पे कुछ नहीं। ये इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति केवल ये मार्केट और रोजगार योजना का नहीं, स्टार्टअप्स का भी है। और आप स्टार्टअप्स में देख सकते हैं, फॉर द पॉलिसी टू एनकरेज स्टार्टअप्स ₹50 crore was set aside. States the outcome budget. The Council of Ministers, while its cabinet meeting dated 10/5/2022, has approved the startup policy, but certain modifications are being put forth for approval of the Council of Ministers. Once the policy gets notified, startup registrations will start accordingly. अभी तक नोटिफिकेशन नहीं हुआ है, अभी तक 50 करोड़ रुपए के स्टार्टअप का एलोकेशन आरंभ नहीं हुआ है, रजिस्ट्रेशन आरंभ नहीं हुआ है। कुछ मुद्दे जिस पर बहुत राजनीति हुई, बहुत एडवर्टाइजमेंट हुआ, मगर जमीन पर उतर कर कुछ नहीं आया, उन मुद्दों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने चिन्हित किया है ये आउटकम बजट के पेपर के माध्यम से, जो खुद दिल्ली सरकार ने निकाला है, प्लानिंग डिपार्टमेंट ने निकाला है। इन कुछ मुद्दों को मैं आपके सामने रखता हूं, आप खुद निर्णय लीजिए कि इस दिल्ली सरकार ने काम आखिर क्या किया है। सबसे पहला मुद्दा है, क्योंकि स्कूल को लेकर बहुत राजनीति, बहुत एडवर्टाइजमेंट, बहुत पैसा खर्चा अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने विज्ञापन पे किया है। उन्होंने कहा था डिजिटल क्लासरूम होगा जी, आपको याद होगा, एक दिन अचानक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए थे, कह रहे थे पूरे विश्व में ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, हम पहला वो राज्य है जो डिजिटल क्लासरूम शुरू करने वाले हैं। और 2020-2021 में डिजिटल क्लासरूम के लिए 150 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने आवंटित किया, मगर जो आउटपुट है, कितने स्कूल्स में डिजिटल क्लासरूम शुरू हुए, उसमें लिखा हुआ है नंबर ऑफ स्कूल्स विद डिजिटल क्लासरूम, उत्तर नॉट अवेलेबल। टोटल नंबर ऑफ डिजिटल क्लासरूम्स मेड फंक्शनल, उत्तर नॉट अवेलेबल, नॉट अवेलेबल, नॉट अवेलेबल। As informed by the L&E, NIT has been drafted by PWD and tender will be floated. टेंडर भविष्य में फ्लोट होगा, ये सब अभी कागज में है, अभी अवेलेबल नहीं है डाटा। दूसरा विषय स्कूल को लेकर था कि हम ज्योग्राफी का लैब खोलेंगे जो अपने आप में बहुत ही उन्नत तरीके का होगा। एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, रिनोवेशंस, स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ ज्योग्राफी एंड साइंस लैब्स by equipments as per guidelines of CBSE. Output not available, not available, not available. The guidelines of the geography lab is redrafted and submitted for approval and under process. Redraft हो गया है, वो under process है, बाद में देखा जाएगा। कहा गया था कि पेपर पब्लिश करेंगे दिल्ली स्कूल्स में जो फैकल्टी है, और विश्व स्तर का पेपर पब्लिकेशन होगा यहाँ के टीचर्स के द्वारा, मगर इसमें टारगेट लिया था कि 100 पेपर पब्लिकेशन होगा, ऐसा 100 पेपर पब्लिकेशन होगा। आउटकम नील, NIL नील, नहीं हुआ, एक भी नहीं हुआ। आप याद,
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused Shankar Mishra works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that
फसल बीमा योजना 44 लाख से ज्यादा लाभार्थी, उज्ज्वला योजना 33 लाख माताओं बहनों को गैस देने का काम किया, 40 लाख शौचालय देने का काम स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के तहत किया। बाबा की नगरी देवधर में एम्स का निर्माण शुरू किया। देवधर, जमशेदपुर, दुमका और बोकारो में एयरपोर्ट का निर्माण शुरू हुआ। इसके साथ साथ टाटा के दालभूमगढ़ में भी एयरपोर्ट बन रहा है। पतरातू में पावर प्लांट का निर्माण किया। रांची में कैंसर अस्पताल का निर्माण किया। हजारीबाग, पलामू और दुमका में मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाए। चाईबासा और कोडरमा में बन रहे हैं। भाई मैं तो लंबी सूची आपको बताया। हेमंत भाई, एक बार आपने क्या किया वो जरा हमारे झारखंड के लोगों को बता देना। ऐसा मत मानिए भाई कि उसने कुछ नहीं किया है। उन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया है। उन्होंने आदिवासी जमीन घुसपैठियों को देने का काम किया है। उन्होंने जनजातीय महिलाओं के अधिकार का रक्षण करने की जगह अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति करना तय किया है। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, आज मैं यहां आया था। चाईबासा के लोगों का मूड मैंने देखा है। मुझे पक्का भरोसा है कि 24 में सिंहभूम सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीती। मोदी जी ने इस देश के गरीबों का कल्याण किया, कोविड के सामने सुरक्षा दी। कोविड से जिन लोगों का नुकसान हुआ था, 2.25 साल तक फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अनाज देने का काम किया।
For us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to keep a close eye. Remember, in about 10 minutes from now, Shankar Mishra will be produced at the Patiala House Court in the National Capital, keeping a very close watch on when he is brought and what happens in the court. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the
Well, in the Minister Sandeep Singh's case, now Aam Aadmi Party youth wing to Gherao minister's residence to put pressure to arrest him, to sack him from the ministry. And even the Chandigarh police have deployed a heavy security at the spot so that at least protesters should not create any kind of law and order situation. And even Aam Aadmi Party's youth wing is all adamant to reach in Gherao, the minister's residence, to put pressure on the government as well as Chandigarh police to arrest him, as well to sack him from the ministry, just because so far no action has been taken from the side of the Haryana government and even from the side of the Chandigarh police as well. So now the political pressures has been started putting on the government as well as Chandigarh police. Watch this entire story after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Airborne creep Shankar Mishra finally arrested late night. In fact, arrested early morning and now to be produced any time before the court. Massive national impact of Republic coverage. Airborne creep Shankar Mishra finally arrested. Another big impact of Republic campaign accused Shankar Mishra's father summoned by the Delhi police.
जहाँ नफरत की जमीन पर राम के मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है.
बिहार आरजेडी चीफ sparks controversy, calls Ram Janmabhoomi नफरत की जमीन. A day after AAP and BJP councillors exchange blows, BJP stages protest at Rajghat. Man claims to be Anjali's friend, claims Nidhi asked for money from Anjali and both fought over it. Tracking the latest on the P-Gate controversy, latest of course coming in that any moment from now, accused Shankar Mishra will be produced before the Delhi court. In fact, he will be produced before the Delhi's Patiala House Court in just a while from now. So that's of course we are tracking closely. Remember a statement that has already been issued by Air India stating how they are reviewing their serving of alcohol policy inside the flight.
we have Suyesha as well as Tanisha who are there outside the court getting us those updates. Suyesha, over to you first. If you can give us the latest you're picking up. Any moment from now, we expect the accused to be produced before the court. All right, if Suyesha can hear us, we'll try and go across to Suyesha again. But the latest, of course, coming in a while from now, in fact, very, very shortly, accused Shankar Mishra will be produced before the court. Suyesha, if you can give us the latest that you're picking up as far as this case is concerned.
Oh yes, now Samiksha, is that time. Any time he can be brought to the Patiala House Court. It will really be from here where we'll know what will happen to Shankar Mishra. Also the kind of case that is put up in court, of the kind of arguments that the Delhi police puts up, as they will try and demand his custody and take him into remand. Remember, he was arrested in the wee hours of the morning in Bengaluru, and he had been evading arrest for the very reason that he had constantly been changing his location so that the police is not able to trace him. Yesterday, his father spoke, and he again tried to put the blame on the victim, where he said that it is a case of blackmailing, and he said that his son had already settled the matter, so much so that he called his son a child, saying that he is actually very responsible, he can never do something like this, and why would he do this to a 70-year-old lady? Also giving him a clean chit right then and there, and saying that it must be because of the lady that she may not have been liking the settlement terms, and which is why she's raising the matter again, because remember, he tried to transfer 15,000 rupees into her account, trying to brush the matter under the carpet, saying that now it'll all be done with. But of course the victim's daughter, who transferred that money back, and the very issue of the victim, where she says that she wants him to be remorseful, she wants him to understand the consequences of what he's done, and that is far from what it is for Shankar Mishra, who was questioned by the police. The Delhi police brought him back from Bangalore, and now, shortly from now, in the national capital, outside the Patiala House Court, from where we are reporting, Samiksha, he will be brought here, his medical will be conducted, and then of course we'll know what happens in court.
Suyesha, also important to note here the kind of statement that has come in from Air India. If you can once again, for the viewers, talk to us about the action that has been initiated against the crew as well as this pilot, and the very fact that they will now be mulling their alcohol serving policy in the flight.
Oh yes, Samiksha, this is a huge impact of the Republic campaign that we have led from the front. Samiksha, I want to take you back to the time when we had first received these details of a complaint of this nature, and how the victim had gone on to put out her entire story to the Air India chairman, and the very fact that this matter was delayed, not paid any heed to, when it had happened on the 26th of November, and Air India claiming that unilaterally they can impose a ban of 30 days, which they did, and that is nothing for an act as disgusting as this, where the man urinated on the woman and went on to flash his private parts in front of her until a co-passenger had to intervene. And the behavior of the airline crew in a matter as grave as this, where they just offered her a seat of the crew member. She said, I cannot go and sit back there. And now an eyewitness account claiming, and a complaint to this nature, where he's gone on to say that a vacant seat was available, but the crew did not offer her that seat. So many levels on which the crew members did go wrong, and now of course Air India has taken action after so much pressure that they have been facing because of the way Republic went after this case, that Shankar Mishra got arrested. The Air India crew has been de-rostered and the investigation is being carried out. Also the very fact that they are now mulling a change in the policy of how they will serve alcohol. This, remember, will really bring about a whole new set of rules. The DGCA also issuing a new advisory to the airline saying that they must follow this to the T. So really, Samiksha, to know that this particular case of the precedent it sets and how important that is, why Republic went after this case so strongly, and this is a public campaign that Republic led from the front, and in 2023, in the start of this year, such changes that we see. So, like you said, that Air India has certainly put out that statement a short while ago, where they're saying that they regret what has happened, and Shankar Mishra, to how he will be punished for his deeds now, is something we will know.
Well, absolutely, but clearly Air India cannot wash its hands off, as is evident. Harsha also getting us those updates since early morning. Harsha, if you can give us more details, has the medical of the accused been completed, and exactly at what time can we expect the accused to be produced in court?
Samisha, we think the production in court is getting delayed because till now the accused Shankar Mishra is still in this IGI police station. What we are learning is that Shankar Mishra was brought here, and since then he has not left this police station. We had word with DCP, what time will you take the accused to the police station or for medical, because the medical has to happen at Safdarjung. But till now the DCP has stated that some statements of him are being registered. After it gets registered and recorded, after that police will take him to the court, first for medical and then towards court. So the time likely to be produced in the court was 2 p.m. now, which is being seen by us that it is getting delayed because till now neither DCP has come out, neither the accused have been taken from this police station for the medical or for the court. So we can say that almost 1 hour to 1.5 hours could be expected for the accused to be produced in the court, because first of all for medical he will be taken to Safdarjung Hospital, where in the emergency block his medical will be done, and after that he will be taken to the Patiala House Court, where he has to be produced in front of Judicial Judge Anamika. So we have to wait and watch, because this is a very important day. And there are certain things which DCP also has to counter and ask with the accused Shankar Mishra. And now we have been told that his lawyer has already reached here. We again and again tried asking his lawyer what he has to say in this entire incident. He's representing Shankar Mishra. What statements will come out later on, what he has to say on the side of his client. But his lawyer spoke nothing. And just now, just 10 minutes ago only, his lawyer, Shankar Mishra's lawyer, has reached DCP office, so we could expect that in another half an hour accused will be leaving from here, this place, for the medical and then for the court, where the production has to take place. Samiksha.
All right, so Harsha getting us that update in roughly about in half an hour or so, accused will be produced before the court. In fact, Harsha just a short while back also spoke to the DCP on the investigation in the case so far. Let's listen in on what the Delhi police official had to say.
accused को आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया, कहां से आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया, और दिल्ली कॉप्स की जितनी टीम है कितने दिन से किन-किन लोकेशंस पे लगी हुई थी ट्रेस करने के लिए?
मैम, इसमें जो हमारा शंकर 2 मिनट इसको ना वो आप थोड़ा शांत हो जाए ना। इसमें जो शंकर मिश्रा हैं, इनको हम लोगों ने बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है, और जो मामला था जैसे को पैसेंजर पे यूरिनेट करने का था, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने 2 दिन से 3 दिन से इस पे तलाश जारी थी। 2 टीमें हमारी, एक मुंबई और एक बेंगलोर में लगी हुई थी। तो अब जो है इनको कल रात को अरेस्ट किया गया है और लेके दिल्ली वापस लेके आए हैं इन्हें आज।
सर, एक और बार, दिल्ली पुलिस की 2 टीम थी, एक मुंबई में और एक बैंगलोर में। सर, बैंगलोर में बताया जा रहा है विक्टिम भी है। सर, आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से बात करने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि 28 दिसंबर को जब मामला दर्ज हुआ था, उसके बाद फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से ही किया था?
उनसे बातचीत जारी है, बट वो जो उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी जो है ख़राब है, तो इसके लिए उनको अभी शी हैज़ डिमांडेड प्राइवेसी एट दिस मोमेंट, तो अभी उसमें चल रहा है। उससे बातचीत जो है, एक बारी जब उनकी तबीयत ठीक हो जाती है तो उनसे फिर कांटेक्ट करेंगे।
सर, एयर इंडिया के कितने क्रू मेंबर को अब तक इंटरोगेट कर लिया गया है, कितनों को आज बुलाया गया है, और जो को पैसेंजर्स हैं उसको लेके बता दीजिएगा।
हमने 3 को पैसेंजर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जो इसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं, तो उनको हम लोग बुला रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा हमारे जो क्रू है, टोटल 4 लोग अब तक कर चुके हैं इंटरोगेट। इसके अलावा 5 लोगों को हमने और बुलाया हुआ है जो इसमें क्रू में पार्ट थे इस इंसिडेंट के दौरान।
Suyesha, of course, continues to report from outside the court. Suyesha, so we are expecting in roughly about half an hour or so, accused will be produced before the court. But also, if you can once again take us through that letter that we've accessed of another witness who says that there were clearly lapses on part of the airline and how there was in fact a vacant seat which was not provided to the victim here.
Oh yes, absolutely, Samiksha. And we understand how the crew had been reacting so far. Source space information came to us of how the crew had been explaining themselves, saying what more could we do. But was that really the answer? And that claim that has been completely busted by this eyewitness who's put out details of what had happened in that entire incident. Most importantly, saying that there was a vacant seat that was available where the crew members could easily move the victim to, but they did not do that. And imagine that victim who was flying business class, there was a reason that she paid that amount because she wanted to travel in comfort. But while that is not the only reason, the very fact that when such incidents happen and they are airborne, it is the responsibility of the crew members to act in their best ability to make sure that they can comfort the victim in such a case, because let's really understand who else is there to intervene. The victim, that is the stricken party, the unruly passenger who's obviously going on to behave like that with the victim, and the only mediator that can be the crew member, and the crew member for in their best ability to help the victim. But they did not do that because they offered her their seat, a crew member offered her seat, and that too when for 20 minutes the victim kept complaining after changing that I cannot go and sit back on my seat. Then again after 2 hours she was told by the crew member that please go and sit on your seat. It's been 2 hours, we've kept the cloth there, please go and sit on your seat. She said I cannot do that because it is reeking of urine, it is stinking, and I will not go and sit there. After which the remaining 5 hours of the flight she went and sat on the seat of the crew member. Now Air India says that they've compensated and refunded the full fare amount to the victim. Is that enough? Is that enough on the part of Air India? Of course, we've seen the changes that they are now bringing about, not just in terms of de-rostering those crew members and the pilot, but also the very fact that they will bring about an education program to teach their crew members how to deal with such situations better. A precedent also going out to airlines in this case, that they're supposed to report such matters on an immediate basis, which was not the SOP that was followed in this case with the DGCA. But really, Samiksha, while all these changes are being brought about after this incident that has happened, the next step also is if and how Shankar Mishra will be punished for all that he has done, and that we'll of course know when he is brought to the court. Like Harsha is telling us that he'll first be taken for his medical examination to Safdarjung Hospital, and then the kind of arguments that will be made in court to ensure that he can be taken into custody is important.
Yes, so Suyesha, stay with us. So Suyesha, they're getting us the exact sequence of events that have happened. Harsha also getting us all those updates since early morning. Harsha, if we can talk a little more about the kind of impact our Relentless campaign has had, starting right from that advisory that was issued by the DGCA, as well as Shankar Mishra finally being arrested, and also the fact that Air India has been finally forced to admit to those lapses that really happened on that particular day when the accused in this case urinated on the co-passenger.
Samiksha, I would really like to tell you that much before the FIR was registered on 3rd of January only, we broke this news which came that the person urinated on a fellow co-passenger. We broke this news on 3rd of January, and on 4th of January, Delhi police registered a formal FIR against the accused Shankar Mishra, and from that onwards, Delhi police was on the go to search for this accused, because he was not in Delhi, he was not in Mumbai, he was not in JFK. So finally, he was captured from. He was taken and nabbed from the Bangalore. And Samiksha, I would like to give you a sense, because lot of police officials had got alert over here. As we show you, so many police officials are here. They are very alert, and the car is also made on alert mode, because any time now the accused will be taken from here for the medical and then towards the court. So we are expecting any time now accused Shankar Mishra's exclusive visuals will give on our screen, because Republic from the very first day, from 3rd of January only, from Tuesday only, Republic has the campaign, Republic broke the news. We were on verge of that this airborne creep should be arrested. We took the campaign, and it is Republic impact that DGCA took a cognizance of it. Civil Aviation Ministry took the cognizance of it, and not only that, Air India also took cognizance of it today. Not only the meeting was done by CEO CMD Campbell Wilson, but also he just issued show cause notice to 4 of the crew members and 1 of the pilot. So this is the impact, relentless impact of the Republic, because we have been running this news again and again that Shankar Mishra should be arrested. It is very important. Justice should be served to the victim, who is right now in Bangalore. She's a senior citizen. She's 70 years old, and justice is to be served because her modesty was outraged. The way she was treated by the accused or by the crew members was very disgusting. This pervert should be sent behind bars. This is what was demand from the victim's side. And right now again Samisha will show you the visuals, because continuously the police movement has increased at IGI police station, because already Air India crew members are being interrogated. I would like my camera person Bhisham to just zoom in, because right now the inside police station we can also see some Air India crew members also, because they are also being interrogated since morning. The pilot, co-pilot and the crew members have reached here. 4 of them already have been interrogated. Today 5 of them are being interrogated by the police official, and from any time now the accused will be taken from here for the medical, and then for the Patiala House Court he will be produced. So we can expect any movement, Samisha, in another 5 to 10 minutes in the IGI police station. Samisha, back to you.
Yes, so Harsha, they're tracking closely all those updates coming in. So in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we can expect the accused to be taken out and then produced before the court. Suyesha, of course, reporting live from outside the court. Suyesha, for our viewers also, if you can once again put it all together and also talk to us more about this letter that we've accessed, the complaint copy by another witness, by one of those witnesses in that particular flight, who goes on to mention that there were clearly lapses on part of the airline and how they failed to act on time to take any stock or to take stock of this incident and this act which happened inside the flight. All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try connecting with Suyesha again. But Harsha, of course, continues to be with us. Harsha, if you can give us the details of how the police managed to track down the location of the accused Shankar Mishra in this case, because there have been so many, it's been days now that he was absconding. The police was trying to get to him, but his phone was switched off is what we're given to understand. But how exactly did the Delhi police manage to track Shankar Mishra in Bengaluru?
Which were constituted, which one was in Mumbai and which was in Bangalore, and the accused location, because his phone number was continuously switched, off, and it was very difficult for the police officials to track him down. Therefore his car, he was using his personal car which was registered with the Mumbai number, which is a Maharashtra number, and through the location of his car, the GPS tracker, from the GPS tracker only the police has finally nabbed the accused Shankar Mishra. But Samisha, the visuals are very important right now. Stay on the visual, because police van is coming out, the police jeep has now arrived. From this police van only accused will be taken to the court and for the medical as well only. Right now visuals on our screen, because from this very place, from this very entry, accused Shankar Mishra will be taken out along with the police officials. These are the visuals, the exclusive visual will get in some time. But yes, everyone is alert. The security have been beefed up, and it is very important because today his production and the police will demand his custody. A 3 days remand will be sought by police officers, and then further the accused will be interrogated. So Samisha, let's stay on this visual, because anytime now the accused Shankar Mishra will be taken, because in this entire incident he thought that he will compromise or he will apologize with his folded hands in the airlines once he comes in his senses, or he will pay 15,000. That's enough of the compensation for the deed which he has done, for the mistake which he has done. But exactly this is not, because he has outraged the modesty of a woman. The way that 70 years old senior citizen was traumatized, she was very, very much in trauma, and till now she's not well. She's ill, she's in trauma, and that's the only reason that till now she has not given any statement to the Delhi police official as well. Samiksha, over to you, but we should also stay on this visual, on this screen, because anytime now the accused can be, will be taken from this entry. Back to you, Samiksha.
All right, Harsha, stay with us. So, continuously putting out those visuals that are coming in from outside the police station in the national capital. Accused Shankar Mishra will be produced before the Patiala House Court in a while from now. In fact, just to talk a little more about the kind of impact our campaign has had, remember the DGCA has already issued a national advisory in wake of this incident which happened on 26th of November. Not just this, Shankar Mishra, of course, finally been arrested after 3 days, and the Air India crew as well as the pilot who've been de-rostered. Not just this, the alcohol serving policy, which is also in review by the airlines. Suyesha and Tanisha also reporting live from outside the court, where Shankar Mishra will be produced in a while from now. Suyesha, if you can talk to us a little more about the statements that have come in from the lawyer of the accused as well as the accused father, who maintains that this is a false case that has been framed against his son.
Oh yes, that exactly has been their stance ever since we heard anything on the side of Shankar Mishra, because Shankar Mishra went missing. He absconded soon after he understood that he could be arrested any time, and then while we were trying to trace him, and Republic being the first channel to have reached his residence in Mumbai, which of course was locked. There was a lot of confusion to where he is, whether he's in Mumbai, whether he's in Bengaluru, whether he's in Delhi, because his lawyers are Delhi based. And they put out that statement saying that because matters were settled between the two parties, which is why Shankar Mishra had not responded. But we of course saw what happened. We saw the nature of those WhatsApp chats between the victim and Shankar Mishra. We saw the tone and tenor of the language that was used, and most importantly how he really tried from the word go, with the help of the airline members as well, to really brush this matter aside. So the father also saying that his son is not at fault. He would never behave like this with any woman. He's just did that out of immaturity and because he had not slept. He said he was not under the influence of alcohol, and there's certainly a blackmail issue on the part of the victim that this matter is being escalated. Samiksha will take a very short break on this note. We'll come back on the other side with the very latest and track every development for our viewers. Stay with us.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular case, is
your screen of accused Shankar Mishra right now. What we are showing right now on your screen, this is exclusive, as we are again and again trying to question Shankar again and again. As you
Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed of yourself? Why did you urinate? Shankar, why did you urinate? Shankar, why did you urinate?
चोट लग जाएगी
Are you apologetic? Shankar, at least reply. Why did you urinate?
थोड़ा साफ करो चोट लग जाएगी आपने ऐसा क्यों किया
Why did you urinate on her, Shankar?
चोट लग जाएगी
Are you ashamed of yourself?
मास्क पहना हुआ है अपना मुंह छुपा रहा है और किसी भी सवाल का जवाब
So these are the visuals of accused Shankar Mishra. He's being taken for the medical and then towards court. These are exclusive visuals on your camera of Shankar Mishra. Back to you.
Reporting live, getting us those visuals that are coming in of accused being taken to the court. So in just a while from now, in just a short while from now, accused Shankar Mishra will be produced at the Delhi House Court, Patiala House Court. In fact, the visuals there coming in from the IGI police station, National Capital, where the accused has just been taken out of the police station and is now being taken to the court. So the police, we understand, will be seeking custody of the accused Shankar Mishra in relation to this case. And those are the visuals coming in right now of Shankar Mishra being taken to the court as we speak. Remember, he was arrested early this morning from Bengaluru by the Delhi police, and Republic tracking that vehicle in which as accused Shankar Mishra is being taken to the Patiala House Court. Harsha also continues to be with us. Harsha, once again for our viewers, take us through the developments since early morning, right from the fact when Shankar Mishra was arrested from Bengaluru by the Delhi police to having been brought to the national capital, and then of course the airline's crew also having been interrogated by the Delhi police.
Samiksha, this entire thing, that Delhi police constituting two teams, one going for Mumbai, one going for Bangalore, and first the team went to Mumbai where they located the residence of the accused Shankar Mishra, but they saw that since 2 days there was no one at the house, neither father, neither wife, neither children, there was no one in the house. That was the time when Delhi police starting locating his office as well, where he was VP, because right now he's terminated from his office. That was the time when Delhi police sent a team of cops at Bangalore also. And it was in Bangalore when they visited the office of that firm where this accused used to work. Delhi police official got to know from there that the last working day of accused Shankar Mishra was 2nd of January. He came on 2nd of January and then he got an idea. There was a complaint lodged against him in this entire Air India incident, and that was the time he was on off. He didn't come to office after 2nd of January. That was the time when Delhi police starting locating his location. His phone was switched off, his wife's phone was switched off, father was not in communication with any of the in any way with the accused Shankar Mishra. Therefore it was being very difficult for the Delhi police official to track him down. But one mistake which Shankar Mishra committed was that he used his own personal vehicle. He used his own personal vehicle, red color vehicle, which Republic has shown on the TV. That red color MH number vehicle was being used by Shankar Mishra from Mumbai to Bangalore. He travelled from Mumbai to Bangalore in his own car, and through the GPS tracker and through the location of the car, finally Delhi police official nabbed the accused Shankar Mishra, which was a very important lead via GPS tracker. The city crime branch of Bangalore held the Delhi police cops and Delhi police official, and through them later in the night, last night only at 12:40 AM, accused Shankar Mishra was nabbed, and in the early morning he was brought to national capital, and from then onwards he is being kept at IGI police station. Right now we tried confronting Shankar Mishra. We asked not one, two, but multiple questions that are you apologetic or not? Are you ashamed of yourself? Were you not in your senses? Why did you urinate? But he didn't answer any one question. It seemed like he doesn't feel anything. He's not apologetic. His casual language, the way he was just not looking at us. He was not even ashamed that he made his head down. He was not apologetic at all. It was being seen. Samiksha.
All right, Harsha, stay with us. Going across to Suyesha as well. Suyesha, we are putting out those visuals right now of accused being taken for the medical. What are you picking up? When can we expect him to be produced before the court after that medical of the accused is completed? All right, we'll try connecting with Suyesha again, but those are the visuals coming in right now of Shankar Mishra being taken for the medical, following which he will be produced before the Patiala House Court. This, of course, after he was arrested early this morning by the Delhi police from Bengaluru, and later he was, in fact, he was brought to the national capital. He was at the police station this while in custody, and now of course he's being taken for the medical, after which he will be produced before the Patiala House Court. Remember, Air India has also released a statement admitting to the lapses on their part when we talk about this particular incident when the accused.
But let's...
Yes, Suyesha, over to you.
Yes, absolutely, Samiksha. Now it is very important because he has left from the IGI police station where he will be taken to the Safdarjung hospital for medical, after which he will be brought to the Patiala House Court. And important to see the kind of arguments that are placed against him in this entire case, because let's understand, Samiksha, that there have been multiple levels where these arguments can go against him. Firstly, as his father has put it, that he was very sleepy. He had not slept in 72 hours, and it's not like he was under the influence of alcohol. Whatever happened because he had been traveling too much and he had been working too much. If that was really the case, why was he constantly apologizing to the victim? Why was he saying that, let's get over with it? Why did he transfer 15,000 rupees into her account? Obviously, he knew what he had done. Then, if it was as simple as the father is trying to put it, he shouldn't have been absconding. Why was he on the run? Why was he hiding? Why was he away from his residence in Mumbai? Why was he hiding at that guest house in Bengaluru where he had taken a favor from the owner of the apartment that he wanted to hide? So all these things certainly go against Shankar Mishra, because he has not been regretful one bit of what happened. The moment this incident happened, he of course spoke to the crew members who were also wrong in brokering a deal between the two and really pushing the victim to meet the man who she was so disgusted with, and she absolutely did not want to come face to face with him, but of course on the insistence of the Air India crew that she did. He spoke to her, he said that he was apologetic, although that exactly is her problem, that he's not. Then he said that he'll pay, and he really thought that by giving her 15,000 rupees he'll get away with it, which is why Republic went after that man. Republic has been highlighting every single detail of what that man has done, the ordeal of the victim and how she put forth the story, and that too, the very fact that this incident happened on the 26th of November, but Air India took so long in actually taking stringent measures against Shankar Mishra in this entire case, just imposing a 30-day ban, which the airline says that is the action they can take unilaterally. So that is exactly what they did. We of course see the changes that Air India is now implementing, not only in terms of taking action against the crew members and what they've done in that sense, but also the very fact that they are now going to change their systems on the whole when it comes to how crew members should really be dealing with these kind of issues, and how they should be reporting the matter immediately to the DGCA. But Shankar Mishra in particular has certainly been hiding, and how his father is trying to make it look like that there is a blackmail issue on the part of the victim, and which is why she's escalating the matter, is certainly not something that can be believed in this case, because all these things will go against him, of how he tried to evade the law, how he was absconding, and how he did what he did with the victim. All these factors of course will be brought in the court's notice once he is brought here. But right now, of course, Samiksha, he will be taken to Safdarjung hospital for his medical, after when he will be brought here. All right, I'm being told Harsha continues to be with us. Harsha, if you can hear me, really to understand what the police may have gathered in this time, the kind of arguments that will be put in court against him, and what the police is now going to do. How many days of custody are they going to demand in court, and in terms of how he's being interrogated, of how the police is saying that he's not well, will that have any bearing on the developments?
So Isha, so if we talk about the proceeding and the hearing in the court, we are expecting that police will ask for at least 3 days police custody of the accused Shankar Mishra, because in this 3 days there will be several things. Police will make him sit in front of the co-passenger, and that could be also part of the investigation to hear both sides of the story, because on one side the lawyer of accused Shankar Mishra have stated that there were no eyewitness, and police have gathered information about 3 co-passengers, identified them who were there, who have seen this entire incident happening. So there are several part of the investigation, and therefore police will seek at least 3 days police custody, and therefore police is going to make a very strong point at the time of hearing in the Patiala House Court that the accused was continuously on the run. He didn't surrender himself. He switched off his phone. We were continuously trying to locate him and trying to contact him through his father, through his lawyer, and through his sister as well. And after continuously 3-4 days of the traveling of Delhi police in Bangalore and Mumbai, finally he got arrested in Bangalore, and that Delhi police have to take help of the city crime branch of Bangalore. So police will keep their strong points in front of the judge, so that at least 3 days police custody could be given of the accused Shankar Mishra. And then there are several points of the investigation. Why did he do this? How much alcohol impact he was in? How much alcohol did he consume? Did he consume alcohol only in the flight, or did he consume alcohol before boarding the flight? Because that could also be the scene, that how much alcohol was in impact of that he did such heinous act. And because of this, lady, the victim, she is in trauma. She is not well. She has still not spoken to police official. So Suesha, these will be the pointers of investigation what we are gathering right now. Back to you.
Absolutely, Harsha. And had this matter been reported in time, a lot of details could have been taken down then itself to whether he's intoxicated, to what level is he intoxicated, and what really were the sequence of events, because the family can of course now turn and twist as many facts as they want, or what really happened before or after. Like his father is claiming that it was the lack of sleep that Shankar Mishra behaved like this and not under the influence of alcohol, which of course is a claim that cannot be believed, because even the co-passenger has said how he was in an inebriated state. Let's listen into what the police has been saying as they have been interrogating him ever since they brought him from Bengaluru. DCP Ravi Kumar Singh on this when you spoke to him. Listen in.
को आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया, कहां से आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया, और दिल्ली कॉप्स की जितनी टीम है कितने दिन से किन-किन लोकेशंस पे लगी हुई थी ट्रेस करने के लिए?
मैम, इसमें जो हमारा शंकर 2 मिनट इसको ना वो आप जब थोड़ा शांत हो जाना। अच्छा, ठीक है। इसमें जो शंकर मिश्रा हैं, इनको हम लोगों ने बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है, और जो मामला था जैसे को पैसेंजर पे यूरिनेट करने का था, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने 2 दिन से 3 दिन से इस पे तलाश जारी थी। 2 टीमें हमारी, एक मुंबई और एक बेंगलोर में लगी हुई थी। तो अब जो है इनको कल रात को अरेस्ट किया गया है और लेके दिल्ली वापस लेके आए हैं इन्हें आज।
सर, एक और बार दिल्ली पुलिस की 2 टीम थी, एक मुंबई में और एक बैंगलोर में। सर, बैंगलोर में बताया जा रहा है विक्टिम भी है। सर, आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से बात करने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि 28 दिसंबर को जब मामला दर्ज हुआ था, उसके बाद फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से ही किया था।
उनसे बातचीत जारी है, बट वो जो उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी जो है ख़राब है, तो इसके लिए उनको अभी शी हैज़ डिमांडेड प्राइवेसी एट दिस मोमेंट, तो अभी उसमें चल रहा है। उससे बातचीत जो है, एक बारी जब उनकी तबीयत ठीक हो जाती है तो उनसे फिर कांटेक्ट करेंगे।
सर, एयर इंडिया के कितने क्रू मेंबर को अब तक इंटरोगेट कर लिया गया है, कितनों को आज बुलाया गया है, और जो को पैसेंजर्स हैं उसको लेके बता दीजिएगा।
हमने 3 को पैसेंजर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जो इसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं, तो उनको हम लोग बुला रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा हमारे जो क्रू है, टोटल 4 लोग अब तक कर चुके हैं इंटरोगेट। इसके अलावा 5 लोगों को हमने और बुलाया हुआ है जो इसमें क्रू में पार्ट थे इस इंसिडेंट के दौरान।
All right, so that is what DCP Ravi Kumar Singh had to say as interrogation of Shankar Mishra has been happening ever since he was caught by the police. Shortly from now, he will be produced in the Patiala House Court once his medical procedure is through at the Satyajang Hospital, where he is being taken right now. But I also want to bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's been tracking all the details in Bengaluru. Prajwal, certain reports also putting out how he was in touch with certain friends on social media, and that also led the police into tracing him, because his phone was shut. His whereabouts were unknown. He was obviously absconding and changing locations on purpose so that he does not get caught by the police. In the wee hours of the morning is when the police traced him. Take us through what happened in Bangalore all of yesterday. This, of course, after he was terminated, and how he took the help of the owner of those apartments to hide there.
Yes, Suyesh, now if you're looking at what transpired in Bengaluru, the team of Delhi cops landed here in the city in the evening, and after they met with the senior police officials in Bengaluru, it was decided that there will be a CCB team which will be going along with the cops from Delhi, because what is very clear here is the fact that there has been a discussion between the Bengaluru cops as well as the Delhi cops as to how to go about it and what will be the logistics too, because logistics was very quite important for them, because the Delhi police did not know as to which particular area he was in, and because of the help of geotags and the coordinates which were mainly found by the IP address which he was active on while he was using his social media accounts, it has been learned that he was tracked, because he has shut down his phone on the 3rd of Jan, and after which he had not used his phone. The last time that he was seen was in his office, and even from his office he was seen exiting along with a relative. That is what the cops have found out, and after that the same information was shared along with the Delhi police too, and finally he was tracked to RMV second stage at the Ramki apartments is what we understand, and after which there were 4 people from the Delhi police. There were also 2 people from the crime branch and 1 lady police too, just in case if they faced any sort of if they faced any sort of problem, and if there were any ladies, they wanted to make sure that there was also a lady police who would be present along with them. So this is what we get to understand, and after which now the Delhi cops have entered the Ramki apartments at 11 p.m. last night, and they were here for a period of 1 to 1.5 hours, and they have exited Ramki apartments by 12:40 along with Shankar Mishra, and it is now being learned that there was nobody inside this particular apartment apart from Shankar Mishra. So this is something which is very important, that Shankar Mishra was all alone. But all this and much more, now looking at these developments which is going on, we'll have to wait for this. But all this and much more on the other side of this short break on Republic. Stay tuned.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member.
Aam Aadmi Party youth wing is protesting against the BJP minister Sandeep Singh, and in fact some of the protesters has been detained and some are still here and with the heavy deployment of the police, just because these protesters wanted to march towards the minister's residence, but they have been stopped here by the Chandigarh police, and we will try to speak to some of the protesters as well. So you wanted to march towards the Sandeep Singh's minister's घेराव?
जी 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 हम खेल मंत्री संदीप सिंह के घर की तरफ जा रहे थे, आवास के घेराव के लिए जा रहे थे, और महिला खिलाड़ी ने जो उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाए हैं हम उनके पक्ष में खड़े हैं, महिला के पक्ष में खड़े हैं, महिला खिलाड़ी के पक्ष में खड़े हैं और न्याय की मांग करते हैं, और इसीलिए हम संदीप सिंह खेल मंत्री के घर के घेराव आवास का घेराव करने के लिए जा रहे थे और हमें पुलिस ने बीच में ही रोक लिया गया और हमारे साथियों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया।
लेकिन अभी भी संदीप सिंह जो है वो गिरफ्तार नहीं हुए, तो ये आपका संघर्ष तब तक जारी रहेगा जब तक गिरफ्तारी नहीं?
जी बिल्कुल, गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी और निष्पक्ष जांच नहीं होगी, वो उनको जब तक उनके ऊपर सेक्सुअली, फिजिकली और मेंटल हैरेसमेंट का केस नहीं होगा और कार्रवाई नहीं होगी, जब तक हम सड़कों पर खड़े रहेंगे, उतरेंगे सड़कों पे, पूरे प्रदर्शन करेंगे, और अगर ये नहीं होता तो हम हरियाणा में बहुत ही उग्र प्रदर्शन करने वाले हैं।
लेकिन मंत्री का ये कहना है कि ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल मूव है उनके खिलाफ ऑपोजिशन की।
देखो जी, मंत्री जी भाजपा सरकार के हैं तो सारा एक तरफा ही बयानबाजी चल रही है, तो भाजपा सरकार उनका पूर्ण रूप से साथ दे रही है, सीएम साहब उनका पूर्ण रूप से साथ दे रहे हैं। अगर निष्पक्ष जांच होती तो हमें यहाँ पे सड़कों पर नहीं उतरना पड़ता। महिला के सम्मान में आम आदमी पार्टी अभी मैदान में आई हुई है और उनकी लड़ाई हम लड़ते रहेंगे, और हरियाणा सरकार से हम दरखास्त करते हैं कि हमारे खेल मंत्री संदीप सिंह को गिरफ्तार करें, बर्खास्त करें पद से, उनसे इस्तीफा लें और उनका जो भी उनको
We're slipping into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of Bihar RJD chief who sparked a controversy calling Ram Janmabhoomi Nafrat Ki Zameen.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV.
Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP.
And I'm standing outside the Patiala House Court where, remember, shortly from now, Shankar Mishra will be produced in court. He was arrested in Bengaluru in the wee hours of last night and early morning today, and the police then brought him back to Delhi where he was interrogated at the IGI police station. Right now, soon after leaving the police station, he was taken to Safdarjung Hospital where his medical procedure will be conducted, after which he will be brought to the Patiala House Court where the police is going to remand his custody. But what really happened at the IGI police station when he left, my colleague Harsha also tried to question him, but he did not say anything. Let's take a look at that sequence.
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not?
शंकर क्या कहेंगे? शंकर
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic? Why you not in your apologetic? Why you not in your senses? Why you not in your senses?
चलो
उसके बारे में कोई भी पक्षपात है?
शंकर ऐसा क्यों? शंकर
So these are the visuals of Shankar Mishra, accused, who is being taken for the medical and then towards court. They are the exclusive visuals on your screen of accused Shankar Mishra right now. What we are showing right now on your screen, this is exclusive, as we are again and again trying to question Shankar. Again and again. As Shankar, are you ashamed? Why did you say that?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
Outside the Patiala House Court, where remember shortly from now Shankar Mishra will be produced. Details coming in of how his lawyers are already now made their way inside the court. Shankar Mishra, whose medical will first be conducted at the Safdarjung Hospital, after which he will be produced in court. Remember, he had been absconding all these days because he knew he may get caught any time, and which is why he had been changing locations constantly until in the wee hours of this morning when he was arrested by the Delhi police in Bengaluru, where he had been hiding. We're slipping into a very short commercial break, but we continue to get you all the updates from outside Patiala House Court, where remember he'll be brought in a short while from now.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
one
be
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि जी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, been identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
one
be
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We start with Superfast 50 in a mega Republic impact. Shankar Mishra, the man accused of urinating on his co-flyer on Air India on 26th of November flight from New York to the national capital, has been arrested from Karnataka's Bengaluru. The accused is currently inside the court and the hearing has begun.
एक पैसेंजर ने को पैसेंजर के ऊपर टॉयलेट कर दिया था, तो इस पे जो हमें कंप्लेंट मिली थी उसके बेसिस पे FIR हमने 4 जनवरी को की और इसके बाद तलाश जारी थी। तो कल हमने इनको जो एक्यूज्ड हैं इसको बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है और आज इनको लेके आ गए हैं यहाँ पे। तो फर्दर पूछताछ अभी जारी है इसमें।
और लोगों को भी बुलाया है क्या?
हाँ, कुछ क्रू मेंबर्स जो थे उसमें और बाकी फेलो पैसेंजर्स जो हैं उनको भी इसमें बुलाया गया।
Republic accessed picture of the Air India creep Shankar Mishra moments after his arrest in the urination case. The arrest comes based on the case that was registered on the complaint of the woman, the co-flyer in the flight from New York to the national capital. Following the arrest, accused Shankar Mishra was brought to the national capital. The Delhi police had deployed a team in Bengaluru to trace Shankar Mishra's location.
शंकर ये शंकर ये आपने क्यों शंकर जी शंकर क्या ये घिनौना अपराध कर गया शंकर क्यों नहीं ये घिनौना अपराध बोला है ये जगह है दिखा
All right, so those are the visuals that we are putting on our screens right now of Shankar Mishra there being taken for the medical test. Remember, he's been taken to the court. In the latest, we are given to understand that the hearing in this case has begun. We'll go across to Harsha and Suyesha as well, who are there outside the court getting us those details. But those are the visuals coming in right now of Shankar Mishra being taken for the medical test. So we'll get that confirmation whether that medical test has been completed or not. But he will be, of course, produced before the court in just a short while from now. So those are the first visuals coming in right now of accused Shankar Mishra, who was taken for the medical test, after which he will be produced at the Patiala House Court in the national capital. So the visuals there coming in right now of the accused Shankar Mishra in the case. Remember, he was arrested early this morning from Bengaluru. Later, he was brought to the national capital. More details that are just coming in relation to the developments in this case. Remember, the Air India crew was also interrogated by the Delhi police, and a statement that has also been issued by the Air India, in which it has finally been forced to admit to those lapses that have come to light in this case. Air India crew as well as the pilot have been de-rostered. Not just this, the alcohol serving policy is also in review by the airlines. Also important to note here that the DGCA has issued a national advisory in relation in wake of this incident that was reported on this Air India flight. The airlines have been asked to follow certain guidelines, especially in relation to prevent any such cases to happen in future. But the visuals there on your screens coming in right now of accused Shankar Mishra being taken for the medical test. So he will be produced before the court in just a short while from now. Remains to be seen the kind of arguments that are presented by the accused's lawyer in this case. Because remember earlier, a statement that was issued by the accused lawyer in this particular case mentioned how these cases, how the matter was, the matter was settled between the accused as well as the victim in this case. We have Piyush Mishra as well, who's there at the Safdarjung Hospital where the medical of the accused would be done. Piyush, if you could confirm this for us, has the medical test been completed of the accused Shankar Mishra in this case?
Well, he has just been taken inside the Safdarjung hospital for the medical test. As we are speaking, the medical is going on. It will take another 5 to 10 minutes for the medical, and after that he will be taken to Patiala House Court where he will be produced there by the court. We are being stopped here by the security of the hospital. They are stopping us from recording the visuals. But the point here is that this creep has now been brought here to Safdarjung Hospital for the medical examination. His MLC will be done done, and then after that he will be produced before the court. Right now as we are speaking, he is undergoing medical examination, and soon after this he will be taken to Patiala House Court, where we can expect police to seek his remand, because investigation has to be done. A lot of things needs to be unearthed, and that is what we are believing that the police would be doing. Remember that the lawyer of victim has also reached to the police station there at IGI. Also, what we are given to understand is that the lawyer of accused will also be there, so we can expect some sort of confrontation also, because crew members have also been called there at IGI. So there could be some sort of a confrontation where all the people involved in this case could be made to sit together, and then police would try to connect as to what actually transpired on that particular day when this incident had taken place, when a victim was coming from New York to Delhi. We are showing you the live visuals from Safdarjung Airport, where accused Shankar Mishra has been brought here for the medical examination, and from here he will be taken to Patiala House Court, where police is going to produce him. So it will take another half an hour maximum for the police to produce him in Patiala House Court. And these are the live pictures coming in from Safdarjung Hospital, where a team of Delhi police officers along with the experts, they have come here, and he has been taken inside. The man Shankar Mishra has been taken inside the Safdarjung Hospital for the medical examination, and from Safdarjung he will be taken to Patiala House Court for producing him before the magistrate. Also today is the day when police is likely to connect all the dots, and if police does that, then it is going to seek, going to unearth more and more details as far as this entire case is concerned. Any minute from now we can expect him to be brought out, because we believe that the medical takes only the medical takes उस तरफ हम उस तरफ जा रहे हैं अच्छा हाँ उस तरफ तो जा रहे हैं so he any minute from now we can expect him to be brought out, and we will continue to show you the live pictures. I would ask Manish to pan his camera and then continue to focus on the live pictures. Any minute from now Shankar Mishra would be brought out. It takes only 5 to 7 minutes to do the medical examination. We believe that the medical examination has almost been completed. Any minute from now he will come out. I would ask Manish to continue to focus his camera right there on the entry gate from where he will be taken out. So today is the day when the medical examination of Shankar Mishra is taking place. Yesterday, late last night, he was arrested by Delhi police officers, and after that he was brought to Delhi. He was made to stay there at the police station, IGI police station, throughout the night. And today in the morning, what we are seeing is that he is going to be produced before the Patiala House Court, and before that MLC of this person is taking place. If we talk about this entire case, remember that many discrepancies have come out at the part of Air India. The crew has also been summoned by Delhi police officers. In fact, what we are learning is that show cause notice has already been issued by Air India to all the crew members. And any minute from now, we can expect Shankar Mishra to be taken out from this very entry gate of Safdarjung Hospital, where we can expect that process to be completed within another 5 to 7 minutes.
All right, Piyush, stay with us. So Piyush, they're reporting live from the Safdarjung Hospital, where the medical of the accused Shankar Mishra is underway. We can expect him to be taken out in the next 5 to 10 minutes, after which he will be produced before the court. We have Suyesha as well reporting live from outside the court, where Shankar Mishra will be produced. Suyesha, if we were to talk about, the kind of statements that were earlier put out by the accused lawyer in this case, because from what it appears, the claims that were made by the lawyer falls completely flat, because on one hand he said that there was no eyewitness as to when this incident really happened, but on the other hand we have that letter also that we've accessed of that witness, who clearly states that there were lapses on part of the airline and how the airline completely failed to take proper action.
Oh yes, and that is going to be the challenge for the lawyer of Shankar Mishra, who is already inside the Patiala House Court, Samiksha, as we talk, because if they are going to put forth the same arguments that they put out in the statement that they had released, and whether they will really be considered by the court what the police has to say after they interrogated him, because a couple of things that do go against Shankar Mishra in this case. The fact that he was absconding, the fact that he was on the run. If he had nothing to hide, if he does not admit to the charges against him, then why did he have to run? Also the very fact to how he tried to broker a deal with the victim. He paid her 15,000 rupees for what? So all these questions certainly he'll have to answer. And then again, the police is wanting to question him and interrogate him further. So they will try and seek his custody in the Patiala House Court. Piyush is reporting from the Safdarjung Hospital, where the medical is underway for Shankar Mishra. After that gets completed, then he will be brought here. But you know, Samiksha, that exactly is the problem and the delay that we are questioning, not only for the airline, but you know, stricter norms that need to be followed, especially in cases like this. Because had this happened on time, had the matter been reported on time, you know, he could have been checked, medical procedures could have been conducted on him, and a lot of details would have followed thereafter. But what happens is, in due course of time, especially in terms of delay in such a case, a lot of facts can be twisted and turned around. For example, Shankar Mishra's father saying that he was not in an inebriated state, he was not intoxicated. It was really that he had not slept in 72 hours was the very reason why Shankar Mishra went on to do what he did. And he rather put the blame on the victim, saying that the victim is trying to blackmail him and she's not happy with the settlement amount, and that is why she is probably escalating the matter. So you see, this very delay is the cause of the fact to how a lot of truth that could have actually appeared at that time, had everyone reacted on time, it could not have been hidden. But now we also understand that the police had said that Shankar Mishra had quoted to them that he was feeling unwell, which is exactly why we've been trying to understand, will that have a bearing on the developments from here on? So the medical, of course, is being conducted, and we'll get a clear picture to the state of health he is in, and after that he will be brought here. Very crucial, because he was on the run, and the kind of arguments that will be put forth in court will decide the future of Shankar Mishra.
Well, absolutely, Suyesha. And you know, talking about the action that has been taken by the airline so far, it is too late, because let's not forget, it's not just the fact that they failed to render help to the victim in this case. They also failed to act against the accused when this incident happened, and there were eyewitnesses when all of this happened. And also the fact that they saw that this man was in an inebriated state but did not take any action. But before I go across to Suyesha, Piyush, they're reporting live from that Safdarjung Hospital, where the medical of the accused is being done. Piyush, what is the latest you're picking up? When can we expect the accused to be taken out after that medical test? All right, we'll connect with Piyush again, but we'll put out those visuals again of accused Shankar Mishra, who's now been taken out after the completion of the medical test at the Safdarjung Hospital. In fact, just a while from in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we can expect him to be taken to the court. Remains to be seen the kind of arguments that are presented by both the sides. The police, of course, will be seeking custody of the accused Shankar Mishra in this case, whereas the accused remains to be seen the kind of arguments that will be put forth by Shankar Mishra's lawyer in this case. But remember, in the statement that was earlier put out by the accused lawyer, who stated that the charges are completely false and that the issue was resolved by both the sides in this particular case. Not just this, he even went on to say that there was a compensation that was provided by the accused in this case, which was of course later returned by the victim in this case. So back-to-back updates that are just coming in after 3 days of relentless campaign. Shankar Mishra, who's finally been arrested. Piyush Mishra reporting live from outside the Safdarjung Hospital. Piyush, has the medical test been completed, and when can we expect him to be produced before the court?
Well, Samiksha, we can update to our viewers that latest update which we are getting from the hospital is that his medical is done and he has been taken out from the Safdarjung Hospital, and he is being taken to Patel House Court, where he will be produced before the magistrate. Most likely, police is going to seek his custody for the investigation into this entire case. But we can confirm right now is that the medical of Shankar Mishra is done, and that report is going to be produced before the court by Delhi Police, where Delhi Police is going to seek his custody. Remember that late late last night. He was arrested from Bengaluru, and from Bengaluru he was brought late last night itself to National Capital. He was made to stay there at IGI police station, and today in the morning we also saw how the crew members of Air India were also called in for the further investigation. But latest update which we are picking is that Shankar Mishra, who was brought here at Safdarjung Hospital, his medical examination has been done. He has been now taken to Patiala House Court for the further interrogation, for producing before the Patiala House Court, where police is going to seek his custody for at least 5 days, so that all the dots can be connected. Remember that all the people connected with this case are now in National Capital, be it about Air India crew or victim's lawyer or accused lawyer or Shankar Mishra himself. So all the members are here in National Capital, and Delhi police is going to do a thorough interrogation in this entire case. So we can clearly see as a big Republic impact that Shankar Mishra, the creep, has now finally been arrested by Delhi police, and this after the relentless reportage shown by Republic TV. The police had to swung into action, and this man was arrested. If we talk about this entire case, remember that it took place on 27th of November, and since then, at the time when this incident took place, no actions were taken by Air India. Now what we are given to understand is that after the complaint which was given by the victim to Tata Group, the Air India swung into action. It approached to Delhi police, and then FIR was filed. What we are now given to understand is that Shankar Mishra, who was arrested by Delhi police, his MLC is done, and he has now been taken to Patiala House Court, where police is going to produce him before the court and would seek his further custody.
Piyush, stay with us. So as we put out those visuals of accused Shankar Mishra, important to note here that as Piyush was telling us, the medical of the accused is now complete. He will be produced very shortly before the court. Suyesha there outside the court getting us those live updates. Suyesha, if you can talk to us, give us a sense of the kind of arguments that will be presented by the accused lawyer in this case.
Oh yes, Samiksha, now that he will be brought to court any minute, let me give you a sense of where I'm standing. I'm standing outside gate number 4 of the Patiala House Court, and you see heavy media contingent really present here to get to talk to Shankar Mishra here. Now there is a possibility that he could be brought from here. There is also a possibility that he could be brought from the back gate as well. Now usually in cases like this where there is a lot of media presence, and the police does not want a confrontation between the accused and also for him to really face the media, then there are also chances that he is taken from the back gate. But really manning all those vantage points at this point, we really see that at gate number 4, where he will be taken inside, his lawyers are already present inside the Patiala House Court. And remember the arguments that they have made so far, where they said that because there was a settlement already between the victim and Shankar Mishra here. So that is why there was no need to really escalate the matter in that sense. And also the statement that was given by Shankar Mishra's father, where he went on to say that his son has always been at good behavior, and this is something he'll certainly not do. Also saying that it is probably the victim who is trying to escalate the matter, as she may not be happy with the compensation. But remember, he had sent 15,000 rupees into her account, which was sent back by the victim's daughter to him. And such a disgrace that it was, because that very problem is what irked the victim, of the fact that he was not shameful for what he has done. And she was highly disgusted by the fact that even the airline tried to broker a deal between the two instead of really punishing him for what he had done. Now the airline said that unilaterally they could impose a ban of 30 days, and that they did. But is that really enough for a man who carries out such a disgusting act against an elderly woman and then flashes his private parts for a while? Remember, all these claims that are now being made by the lawyer and Shankar Mishra in this case don't really cut eyes with what the eyewitness accounts have been of how the co-passenger had to intervene and stop him from doing what he was doing, because he was in an inebriated state, and people did see him, which is why the statements of the crew members have also been recorded by the Delhi police. And the very fact that all this will now be taken into account to the kind of case that is built against Shankar Mishra. But keeping a very close eye as we are manning gate number 4 of the Patiala House Court, high possibility that he could be brought from here. And Samiksha, let's listen into what Shankar Mishra's father had said on this.
टोटल झूठा केस है। मेरा बेटा अमेरिका गया हुआ था, वो रेलवे से उसको न्यूयॉर्क में फ्लाइट पकड़ना था। वो करीब 30-35 घंटे सोया नहीं था, ऑलमोस्ट समझ लो कि 1 दिन 2 दिन सोया नहीं था। वो न्यूयॉर्क से फ़्लाइट पकड़ा, वो रात को खाना खा के, इवन फ्लाइट वाले पीने को देते हैं, ड्रिंक देते हैं तो पिया होगा और वहाँ से रास्ते में सो गया। और उसके बाद में जब वो उठा तो उसको ऐसा, मुझे जो बताया गया मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, मुझे जो समझ में आ रहा है, बाकी मैं तो वहाँ पे था नहीं। तो उसको बाद में एयरलाइंस के लोग ने उसको बुला के पूछा, बाकी मुझे नहीं लगता कि ऐसा करेगा। वो लेडी 72 ईयर की है, माँ के जैसी है, ये 34 साल का बच्चा है, ऐसे कैसे कर सकता है? वो शादीशुदा है, उसकी एक बेटी है 18 साल की, ऐसा कोई भी आदमी नहीं कर सकता है। पर देखिए, कुछ पेमेंट उसने डिमांड किया था और दिया गया था। उसके बाद में क्या हुआ मुझे पता नहीं है, कुछ तो हुआ रहेगा डिमांड, जो कि शायद उसका पूरा नहीं हुआ, इसलिए वो नाराज़ हो गई और ऐसा काम किया। शायद क्वाइट पॉसिबल ब्लैकमेलिंग होगा या इमेज ख़राब करने की बात हुई या कुछ उसका ईगो हर्ट हुआ रहेगा, मस्ट बी समथिंग। सर वो बहुत ही कॉर्डियल है, बच्चा है, इस तरह की हरकत कभी लाइफ में आई नहीं है। वो छोटी उम्र के, उसके उम्र की लड़कियों के साथ भी ऐसा कभी हमें सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है। तो 72 साल की लेडी का कैसे हो सकता है? एक बच्चे को उसके माँ बाप जितना जानता है उसकी और कोई नहीं जानता है, शायद इवन कोई भी होने दो, बीवी भी नहीं जानती होगी जितने माँ और बाप जानते हैं उसको। हम बताना ये चाहते हैं कि आप फैक्चुअल बताइए। जिस तरह से मैं सुन रहा हूँ मीडिया में, ये इमेज खराब करने वाली बात है, इस तरह से नहीं होना चाहिए। कुछ सच्चाई से हटके प्रेजेंट किया जा रहा है।
So there you heard the father of the accused, Shankar Mishra, who says that there is an attempt to tarnish the image of his son. Not just this, he's saying that charges are being framed against his son. Remember Shankar Mishra, who's been barred from traveling, from flying for 30 days. He's also been terminated from Wells Fargo, the financial services firm where he used to work at. On that note, let's also listen in to that exclusive conversation we had with the DCP on what can be expected next and what the Delhi police has to say on the action against the accused in this case.
accused को आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया, कहां से आप लोगों ने गिरफ्तार किया? दिल्ली कॉप्स की जितनी टीम है, कितने दिन से किन किन लोकेशंस पे लगी हुई थी ट्रेस करने के लिए?
मैम, इसमें जो हमारा शंकर, 2 मिनट इसको ना, वो आप थोड़ा शांत हो जाए ना। ठीक है। इसमें जो शंकर मिश्रा हैं, इनको हम लोगों ने बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है और जो मामला था, जैसे को पैसेंजर पे यूरिनेट करने का था, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने 2 दिन से 3 दिन से इस पे तलाश जारी थी। 2 टीमें हमारी, एक मुंबई और एक बेंगलोर में लगी हुई थी। तो अब जो है इनको कल रात को अरेस्ट किया गया है और लेकर दिल्ली वापस लेके आए हैं इन्हें आज।
सर एक और बार, दिल्ली पुलिस की 2 टीम थी, एक मुंबई में और एक बैंगलोर में। सर बैंगलोर में बताया जा रहा है विक्टिम भी है। सर आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से बात करने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि 28 दिसंबर को जब मामला दर्ज हुआ था, उसके बाद फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट आप लोगों ने विक्टिम से ही किया था।
उनसे बातचीत जारी है, बट वो जो उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी जो है ख़राब है, तो इसके लिए उनको अभी शी हैज़ डिमांडेड प्राइवेसी एट दिस मोमेंट, तो अभी उसमें चल रहा है। उससे बातचीत जो है, एक बार जब उनकी तबीयत ठीक हो जाती है तो उनसे फिर कांटेक्ट करेंगे।
सर एयर इंडिया के कितने क्रू मेंबर को अब तक इंटरोगेट कर लिया गया है, कितनों को आज बुलाया गया है, और जो को पैसेंजर्स हैं उसको लेके बता दीजिएगा।
हमने 3 को पैसेंजर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जो इसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं, तो उनको हम लोग बुला रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा हमारे जो क्रू है, टोटल 4 लोग अब तक कर चुके हैं इंटेरोगेट। इसके अलावा 5 लोगों को हमने और बुलाया हुआ है जो इसमें क्रू में पार्ट थे इस इंसिडेंट के दौरान।
So accused Shankar Mishra, who will be produced very shortly in the court. The police of course will be seeking Shankar Mishra's custody. Suyesha of course continues to be with us, reporting live from outside the Patiala House Court. Suyesha, if you can talk to us more about the sections under which accused Shankar Mishra has been booked. Is this a bailable offence, the kind of act that accused Shankar Mishra indulged in this particular flight?
Right, Samiksha, I'm sorry I wasn't able to hear the question very clearly, and the network is slightly fluctuating because we are right outside the court. But let me quickly give you details of what we are expecting will happen in literally minutes from now. We are standing right here outside the Patiala House Court in the National Capital at gate number 4. This is the traffic on a Saturday afternoon at the circle where Shankar Mishra will be brought by the police. He was taken from the IGI police station to Safdarjung Hospital where his medical was conducted, and after which he is now going to reach any minute literally. I can't even say it will take a while, because any minute from now he will be here. Heavy media contingent, of course, manning this particular gate. Chances that he could be taken from here, chances are also bright that he could be taken from another gate at the back. So we are really trying to keep a close eye on where he is brought, and we'll try and get a word from him. Remember, when my colleague Harsha did try to speak to him while he was leaving from the IGI police station, he didn't really speak. So we'll wait and watch what really happens. But yes, his lawyers have been in for a while. They have been preparing already. They are a Delhi-based firm, and they are representing Shankar Mishra in this case. You would remember how they had also put out a statement, and I believe they are here. I believe they are here. I believe they are here. We are trying to chase them. All right, it could be this car. Yes, yes. Oh, they've probably tried to dodge the media, Samiksha. They've probably tried to dodge the media, and quite something that happens in a case like this, because they often don't want that the accused can really be confronted, and that can be the case, because this is the very Scorpio car that had left from the Safdarjung Hospital. This Scorpio car, and this was the number plate that we had noted. So this was the Scorpio car in which Sanjay Mishra was actually taken from the IGI police station to Safdarjung Hospital. And this is the same Scorpio car, so we were really expecting that he will be brought in this car because he had been in this particular Scorpio all this while. But they've obviously tried to dodge the media, and a possibility that they've taken him from another gate inside. So we are really trying to get details because remember, you see heavy media contingent manning this particular gate, and like I said, possible that he could be taken from the back gate. But it is close to 3:30 now, and he has reached the Patiala House Court. He has reached the Patiala House Court, probably taken from the other gate. But yes, we certainly understand, Samiksha, that here's another ambulance that is following, and inside is when he will be produced very, very shortly, from where my colleague Tanisha is also reporting. She will be putting out details of what is the argument that is made inside the court, the set of arguments on his...
Yes, so we're now given to understand that the accused has been produced before the Patiala House Court. So Yesha, take it away, take us through all the arguments that can be expected today. In fact, in just a while from now, as we are given to understand that the accused has already been produced before the court.
Yes, yes. He's being taken from the back gate. He's been taken from the back gate. Yes, Samiksha.
All right. So while we'll again go across to Sayesha, but just to tell our viewers, the accused Shankar Mishra has been produced before the court. In fact, the hearing has begun. This is at the Patiala House Court where the hearing has begun. The Delhi police will of course be seeking custody of the accused Shankar Mishra in this case, whereas the accused lawyer will be presenting the case and would try to make a strong case so as to prevent that custody of, to prevent the Delhi police from taking the custody of the accused. Suyesha continues to be with us. Suyesha, if you can talk to us more about the arguments that are being presented inside the court, as we understand that the hearing has already begun.
Yes, Samiksha, let me quickly tell you that the hearing has begun, and the judge has said who is the accused. The judge has also asked as to why the police needs custody in this case. Shankar Mishra was taken from the back gate inside the Patiala House Court. His lawyers who were already present here a while ago, and they are checking now as the judge is asking why the police needs custody. So it is for the Delhi police to now put forth arguments on that front. They are producing Shankar Mishra, where they said that they had arrested him in Bengaluru, and Metropolitan Magistrate Anamika, where the Delhi police has now produced him. And this is exactly what has happened. The police is showing the file to the judge now. The police is now showing the file to the judge, as the judge asked the police why they need his custody. The police is seeking Shankar Mishra's custody, and the police has asked. The police is now presenting the file. Remember, they are saying that they are seeking his custody to interrogate him, when they had arrested him in the wee hours of this morning from Bengaluru, and they brought him from Bengaluru to Delhi, where they were interrogating him until now, when he's been produced in the Patiala House Court. The police is now showing the file to the judge, and the police is seeking custody. The judge is saying that why do you need his custody? So they're now presenting the file to the judge for him to go through the details of all the evidences that they have against Shankar Mishra, and they're also saying that they want to interrogate him, and which is why they're seeking his custody. The judge is asking the police as to where they arrested him from, and this, of course, we understand that he was arrested in the wee hours of this morning from Bengaluru. He had been absconding, he had been changing locations, he had been doing that on purpose because he was trying to evade arrest. The police is seeking 3 days custody of Shankar Mishra. Let's quickly break that for our viewers. Flash those details on our screens right now. The police is seeking 3-day custody for Shankar Mishra because they are saying that they want to question him, they want to interrogate him. That's the reason that they are seeking his custody. They've also produced the file in front of the judge, as the judge is now evaluating all the that the police has found out until now, and the evidences that the police may have against him. But it is the police wanting to seek 3-day custody of Shankar Mishra. So the judge is now looking into all these details, and
yes,
the hearing is underway, from where my colleague Sambhav is putting out every single piece of information and every single detail of what is happening inside the court, where Shankar Mishra has been produced. Samiksha, 3-day custody is what the police is seeking, and the police is saying that they want to interrogate him.
Yes, so Yesha, stay with us. For our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can once again talk us through the arguments being presented, because latest what we're given to understand, like you're pointing out, the police has sought 3 days custody of the accused, whereas the judge has questioned as to from where has the police arrested the accused Shankar Mishra in this case. Take us through all those updates you're picking up of the arguments being presented in the court as we speak.
Yes, Samiksha. So the Delhi police is saying that we need to examine a few more people. The judge is saying that you've examined the cabin crew, and the police is saying that yes, a few more people need to be examined in this case along with Shankar Mishra, which is why they're seeking his custody. They're demanding that they get his custody for 3 more days, and 3 more days for which in which Shankar Mishra is interrogated by the police. As we understand that at the IGI police station, the crew members were interrogated this morning, and they were questioned on all the details of the incident, what had happened, what is the version of each and every crew member on what they have to say. In fact, the counsel of the victim also saying that I am the victim and I need an FIR copy, so she's demanding an FIR copy. The judge is also asking as to when the FIR was registered, to which the police gave the answer that on the 4th of January, the FIR was registered. The police is, of course, now putting forth details of the crew members who have been questioned, and they are saying that a few more people need to be examined in this case for the very reason that they need 3-day custody of Shankar Mishra. And also, it is, like I said, the counsel of the victim where the victim is saying that I need a copy of the FIR. Now let's understand that Samiksha, while the victim had put out the complaint copy to the chairman of Air India, she has been hesitant to really come in front of the media. This despite how Republic has been fronting this story and relentlessly been reporting on every single detail, and which is why we've seen such a massive impact on the ground of how Air India has also regretted what has happened, and the fact that they are just implementing so many changes in terms of policy, in terms of how crew members now need to be trained, and this really has set as a precedent to what has happened. But how will Shankar Mishra be punished? What will the case be, the case that will be really built against him, and how will the court now also react to what the police has found out? Because the court has asked where is the complainant, and the police has said that she is in Bangalore, she will come tomorrow. So she has been slightly hesitant when it is really about coming in front, because she did want that Shankar Mishra must be punished for what he's done and he must not be allowed to go scot-free, which is what was happening so far, because on the 26th of November is when this horrific hideous incident had happened of how disgusted she was, how repulsed she was, and the fact that Air India tried to brush this matter under the carpet. They tried to obviously broker a deal between the victim and Shankar Mishra in this case, where they put her in front of him, though she did not want to. And then Shankar Mishra also, the tone and tenor of his WhatsApp chats is very, very evident to how he's not taking this matter very seriously, and just paid off 15,000 rupees to her and sent it into her account, thinking that it's all over and he can get back to his normal life. This, of course, was transferred back by the daughter of the victim to his account, and that was not enough for them. But she has been slightly hesitant to come forth and take this full throttle. But the judge is also asking that the statement of the complainant must be taken, and to which the police has replied that she is in Bangalore and she will be coming tomorrow. So really all the aspects that need to be taken into account to how strong the complainant in this case now goes against Shankar Mishra, to whether when she'll come tomorrow, of the statement that will be recorded from her by the police, and what she says as she pursues this matter legally also. Also Shankar Mishra's team of lawyers who are representing him, and we of course are privy to the first statement that they had made when they were trying to underplay this matter by saying that since the matter was already resolved from their end with the victim, so there is no need to escalate this further now. And the Delhi police is telling the court that we've come to know that the accused has taken 7-day leave. Then he went to Bombay. So this is what the Delhi police is now telling the court. This is of course in connection with how he had fled. We understand that he had been absconding. Again, the judge asking why is police custody required. So remember, the judge has been asking this question to the police again and again as to why they require his custody. They are demanding 3-day police custody for Shankar Mishra, where they are saying that they want to interrogate him. They are saying that they've examined a few people until now in this case, and they want to examine a few other people also. The judge is asking this again and again. Why does the police need custody? So obviously the police will have to come out with strong arguments on this to what they found against Shankar Mishra so far. But this also remains that he had been absconding, he had been running away from the police. A question being asked as to if he had nothing to hide, then why is it that he was running away from the police so far, and he should have just come in front and admitted to whatever had happened if he wasn't at fault. The police is also saying that he is not cooperating with the probe. Now this is very important, Samiksha, and we must put out these details. This is breaking news coming in. The police is saying in the court that the very reason that they are demanding his custody for the next 3 days is because he has not been cooperating with the cops as they have been interrogating him. And the judge is also asking as to why the police is not asking for judicial custody and why they want to take him into their custody. Now we'll try and wait for what the police says on this, but the judge is asking the police again and again as to why they are demanding his custody, and they are putting out details. They've submitted that file of what they've prepared against Shankar Mishra so far, where they've said that he has not been cooperating with the probe. He has not been cooperating while he is being interrogated by the cops until now. The police is also saying that how is the accused statement be recorded in judicial custody. So they are saying that they want him in police custody, and they are very, very sure sure about that because they want to record his statement. They want to examine every single detail. They want to get his version. They are also speaking to the other stakeholders in this case. They are also examining their details.
Yes,
so they really want to
stay
put
with us.
together
Just
and
hold your
corroborate
thoughts
all
for
that
a moment, and just to while you get more details. Yes, while you get more details on the arguments being presented in the court, a quick recap of the arguments taking place inside the court as we speak, in which the Delhi police has sought a 3-day custody of the accused. Meanwhile, the judge has questioned as to why is the police custody needed in the first place and why the Delhi police is not seeking a judicial custody. Instead, we have Harsha as well as Prajwal reporting live. Harsha, while the arguments are underway being presented by the Delhi police, talk to us about the arguments that will be presented, the kind of arguments that will be presented by the accused's lawyer in this case in the court.
So the counsel for the accused have clearly stated that they want the FIR copy, and the Manu Sharma, the advocate who's representing the accused, he has also stated that the why police needs the police custody. Again and again, judge is asking the same question, that why police needs the police custody, while police has clearly stated that the accused is not cooperating with the investigation, and since starting he has not he has not been cooperating. So to further enhance the probe and get into the deep, they need the police custody, and if judicial custody will be given, they will not be able to record his statements in judicial custody, because it is very clear that if the judicial custody will be given, the accused will be sent to jail, and it will be very difficult for the airport police to actually investigate this entire matter, to actually go deep into this entire incident, because on one hand the statement of the Air India crew member are being recorded, co-passengers will be called, victim will also come tomorrow, as DCP as the police cops have already quoted in the court that tomorrow the victim will be coming from Bangalore to record her statement. So for a fair probe, it's very important that the police custody of the accused should be given to the Delhi cops, so that they can interrogate this accused in the police station itself. In Tihar jail or any other jail where he will be sent to judicial custody, it will be very difficult. So 3 days police custody is what Delhi police cops have demanded for in the court. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. So that's the news point here coming in this hour of the judicial custody or the police custody of the accused. We're given to understand now the accused's lawyer is also presenting the arguments, questioning exactly why is the police custody needed. The judge also saying that why is the police custody needed and why not a judicial custody of the accused in this case. Slipping into a very short break, but Suyesha, Prajwal and Harsha reporting live, getting us all those details from inside the court of the arguments being presented as we speak.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए, निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि देखिए, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए,
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused Shankar Mishra works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा पाकिस्तान।
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
All right, tracking all the inside arguments taking place at this point in relation to the Air India P-Gate scandal. Prajwal, Suesha as well as Harsha reporting live, getting us all those updates. We are given to understand that the police has sought a 3-day remand of the accused Shankar Mishra in this case. Prajwal also getting us all those arguments being presented in the court. Prajwal, if you can give us more details as to the kind of arguments being presented by the counsel for the accused, who's said that in the FIR only one section is non-bailable. Talk us about the sections under which the accused Shankar Mishra has been booked, and if at all these sections are bailable or not.
Absolutely. Now, Samiksha, IPC section 354 is something that we need to look over here, which is the only non-bailable section here. But also at the same point of time, the line of argument and the nature of argument is something that will have to be taken into consideration here. Because in the FIR copy over here, the judge clearly asked whether there is any sort of co-accused, because in the complaint there is no sort of, there is no sort of co-accused which has been mentioned over here. But then the Delhi police step in and state that the co-accused is the Air India crew, because they were the ones who are trying to hush this entire case as well, and because of Air India serving unlimited alcohol, this entire episode, this entire fracas took place on the Air India flight too. So this is something which is going to be argued, which is going to be contested. But at the same point of time, now a 3-day police custody is being sought, because Harsha as well as Suesha also made a clear notification. They also highlighted the fact that if he is sent to judicial custody, he will be there in the jail and the police will not have an opportunity to question him. As of now, the main motive for the police is to make sure that they question the accused as soon as possible, and there will be a logical conclusion to this particular case. But we will also have to wait for further updates from inside the court, where now the advocate for the accused is arguing on behalf of his client.
Prajwal, stay with us. Suesha as well as Harsha getting us those updates from inside the court, but we'll slip into a very short break for now. Do not go anywhere. We'll get you live updates from inside the court, as we are now given to understand that the judge has said that the accused has just joined the probe and let the investigation proceed. This, of course, after the advocate Sharma, who's appearing for the accused in this case, mentions that only one section under which the accused has been booked is non-bailable. A very short break, but updates to continue on the other side of this very short break.
This is Shivangi Shukla reporting from Delhi NCR, and this is Republic.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused Shankar Mishra works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी।
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
All right, thanks for staying tuned, continuously tracking all those updates coming from inside the court as the arguments are being presented as we speak. Suyesha reporting live from outside the court. Suyesha, if you can run us through those arguments being presented, because what we're given to understand is that the Delhi police has sought a 3-day remand of accused Shankar Mishra.
Oh yes, absolutely, and this is what has been happening inside the court so far, Samisha, where the judge has been asking the police as to why they need custody, as they are demanding 3-day custody of Shankar Mishra. The police also submitted the file that they had prepared against Shankar Mishra and saying that they are examining other people too in this case. The judge also went on to say that they can question the crew members and the others as the investigation has just started and Shankar Mishra has really just joined the probe. But they are also saying that Shankar Mishra has not been cooperating in the investigation. Now this is a big statement coming in from the cops where they are saying that he has not been cooperating and they really do want him in custody, to which the judge also said that why not judicial custody, why police custody? The police has been insisting on the fact that they need to interrogate him and it is imperative that he be taken into 3-day police custody. Very shortly from now the judge will be dictating the order. This, even as the complainant, we understand, has demanded an FIR copy. The victim in this case is being said is in Bangalore and she will be coming to Delhi tomorrow, is what the police is saying. And also the judge is saying that the court can't really act under the fact that there is a lot of public pressure and a lot of people are watching this. They need to go as per the law, and which is why the judge is now asking the police and questioning them on everything as they demand 3-day police custody. Like I said, shortly from now the judge will be dictating the order, and Shankar Mishra's lawyers also pressing for the fact that he is not taken into custody and saying that he will cooperate. Now, as far as Shankar Mishra is concerned, Samiksha, we understand that he has been running away from the police. He had been absconding for 3 days. He knew that he could be caught by the police any time, and which is why he was constantly changing his locations, had switched off his phone. The Delhi police also really had to break themselves down into various teams, one in Delhi, one in Mumbai, one in Bangalore, to trace this man down. His residence was in Mumbai and Republic was the first channel to have reached there at his residence. But he had fled from there also, and he had taken a personal favor to lodge himself at this guest house in Bengaluru, from where Prajwal got us details. So Samiksha, we are just standing by for the judge to dictate the order that can start any time now, and then we'll know if the police gets 3-day custody of Shankar Mishra.
All right, Suyesha, stay with us. We'll come back to you after a very short break, so stand by for that order, which will be pronounced any time now by the judge in relation to whether the accused, whether the Delhi police will be getting the custody of the accused in this case.
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
be
one
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%.
I am Aneri Shah reporting from Hyderabad, and this is Republic.
All right, continuously tracking all those updates coming in from the court, we are given to understand that the order will be pronounced any time now on whether the police, Delhi police, will be getting the police custody of accused Shankar Mishra. In the case, we're given to understand that the arguments that are presented by the Delhi police, in which it's stated that the accused Shankar Mishra is not cooperating with the police in the interrogation. We have Suyesha reporting live from outside the court. Piyush Mishra is also with Suyesha, I believe. Suyesha, very quickly, if you can run us through the arguments presented by both the sides and the order that is expected any time now.
Oh yes, the order is expected any time now, Samisha. But also what has happened so far in this hearing, and Piyush is also bringing us details on the same, of the judge asking again and again, Piyush, as to why the police wants 3-day custody and why not judicial custody. The police also submitted the file, and they said that Shankar Mishra has not been cooperating in the probe, and which is also the reason why the demand period.
Well, certainly, Suyesha, and some police is absolutely right, because in the last 3 days, since the time Republic broke the entire controversy, we broke the news first. We saw as to how, though there was pressure on Delhi police, but police was also trying its best to reach out to this person. This person who was initially there in Bangalore. What he did, he went to a hideout. He went to one of his known residents, and he switched off his phone just because of the social media activity which he was doing. Police was able to zero down on this person. Now police is making it very clear in front of the magistrate that this person, accused Shankar Mishra, Creep, is reluctant to join the probe, which means that he is not cooperating at all, and that is why police needs some police custody. Important fact here is that 3 days remand is also being sought, because all the concerned parties, all the concerned people in this entire thing, they are in national capital. Police would want to connect all the dots, be it about the victim's lawyer or the Air India crew members, or the accused himself. So what we can clearly see here is that police would want to connect all the dots and try to establish what would have happened there mid-air on the flight when they were coming from New York to Delhi, because in her complaint the victim has leveled not only serious allegations on this creep but also on Air India crew members. So her claims have to be established, her claims have to be substantiated by Delhi police, and that
But Piyush, it is important to put out details of what is happening inside the court, as the order is stating that all the requirements made by the police do not require police remand. So while the police is pressing for remand for 3 days, the judge also saying that all the requirements are not really meeting that criteria. The order also stating that there is no requirement of the accused to police custody. Prima facie, it is also seeing that the accused is reluctant to join the probe. So I beg, that's what they are saying, and they are saying that the complainant in this case, that is the victim, 164 under CRPC is yet to be recorded. So while I believe that the judge is also basically saying that the probe has just begun and he has just joined the probe. So 3-day police custody at this point, when the complainant is also to put out details, her statement to be recorded under 164 CRPC, and stating that there is no material to show that any further interrogation is required to conduct further probe. The counsel also or the accused vehemently opposing remand, and the police custody application has been declined. Okay. So that's what it states, that 14 days judicial custody for Shankar Mishra. Shankar Mishra has been sent to 14 days judicial custody and not police custody. The police was primarily demanding that he be sent to police custody for 3 days, but the court has granted 14 days of judicial custody for Shankar Mishra.
Which means that from here, from Patiala House Court Complex, this creep is going there to Tihar jail. So that's a big development. 14 days police custody. Shankar Mishra will now be sent to Tihar jail, and where we can expect Delhi police to go and record his statement. This is what the judge is also saying. What we are also learning is that the police was seeking 3 days police remand because police had to connect all the dots. Now when a judge has given 14 days police custody, then certainly police can go and record statement of him there inside the jail also. But tonight he's going to spend his night in the jail only, in Tihar jail. That's a big development. 14 days police custody has now been granted to Shankar Mishra by the Patiala House Court. Beg your pardon, yes, judicial custody, and we can now expect his lawyers to approach to court for his bail application, because the sections, those are there, only one section is there which is non-bailable, which his lawyer is also pressing upon. We'll have to wait and watch how the further investigation takes place.
Absolutely. So Piyush making an important point there, because this is exactly what was said in court also, that of all the charges that have been pressed, there's only one offence that is non-bailable, and the judge asking again and again why police custody. So this is now what is next for Shankar Mishra. There is 14-day judicial custody. That means he'll be taken to Tihar jail from here.
Jail. Yes, from here directly he will be taken to Tihar jail. He's going to spend his night there in Tihar jail. Tonight he will have to eat jail ka khana. The man who was running from the Delhi police. Now we can let's try to focus on our cameras there at the entry gate of Patiala House Court. Now when he has been granted 14 days judicial custody, any minute from now we can expect him to move Delhi police officers to take him to Tihar jail. But it is now sure that he will now not be there under police custody. He will be there in Tihar jail, and there police can go and record the statement. In fact, police has to still record the statement of victim 2 under 164.
Right. And also high possibility that the lawyer of the accused, Shankar Mishra in this case, can also now will quickly try and move.
Certainly. Yes, his lawyer will now move an application. Most likely they will move this application today itself for his bail, because there is only one section which is non-bailable, and that is what it was also being pressed upon by the lawyer of Shankar Mishra there in front of court, that there is only one section which is non-bailable and he can easily get bailed. Also, they are not serious allegations. The judge is also in fact, the judge was also pointing out, Suesha, that it's not important to give him police custody, and that is why we believe that he has been sent to judicial custody. But if you go through the victim's statement, she has mentioned a lot of grievances. She has complained about how the crew members were behaving soon after this incident took place. The victim has also, in fact, when she did not get justice on the initial days.
And Piyush, let's quickly put out these details. The court is to hear the matter on the bail plea on the 11th of January. Let's quickly break these details on our screens for our viewers. This is just coming in that the hearing for the bail plea will be on the 11th of January. The court has issued a notice on the bail plea that is moved by the lawyer of the accused, and the court will be hearing the matter on the bail plea on the 11th of January, and the police will be recording his statement at Tihar jail.
At Tihar jail, which means tonight, 8th entire day of 8th of January, then 9th of January, 10th of January, and then after on 11th of January, the hearing for his bail application will take place, which means at least 4 days he will have to be there in Tihar jail, and if he gets bail on 11th of January, then he can come out. But if the bail is declined, then he will have to spend another 14 days in Tihar jail, and that's the process, that's the procedure which is followed whenever a person is sent for judicial custody. But there are many things which police still has to investigate. It's a bit about establishing the claims of victim, because victim has not stated one claim. She has made a lot of claims. She has said that this person came in an inebriated condition. He peed on her, and after that crew members were not cooperating with her. In fact, a seat was vacant. Most shocking part is that the seat was vacant and she was not offered that.
Absolutely, absolutely. She was not offered that. And in this case also, Piyush, let's understand that he has not been cooperating with the police in the probe is what the police is stating. They've obviously had a hard time searching for this man because he was evading the cops. He knew that he could be arrested at any point. He was on the run. He was constantly changing his locations for that reason, because he knew that once the police nabs him, then obviously, and how he's been trying to brush this matter under the carpet for the longest time from the word go when he approached the victim against her wishes. She had said also in that letter that she wanted him arrested, but the airline instead tried to broker a deal between the two, and then he transferred 15,000 rupees into her account, thinking that now the matter will just go and he can resume his life back to normal. But he cannot be allowed to go like that. And one more thing, Piyush, as we have been talking to a battery of lawyers, even on Republic, it is important for the complainant also, the victim in this case, to pursue it strongly, and only when she goes about it like that can a strong case be built against the accused, Shankar Mishra, in this case. And she is also to come to Delhi to speak with the Delhi.
Yes. But what we are now learning from our police sources, Suesha, is that the victim is not well, and that is why she's not able to come to Delhi to record a statement. But what we are also told is that police is yet to record the statement of victim under 164 CRPC, and then only it can move further. As far as this person is concerned, remember that this incident took place on 27th of November, and since 27th of November, this man was living a normal life. He was behaving as if nothing has happened, and in fact he also tried to break a deal in which he also got Air India involved. This is what sources are telling us. What is more unfortunate is that Air India, on the very first day when this incident took place, did not report either to DGCA or to Civil Aviation Ministry or to other competent authorities. Unfortunately, a victim had to go through a lot of trauma when she did not find justice, when she did not get justice. Finally, she had to write a letter to Tata Group. And then only Air India, when got to know that this letter has come out in public domain, Air India was forced to come out, and then they went there to IGA police station to register an FIR. And after that itself, we are seeing as to how the investigation in this case is going on. So for this person, for this creep, everything was normal, because he thought that he has broken a deal and victim lady would not move ahead. But yes, she was going through a lot of trauma. She could not tolerate, or she had no other option but to write a letter to Tata Group, and then only.
That has been her very issue, Piyush, that why isn't the man regretting and shameful for what he has done? He was obviously trying to use his money power, his position, in order to hire lawyers to represent him, and that also came in at a much later stage. But really to just ensure that this matter just gets away and he can lead his life as per normal. Even Air India in this case said that unilaterally they can impose a 30-day ban, and that they did. But fact is, like you're saying, that the crew members did not report this matter to DGCA, and now Piyush, we understand today being the 7th of January till 21st of January he will stay in judicial custody unless he gets bail on the 11th.
Yes, unless he gets bail on 11th, and like Suesha were pointing out that a 30-day ban was imposed on this person. So let's count days. It happened on 27th of November. 30 days, which means from 27th of November till 26th of November till until another 30 days, which means only few days are left. Yes. See, today it's. Yes, it's almost 26th of January. By the 30 days will come to an end by 25th or 26th of January, and which is certainly telling us that after at least 2 to 3 weeks, this matter has now come to fore, which is certainly telling us as to how a lot of discrepancies were there in this entire case. And when this letter came out in public domain, only the Air India was forced to go and file a complaint. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation from this point further proceeds. But what we are now learning is that this creep has now been sent to judicial custody, which means that till 11th of January, at least till 11th of January, he will have to spend his days and nights in Tihar jail. After that, if he gets bail, then only he will be allowed to out. And if he doesn't get bail, then he will have to spend another 14 days in Tihar jail.
In fact, this is what the victim had also stated in her complaint letter, Piyush, that she firstly did not want to come face to face with him. It was the airline members who really pushed for it despite her wishes, and she was forced to come in front of this man face to face, which she did not. When much against her wishes, she came in front of him. He tried to emotionally blackmail her, saying that he has a family and his image, his reputation will get affected, and he did not want her to take action. And in that letter, she clearly stated that I wanted this man arrested for what he has done. This has finally happened, but after so much delay is also the point, Piyush, and it is really the lapse on the part of the airline, that is Air India in this case, which did not act on time, which did not have more stringent measures taken. Such an impact that Republic's campaign has had, where Air India is today mulling a policy change when it comes to serving alcohol, having an education program for their crew members on how to react in such cases and how to really deal with such matters, of how they have de-rostered certain crew members and the pilot also. But why so late? Why this delay is also the point when this matter happened, when this incident happened on the 26th of November.
Well, absolutely. It raises a lot of questions. We'll have to wait and watch on how the things are going to take place now, from now onwards, whenever there is a Air India fly. We'll have to see how, if Air India is going to actually implement what they have said. Also, what actions they are going to take against these crew members. What we are learning is that they have been issued a show cause notice. But it is also important to highlight that the very day when this incident was surfaced, when Republic reported this, on that particular day itself, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, through its secretary, had asked us Air India to file a detailed report. What we are also told is that an internal inquiry is going on. We can expect that report is submitted to Minister of Civil Aviation as soon as possible, because it is a time-bound inquiry, and that has been instructed by Secretary of MOCA to Air India. Important point here, which we can tell to our viewers, is that the day when this incident surfaced, we spoke to a top government source where they told us that whenever such incidents happen, passengers should complain on Air Seva portal. And had this victim lady, approached to them on the very same day, then actions would have been taken on that very day itself. But unfortunately, it was Air India's job to do that. But they not only tried to, hide this entire issue, but also after a month, when the letter came out, when they saw that now things have now, people are still very angry, and we are receiving a lot of calls.
That is the very reason, Piyush, why Republic went full frontal with this story, and at a time when nobody was wanting to report these details, and they were not wanting to take the story to the level that Republic took it. Because people were so angry over what had happened, Piyush, and this matter should not have been taken lightly. The fact is that today this could happen to anyone. A 70-year-old woman is treated like that. Such a disgusting act by this man, where he went on to urinate on her, flash his private parts until the co-passenger had to intervene. And now his father also saying that no, it was not alcohol. Actually, he had not slept in 72 hours. But fact is that eyewitnesses on that flight had seen him. A co-passenger had to intervene and tell him to stop what he was doing. But while people around were disgusted, while there has been so much anger on social media, and like you rightly said, so many people continue to write to us, speak to us, call us on our shows, videos saying how angry they are by this particular act and how a precedent needs to be set. Yes, Piyush.
Let's focus our cameras on there. Any minute from now, because yes, a car is coming out. I would ask our video journalist to come this side to focus on this. I think some senior police officers are coming out. Parvez can focus. We'll try to speak to these police officers. In the same car, this person was brought to Patiala House Court. Mishra is now left. So these are the live pictures of Shankar Mishra, who is now being taken out from Patiala House Court. He is now being taken. Shankar Mishra was inside that particular police vehicle, and he has now been taken to Tihar jail. Suesha, big development taking place. Now he will have to spend his days and night in Tihar jail, and after that only, when his bail application takes place, then only we can expect any kind of relief for Shankar Mishra. But the big development is that he is now going to Tihar jail, not in police custody. There are a lot of questions which police still has to ask from this time.
And like we were talking, Piyush, that a precedent needed to be set. Now, of course, how legally this pans out and what the judiciary eventually says and the kind of case and the evidences that the police finds against this man. But this is a case that has been in public glare. This is a case where, Republic has led from the front and put forth the complaint of this woman. But it is not really just about the victim. It is about setting an example. It is about unruly passengers on board. It is about how the airline crew needs to react, especially in cases like this, because the passenger has nowhere to go. A victim in such a case has nowhere to go. You can't get off a flight, you are airborne, and when somebody behaves like this, the crew needs to certainly have certain measures to how to react, to how to take control of the situation and not behave in such a careless manner like in this particular case the crew did.
Well, absolutely. Air India crew should have behaved in an appropriate manner. They should have at least offered a vacant seat to this victim lady, and they should not have forced this victim lady to go back and sit on the same seat where this creep had peed on. In fact, what we're also learning is that that seat was only wiped using a towel. This is what the victim has also mentioned, and only a spray disinfectant was put there. Imagine had this had happened with any of our known, what we would have been feeling. Remember that how her family members would have been feeling, how the kind of trauma which they would be going. As we are speaking, it's been more than a month, and every day we are reporting this. And in the last 1 month, she would have gone through a lot of trauma, and which forced her to write a letter to Tata Group, and then only we are seeing this case to be registered. In fact, victim has also stated that crew members were not cooperative at all. She was forced to go and wash her own clothes, and when when crew members saw that she is going towards the toilet to wash her clothes, her bag, all her belongings, then only one of the crew members came and assisted her. So this is certainly telling us unfortunate behavior, insensitive behavior, and that also to a 71-year-old lady.
Absolutely. And in this particular case where she said that she did not even want to come face to face with the accused, but she was forced against her wishes to do that. When she complained to the crew members that what about my clothes, what about this, the crew members instead put it on the accused, and they said that he is supposed to pay for the damages. And then also, Piyush, you must point out on the tone and tenor of the accused in the WhatsApp messages while he was trying to broker a deal with the victim in this case, how she said that I did not want to come face to face with him, but she was forced to do so, and how disgusted she felt through this time, because he was obviously trying to pester her to let go of this matter, but she could not get over it, and she wanted him to repent, and she wanted him to get punished for it, to get arrested for it, and which is why even after so many days she could not get over it, and she wrote that letter to the chairman of Air India.
Absolutely. And what is important to highlight, Suesha, is that not only a victim but also what we are learning is that there must be at least 200 passengers traveling in the same aircraft. Not one person came out till this letter came out in open in public domain. It is somewhere telling us that if any kind of incident takes place mid-air, then passengers are supposed to report. If victim is too traumatized to report this incident, then others can certainly come ahead and report such incidents. In 1 month, last 1 month, we saw no actions were taken. Now this person has been sent to judicial custody. Accused has now been sent to judicial custody. We can certainly see some sort of actions being taken by Delhi police, where Delhi police might go to Tihar jail to record his statement. But as of now, a statement of victim has not been recorded under 164 CRPC. Police has to still do a lot of investigation. They have to talk to Air India crew members. They have to understand from crew members what actually happened. Actually, these are only the claims those have been put in there on the letter. Police has to substantiate, has to establish it and everything, and then we can certainly expect police to move ahead from this point of concern.
Absolutely. So, quickly concluding it, Piyush, and he has moved from here. The accused Shankar Mishra, he has been taken to Tihar jail now, where he will be spending his days and nights. Actually, judicial custody granted until the 21st, but if on the 11th he is granted bail, then he can probably come out. Otherwise, he continues to stay at Tihar jail till the 21st until the matter is heard.
Yes, absolutely. That's correct. And if he gets bail, then he will be out on 11th of January itself. Else he will have to spend his 14 days there in Tihar jail. He will have to eat jail ka khana. He will have to abide by all the jail norms. In fact, we also saw during the course of investigation, when police was initially trying to reach out to him, we also saw as to how he was evading the law. He was not cooperating with police, and this is what police has also said in court in front of magistrate, that he is reluctant to join the probe. So we can expect victim's lawyer. In fact, what we are learning is that victim's lawyer is here in Delhi. I think there is some development taking place on the other side.
Right. Piyush, on this note, let's also toss it back to the studio where Sanika is also with us. Sanika, so of course now we wait and watch what happens to the accused in this case, but for now he will be lodged in Tihar jail.
Yes, Suesha and Piyush, thank you very much for reporting from outside the Patiala House Court. The accused Shankar Mishra is now in 14 days judicial custody. He'll be taken to Tihar jail is what we are getting to know. We'll keep a close track on the developments in this story for our viewers. For now, we're heading into a short break.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
Not only inside the house, but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter-allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए, निधि कुछ कहना है, निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए।
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
The Joshimath case has now reached the Supreme Court. What we are getting to know is that Jagat Guru Shankaracharya Swami Shri Avimukteshwaranand Saraswati Ji Maharaj of Jyotish Peeth has filed a PIL in the Supreme Court through his advocate regarding the disaster that is unfolding in Joshimath. We have Anuj reporting live from Joshimath. In fact, a few hours back, we also had Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visiting Joshimath, meeting the residents there. People are taking stock of the entire situation of how Joshimath is sinking. Anuj is getting us with the latest updates. Anuj, over to you.
Well, exactly. This was the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Dhami, who was here. He landed here at around 12:30, and this was the survey which was done by him. Let me tell you that. Let me first show you the area also, because these are the residences, these are the houses where Pushkar Dhami visited, the Chief Minister visited, and these are the properties where we can clearly see how they are being damaged, and how the cracks could be clearly seen on the roads also, and in the houses, on their walls, on the roof, everywhere. So the people there has given their request and shows their problem to the Chief Minister himself. We have seen a Chief Minister himself interacting with the people, doing survey, going across the Joshimath. These were the 5 wards, let me tell you, where Chief Minister has visited. This exactly is the road. Let me show you. On my right is the road from where the Chief Minister has gone, and the hotel property, if we talk about, is there only. So the property is also there, where we have seen in the visual, where Chief Minister has visited. And specifically, let me tell you that this was the team of specialists. This was the team of specialists with the Chief Minister. They were also going through the things that what exactly has happened. Although the Chief Minister has also interacted with media, where he has given the statement stating that yes, we are looking deep into the angle. We are looking deep that what exactly would have been the problem this has happened. On the other hand, let me also tell you that the Chief Minister has stated that his first priority is to get these people evacuated from here, to get this place clean, so that if anything happen, the situation must remain in control. That is something what Chief Minister has stated. I'll go ahead. We'll try to show some cracks which we have seen, because even normally, let me tell you that these cracks could be seen on the roads also. So we have done several reports where a temple has gone down, it has been broken, and because of these cracks only this is happening. So that's something what we are seeing on the roads. It could be clearly seen. Like this is one of the crack. This is one of the crack. Let me show you. This is one of the crack on the road. So this exactly is the same kind of condition in people's house over here, in their shops over here, in the hotels over here. That's something what we are seeing, and that is something what has been seen by Chief Minister also. I'll show you. I'll ask my video journalist to give you a sense from this particular area also. There also you can see the kind of damage that has gone to the basement of this particular property. There you can see the kind of crack which is clearly visible, and how this crack is increasing. That is something what we are seeing. If we talk about the situation now, the Chief Minister has given the assurance to the people that yes, the government is taking care, and government is going to do deep investigation about the reason of the same. Yes, back to you.
Anuj, they're reporting live from Joshimath over concerns about Joshimath sinking. Over 600 families have been ordered to evacuate. Uttarakhand Chief Minister just took stock of the situation. We'll keep our viewers updated on the situation there. For now, we're heading into a short break.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा पाकिस्तान।
And we're getting breaking news right now. This is a very big twist in the Anjali death case in the Delhi hit and run incident, where it is now emerging that Nidhi, who was being pushed as a key eyewitness in the case, was in fact arrested in 2020 in a drug smuggling case in Agra. What police believe is that Nidhi is currently on bail. Let's listen in to what the UP police had said earlier.
2020 में दिसंबर महीने में गांजा तस्करों के खिलाफ एक जो हम लोगों का अभियान चलता है, उसी क्रम में 3 व्यक्ति अरेस्ट हुए थे, जिसमें एक निधि थी, दूसरा जो है एक सबीर उर्फ बाही करके था, और तीसरा जो है रवि कुमार था। रवि कुमार और बाही जो है ये लोग अमन बिहार के थे, और निधि जो है सुल्तानपुरी की थी, जिसको इनके पास से 30 केजी गांजा जो है वो बरामद हुआ था, और उसके बाद इनको जेल भेजा गया था। जो पूछताछ हुई थी उसमें ये पता चला था कि ये लोग सिकंदराबाद से गांजा जो है वो लेकर के आ रहे थे, और इसको दिल्ली में जो है अलग अलग जगहों पे इसकी खपत जो है वो लोग इसकी करवाते। उसी में इसको अरेस्ट करके जेल भेजा गया है। अभी जो दिल्ली वाला मामला है वो ये वही निधि है। इस चीज को हम लोग अभी वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं। अभी इस चीज की हम पुष्टि नहीं कर सकते हैं कि ये जो निधि है वो वही है जो दिल्ली वाले केस में है। 2020 में दिसंबर महीने में गांजा तस्करों के खिलाफ एक जो हम लोगों का अभियान चलता है, उसी क्रम में 3 व्यक्ति अरेस्ट हुए थे, जिसमें एक निधि थी, दूसरा जो है एक सबीर उर्फ बाही करके था, और तीसरा जो है रवि कुमार था। रवि कुमार और बाही जो है ये लोग अमन बिहार के थे, और निधि जो है सुल्तानपुरी की थी, जिसको इनके पास से 30 केजी गांजा जो है वो बरामद हुआ था, और उसके बाद इनको जेल भेजा गया था। जो पूछताछ हुई थी उसमें ये पता चला था कि ये लोग सिकंदराबाद से गांजा जो है वो लेकर के आ रहे थे, और इसको दिल्ली में जो है अलग अलग जगहों पे इसकी खपत जो है वो लोग इसकी करवाते। उसी में इसको अरेस्ट करके जेल भेजा गया है। अभी जो दिल्ली वाला मामला है वो ये वही निधि है। इस चीज को हम लोग अभी वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं। अभी इस चीज की हम पुष्टि नहीं कर सकते हैं कि ये जो निधि है वो वही है जो दिल्ली वाले केस में है।
So Delhi police sources, they're saying that Nidhi, in fact, who is believed to be the witness in Anjali death case, was arrested in Agra in a drugs case. The Agra police is saying they're verifying all the facts of the case. Right now, we will have Harsha joining us live because she's been tracking the entire investigation into the Delhi hit and run case. But what we can tell our viewers is that this is a fresh twist in the Delhi hit and run case with a drug angle emerging right now. What Delhi police sources have in fact told us is that eyewitness Nidhi was believed to be riding pillion with Anjali on New Year's Eve, was earlier arrested in a drug smuggling case. Nidhi, in fact, was arrested in Agra in a Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substances Act case, according to an FIR that was registered in December 2020. So this we believe is 2 years back, is when Nidhi, who claims to be Anjali's friend, who was riding pillion on the night Anjali died, she was arrested in Agra in a drugs case, in a drug smuggling case, is what we are being told. Nidhi, in fact, had been intercepted. As per Delhi police sources, Nidhi had been intercepted and arrested on December 6th, 2020. Harsha is joining us live, getting us all the details on the investigation so far. Harsha, what are Delhi police sources telling you? Is there a connection between the Agra case and what happened in Delhi the other night? Okay, we seem to be running into some audio trouble. We will try to get Harsha back with us on the line, and we will try to get Harsha with the latest investigation details, as we're now getting to know that Nidhi was arrested earlier in 2020 by Agra police in a drug smuggling case.
आज की जमात है, इन्होंने न सिर्फ जम्मू कश्मीर का आईन खत्म किया, बल्कि इन्होंने हिंदुस्तान के आईन पे बुलडोजर चलाया। इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर का 370 खत्म करते करते इस मुल्क के आईन को भी खत्म कर दिया कि आज हमारे साथ ही जुल्म नहीं, हमारे तमाम इंस्टीट्यूशंस खत्म हो गए हैं। लोगों पे जुल्म है, नौजवानों की पकड़ दकड़ है, रोज छापे मारे जाते हैं, मुलाजमों को नौकरियों से निकाला जाता। कि जो बीजेपी जिसने हमारा आईन 2019 में खत्म किया, आने वाले वक्त में जो इस मुल्क का आईन है ये उसको भी खत्म करेगी। इन्होंने हमारा झंडा खत्म किया, आने वाले वक्त में वो तिरंगा जिसके लिए यहाँ के लोगों ने, जिसके लिए पूरे मुल्क के लोगों ने खून बहाया है, ये उस झंडे को भी तब्दील करके भगवा झंडा बनाएंगे।
PDP Chief Miss Mufti today visited the grave of Mufti Muhammad Said on his 7th anniversary, but here again once she targeted central government. She said the center after the abrogation of Article 370, claiming that the situation has improved, but we are seeing more number of forces being brought into Jammu and Kashmir after Rajouri attack. She said that the BJP has destroyed not only the constitution of Jammu and Kashmir but is also destroying the constitution of India. She also said that the BJP government snatched the flag of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and time is not far when Tiranga will be converted into Bhagwa flag. She said that the forces should go back into the barracks if the situation in Jammu and Kashmir has improved. She said that whether it's the businessman or somebody from the government who is working in the government sector, the lands are being snatched just because the people are from the Kashmir. So she said that the center is targeting the people of Jammu and Kashmir just because they are Kashmiri issues.
And in a major breakthrough against trans-border narcotic smuggling networks, Fazilka Police and BSF have jointly arrested 2 drug cartel kingpins engaged in drug trafficking on a massive scale. 31.02 kg heroin has been recovered. This is a big victory for our forces in fight against narco-terrorism. Amandeep is joining us live from Chandigarh as we bring this breaking news for our viewers. Amandeep, what are the details of this anti-narcotics operation that was carried out?
Well, Sanika, this was a joint operation of Punjab Police as well as BSF, and in fact they have recovered 29 packets carrying 31 kg of the heroin and even arrested 2 persons in this entire drug smuggling case. And even this was a cross-border drug smuggling, and 2 handlers who were actively receiving the consignments delivered by the Pak drones in Fazilka district through borders, and in fact they are the one who were receiving these consignments. And in fact in a joint operation, just because Sanika, now Punjab Police and BSF are working and running a campaign against the on-ground workers of these narco terror from Pakistan, and in fact they are trying to break the chain of these on-ground workers, just because the drones that were carrying the consignments of the weapons as well as the drugs, some are the one who are actually receiving these consignments. So specifically this drive is all against that on-ground workers who are in directly touch with the Pakistani handlers, and this 2 arrest was made following that line, and in fact both have been arrested from Fazilka in a joint operation by BSF and Punjab Police. Huge amount of heroin, that is 31 kg, has been recovered from their possession, and now Punjab Police is interrogating them to know who are the handlers in the Pakistan, and in fact more on-ground workers of these handlers who are actively working nearby the international border, just because every second day the Pakistani drone has been shot down by BSF nearby the international border, and in fact which is always try to deliver the consignment of the drugs as well as weapons. And even on-ground workers who are actually natives of Punjab, they are the one who are receiving these consignments. That is the most important article of this entire investigation, and now they are breaking the chain of these on-ground workers who are receiving these consignments, just because from past many months Punjab turned to be the transit point for the drug smuggling that was coming from the side of the Pakistan, and once it has been dropped in the Punjab land, and further it has been smuggled to the different destinations of the country, and now the Punjab Police and BSF have joined the hands for this investigation. Yes, Sani.
Yes, thank you very much, Amandeep, for getting us details of this operation that took place in Fazilka. We will keep coming back to you as we get more details on this crackdown.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस. They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ. कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में. निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी. निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है. देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं. निधि निधि दौड़ रही है. निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three.
And we're getting breaking news right now. In a big statement by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, while he was campaigning in Jharkhand, he said that Maoist terror will be wiped out before 2024. Let's listen in.
हमारे भाजपा के प्रभारी पूर्व उत्तर प्रदेश के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष, जिनके नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश में परिवर्तन आया, ऐसे श्री लक्ष्मीकांत जी खड़े होइए आप, लक्ष्मीकांत वाजपेयी जी, भाजपा की राष्ट्रीय मंत्री बहन आशा लाकड़ा जी, श्री हरेश द्विवेदी जी, मंच के ऊपर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सांसदगण, विधायकगण, प्रदेश पदाधिकारी और आज इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए हुए सिंहभूम क्षेत्र के और चाईबासा के प्यारे भाइयों, बहनों, माताओं और मेरे जिगर के टुकड़े जैसे युवा मित्रों, आप सभी को जोहार, प्रणाम, नमस्कार। मित्रों, आज सबसे पहले धरती आबा भगवान बिरसा मुंडा को प्रणाम कर कर, जोहार कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं। ये भूमि बाबा तिलका मांझी, वीर तिरंगा खड़िया, शहीद उदू भगत, सीजो कानू, गणपत राय, देवी फूलो जानू, देवी माती मुंडा की भूमि है। ये सभी वीर आदिवासी ट्राइबल नेताओं को
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
And we're heading into a short break right now. After the break, we'll get you the fresh twist in the Delhi hit and run case, where police has said that witness Nidhi was in fact earlier arrested in a drugs case. And questioned over go-slow, Khattar is now forced to remove sexual harassment accused minister from the government.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए। निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए। निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि देखिए, निधि कुछ कहना है निधि को लेकर।
I'm Amandeep Dikshit reporting from Chandigarh, and this is Republic.
A day after AAP and BJP councillors came to blow in the MCD house, BJP staged protests at Rajghat. BJP has alleged that their councillors were injured after attack by allegedly drunk AAP councillors. Aam Aadmi Party staged a counter-protest outside the Lieutenant Governor's house. AAP has alleged unconstitutional appointment of presiding officer in the MCD. BJP has attacked Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi over Rozgar budget. BJP has alleged Aam Aadmi Party has spent crores on advertisements but results are not visible on ground. BJP has said that AAP promised food trucks and festivals for Delhi but the promises are unfulfilled.
विज्ञापन दिए गए मगर जमीन पे जो आउटले आया है, जो आउटकम आया है, वो सुन बटे नील सन्नाटा, जीरो आउटकम। बोल बचन काम कच्चन, केवल बड़े बड़े बोल हैं, काम बिल्कुल कच्चन है, कोई काम ही नहीं। लॉट ऑफ साउंड, नथिंग ऑन ग्राउंड। बहुत आवाज मगर जमीन पे कुछ नहीं। ये इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति केवल ये मार्केट और रोजगार योजना का नहीं।
While addressing the Mahasankalp Yatra, Home Minister Amit Shah has said that BJP will make Jharkhand Maoist-free. Amit Shah's visit is considered crucial in view of the 2024 parliamentary elections and Jharkhand Assembly elections. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited sinking Joshi Math to assess the situation on the ground. He met the affected people and assured them of all the help. The Chief Minister also met the team of officials and experts who have been monitoring the situation in the town. In connection with Anjali death case, Delhi police will produce 7th accused Ankush Khanna in court for further remand. Ankush had surrendered before Delhi police on Friday. IAF fighter pilots group captain Arpit Kala, squadron leaders Bhavna Kant and Mukul Bawa demonstrated Sukhoi fighter jet capabilities. Squadron leader Avni Chaturvedi will be the first woman fighter pilot to fly Sukhoi and in international war games abroad. Punjab Minister Fauja Singh Sarari resigned from Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's cabinet months after an audio clip surfaced in which he was purportedly heard fixing a deal to extort money. AAP workers protested against Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment. Bihar government has started the process of caste-based census, asserting that caste-based census will benefit all sections of the society. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar said the purpose of the exercise is to carry out developmental work for the people who are deprived. And after the break, we'll get you the details of the Air India case. Air India has been forced to act. Cabin crew and pilot have been de-rostered pending probe. And with Joshi Math sinking and residents living in fear, Uttarakhand Chief Minister takes stock of the situation.
I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil reporting from Srinagar, and this is the Republic.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter-allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
I'm Niranjan Narayanaswamy in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
And we're getting breaking news right now of a fire in a Jammu hotel. Gursimran will join us live and give us details about the fire that has taken place in Kulan village is what we are getting to know. In fact, you can see how you can see the plumes of smoke there, and firefighting operations are currently underway in the Kulan village in Jammu. Gursimran is joining us on the phone line to give us more details of the fire that has taken place there. Okay, we'll connect to Gursimran in just a while. Just getting these visuals of a fire in a hotel in Kulan village in Jammu. Firefighting operations are currently underway.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV.
Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India?
India is on the cusp of becoming the 5th largest economy in the world and is slated to propel its growth to $5 trillion by 2026-2027. How quickly can we get there? What are the key proponents of the growth trajectory? How are various industries benefiting and contributing to further collective economic prosperity? And most importantly, how is it changing the dynamics of the nation through better per capita growth? Hello and welcome to a brand new edition of Maruti Suzuki Presents The Nation Wants to Grow, where we bring you industry experts, business doyens and corporate India's movers and shakers from across various sectors who will help us comprehend India's giant economic leap. Joining us on the show is Mr. Shashank Srivastav. He is the Senior Executive Officer of Maruti Suzuki, Sales and Marketing. And he will help us understand the growth story of one of India's most iconic automobile brand. And before we deep dive into this conversation with Mr. Shashank Srivastav to understand the challenges, innovations and future plans of Maruti Suzuki India, let's take a look at the journey of the brand that has made reliable and affordable cars for the common man, thus contributing to India's growth journey in a big way.
Mera Sapna, Meri Maruti. The tagline of Maruti Suzuki made the middle-class Indian believe in the dream of owning a car. When no other foreign organization trusted India's potential in manufacturing cars, it was Osamu Suzuki who saw the future and fast-forwarded the Indian automotive industry's charge towards modernization. On the 2nd of October 1982, Osamu Suzuki-san and Mr. D.V. Kapoor signed the license and the joint venture that led to the partnership of Maruti Udyog Limited and Suzuki Motor Corporation, and in December 1983, right on schedule, the first Maruti Suzuki 800 was delivered. 40 years later, the brand still stands strong, contributing both to India's economy and driving our dreams and desires.
The company coming into its existence
has its own story. At that time, nobody was willing to accept the Government of India's offer to become a partner in this company and subscribe 40% of the equity. Making cars with a government company was not a very exciting prospect for anybody. And we were really looking around all over the world to find somebody who would think differently. We found one man, only one man in the whole world, who was willing and convinced that India had a big future. A man who, over these 40 years, has exhibited that love for India and his commitment to the industry of this India and the development of this India, who agreed to join the Government of India in making this partnership become real and Maruti Suzuki becoming a joint venture, against the advice given to him by all his colleagues and all his advisors. A man who trusted his gut. That man, Mr. Osamu Suzuki. Without the courage which he displayed, without the confidence which he had in the future of this country, this joint venture would not have happened. And it shows how history changes, how the economy of people change because of a decision taken by one visionary. Osamu Suzuki-san, all of us in India will always remain grateful to you for what decision you took 40 years ago. Thank you very much.
Looking at the journey of Maruti Suzuki, let's go back to October 1983 when Mr. R.C. Bhargava inaugurated the production of Maruti 800 at the manufacturing plant in Gurugram with a vision to bring an auto revolution in the country. Later in 1993, the then Finance Minister of India, Shri Pranab Mukherjee, and Mr. R.C. Bhargava launched the Maruti Zen, which was an instant success. Very soon, the company manufactured its 1 millionth car in 1994. In 2003, the company set a benchmark by launching its IPO, after which in 2005, the company rolled out its 5th million vehicle, a WagonR, at the Gurugram plant. While Maruti Suzuki 800 was still the best-selling car for 20 years, soon its sibling, Alto, overtook the incredible popularity and topped the list in 2004. Later in 2015, Maruti Suzuki launched its premium category with Nexa, which was an idea ahead of time. A year later, the first made-in-India Baleno was exported to Japan, which became the landmark achievement for the country. From 1 million in 1994 to 20 million in 2018, the company became the first car maker to achieve this production milestone in such a short span of time. Maruti Suzuki's contribution in India's growth story has been gigantic, and one that will remain in the books of India's automotive history forever.
10 years from today, when we celebrate the 50th year of Maruti Suzuki's partnership, all of you are looking at a company which is in the top 3 in the world. That should be our goal.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. And today it gives me immense pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you back to what is going to be a brand new edition of The Nation Wants to Grow. I don't really need to encapsulate India's growth story in the course of a show, and I don't even think it's possible for me to do that. But at the same time, when we say that India must be a superpower at 100, or when we hear the Prime Minister give very clear direction from the Red Fort, like he did on the last Independence Day, that the only focus we must have as a country is to be a developed nation, it is necessary then to take 2 steps back and celebrate every aspect of that growth story. And it would not be possible without the contribution of the giants of India's private sector. And when you speak of India's private sector, you speak of joint ventures, you speak of collaborations, you speak of manufacturing, you speak of mobility. Without a doubt, anyone in our generation who would think about a company which would be part of the India growth story, part of what we call the perennial effort of The Nation Wants to Grow, it would be Maruti Suzuki. So ladies and gentlemen, today I have great joy in bringing into our studios Shashank Srivastav of Maruti Suzuki. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
And Shashank, we've been trying to meet, and when we were lining up this conversation, I said you and I have to meet face to face. So thank you for coming to our studios and spending the time with us as well.
Thank you for
It's really wonderful to see you here today.
It's a pleasure.
Shashank, we are now on our way to becoming a $5 trillion economy. It may happen in 26, it may happen in 27, but nobody questions whether it will happen. Our infrastructure in the country has become a supreme focus of the government. And I think the strides we've taken in the last 6 or 7 years have been more than what people anticipated. We've gone through the COVID wave and we have shown our resilience as a country and as a people. So before I get into your sector, let me draw you in as a leading corporate on what your thoughts are on the India growth story, and then we'll talk about the role of Maruti Suzuki. Where are we placed? Where have we been placed? And how do you see the India growth story?
Well, first of all, I think the India growth story has been a great one, especially the last 10-15 years. It's been a great story, and we have actually climbed up the rankings as far as the economic strength is concerned, as far as the total economy volumes are concerned. And with this comes obviously a lot of volumes in all sectors of the economy. And for example, automobile is no different. In fact, with the economic growth, the per capita income is increasing. We have seen great infrastructure being developed. Although we may not be world class, but we are towards that. And I think going forward, I can only say there is a lot of optimism. In fact, I was reading a report very recently as far as the positive sentiment of consumer is concerned. India ranks the #1 large economy in the world today.
So now Maruti Suzuki, it has become synonymous with affordable passenger cars, and that's how I look at it as well. And you are in your 40th year right now, so many congratulations.
Thank you.
1982 people said the market for cars is not there. So people said this is a risk, but Maruti set up a manufacturing unit. And after the merger with Suzuki, today how much has the market changed in these 40 years? Were the risks of 1981-82, did they continue for 10 years, 20 years? When did the risk become an opportunity?
Yeah, so I think if you look at 1980s when Maruti Suzuki started, Indian per capita income was less than $500. There was no industry which was producing world-class components. We had a huge section of population below poverty line. We had no infrastructure, whether the ports, I mean, we have a limited infrastructure, whether it was ports or roads. So as far as car manufacturing was concerned, it was thought that car was only the domain of very rich people. Rich people buy cars. And in fact, you'll be surprised, there were only 2 manufacturers of cars, the Hindustan Motors and Premier Padmini, where the total production in the early 80s was about 40,000 to 45,000 cars annually. So when this project came up, the Maruti Suzuki project, we had all the negatives. In fact, as far as the economic system of India was concerned, it was largely tilted towards socialism, licensing. And therefore, it was not considered a great destination to invest. And to that extent, I must say, looking back, Suzuki made a big bet on coming and investing in India. And that bet proved to be, the chances of success were slim. But I think, looking back, a couple of things which really made Maruti Suzuki big was this amalgamation of some of these Japanese technology and work ethics into Indian and adjusted to the Indian condition and culture. And also that this desire to grow was always there. And I think the desire to grow as a nation has always been there, but somehow suppressed, because of maybe various different economic scenarios that we saw. And suddenly you saw that, when we started developing local vendors for components, and I think in that sense, Maruti Suzuki is actually the earliest, if I am allowed to say, of that Make in India concept. We were actually the people who developed and localized the industry, which helped us get the volumes, which we later did. And of course, I would say around the mid-90s, when there was more liberalization and the consumerism also flourished, and we had very good economic growth, and suddenly you found the market which is very big. So from 40,000 a year, today, in this financial year, in the calendar year we just completed, 2022, the industry in passenger vehicles have sold 38 lakh vehicles.
So in a way, the first Maruti Suzuki was the first Maruti Suzuki 800. DIA 6479 is the number.
Oh yeah.
Which I am told.
Yeah.
That DIA 6479, which you have restored to glory. And I'm told it is in your company headquarters now?
Yes.
Is it in Haryana?
Yes, in Delhi head office.
So that first Maruti Suzuki car becomes the symbol of entrepreneurship in a way.
Absolutely.
It's more than a car. It becomes a symbol of the India story, doesn't it?
Yes.
So is the company emotionally attached to that?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Car?
I can tell you. This car was delivered to a gentleman, Sikh gentleman, Harpal Singh.
Yes.
He used to live
by Indira Gandhi at that time.
Yes, sir, by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The first car of Maruti 800 which Maruti Suzuki ever made was given to Harpal Singh. He was an Indian Airline employee, and he was in the lower middle management. And at that time, when I told you that people always believed that cars can only be owned by real rich people, but the journey of motorization happened with that middle class Indian starting to buy cars.
That's wonderful.
Yes, and the penetration of cars in India in those times was 1 per 1,000. Today it is 30, still small compared with rich countries, but from 1 in 1,000 to 30 per 1,000 is still a good jump.
Oh, yeah.
Now this car was bought by Harpal Singh Ji by selling off his Premier Padmini car. So he sold that car, he bought this car because he said he wanted a fuel efficient, new technology, a lighter, more maneuverable vehicle, because he used to park his vehicle in front of his house in Green Park.
Oh.
Yeah. So we approached him a couple of times. I think it was in 2003-04, and we said, "Can you give us back this car?" And he refused.
He refused it.
He said no. He says, "As long as I'm alive, I'm going to use this car." And I think he died sometime in 2010.
Okay.
He did not give the car. And later on, we persuaded the family that, "Can you give us back the car?" They gracefully agreed, and they said okay. So we got the car, we restored it. It's standing in our brand center every day in our head office. Every day we go through the brand center to the lift or the staircase.
You go through it.
We see that, and it fills us with a lot of pride. As
Why
you
not?
said, it is not just the first car.
No.
It is about the beginning of an era of motorization in our country. And therefore, we feel really proud about it.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's a great story.
And you said 40th year today. In the 40th year, we have already sold. Maruti Suzuki has sold 2.5 crore cars so far. 2.5 crore.
And how many Maruti 800s have you sold?
Maruti 800 would have been, I think, about 25 or 24 lakh type out of those. So 2.5 crore. And every time when we, at least when I walk through, I not only feel with pride, but I say, this is where it started,
started.
And
Yes.
2.5 crore and counting.
It's important to remember that, I always say, Shashank, where you started, because with that car, that was a little hatchback. And that hatchback became a symbol of people's dreams. And seeing that hatchback, and seeing, as you said, someone who's a salaried, middle class, hardworking, tax-paying Indian buy a car and drive it around, enabled more people to even aspire to have a car.
Yes, absolutely.
So it became not just a sarkari vehicle, but a symbol of pride and a symbol of personal achievement. And I think there's a real story. There's a real story there.
Absolutely.
So if I were to ask you, it's incredible, isn't it? See, we can all talk about numbers, You have had 50% of the market share in this country since then, and it fell short a little bit. I think it went to 43, 44%. Your company's goal is to get it back. But let me ask you this: why is it important to get it back? Isn't 40% enough? Isn't 45% enough? Why 50%? Why the market share? Firstly, of course, within that question is another question: how have you even managed to keep that market share in a country as diverse as India? I think if you were to say this to anyone in America, Western Europe, or even in East Asia, that we have almost 50% of the market share in what is going to be the most populous country in the world, they wouldn't believe it. And this is not with any socialist practices, this is not with government help, this is purely in a market-driven economy. How have you managed to do that? And why is that market share so important for you?
Yeah, so first of all, I must tell you, we are paranoid about performance, paranoid about volumes, paranoid about market share. But more importantly, we are paranoid about customer satisfaction. So unlike most other manufacturers, the first measure that we look every day is not how many bookings came or how many we sold, how much retail happened. It is what is our customer satisfaction score yesterday. So it is measured on a daily basis.
How do you measure that?
So there are, we have a lot of consumers who buy our cars every day, about 6,000 every day.
Yeah.
And we have about 70,000 customers every day coming in our workshop every day. In fact, I think almost 70,000 or 75,000 per day. So we have a system, a very quick system of taking feedback based on which a score is generated. That score is flashed every day. So that is, I believe.
How accurate do you think that score is?
Yeah, it would be.
Is the company self-critical of itself, open to criticism?
Absolutely. I'm coming to that. Nabaf, you asked me how we manage that market shares. So being paranoid is about volumes and market share and customer satisfaction, but I think it's finally a output. The input is where you need to be passionate about, and the input is tracking consumer requirement. And I think ever since Maruti Suzuki has started operations, we have been leaders in, we have been the market leaders last 40 years. I would say that the number one reason for us being continuously leaders is that we are very customer focused. And we have, and that is very, it's easy to say, very difficult to do. So it's not about just taking feedback or taking, going to consumer clinics or, having your regional office team looking at what the consumers in local areas are preferring or is the preference changing. But it's a lot more, because it also, car buying is a large ticket item in India. The second biggest item you will buy in your lifetime after house.
After your home will be a car.
Yes. So it's an involved purchase. You usually keep car from anywhere between 7 to 10 years. Average is 7.3 years. And some people keep it for more. But that means you have a chance to revisit consumer very often, whether it is for insurance, which you have to renew every year, servicing, where vehicles come for after-sales service, maintenance, or if there is some problem with the car, you have to adjust, if there is an accident or something, extended warranty. There are a whole lot of things, accessories. So we have to be in constant touch with customer. It's easier said than done. So we have made systems to take that feedback from customers on a constant basis. And we have to change with times. For example, technology has changed. People want more features, for example. They want, the design is becoming more important than, let's say, just fuel efficiency. So you have to change with the times. And one point which I must say, I have told you about something about the product itself or the type of product that you introduce. For example, we are going to introduce 2 new SUVs, because SUVs are becoming the flavor for consumers these days. They are moving towards that segment. We are introducing two new SUVs in the Auto Expo in another 10 days' time. We have introduced 2 SUVs, Brezza and the Grand Vitara, very recently. We have upgraded technology, features. More importantly, consumers in India want a very good after-sales network. And to that extent, we have made a massive, we have 3,500 outlets spread over about 2,800 cities. And the thing is, Arnab, we don't stop. You said why we are number one. One of the big things is we keep spreading because the consumerism and the demand for motorization is spreading in the rural areas also. There is a great jump in the demand
Which is
for
the
rural.
remotest service center you have?
So remotest, you wouldn't believe, there is a place in Assam.
I'm from Assam, so I'm very interested.
So there is apparently, I haven't been there, but I have seen the videos our East Zone teams have said. There is an island it's a river island.
Majuli.
Majuli. So people have cars, they go around. So how do you service those vehicles? Because we take those वो जो होते हैं ना जिस पे गाड़ी we take those boats, the ferries, and we put our service vans. We take it on every Thursday or Wednesday. We go there. People who have any problem with the car which they are using in the island, they come with things. So we are going to that extent. We have Andaman Nicobar is a good example, the farthest if you want. The highest is in Kargil, which we have a service center in Kargil. So we are spread all over. And more importantly, as the Indian economy has grown, the motorization in rural areas is also increasing. And you will be happy, out of the 650,000 villages that India has, Maruti Suzuki has been sold in at least 405,000 of those villages.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, that's wonderful. But we are not looking at that 405,000. We are looking at those balance 95,000 villages where we or 245,000 villages where we still have to go and sell. So it's just the journey is never ending. So you have to just keep flowing with the consumer what they want, including the trends of the day.
But you've also got to be innovative. I think what the challenge for Maruti, both the opportunity is to remain synonymous with the mobility sector, with passenger cars, also with affordability. Now, it must be a tricky situation for Maruti today that on the one hand, you are known for affordable passenger cars. On the other hand, you are competing with several cars, formats, styles, engines, EVs, hybrid technology. How do you maintain the balance between luxury and innovation and technology on one side, and your brand ethos of affordable passenger cars on the other? Must be a difficult balance to handle. Do you think you will be able to balance that out?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question because that's one issue we had been grappling for a very long time.
And safety also.
Yes, and so we have started the journey. We started, as you rightly said, the buying criteria was largely cost of acquisition, which is price, fuel efficiency, after sales, maintenance cost, peace of mind. So those were the criteria by which people bought cars. And in the stage at which our country was, that was the largest section of people. And therefore we could establish our brand, and our tagline was Maruti Suzuki, count on us, because we were known for reliability, quality and low cost.
Also finance.
Yes, and great value, value for money. Today, things are a little different, as you said. But it's not as if everybody has shifted to the other side. Today, the buying criteria for many people is not price. It is not fuel efficiency. Those are factors anyway, but the major criteria also for some category of people is design. It is about features. It's about technology, as you said. So how do you tackle this situation? On one hand, you have a brand which says count on us, or way of life later, as we said, which has to address that large chunk. That chunk still remains large. We have to address that. But at the same time, we have to address this new set of aspirational buyers. People who are now buying beyond functionality. There are people who buy for functionality.
For features.
But for aspiration.
Absolutely.
So we started with a new brand, which is called the Nexa. The Nexa brand is giving consumers of that type who are preferring a different brand experience. Because I don't think you can transform a brand from value to suddenly to aspiration. So it's better to create a new brand. We did that. We have a Nexa brand, And you'll be happy to know Nexa brand actually, for example, in December sold about 51,000 vehicles, which is higher than, it was the number 2 brand in the country.
Wow.
So only in December, otherwise it's third, it's ranked third with a 10% share as a brand. That gives a different, the ethos of that brand is different. It is create, inspire. So
it's not the first car. It's the aspirational
It's
car.
the aspiration. It's the aspiration. And even in the Arena channel, which is our original channel where we are now seeing an upgradation both in terms of technology, both in terms, and also more importantly, the buying process itself. People are using digitalization, and 25% of our sales now coming through our digital platform. So we have to innovate, as you said. One other thing which strikes me, Arnab, is this, in bigger cities, people start preferring, as per research, wanting to use the car but not buy it. They want to rent it. So there's something called a subscription.
Yes.
So subscription surveys, it's also fairly new in the world.
Have you offered?
We are doing a subscription since 2019, and you will be surprised, 2020, we will be surprised that we started it in the COVID times. And people, our research showed that it is not just for car, it is people want to take on rent furniture, television, and even I am told lehengas for marriages, which the lehengas earlier days where people used to debate कि यार ये नीला होना चाहिए, लाल होना चाहिए, इसमें सोने का वो होना चाहिए, वगैरह वगैरह. The entire family now you just take it on rent.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Sociologically, as a country, we are changing from ownership to experience.
Yes.
And I guess for someone like you, you've seen the whole gamut of change personally also through all your years at Maruti and from your years at business school to now.
Yes.
I'm sure what you are seeing right now is not a trend you could have anticipated 10 years back. So do you also keep in touch with changing consumer preferences and behavior? And where do you predict it going next? I'm always keen to get a sense, and I'm sure your automobile industry is at the cutting edge of trying to predict where the future could be, and the future is literally 5 years away. So where do you see it going? Passenger vehicles, EVs, hybrid? What's going to be the tectonic shift in your industry, which probably you are anticipating and are preparing for? If you can share it, because I'm sure there are people in similar roles in different companies in the automobile sector who are making their own sense of the future.
Sure.
Whatever you can share. What do you think the big
of course
shift is
I can share. First of all, as I
and how
mentioned,
will you make sure that Maruti Suzuki is on top of that?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we keep in constant touch with consumers to get the feedback and also a sense of what they are thinking. So we have studies, not just market research where you have some questionnaire answers or clinics, etc. But also study through ethnography, as they call it. Here you study how they use the vehicles, their the parameters of consumer psychology, which may not always be related to automobile, may be related to some other retail experience they may be having. So constantly we make assessment of where the consumer is going to be. And obviously we make predictions. And you asked me about
like you mentioned the subscription model, which is one interesting.
So we have introduced, we're doing about 400-500 cars a month at the moment. Not large, but it's just started. But for example, it's not just about the consumer, but also the type of process he uses for buying a car. For example, today on the digital platform is the biggest platform where we get all our inquiries for cars, almost 35-36%. 25% of our retails happens through that digital platform, which is immense. We couldn't have gone there if we had not predicted. We started in 2016, before the COVID. After the COVID, of course, it accelerated. Subscription is one. We are looking at parking solutions. We are doing POC on parking solutions in large cities. So you can download a Maruti app and you can. We have such technology where, because consumers are preferring technology, being connected is one of the big things which is going to get even bigger now. So our cars now come with Suzuki Connect. We can have an online assessment of what the car is doing in real time. You can tell what the guy. So for example, and you might ask, how does it help? For example, our brake pads, if they are changed every 20,000 kilometers, there are some consumers who are using the brakes too often. So you can go to them and say, listen, you are using your brakes too often. Those brake pads, therefore, you better get checked at 10,000. And it is preventive maintenance, so to say. You have a predictive maintenance also, where you can tell where things can go wrong in your car. So this is becoming increasingly a trend, connectivity. That's on the consumer requirement side. The consumer is getting younger, and we believe he's going to get younger even more, so people are going to buy larger number of cars. Third, we are predicting that the replacement car sector is going to go up dramatically. It is around 23-24% at the moment. We predict it would be 30-35. We predict media consumption to be largely digital going forward. Therefore, our investments in advertising or in brand building, imagery, etc., we are shifting a lot to television and digital rather than print.
Yeah.
So these are, of course, all connected. In terms of product, and you mentioned drivetrains, there is a consensus in the industry going forward. Maybe EVs will become mainstream, but where there is no consensus is when it is going to happen, because there are many impediments to the growth of EVs. Last year, Indian market just had a 0.67% EVs.
Yes,
21,000 out of 30.7 lakhs that we sold. So going forward, but I believe it's the question of when rather than if.
Yeah, because I think the government is so committed. Mr. Gadkari is so committed to EVs, and they put in all these policies. Whether it be the FAME to battery swapping. Frankly, I think the way in which this government is pushing PLI schemes with an outlay of billions, 3.5 billion, automotive mission plan 2026, scrappage policy, I think they are vested in the growth of the automobile sector. And the way they are pushing the EVs, I think you're right. It's not a question of whether but when. But it's clear to me that you also think that it's going to happen for a period of time. And so it appears to me that Maruti, with its, I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres and you're starting, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah. So,
so obviously that shows your commitment to the country as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Kharkhoda, where we recently invested.
That's right.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest. When it produces 1 million, it will be.
And when will this be ready?
I think we're starting sometime in 25, 26.
So you're saying that by 2026, that facility of yours will be the largest car manufacturing facility anywhere in the world?
At a single location.
At a single location.
So 1 million.
No global company can compete with you on that. General Motors?
No, they have many plants. They may be producing more vehicles, but not at a single location.
At a single location.
Single factory producing 1 million cars.
That's huge.
Yeah. So the commitment is there. By the way, Arnab, since you mentioned about our commitment to this thing, we predict the Indian market to grow to about 6 million passenger vehicles by 2030. And our prediction is that the EV market at that time would be roughly in the range of about 17 to 20%. And therefore, the adoption of EV, and we were discussing EVs, the adoption of EVs will happen, I think at some point of time it will become really exponential.
Yeah, I guess it's like in the, for example, DTH to cable television, how you watch television, then DTH to connected TV. You still consume the product, but where you consume it and how it grows, you never know when that point of inflection happens.
Yes.
When the growth becomes faster than you anticipate.
So in this case of EV,
but India adopts technology very quickly. I've heard this joke that we were the last country where the Blackberries came and the first where they became redundant. So we may come into a technology late, but we move very fast, and Indians are very adept at using technology.
But at the current TCO, the total cost of ownership, where it is expected when the adoption of EVs will go up very fast. But I think the prediction out of the 6 million cars in 2030 is 1 million EVs. Which means cumulatively, if you take from today till that day, roughly about 44 million cars will be sold.
Still a big volume.
3.5 million will be EVs. So what do you do for the balance vehicles? So what Maruti Suzuki is doing, because we have to adhere to the emission norms which is prescribed by the government, and also it's now mandated by COP26, where you say that you have to be carbon neutral by 2050 as a world. So we have technology like CNG, flex fuel, biogas, a hybrid and strong hybrid that you mentioned. Some vehicles, for example, the Grand Vitara gives 27 kilometers to the liter. It's such a large vehicle, large SUV, is giving 27 kilometers to the liter because it's a strong hybrid, and it gives a great performance as well, because people get that feeling of EV 40 to 60% of the time.
And that is where the future lies, because now with the highways being constructed everywhere, the length of travel as well as the speed of travel, the time of travel comes down. You know, when the Mumbai-Pune expressway first opened and people were told it's going to cut your time of travel by 2 hours, people couldn't believe it. But now you have the growth of expressways across the country.
Absolutely.
So this brings me to a very critical question. Brand loyalty, I understand. But I think we didn't speak about one aspect, which is that of safety. If you're driving a car at a permitted speed over 80 kilometers per hour, then you will be concerned about the safety features. I'm not taking brand names, but we've seen some big brands going up in dust in accidents. We've seen, of course, not so much in automobiles, but in two-wheelers, we've seen vehicles catching fire. People are concerned about the safety aspect of EVs. Are you doing enough to make sure that you are one of the safest brands in the passenger mobility
sector? Absolutely. And let me, since you...
what's been your experience there? Have you had any failures or any challenges?
Yeah, challenges are many. First of all, I must state here very clearly that safety is a very important, and if not the most important part when we are making and designing our cars. And of course, all our vehicles conform, and more than conform, all the regulations which are in place for safety. And more than that, because for example, if you see safety items like HUD, the heads-up display, the head-up display, or the 360 view camera, or the TPMS, the tire pressure monitoring system, ESC, ESP with hill hold, all these are not mandated by law, but we provide our vehicles, we provide them with these safety features. But I must make one point clear, which is that this safety is about, as they say in the industry, about 4 E's. One is education, which means in our country we have to have that culture of developing that safety culture in our country, without which, for example, you may make the best roads, best cars, but if people are driving on the wrong side,
trust me, I have strong views on that. Yeah. You have fantastic roads, but I don't think we are becoming a country of better drivers.
So education.
Absolutely.
And to that extent, Maruti Suzuki has made 550 or more driving schools, where we are training people how to read signages, how to drive, what is the proper way of driving.
Proper driving school.
Yeah. Proper driving school, simulators, etc. That's education. The second E is what you call engineering. And that's what people mostly discuss, which is about engineering both of roads as well as vehicle. Now, vehicle engineering is also very important, and that's what I was saying, how we have in our cars both active and passive safety features. Active features are those which prevent an accident happening, like TPMS, for example, or HUD, for example, or seat belt reminder, or speed reminder, and so on and so on. Those are active prevent accident. But what happens if accident takes place? These are the passive safety features, which is about seat belts, about airbag, which is about we have other safety features. Now in India, interestingly, last year data suggests, and out of about 130,000, 140,000 people who died, the number of people who died in cars were 13%. 65% were what we call vulnerable road user, VRUs. These are pedestrians, bicyclists, and two-wheelers. And of the people, the 13% people who died in cars, the number of people who died who were not wearing the seat belt 87% of those people were not wearing seatbelt. So that brings us to the third E, which is enforcement.
Enforcement.
You can have the best of equipment, but if you don't enforce,
I am a full believer in that.
So, for example,
the government's doing more there as well.
For example, Arnab, we have speed. We have a reminder that you are over speeding. So it's mandated by law at 120 and at I think it's 80. You have those beeps coming. You're over speeding. But if people don't stop, if there is no enforcement to that extent, what Maruti Suzuki is also doing, we have with Delhi Traffic Police, we have installed speed cameras as part of our CSR for safety. And we are, if you go to Delhi, on many roads where people know that there are cameras, people are like disciplined.
But we sometimes, unfortunately, sort of enjoy breaking the law or not following the law, and I think that's where the dangerous aspect begins to come in. Well,
so education and enforcement also,
Of course, it is a big area. Let me conclude by asking you, Shashank, since we began with that, go back to your time in business school and now. You must have had aspirations beyond your professional career. Do you feel you as an individual and an individual playing a role in a large company are doing enough for India's growth story in the bigger picture? I'm sure that at some point we all want to contribute to the nation, and this channel is wedded to the principle of nation first.
Absolutely.
What do you feel about it? I mean, the India in which you grew up, studied, went to college, and now.
So I'll give you a very frank and a very honest answer. When I was in the business school, a lot of people wanted to go abroad because they thought there were opportunities in US, in UK, Canada, Australia, and I never went out, although I was always thinking, am I making a mistake? Because the stories I hear about the great prosperity, the great growth that those countries have, the great life that you can live there. So why not me? I can also do that. But you know what stopped me, and I'm being very straight and very frank, is that I thought that the government has invested so much in education. Of my education, I went to some of the best colleges and I wouldn't have gone there if it was like US. If you have to pay a large sum of money, I would never have had that money. But I thought, let us try to contribute as much as we can for our country, and to my good luck. And of course, I had a passion for cars. I went for automobiles. I had at that time the contribution of automobile in the country was 2.7%. This is very early 90s, 2.7%. And today when I see it's around 7.5%, going up to 10, $100 billion, going up to $160 billion in that 5 trillion plan. So actually I am very proud because 49% of manufacturing is in automobile. That I believe is, in a small way, my contribution also.
Wonderful.
Because all people who are contributing in the industry in their own respective areas, they are all contributing ultimately to the nation. So I am very. I said 40,000 per year was the sale at that time, and when I see 38 lakh sale in 2022, India is #1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world, #2 manufacturer of #1 also in tractors, #2 in buses, #3 in trucks, #4 in passenger vehicles, and very shortly we will be #3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years. These are things which fill me with pride. Because while we are 30 cars per 1,000 people, still a long way to go. But what we have achieved is also something which we can celebrate. And we have to make sacrifices both in terms of time, also in terms of giving up some of the other things. Like, for example, I feel, I give this example to my children, you have to give up some of the things if you have to focus on your passion.
Yeah.
So I never went to US, for example. I never, although that thought frankly came to me many times because many of our friends did that. Today, many of those friends who were in US have come back and not want, they have come back because they feel, this is the India growth story is what. And I keep telling them, and this is one of the programs like Nation Wants to Go. I keep them, listen, you have come back to a nation that wants to grow.
Absolutely, that's absolutely, and it all begins with that hatchback, which was sold to Mr. Harpal Singh.
Yes.
In 1982. What a wonderful conversation this is, Shashank. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you
wish
very
your
much.
company Maruti Suzuki the very best.
Thank you very much.
And I have no doubt that we will be #1 in passenger cars as well within our professional careers.
God willing, yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It has been a total pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
you.
Shashank.
Thanks.
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road. It's raring for adventure, a fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV.
Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is #1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases, we are all
2022 में लोहरदगा में हमने एक बहुत बड़ा संयुक्त अभियान चलाया। इसके तहत बूढ़ा पहाड़, बिहार का चक्रबंधा, भीमबंधा, वहां के दुर्गम क्षेत्रों के अंदर सीआरपीएफ ने एक निर्णायक जीत हासिल की और उसके साथ साथ वहां स्थायी कैंप भी लगाए। ऑपरेशन ऑक्टोपस, ऑपरेशन डबल बुल और ऑपरेशन चक्रबंधा, तीनों ऑपरेशन ने वामपंथी उग्रवादियों की कमर तोड़कर रख दी है। और मैं आज झारखंड के लोगों को कहना आया हूं, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कुछ ही समय में ये वामपंथी उग्रवाद समाप्ति की ओर जाएगा और झारखंड में विकास का एक नया रास्ता खुलेगा।
Fazil reporting from Srinagar, and this is the Republic.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number 1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
one
be
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV.
Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. This is 6 p.m. This is exclusive. 4 top exclusive news breaks on television this evening. We'll tell you all about those stories. First up, the headlines. Air India P-gate accused Shankar Mishra finally arrested for urinating on a woman passenger on an Air India flight. After cover-up, Air India has been forced to act. Cabin crew and pilot have been de-rostered pending investigation. 3 days of relentless campaign and expose on cover-up. Police and Air India forced to act. With Joshimath sinking and residents living in fear, Uttarakhand Chief Minister takes stock. Fresh twist to the Delhi hit and run case. Police say witness Nidhi was earlier arrested in another drugs case. Questioned over go slow in the case involving his minister, Khattar forced to remove minister accused of sexual harassment. Getting in some breaking news now of Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, perhaps reacting on the story for the first time since we reported it 4 days ago. He's spoken on accused in the P-gate episode Shankar Mishra's arrest. Jyotiraditya Scindia has said investigation is underway.
जो उसमें जो कार्रवाई हो रही है वो कार्रवाई समाप्त होते ही उसका एक्शन भी तीव्र गति से लिया जाएगा। जो उसमें जो कार्रवाई हो रही है वो कार्रवाई समाप्त होते ही उसका एक्शन भी तीव्र गति से लिया जाएगा।
The first response from the Union Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia saying there is an investigation on, and based on the investigation, action will be taken. In fact, action has already begun with the DGCA asking all airlines to fall in line and to sensitize their crew, including the pilots, the crew and also their staff. We'll go across to our correspondents, but Air India has also responded, finally admitting that there were lapses. They've gone on record to say they could have handled the situation better, they should have done better, and there were omissions in the manner in which the episode was handled. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 4 days, Republic TV has been reporting on the story relentlessly, forcing people to take note, in fact, before Republic TV had reported it, none of the media outlets had even put out the full details of the complaint letter to show the extent of what really had happened. Harsha, the Union Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia is assuring action. He's saying action after the investigation is complete. But give us a little bit of information about where the case stands now. Shankar Mishra has been arrested. He's been sent to judicial custody. But what else has happened today in terms of the action taken?
Exactly, Shavan right now reporting from IGI police station, because till now Air India crew, the Air India pilot and co-pilot both are here, and we are just getting more alert. I'll ask my camera person Anup to be on alert mode, because there are just two gates, one this side and another that side, and we are getting to know that the Air India crew can leave from any of the gates, because they have been questioned for more than they came here at 11:30 a.m. and it's been 6 o'clock right now, so it's been more than 5 to 6 hours the time they have been interrogated at the IGI police station. We are also being told, Shawan, that Shankar Mishra from court was brought here at IGI police station, and from here he will leave for Tihar jail. So we are waiting to get the first visuals of him after, before he goes to the Tihar jail. So these are the visuals. The police jeep, and this is Shawan. Shawan, this is the visual. Shawan, this is the Niranjan, this is the visual. These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra. These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra leaving for Tihar jail. These are the visuals before he goes for Tihar jail, straight from the IGI police station. So Niranjan, from court he was brought here to IGI police station, and now from IGI he is going directly IGI police station directly to the Tihar jail. Now second visual, Niranjan, this car, we are expecting that Air India crew is in this car, because they were interrogated for more than 5 hours, and right now they will leave from this very gate. So right now this is the vehicle in which the Air India crew could leave, because they were also interrogated for almost 5 to 6 hours. So Niranjan, we will wait for the visual, because there are some serious allegations on entire crew and staff, and now they have been interrogated since morning. So we will just ask them what they have to say on the negligence on their point. Back to you.
Okay, so those were pictures of Shankar Mishra, who was arrested from Bengaluru. In fact, the police in Delhi woke up a few days back. They woke up after Republic TV reported it. On Wednesday, they filed the FIR after we had reported the story. On Thursday, they had sent a team to Bengaluru. They failed to locate him. They failed to track Shankar Mishra, the P-gate accused. And they camped in Bengaluru all of yesterday, and they were in touch with the Bengaluru police to seek their help in tracking down Shankar Mishra. They met his relatives and friends, checked their homes, found details, and some of the details and his activity on social media platforms, leading them to a guest house in Bengaluru, where he was eventually arrested. There are more pictures coming in of possibly the pilots and the crew of Air India. Let's cut across live. Let's see if there's an audio there.
Pilot or the co-pilot? So these are the crew. So sir, any answer? Sir, you have been questioned for more than 5 to 6 hours. So 5 to 6, sir, were you negligent, sir? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. So you didn't perform your duty. So these are the crew member and the pilot of the Air India. Today, they were questioned for almost 5 to 6 hours, and now they are leaving from IJI police station. So these are the entire crew. 5 were supposed to come today, but here we are seeing that there are 4 people. So they're hiding their face. Niranjan, see, they're hiding their face. They're not speaking anything. That means at some point they're also.
That's Harsha. That's understandable. Maybe they've been de-rostered. The fact is, their role is also under the scanner. They've been de-rostered. The pilots and the crew who were on board that flight from New York to Delhi have been de-rostered. Air India, in the last few days, which has been unclear about the stand it was to take. They haven't taken a clear stand. They have not apologized. In fact, even today they say they've regretted what happened. It should not have happened. They're saying they're pained. Customers had to undergo, ugly experiences on board. They admit to that, while also taking action belatedly 4 days after this story was reported. In fact, it's not 4 days after the incident was reported. This happened over 40 days ago. Over 40 days ago. It happened on the 26th of November, but eventually now today, Air India has put out a statement through its CEO saying that they are pained, they regret what happened, and that they have taken a series of measures to ensure it never happens again. Now, this comes also a day after the DGCA went on record to say that airlines must fall in line. They must learn to first deal with such situations as per the law, as per the laid down procedures. And it's only after the DGCA wrap that most airlines have actually started reporting such incidents. In fact, there's been another incident that we will try and get details of in just a bit. But you saw the pictures there of Shankar Mishra on the left of your screen. He's in custody. He's been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. He will spend the next 14 days in Tihar jail. That's as much as we can tell you as of now. Air India has put out a statement today detailing the steps that they are taking. The Civil Aviation Minister, who's so far been silent, has finally spoken out, saying that he will wait for the investigation to complete and then decide on what action needs to be taken. Thank you, Harsha, for joining us with those inputs. The Republic TV campaign, in the last 4 days, we've been getting you the details, asking the questions so loud that eventually they've all been forced to take action, and there's no way that they could have dodged this story. And in Pakistan, there seems to be no end to atrocities on minorities. This story being reported from Pakistan, where a Hindu girl was kidnapped, forced to convert. Urmila was kidnapped, and despite her family filing an FIR in Pakistan on 24th of December, no action has been initiated whatsoever. The family is now staging a protest, demanding action, raising their voice. These are details and the pictures that we're getting in from Pakistan of the protests that are being seen there.
आज नमस्ते। आज जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट 9 वेस्ट कराची में आज रमीला की पेशी थी और उसके वकील की तरफ से एक एप्लीकेशन आई थी फॉर रिकॉर्डिंग ऑफ स्टेटमेंट अंडर सेक्शन 164 CRPC, जिसको अदालत ने रिकॉर्ड किया और उसमें भी कई बातें सामने आई कि उसको तो ना तो कलमे का मतलब पता था, ना ही उसको इस्लाम के बारे में कोई नॉलेज थी। और उसने बताया कि आज मैंने इस्लाम कबूल किया है, लेकिन चूँकि उसकी एज जो है वो खुद बता रही थी 20 साल, लेकिन हमारे पास जो सबूत थे उसके मुताबिक उसकी एज जो थी वो 14-15 साल या 13 साल की, तो जिसकी वजह से अदालत ने उसको लड़की को शेल्टर होम में भेजा है और उसको कस्टडी में लेकर शेल्टर होम में भेजा और उसके बाद और भाइयों से कहा है कि इसका ऑसिफिकेशन टेस्ट जो है वो कराया जाए ताकि ये पता चले कि उसकी एज कितनी है। हमने दादरा का सर्टिफिकेट भी पेश किया है और हमें उम्मीद है कि अदालत हमें इंसाफ देगी और इंशाअल्लाह ताला हमारा ये मसला हल होगा।
बहुत अच्छी बात है। अरबाज मीर हो चाहे कोई भी मिलिटेंट हो, उनको सबको एक जैसा ही कंसिडर करना चाहिए। जल्दी से जल्दी इनको पकड़ के तो इनको न्यूट्रलाइज करना चाहिए ताकि कोई और रजनीवाला का ये मार ना सके, कोई और फैमिली जो है बर्बाद।
Okay, we'll just correct that. We'll be getting in more reactions. We'll go across to Gursimran now. Gursimran joining us with the details of this incident. Gursimran, more and more cases being reported. Is there a number of how many such incidents have been reported from Pakistan in the last 1 year?
Niranjan, we have seen that there have been n number of incidents that have been reported. If we speak of last 2 weeks, there have been 3 incidents, including this one, where the atrocities have been committed upon the minority community. First, it was that how a lady from the minority, the Hindu community, she was brutally killed, followed by another incident where a married woman was taken from her house. She was abducted, and when even forcefully married, when her brother tried to rescue her, her brother was killed, and almost after 3 days, the FIR was registered, and the cop Ubaidullah, who was behind that, he's still at large. And now another incident has come into fore where a Pakistani Hindu girl from Sindh, Urmila, also known as Sonu Maheshwari, she was abducted, and now what the family is saying that she has been sent to Darul Islam. Even the date of birth certificate which they produced before the court after her CRPC 164 statement was recorded, that statement also by her clearly shows that she was not aware what actually the kalma or Islam is. She was forced to convert to Islam by those people in Pakistan. Arshad is the name of the person who abducted her, married her forcefully, and also converted her. Now she has been sent to Darul Islam, and the family members are saying that there is no one to hear about them. This also shows that the judiciary of the Pakistan, especially from the areas where the minorities are in somewhere exist, they are also partial, and no relief is being given to the minority community. Even after the order from the house of the Chief Minister of Sindh that this girl be recovered from the abductors, there has not been even a single action. And now as we speak, there have been 14 days since the FIR has been registered, but the person Arshad has not been arrested by, though the girl has been sent to Darul Alam, so that in the next hearing then equal opportunity will be given to her abductors to prove that she was not abducted and she has been converted into Islam with her will.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Gursimran, for getting us those details. More and more cases being reported. In fact, many disturbing videos also coming in from Pakistan, and this is one such case of another Hindu family fighting for their daughter. All right, staying with news from Pakistan, the atrocities against minorities. Now, Pakistani Hindus who came to India on a religious visa from Pakistan say that they are scared for their lives amid the rising attacks. So both the stories are linked. This is a report that came in from Rajasthan. Here's a report filed by my correspondent Amardeep.
आपने कहा कि भाई राम मंदिर हिंदुस्तान में बनना शुरू हुआ, पाकिस्तान में हिंदुओं पर अत्याचार सबसे ज्यादा बढ़ गए वहाँ।
हाँ, जब से राम मंदिर बना है, हिंदुस्तान में बनना शुरू हुआ है, तब से पाकिस्तान में अत्याचार ज्यादा हिंदुओं पे हो रहा है। वही तहसीब की बात है कि वहाँ मस्जिद गिरा के मंदिर बन रहा है, तो यहाँ हिंदुओं का मंदिर हम क्यों रखें। तो उसी हिसाब में
वो कहते हैं कि जब आपने मस्जिद गिरा करके मंदिर बनाना शुरू कर दिया तो हम यहाँ पे मंदिर क्यों रखें।
बिल्कुल कहते हैं, और वो बोलते हैं कि भाई ये बुत परस्ती करते हैं, हम हमारे पाकिस्तान में बुत परस्ती और मंदिर नहीं बनने देंगे। तो वो आपको पता है कि एक इंटरनेशनल प्रॉब्लम बना था, जो वहाँ पे इस्लामाबाद में एक मंदिर बनाने के लिए प्लाट दिया गया था गवर्नमेंट का, वो भी नहीं बनने दिया, उन्होंने दीवारें तोड़ दी। जी,
तो मतलब कि वहाँ पे हालात तब से और ज्यादा बेकार हो गए जब से यहाँ से राम मंदिर बना।
राम मंदिर जैसे बनना जहाँ शुरू हुआ तो वहाँ हालत ज्यादा बिगड़ रही है। हाँ, तहसीब से वो कर रहे कि भाई वहाँ अगर मंदिर
कहते हैं वो लोग कि यहाँ के राम मंदिर से वहाँ के हिंदुओं का क्या मतलब।
बस वो तो तहसीबाजी करते हैं ना अपना, वो उनका ये होता है कि यहाँ से इनसे हम बदला ले रहे, ये सब हिंदू एक ही है। वहाँ तो पाकिस्तान में हमको गद्दार बोलते हैं ना कि भाई तुम हिंदू गद्दार हो, भारत के एजेंट हो, ये इसी हिसाब से।
अच्छा, ये बोलते हैं।
जी।
अच्छा, तो आपने कितना उम्र गुजारा वहाँ।
हम पैदा से उधर हुए।
पैदा ही वहाँ हुए, तो यहाँ राम मंदिर की परेशानी वहाँ के हिंदुओं को क्यों, क्या कहते हैं?
बस ये बोलते हैं उधर मंदिर गिरा, मस्जिद गिरा के मंदिर बनाया, हम इधर मंदिर जो है गिराएंगे,
इसीलिए वहाँ मंदिर गिरा दिए गए,
इसलिए गिरा देते हैं।
कितने अमूमन कितने मंदिर गिराए होंगे आपके हिसाब से, जो आपके आसपास थे?
जी जी, काफी मंदिर, तकरीबन 10-15 तो अभी ये हाल ही में जो राम मंदिर के बाद गिराए उन्होंने, जिसमें एक पेशावर का है, पेशावर का मंदिर है वो, और जो इस्लामाबाद में नया बन रहा था उसकी दीवारें गिरा दी उन्होंने। उसके बाद जहाँ रहीम यार खान और मीरपुर नहीं रेहड़की में, सिंध के जो रेहड़की शहर है वहाँ भी मंदिर तोड़ा है इन्होंने। उसके बाद बाकी छोटे शहरों में तो छोटे छोटे मंदिर तोड़ते रहते हैं दिन भर।
तो आपका कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब से राम मंदिर बनना शुरू हुआ है, यहाँ राम मंदिर का फैसला आया है, पाकिस्तान में वहाँ मंदिर तोड़ना शुरू कर दिए गए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया वहाँ मंदिर। उसी हिसाब से उनके मतभेद है उनका, तो भाई वहाँ मंदिर बन रहा है हमारी मस्जिद तोड़ के, तो यहाँ हम मंदिर क्यों रखेंगे?
अच्छा, तो कट्टरपंथी सोच के लोग वो प्रताड़ित करने लग गए आप?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, कट्टरपंथी वो करते हैं।
भारत में उम्मीद किससे?
भारत में नरेंद्र मोदी साहब से उम्मीद है, अमित शाह से उम्मीद है हमें, और आदित्य योगीनाथ जो है हमारे ये हिंदू महान लीडर है, और हमको इनसे बड़ी उम्मीद है।
अच्छा।
और सनातन धर्म के लिए, और हम बिल्कुल धर्म के लिए अपनी जान देने के लिए तैयार है।
ठीक है, पाकिस्तान नहीं जाएंगे?
पाकिस्तान तो जाना ही नहीं है, पाकिस्तान का नाम ही नहीं लेना है। पाकिस्तान हमारा जीना मरना यहाँ है,
जीना मरना यही है।
जी बिल्कुल।
पाकिस्तान में रह रहे हिंदुओं पर पाकिस्तान की प्रताड़ना इतनी बढ़ चुकी है कि पाकिस्तान के हिंदू अब भारत आते हैं, धार्मिक वीजा पर आते हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म वीजा पर आते हैं, लेकिन पाकिस्तान जाने से इनकार कर देते हैं। इसी तरीके के हालातों में भारत में रहने वाले ये पाक विस्थापितों के घर हैं। मैं जहां पर हूं वहां अभी हाल ही में जो पाकिस्तान से आए हिंदू हैं, वो आप उनकी बस्तियां जो है वो देख सकते हैं। ये यहाँ इसलिए है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान में इनकी आबरू रोजाना लूटी जा रही थी। यहाँ हिंदुस्तान में उनको इज्जत मिल रही है, यहाँ रोटी मिल रही है, और बस रोटी और इज्जत के लिए ये यहाँ से जाना नहीं चाहते। सरकार पूछती है कि आप वापस क्यों नहीं जाते, तो इनका जवाब ये होता है कि उस नरक में अब वापस मुंह नहीं करेंगे। हालात आप देखेंगे तो तस्वीरों में मैं आपको यहाँ दिखाऊंगा कि ये इस तरीके से खजूर के पत्तों से बनी हुई दीवारें हैं, खजूर के पत्तों से ही इनकी ये गुजर बसर चल रही है। ये बर्तन, ये रसोई, यही आंगन और यही सोने का कमरा। ये तमाम वो महिलाएं हैं जिनको पाकिस्तान में सरे राह उठा लिया जाता था, हर चौराहे पे इज्जत लूट ली जाती थी, और छोटी बच्चियों को तो लगातार धर्मांतरण से लेकर के उनकी इज्जत से खिलवाड़ इस तरीके से होता था जैसे कि कोई मदारी खेल दिखा रहा हो। हालात इनकी और कहानी सुनकर के ये समझ में आता है कि पाकिस्तान ये वापस क्यों नहीं जाना चाहते। असल वजह इनसे बात करेंगे और इन्हीं से पूछने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर पाकिस्तान की वापसी का ये रुख क्यों नहीं करना चाहते। क्या नाम है आपका?
मिश्रा।
पाकिस्तान क्यों छोड़ा आपने?
पाकिस्तान धोखाता, हमारी बेटियों के स्कूल नहीं जाना देता है, जाती हुए तो छेड़ता है मुसलमान, इसलिए छोड़ाया है।
अच्छा, तो मतलब कि वो कैसे, मतलब कि पूरा भीड़ इकट्ठा होकर के आती थी?
वो हम लोगों मंदिर की पूजा करते हैं तो मंदिर तोड़ देता है, ये दादा बोलते हैं तो हमारा ये मारता है हमको, हम लोगों को सारे के।
अच्छा, मंदिर जाते हो तो मंदिर तोड़ देते हैं?
तोड़ देते, शिव का मंदिर तोड़ दिया, रामे पीर का तोड़ दिया, तोड़ देते, मूर्तियाँ बड़ी बड़ी तोड़ देते, इसलिए हम छोड़ के आया।
अच्छा, तो आप मतलब कि आप वापस नहीं जाना चाहते?
ना, हम वापस नहीं जाएंगे।
अच्छा, क्यों, वहाँ क्यों नहीं जाना चाहते?
बात नहीं है इतने।
अच्छा, यहाँ पे मतलब कि यहाँ अच्छा है?
अच्छा है यहाँ, हम सब लाते सही बैठा है, कौन जाता है
यहाँ? डर नहीं लग रहा?
ना, डर कौन है, उठे डर है
वहाँ, डर लगता है।
मुसलमान आता है, गालियाँ देता है, हाँ, औरतों को भी गालियाँ देता है, इसलिए हमको नहीं जाते उठे।
आपका क्या नाम है?
नीलो।
अच्छा, क्यों नहीं जाना चाहते पाकिस्तान वापस?
अच्छा नहीं है इसलिए।
अच्छा, क्या क्या खराबी है वहाँ पे, क्यों दिक्कत परेशानी क्या है वहाँ?
बहुत दिक्कत थी वहाँ, बच्चे पढ़ने जाते थे तो पढ़ाते नहीं थे, वापस आते थे बेचारे, इसलिए
भेदभाव करते थे।
हाँ।
अच्छा, आप हिंदू हैं इस वजह से? अच्छा, पूजा पाठ करने देते कि नहीं?
नहीं करने देते थे वो।
नहीं करने पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि सिंध की भाषा में ये बात कर रही हैं और इनका कहने का जो मीन्स है वो यही है कि बच्चियां जब स्कूल जाती थी तो घर लौटेगी कि नहीं लौटेगी ये पता नहीं होता था। बच्चों को पढ़ाने में भेदभाव होता था। धर्म पहले अगर कोई चेंज कर लेगा तो उसके बाद ही उसको पढ़ाई नसीब होती थी। इस तरीके की सामना इनको करने को मिलता था। कुछ बुजुर्ग महिलाएं हैं, इनसे बात करूंगा। अम्मा, क्या नाम है आपका?
सीता।
सीता, तो वहाँ पाकिस्तान में क्यों नहीं जाना चाहते वापस?
पाकिस्तान में शा था? पाकिस्तान में तो इज्जत तो सही नहीं। पाकिस्तान में इज्जत हो ही तो वहाँ तो इज्जत तो से।
अच्छा, यहाँ भारत में इज्जत मिल रही है?
हाँ, इज्जत मरे जे रात ना आवा तो न को डर लागे कोई नो।
अच्छा।
वही तो माना दी हाथ में तो वही तो हमारे डर लागे।
अच्छा, पाकिस्तान में तो रात में भी डर लगता था, यहाँ दिन में और रात में डर नहीं लगता?
रात नहीं लागे, दाड़ा ने डर लागे।
अच्छा।
पाकिस्तान में हाँ हाँ।
तो क्यों वहाँ दिक्कत परेशानी क्या थी?
परेशानी बधी हती, माना अहियां कमाई कोई हती ने। पोड़ो छा कमाई। हाँ।
महिलाओं के साथ क्या होता था वहाँ?
हाँ, मेला में माना जोरी माना खणे। हाँ, छोकरियों बीदी जोरी खणे।
अच्छा, लड़कियों को ले जाते थे?
हाँ।
ठीक है। तो हालात जो है पाकिस्तान के वो बता रहे हैं, ये वो पाक विस्थापित हैं जो हाल ही में पाकिस्तान से भारत आए हैं और ये वापस पाकिस्तान इसलिए नहीं जाना चाहते क्योंकि यहाँ रात के अंधेरे में भी इज्जत आबरू जो है वो सेफ है, लेकिन वहाँ भरे बाजार में इज्जत नीलाम होती थी। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट महेश के साथ अमरदीप शर्मा, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
We are getting you a report from Joshimath, where the situation is serious with large parts of the town sinking, caving in. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand was there a few hours back. We're getting you a report. In a fresh twist in the Delhi hit and run case, police say witness Nidhi was earlier arrested in a drug case.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
one
be
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused.
Welcome back. In Chhattisgarh, Home Minister Amit Shah has made a big statement on fighting Maoist terror, saying that Maoist terror will be wiped out entirely from the country before the elections of 2024.
हमने ये पूरे नक्सलवाद से त्रस्त क्षेत्र को नक्सलवाद से मुक्त कराने के कगार तक पहुंचे हैं। कांग्रेस के शासन में 2009 में देश भर में 2258 नक्सलवादी घटनाएं होती थी।
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. Shankar Mishra, the accused in the Air India case, has finally been arrested this morning is when we got the news. We'll get you all the updates on that and the headlines at this hour. Shankar Mishra finally arrested for urinating on a woman on board a flight. He's now lodged in Tihar jail. After cover-up, Air India has been forced to act. Cabin crew and pilot have been de-rostered pending probe. 3 days of relentless campaign and expose on cover-up. Police and Air India has been forced to act. With Joshimath sinking and residents living in fear, Uttarakhand Chief Minister takes stock of the situation. In a fresh twist in Delhi hit-and-run case, police say witness Nidhi was earlier arrested in a drug case. Questioned over go-slow, Khattar forced to remove sexual harassment accused minister from government. Now, after the Air India incident, we're now getting reports of another unruly passenger. Reports have emerged of misbehavior with air hostess on board Go First Air. This has now come to light. A foreign tourist allegedly, in fact, misbehaved with the air hostess is what we're getting to know past lewd comments on the flight. Go First has reported the matter with the DGCA. In fact, the unruly passenger was also handed over to the CISF after landing on in Goa airport. These are the details that are now emerging. Piyush is joining us on the phone line. Yes, Piyush is joining us on the phone line to give us more details about what has happened. Piyush, what are the details that you're gathering about this misbehavior on board Go First Airlines? Okay, we'll try and connect Piyush once again, but just getting information of this incident which took place on January 5th is what we are getting to know. Airline crew has given an official complaint to the CISF. Details of this incident has also been shared with DGCA. This incident took place on Go First Air flight from Delhi. This was a flight from Delhi to Goa. A foreign tourist has been accused of misbehaving with air hostess, passing lewd comments. What we're getting to know is that the passenger was handed over to the CISF after landing in Goa. Piyush is joining us on the phone line to give us more details about this incident of misbehavior. Piyush, over to you.
Saved and distant from
We'll try and connect Piyush once again, but the details that we're getting is of another incident of mid-air misbehavior. This has happened on the Go First flight, and Piyush is joining us once again. We seem to have connected to Piyush once again. Piyush, can you get us more details about this incident that took place on January 5th?
Well, absolutely. What we're now learning is that incident took place in a Go First flight, and remember that this flight was flying from Delhi to Goa. It took place on January 5th, where the foreign tourists they had reportedly misbehaved with the air hostess. What there is learning from our sources is that one of the air hostess was also subjected to lewd comments. Those were passed by these foreign tourists. Now the airline has reported the entire matter to CISF for the further action in this, and the DGCA has also been involved into this, where airline has shared the details of the entire incident with DGCA. Now, watch what kind of investigation in this case will further take place, but this can be seen as the third big shocking incident being reported. Earlier, we have also seen how two incidents have been reported on Air India flights, where passenger was victim passenger wrote a letter to Tata Group where she mentioned about her ordeal which she went through on November 26th, and then a couple of days back another incident surfaced from Air India flight itself, where another incident of being in flight which was coming from Paris to Delhi. Now this is a shocking incident which has been reported in a flight which was going from Delhi to Goa, where the air hostess was allegedly misbehaved by a few foreign tourists, where the sources are also suggesting that one of the air hostess was also subjected to lewd comments. Those were passed by one of these foreign tourists. We'll have to wait and watch how the agencies are going to look into this complaint and the details, so that which can violate which DGCA too.
Yes, thank you very much, Piyush, for joining us with these details. An RJD leader's comment calling Ram Mandir land as Nafrat ki Zameen has triggered massive outrage. In fact, it is the biggest political controversy of the day. Republic has confronted the RJD leader Jagdanand Singh on his controversial comment. Let's listen in.
जनक बयान है ये। जगता बाबू जैसे व्यक्ति से इस प्रकार के बयान की अपेक्षा नहीं थी। और देखिए, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल का अगर बस चले तो
आपका बयान जो है कि राम मंदिर जो अयोध्या में बन रहा है वो नफरत का मंदिर है, उन्माद का मंदिर है और गरीब विरोधी है, इस पर साधु संत और भाजपा के नेताओं को आपत्ति है।
होगी, मैं कहाँ उनको रोकने जा रहा हूँ आपत्ति करने से।
आपको लगता है कि अब कि वो नफरत और उन्माद का मंदिर है अयोध्या में, राम मंदिर का निर्माण जो हो रहा है?
ये शब्द तो कहीं था नहीं। जमीन, मैं कहा राम व्यापक हैं, राम कण कण में मौजूद हैं। यदि भारत के कण कण में मौजूद हैं तो उसके किसी हर हिस्से में मौजूद हैं।
वहाँ मंदिर बनाना गलत है?
मैं क्यों इस पर चर्चा करूं? ये मेरे शब्द का अर्थ भी नहीं है।
आपने क्या समझकर कहा कि वो नफरत और उन्माद का मंदिर है और गरीब विरोधी है?
नहीं कहा है, गलत मत अपनी बात मेरे मुंह में डालिए। मैंने कहा ही नहीं है, कहा ही नहीं है। जो मैंने कहा है वो विजुअल पर है। जरा बताइए तो कहाँ ये शब्द है उसमें?
तो वहाँ क्या राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए?
ये बनाने वाले को सोचना है। हम तो जानते हैं कि राम कण कण में मौजूद है, मर्यादा के प्रतीक। और डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया ने जिस ढंग से राम की व्याख्या की, कोई भी इस देश का इंसान ऐसी व्याख्या अच्छा नहीं कर पाया।
आपने एक और बात कहा कि हम हे राम वाले अनुयायी हैं, न कि जय श्री राम वाले।
कह ही रहे हैं।
तो उसका तात्पर्य क्या है दोनों का?
गांधी के राम और गुरसेवादियों का, दोनों में अंतर है।
क्या अंतर है गांधी के राम और गुरसेवादी?
जानता है,
फिर भी दर्शकों के लिए बताएं क्या।
ये देश जानता है। मर्यादा और प्रेम के प्रतीक गांधी के राम।
बीजेपी के नेता सुशील मोदी कह रहे हैं कि जगदानंद सिंह पर इस बयान के लिए देशद्रोह का मुकदमा चलना चाहिए।
निश्चित रूप से उनको प्रयास करना चाहिए।
राहुल गांधी भी आजकल काफी मंदिर घूम रहे हैं। वो भगवाधारी हिंदू और जगह जगह मंदिर घूम रहे हैं। और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने आरोप लगाया अमित शाह पर कि पहले दूसरे मुद्दे पे बात होनी चाहिए।
मंदिरों में जाने की रोक है किसी को? रोकने वाला रोकता होगा, वरना मंदिर में तो हर लोग जाना चाहते हैं।
मंदिर में जाना चाहते हैं तो आपको राम मंदिर से क्या आपत्ति है? उन्माद
नहीं, मैं कहाँ आपत्ति कर रहा हूँ, बन रहा है, कुछ बन भी गया है। मैं कहाँ आपत्ति, किसको आपत्ति करे जा रहा हूँ?
आप कह रहे हैं कि उन्माद का मंदिर है।
मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ।
नफरत का मंदिर है।
फिर देखिए, नफरत की जमीन, शब्द दोनों में फर्क कर लिया।
नफरत की जमीन,
हाँ, दुनिया देखी है। क्या
जमीन में क्या नफरत फैला है?
कमाल है, सारा चीज तो उसी पे है। हम भारत को राममय मानते हैं, उसका हर हिस्सा राममय है, कण कण में राम है। इससे भी बड़ी व्यापक परिभाषा राम की कोई कर सकता है क्या?
तो उस जमीन ने नफरत क्या फैलाया?
सारी दुनिया देखी है।
Prakash is joining us live from Patna. He has confronted the RJD leader who made the controversial comment on Ram Mandir, saying that it is being built on a plot of hatred Prakash, you confronted the leader. He seems to be denying it. But we have the soundbite where he made that comment, calling it Nafrat ki Zameen. What are the reactions you're picking up from the political circles in Bihar?
Well, he has obviously said that Nafrat ki Zameen, that means a plot of hatred. One fails to understand when it has been decided by the court of law and the court has passed its verdict for the construction of Ram temple after enough deliberations for the past 30 or 40 years, and there have been enough protests and movement, and every party had agreed to it. Now, why did Jagtanand Singh rake up this issue? One fails to understand. Is it politics of appeasement, or is it an effort to counter BJP and cite them as violators and perpetrators of crime? So one fails to understand this. In the run-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, a narrative would be set, as it is being done in Bihar, that in order to counter the Kamandal politics of the BJP, a caste census has been started in Bihar, and that would be the revisit of Mandal Part 2. So its politics is starting, and it's at its peak in Bihar, and starting from Bihar, and it will be galvanizing the entire country. That's one part. Now, as far as the BJP is concerned, I spoke to the senior BJP leader Sushil Modi. He says that if the RJD and the Mahagathbandhan leaders wish, mosque could be constructed on that very premises, and also a case of sedition should be lodged against RJD State President Jagtanand Singh, who is a very senior leader and a close confidant of both Tejasvi Yadav and Lalu Yadav. So Sushil Modi is saying that a case of sedition should be lodged because this verdict has been passed by the Honorable Court for the construction of Ram Temple.
Yes.
Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Prakash, for joining us live. In fact, let's also listen in to Sushil Kumar Modi. You spoke to him earlier, he's demanding a sedition case against the RJD leader. Let's listen in.
देखिए, बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक बयान है ये। जगता बाबू जैसे व्यक्ति से इस प्रकार के बयान की अपेक्षा नहीं थी। और देखिए, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल का अगर बस चले तो वहाँ पर मंदिर के बजाय मस्जिद बनवा दें। यही लालू यादव इनके पार्टी के नेता जो कहते थे कि वहाँ पर मस्जिद बनना चाहिए, नहीं तो अस्पताल बनना चाहिए। तीसरी, इनका तो बस चलता तो कुछ भी कर सकते थे। और आज जितने बेहतरीन तरीके से जो एक सामाजिक सद्भाव बिगड़ा था, माहौल में तनाव पैदा हुआ था, कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद एक सद्भाव का माहौल पूरे देश में पैदा हुआ है। और मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोगों ने भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले का स्वागत किया और आज लोग मदद कर रहे हैं। राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के निर्माण में मुसलमान समुदाय के लोगों ने भी चंदा दिया जगह जगह। और वैसी स्थिति में जगता बाबू का यह बयान, बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक बयान। उनको माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए साधु संतों से, देश के हिंदू समाज के लोगों से उनको माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए, उनको अपने बयान को वापस लेना चाहिए। उनके इस बयान से समाज में तनाव बढ़ेगा, समाज में विद्वेष बढ़ेगा, जिसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट हेट स्पीच बोलता है। तो ये तो एक प्रकार की हेट स्पीच है, समाज में विद्वेष और दुर्भावना पैदा करने वाला बयान है। इस पर तो सेडिशन का मुकदमा भी चल सकता है, क्योंकि समाज में विद्वेष और दुर्भावना अगर कोई पैदा करता तो सेडिशन का केस बनता है। इसलिए जगता बाबू से उम्मीद नहीं थी, लेकिन अच्छा वो बयान दे रहे हैं, तो उसका खामियाजा उनको आगे आने वाले दिनों के अंदर होने वाले चुनाव में इसका खामियाजा उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा।
ये तो कोर्ट के रूलिंग के बाद ये तय हुआ है कि राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए, तो क्या इस तरह के विवादास्पद बयान के बाद उन पर कोई कार्रवाई भी होनी चाहिए?
इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये तो सेडिशन का मामला बनता है। ये आप उसको नफरत का मंदिर कर रहे हैं। जो मंदिर करोड़ों हिंदुओं की भावना से जुड़ा हुआ जो मंदिर है, और उस मंदिर को अगर आप नफरत का मंदिर कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अगर इनका बस चले तो वहाँ पर आज भी वो मंदिर की बजाय मस्जिद बनवा दें, ताकि इनको मुस्लिम वोट चाहिए। तो तुष्टीकरण के लिए किसी सीमा तक के जा सकते हैं। मुसलमानों को खुश करने के लिए, अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय को खुश करने के लिए ये किसी भी एक्सटेंट तक जा सकते हैं।
उन्होंने कहा यह भी कि ये गरीबों का मंदिर नहीं है, लेकिन आमतौर पे देखा गया है कि जो भी इस तरह के बड़े मंदिर होते हैं, चाहे पटना में ही हनुमान मंदिर जो है, उससे कई ये चलते हैं, हॉस्पिटल्स चलते हैं, स्कूल चलते हैं, तिरुपति में भी है मंदिर, वहाँ से भी कई कल्याणकारी काम होते हैं। तो ये गरीबों का मंदिर बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं है?
नहीं, देखिए इस मंदिर के निर्माण में करोड़ों गरीबों ने भी पैसा दिया। इस देश का शायद ही कोई हिंदू परिवार होगा जिसने 25-50 रुपया नहीं दिया होगा। मैंने तो स्वयं
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए। निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP...
Now, Republic has accessed visuals of attack on houses of Dalits in Alwar in Rajasthan. At least 12 people have been injured in this attack. Victims and eyewitnesses say that a mob of at least 30 attacked houses of a Dalit community in Alwar in Congress-ruled Rajasthan. And victims are also alleging inaction by the police. In fact, these are the visuals on your screen right now of a mob attack on Dalit houses. Stones were pelted, lathis were rained in, is what we are getting to know. At least 12 people have been injured in this attack. Amardeep is joining us live from Jaipur as he gets us the details of the attack. Amardeep, over to you. Amardeep will be getting us the investigation that has been conducted so far, but what the victims are alleging is that despite the video evidence, there has been inaction by police. There have been no arrests that have been made so far. The victims are alleging attack by a mob of at least 30 people in Alwar. These are the visuals. The visuals on your screens show that stones were pelted. Even women were not spared in this village in Alwar, where Dalit community was targeted. Alwar, Amardeep is joining us live as we broadcast these visuals. Amardeep, what is the action that has been taken by the Rajasthan police? Because we know that the victims are alleging कि पुलिस ने कोई भी एक्शन अभी तक नहीं लिया है. तो ये केस के क्या तथ्य है और क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है अभी इस पे?
तेरा बिल का पैसा आ जाए तो दे देना.
Amardeep, if you can hear me, if you can give us details about the attack and the investigation so far.
के नौगावा इलाके का मामला है. सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि जिस तरीके से ये घटनाक्रम हुआ उसके वीडियो जो है अब सोशल मीडिया पे वायरल हुए. जैसे ही वायरल हुए वो स्क्रीन पे है कि किस तरीके से दलितों पर एक विशेष समुदाय ने एक सोची समझी साजिश के तहत हमला किया. उसके बाद में लगातार जो चीजें चली, घटनाक्रम चला, उसके बाद पुलिस ने 4 से 5 आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार किया है. लेकिन FIR की संख्या देखें तो उसमें करीब 35 से 40 लोग हैं जो मुलजिम बनाए गए हैं, जिस तरीके से पीड़ित परिवार का कहना है. लेकिन उसमें से सिर्फ 5 अभी तक गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं, बाकी लोगों को गिरफ्तार नहीं किया गया है. इलाके में भी फोर्स तैनात की गई है पुलिस की तरफ से, क्योंकि वापस से इस तरीके का हेजिटेशन ना हो, इस वजह से सारी चीजों को सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से देखते हुए अलवर पुलिस ने वहां पे RAC के जवान तैनात किए हैं. सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि वहां पॉलिटिकली डेवलपमेंट शुरू हुआ है, क्योंकि वहां नेताओं का जाना शुरू हो चुका है. सामाजिक संगठन जो है वो जा चुके हैं. भीम सेना के जो कार्यकर्ता थे वो भी पहुंचे थे, BJP के कार्यकर्ता भी आज पहुंचे थे. उनका कहना यह है कि लगातार इस तरीके की चीजें मेवात क्षेत्र से निकल के आती हैं. जिस इलाके से ये सारी चीजें हो रही थी, डेवलप हो रही थी, वहां अचानक एकमात्र भेड़ के कुल्हाड़ी मारने से उपजा हुआ ये विवाद जो था वो हेजिटेशन में बदल गया. जिस तरीके से सारी चीजें हुई हैं वहां समझ में आता है कि करीब 12 से 15 लोग घायल हुए हैं. कुछ लोग जयपुर में एडमिट हैं, कुछ लोग अलवर जिला अस्पताल में भर्ती हैं, कुछ लोग को फर्स्ट एड देकर के छोड़ दिया गया है. लेकिन डर का माहौल अभी भी गांव में है, क्योंकि दलितों की बस्ती पर, दलितों की घरों पर जिस तरीके का कह सकते हैं कि हमला किया गया था विशेष समुदाय के लोगों ने, तो वो स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं आप कि किस तरीके से पत्थर फेंक रहे हैं और पत्थरों के साथ में लाठी जो है वो चल रही है. महिलाएं हैं, उनको भी मारा जा रहा है, पीटा जा रहा है. तो ये तमाम तरीके की जो वीडियोस थे वो सोशल मीडिया पे आज वायरल हुए और ये घटना जो है वो 2 से 3 तारीख के बीच की बताई जा रही है. सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि इसमें FIR जो थी वो करा दी गई थी, लेकिन आज तक महज 5 ही लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है.
Ji, like Amardeep is saying, questions are being raised over the inaction in the case. If it's a mob of 30 that attacked Dalit houses, why only 5 people have been picked up so far? Thank you very much, Amardeep, for joining us with these updates from Alwar.
आज की जमात है, इन्होंने न सिर्फ जम्मू कश्मीर का आईन खत्म किया, बल्कि इन्होंने हिंदुस्तान के आईन पे बुलडोजर चलाया. इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर का 370 खत्म करते करते इस मुल्क के आईन को भी खत्म कर दिया. कि आज हमारे साथ ही जुल्म नहीं, हमारे तमाम इंस्टीट्यूशंस खत्म हो गए हैं. लोगों पे जुल्म है, नौजवानों की पकड़ दकड़ है, रोज छापे मारे जाते हैं, मुलाजमों को नौकरियों से निकाला जाता. कि जो BJP जिसने हमारा आईन 2019 में खत्म किया, आने वाले वक्त में जो इस मुल्क का आईन है ये उसको भी खत्म करेगी. इन्होंने हमारा झंडा खत्म किया, आने वाले वक्त में वो तिरंगा जिसके लिए यहाँ के लोगों ने, जिसके लिए पूरे मुल्क के लोगों ने खून बहाया है, ये उस झंडे को भी तब्दील करके भगवा झंडा बनाएंगे.
PDP Chief Miss Mufti today visited the grave of Mufti Muhammad Said on his 7th anniversary, but here again once she targeted central government. She said the center after the abrogation of Article 370, claiming that the situation has improved, but we are seeing more number of forces being brought into Jammu and Kashmir after Rajouri attack. She said that the BJP has destroyed not only the constitution of Jammu and Kashmir but is also destroying the constitution of India. She also said that the BJP government snatched the flag of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and time is not far when Tiranga will be converted into Bhagwa flag. She said that the forces should go back into the barracks if the situation in Jammu and Kashmir has improved. She said that whether it's the businessman or somebody from the government who is working in the government sector, the lands are being snatched just because the people are from the Kashmir. So she said that the center is targeting the people of Jammu and Kashmir just because they are Kashmiri issue.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegations are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए।
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this
that Pakistan has conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
Shankar Mishra, The Air India P-Gate accused arrested 4 days after Republic began the campaign. Shankar Mishra, who was absconding, arrested from a guest house in Bengaluru. Air India issues a detailed statement, regrets the handling, regrets the incident, admits it should never have happened and could have handled better. Air India also de-rosters the pilot and crew on the New York to Delhi flight for lapses on the 26th of November. Shankar Mishra sent to 14-day judicial custody. Another co-passenger speaks out, says 4 first-class seats were vacant and yet not given to the 70-year-old woman passenger. Big impact of Republic TV coverage. Air India has decided to also review its alcohol policy on board. Four days back, Republic TV reported the story of how a 70-year-old woman passenger had to face this man called Shankar Mishra, who urinated on her on board an Air India flight, and that too in business class, and she was treated in a shabby manner. That was 4 days ago, ladies and gentlemen. 3 days ago, after Republic TV had reported it, even debated it, the Delhi police scrambled a team to Bengaluru. For the last 2 days, they've been looking for this man called Shankar Mishra. Midnight, about 20 hours ago, Shankar Mishra was tracked down to a guest house in Bengaluru. He's now been arrested and then brought to Delhi, I beg your pardon. And those are the first pictures on your screen of him being brought to the national capital and then taken to court. He's been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. Let's show you the details of how he was arrested. Shankar Mishra has been arrested from Bengaluru. He was in a guest house. The Delhi police team, which was there at the guest house, went to his relatives' homes, went to his friends' homes, tried to gather details. They had some insights, some clues that they had picked up over the use of social media. They believed that he was holed up in a guest house, and they went there and they got hold of him. That is more or less the story of how Shankar Mishra was arrested. I'll go across to Prajwal joining us on the broadcast. He's been tracking the details of the story. Let me go across to him. Prajwal, tell us more about how he was arrested, where he was arrested from, and for how long was he there?
Niranjan, now all the information is now leading to the Jaladhare layout, the RMV second stage at Ramki Apartments, and this was the information that we got to know. And last evening, a team of Delhi police, 5 to be specific in number, along with the city crime branch unit of the Bengaluru police, launched a covert operations as well. The Bengaluru police were initially informed that they want to know about the location of Shankar Mishra, the accused in the urine gate controversy, and after which the police tracked him down to this particular apartment at RMV second stage. It is also being learned that he had switched off his mobile phone since the 3rd of January. He was not active on his mobile phone, but later it was learned that he was he was particularly active on social media, mainly on his LinkedIn profile as well, and his screen time had gone up from 2 hours to around 9 hours a day, and he had also gone on to change all his identities in this particular regard. And therefore, with the help of geolocations which was given by the Bengaluru police, the Delhi police tracked him down. The CCB helped the Delhi police with all the logistics, and finally they launched a covert operation, and along with one female police personnel from the Bengaluru crime branch and also 2 sleuths from the city crime unit, 4 police personnel from the Delhi intelligence unit headed over at between 11:15 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. in the night. They grilled Mishra over there for 1 hour is what we get to understand, and the time of exit of Shankar Mishra from the apartment where he was staying was at around 12:40 a.m. in the morning. Later it is being understood that there was there was a flight which the Delhi police had already booked, and in the wee hours of the morning he was brought back to the national capital as well. Now his credit card details wherever he had used to was tracked. Initially the police were also stating that he was either with his relative, which was his sister, who was in Whitefield is what we get to understand, and later they were also taken to Bengaluru South and which was his friend's place too. So this is something which was very crucial, but after which the police finally tracked Shankar Mishra to the north part of Bengaluru, where he was holed up in this particular guest house that you have been speaking about. Also very surprisingly, and it was also very shocking, because a few of the neighbors, a few of the residents of this apartment also spoke and said that there was a man in this apartment, but they did not know that he was the accused in the urine gate controversy, and no law credentials has been maintained by the apartment here, because there has been no sort of entry or exit which has been mentioned in the visitors book of this apartment as well. So under whose guise was he staying, whether this flat was booked under somebody else's name, because from what we understand, on condition of
Prajwal, stay with me.
one of the apartment residents also revealed that this particular
stay with me, because I'm also getting an Air India statement right now, a full detailed statement. In fact, for the first time, 3 days ago when the story was reported, and they should have done this not 3 or 4 days ago, but over 40 days ago when the incident took place. That was on the 26th of November. Finally, and this was 3 days ago after, on the debate, Arnab asked questions on why Air India had neither apologized or even shown any regret after what had happened on board, and they finally, in a statement that was issued today, they have been forced to admit their lapses. Even until 2 days back, in their own words, they claimed this case was not simple as it seemed in the media. Today they have been forced to admit there were lapses, and they claim they are deeply concerned, and they are admitting that customers have suffered not in one but multiple incidents due to condemnable acts involving unruly passengers. They have been forced to admit that they could have simply handled it better. Sanika has the full statement that Air India has put out. I'd like her to read from that statement, because it's the first time in over 40 days that they've given out a very detailed statement. Sanika.
Yes, Niranjan, this is a statement that was released by the MD and CEO of Air India, Mr. Wilson, and in this statement by Campbell Wilson is very clearly statement. Now there are a few points that I would like to highlight for our viewers, where the Air India is initiating action against the cabin crew and the pilot who were in the plane that time. They've said that 4 cabin crew and 1 pilot have been issued show cause notices and derostered pending investigation. Internal investigations will be ordered into whether there were lapses by other staff are ongoing on aspects including the service of alcohol on flight, incident handling, complaint registration on board and grievance handling. This was an action that probably could have been taken earlier about derostering of cabin crew and pilots, but these are the 2 main points that have emerged from the statement. Also, what going forward, Air India is sort of saying that they have chalked out a plan to ensure that such incidents are handled better, is what Air India is claiming. So Air India is saying that as a responsible airline brand, we have initiated the following steps with a view to materially strengthen and improve how such incidents would be addressed in future. Point number 1, commencing a comprehensive education program to strengthen crews' awareness of and compliance with policies on the handling of incidents and unruly passengers, and to better equip crew to empathetically assist those affected. So the airlines are sort of redrawing their strategy on how to handle unruly passengers. The second very important point that is mentioned in the statement is the review of the airline policy on service of alcohol in flight. Now there are multiple reports that have emerged since Republic TV broke this news of the P-gate, that how Shankar Mishra was probably given unlimited amount, there was no count, or there was no tab on the alcohol served to Mr. Shankar Mishra on board this New York to Delhi flight. So in line with that, Airline is now deciding that they will review the policy of service of alcohol in flight, review the meeting frequency of the DGCA prescribed internal committee tasked with assessing incidents so that cases are assessed and decisions reached in a more timely manner. Now we know that it took more than 40 days for Air India to sort of act on this in this matter, on this case. Earlier they just sent out a 5-line complaint to the Delhi police that was last week, and following which there was a week later there was an FIR and there was action. But now after the sort of cover-up that has been exposed on Republic TV, Air India is saying that they will form an internal committee which will ensure that such matters are assessed and decisions are reached in a more timely manner. So these are the key points that are emerging from Air India statement that was released today. More than 40 days after the incident took place, over a week after the FIR was filed, and just 3 days after the incident came to light to media, and on the day Shankar Mishra was arrested.
Yes, and not just that, Sanika, there is another co-passenger account. In fact, yesterday when the lawyer spoke to Harsha, the lawyer claimed to Harsha on record that there were no eyewitnesses to what happened. But there is another letter, and I'll put out the version of the eyewitness now on screen, and I'll read a little bit from that and then go across to Harsha. There is another eyewitness who sort of exposed what really happened. And this eyewitness spoke of how he woke up when Shankar Mishra fell on him, and then talks about how he saw a lady from 9A complete wet, that's the seat number, 9A, completely wet, adding that he was shocked that the co-passenger urinated on her. I have the full account. We'll put out the graphics, and I'll go across to Harsha as well. Harsha is joining me live with details of what the co-passengers have said. And is it true, Harsha, that some of the co-passengers' statements have also been recorded in this case?
So Niranjan, what we are learning today is that after speaking with DCP Republic, exclusively spoke to DCP Ravi Kumar Singh, the IGI airport station DCP, he told us that the co-passengers have been contacted. There are 3 co-passengers till now who have been identified by the police official, and they have been called in the coming week. They would probably join the interrogation on Wednesday or Thursday at the IGI airport station themselves. They are right now not in national capital. Some of them are abroad. So while they'll be coming to national capital according to their convenience, and then they will join the interrogation. They are the neutral party who will tell both sides of the story exactly what happened inside the airline. So we have to wait till Wednesday or Thursday, because he said that in 1 or 2 days they will join the interrogation, and there are 3 co-passengers right now who will be coming to the police station. They were seated on seat number 8, 9 and 10. So the 3 passengers who have been sitting in seat number 8, 9 and 10, those will be coming and joining the interrogation, because today we saw the Air India crew was interrogated, and in total 8 staff of Air India have been interrogated till now. Day before yesterday 4 of them came, and today 4 of them, including pilot, co-pilot and 2 crew members, were interrogated, and on Wednesday or Thursday we are expecting the co-passengers also to join the interrogation, where they will record their statements exactly what happened inside the airlines. Niranjan, back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me quickly play out the sequences. This is the first time that he was seen in Delhi, and that's when Harsha and our team of reporters who were reporting on the story spotted him being brought out of the IGI police station. We broke the picture first when he was arrested this morning. The arrest itself was a little after midnight in Bengaluru, but he was brought to Delhi and taken to the IGI station, police station. He was there. He was brought out to be taken to the medical examination and then to the court. There are some sequences that we have when some of the media personnel, the journalists who were present there, tried to ask him questions. I'd like to play that out. The 2 sequences of Shankar Mishra, and then we'll go across to my colleague Tanisha as well.
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not?
Shankar, क्या कहेंगे Shankar?
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Why you not in your apologetic? Why you not in your process? Why
चलो 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 चलो
उसके बारे में कोई भी पक्षपात है?
शंकर ऐसा क्यों? शंकर
So these are the visuals of Shankar Mishra accused who is being taken for the medical and then towards court. They are the exclusive visuals on your screen of accused Shankar Mishra right now. What we are showing right now on your screen, this is exclusive as we are again and again trying to question Shankar. Again and again. As Shankar, are you ashamed? Are you ashamed of yourself? Why did you urinate? Why did you urinate? Are you apologetic? Shankar, at least reply. Why did you urinate?
He's been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. And the other news point today is that Air India has been forced to de-roster the pilot and the crew who in the last 2 days, when called in by the police, justified what they did and added that they didn't notice whether he was drunk and continue to serve alcohol because that's what they do on board on international flights. Tanisha, what is the update on the investigation front? Has anybody else's statement been recorded in this case?
Well, so far today, Niranjan, it is the accused, his version that has been recorded. Tomorrow is what we are getting to know, when the victim shall be presented inside the court, shall be produced in the court, and that is when her 164 CRPC statement will be recorded in front of the magistrate, because remember, it is extremely important to know the version of both the people, the accused and the victim in this case. Whereas when we talk about the accused, he has been continuously defending himself. He has the audacity to go on, give out his version, and a version so much so that he's been blaming the victim indirectly, where he said that it is the media that has been presenting only one side of the story. So he says there's more to it, and he has the audacity to give out that statement, and this is via his lawyers. So far, when we talk about the investigation, tomorrow is when the victim's statement will be recorded. 11th is when bail hearing will take place of this accused Shankar Mishra in the court. 2 p.m. is the time that we're getting to know on 11th of January, when bail hearing of this accused will be heard. 14 days of judicial custody is what has been granted. Remember, when the arguments were taking place inside the court, it was the cops who had argued and maintained that they would want 3 days of police custody. However, the magistrate was quite reluctant on giving police custody, and she brought out this note wherein she said that 14 days of judicial custody will be given to the accused, and 11th is the time when 11th of January is the date when this accused will be produced inside the court for his bail hearing. Ranjan.
Thank you for that. Tanisha, Sanika, Harsha and Prajwal for joining us on this story.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter-allegation are taking place.
India is #1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, been identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry?
A day after Aam Aadmi Party and BJP councillors came to blows in the MCD house, BJP staged a protest at the Rajghat. The BJP has alleged that their councillors were injured after an attack by alleged drunk AAP councillors. The Aam Aadmi Party also staged a counter protest. The AAP has alleged unconstitutional appointments of presiding officers in the MCD. BJP has targeted the AAP government in Delhi over the Rozgar budget. BJP alleging Aam Aadmi Party had spent crores on advertisements but results were not visible on the ground, adding that AAP promised food trucks and festivals for Delhi but the promises remained unfulfilled.
करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करके विज्ञापन दिए गए, मगर जमीन पे जो आउटले आया है, जो आउटकम आया है, वो सुन बटे नील सन्नाटा है, जीरो आउटकम। बोल बचन काम कच्चन, केवल बड़े बड़े बोल हैं, काम बिल्कुल कच्चन है, कोई काम ही नहीं। लॉट ऑफ साउंड, नथिंग ऑन ग्राउंड। बहुत आवाज मगर जमीन पे कुछ नहीं। इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति केवल ये मार्केट और रोजगार योजना का नहीं।
Well, addressing the Mahasankalp Yatra, Home Minister Amit Shah said that BJP will make Jharkhand Maoist-free. Amit Shah's visit considered crucial in the wake of the 2024 Parliament and also the Jharkhand Assembly elections. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited Sinking Joshimath to assess the situation on the ground. He met affected people there in the area and assured them of all help. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand also met the team of officials and experts who've been monitoring the situation in Joshimath. In connection with the Anjali killing, Delhi police will produce the 7th accused Ankush Khanna in a court for further remand. Ankush had surrendered before the Delhi police on Friday. IAF fighter pilots Group Captain Arpit Kala, squadron leaders Bhavna Kant and Mukul Baba demonstrated Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jet capabilities. Squadron leader Avni Chowdhury, the first woman fighter pilot to fly the Sukhoi 30 MKI and international war games abroad. Punjab Minister Fauja Singh Sarari resigned from Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's cabinet months after an audio clip surfaced in which he was purportedly heard fixing a deal to extort money. Aam Aadmi Party workers protested against Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, who is accused of sexual harassment. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding sacking of the minister. Tihar government has started the process of caste-based census, asserting that caste-based census will benefit all sections of society. The Bihar Chief Minister said the purpose of the exercise was to carry out developmental work for the people who are deprived.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, been identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है।
हाय फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो। दोस्तों, आज मैं आपको एक खास कहानी सुनाने वाला हूं और हमारे गेस्ट भी बहुत खास हैं। आई हैव अ वेरी वेरी स्पेशल गेस्ट टुडे। द जेंटलमैन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट हैज डन समथिंग दैट यू ऑल नो अबाउट। आप सबको पता है कि उन्होंने काम क्या करा है, लेकिन काम किसने करा है ये आपको नहीं पता। इट्स माई ग्रेटेस्ट ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू प्रेजेंट टू यू लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल संजय कुलकर्णी, PVSM, AVSM, शौर्य चक्र, सेना मेडल, VSM एंड फॉर्मर DG इन्फेंट्री। एंड सबसे बड़ी बात, हमारी रेजिमेंट यानी कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट के हैं। सर जय हिंद, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर।
जय हिंद गौरव, ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर।
जैसे रेजिमेंट पे कहते हैं सर, राम राम।
बिल्कुल राम राम
सर। अच्छा सर, शुरुआत हम यहां से करेंगे कि आप और मैम गए यूरोप घूमने के लिए एज अ यंग कैप्टन। अब आई कांट इमेजिन इंडियन आर्मी यंग कैप्टन गोइंग टू यूरोप विथ द लेडी वाइफ। इसके पीछे की स्टोरी मैं दोस्तों को सुनाना चाहता हूं जो हमारे व्यूअर्स हैं सर, और बड़ी जबरदस्त स्टोरी है। तो एक तो आप यूरोप घूमने गए सर, एक सप्लायर बैठा है लंदन में और वहां पे कुछ जनरल्स हैं आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर में, वहां पे एक अलग माहौल बना हुआ है। सियाचिन ग्लेशियर, ऑपरेशन मेघदूत 1984। इनिशियली क्या था सर, सियाचिन में पहले ना भारत था ना पाकिस्तान था, किसी के ट्रूप्स वहां पे नहीं थे स्टेशनड। सबसे पहले सियाचिन ग्लेशियर इंपॉर्टेंट है, कौन पेट्रोल लेकर गया और किसने पहले ये रिपोर्ट दी कि हाँ ऐसा हो सकता है? Who was it, sir?
गौरव, you know how we all started it.
जी।
सबसे पहले तो कर्नल बुल कुमार,
कर्नल नरेंद्र कुमार सर,
कर्नल बुल कुमार अपने ही रेजिमेंट के,
कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट सर,
and he is the one who actually found out he had a very good German friend, a mountaineer friend, with whom he had done river rafting. जब वो उनको मिले, then he said that he is now planning to go to again explore the Apsara ranges. So he said, मुझे नक्शे पे दिखाना. When it came to seeing the map, that is the first time Colonel Bull Kumar was alarmed कि जो जहाँ वो जा रहा है जर्मन माउंटेनियर, ये तो हमारी जगह है, लेकिन वो तो पाकिस्तान से परमिशन लेकर के उधर जा रहा है.
पाकिस्तान इंडिया में जाने की परमिशन पाकिस्तान दे रहा है. In this mountainous terrain. Because what had happened was, Karachi Agreement stated very clearly the ceasefire line that was then CFL बोलते थे कि NJ 9842 thence northwards. That means the ceasefire line NJ 9842 तक demarcated था, सब कुछ था. Then since it had not been demarcated, it said thence northwards it will follow, and whenever we get time in future, it will be properly demarcated, delineated. Ceasefire line हो गई जो बाद में बनी line of control, sir.
You can say yes.
Somewhat like that.
Though little change because we have AGPL over here,
yes,
actual
sir.
ground position line and all.
Yes,
but notwithstanding that, up to NJ 9842, we knew it. And thereafter, when we said thence northwards, it was running along the watershed of the Soltoro ridgeline. That was our thinking, and that is what the international principle is also all about, watershed principle. Pakistan cleverly joined NJ 9842 with Karakoram Pass. So when we say Karakoram Pass, which is further to the east, you find that there's a huge gap which comes between, say, Karakoram 2, the second highest feature in the world, and the Karakoram Pass. Between these two is the Siachen Glacier.
Like a finger, sir.
Like a deep thrust,
deep thrust, sir. Yes, sir.
Into that. And adjoining it is what is popularly called the Shaksgam Valley, which Pakistan gifted to China in 1963.
तो शक्सगम वैली से पाकिस्तान ने 63 में चीन को गिफ्ट कर दी.
और उसके द्वारा उन्होंने अपना जो बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट था चीन के साथ उसको सेटल करने की कोशिश की, और वही इलाका है जहां से यू हैव दैट खुंजरा पास कमिंग. सो यू ऑल दिस CPEC जो हम लोग आजकल बोलते हैं, चाइना पाकिस्तान इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर, द काराकोरम हाईवे जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, उसी को चीन ने एक्सप्लॉइट करने की कोशिश की टू गेट ग्वादार. सो चाइना वाज फीलिंग uneasy and they wanted warm water entry into Indian Ocean.
So जो चाइना पाकिस्तान इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर से हम आज सुनते हैं, इसका चेस का गेम बहुत पहले शुरू हो गया.
बहुत पहले, मतलब through the Karakoram Pass and then what they call the Khunjara Pass, the Karakoram Highway, and the same Karakoram Highway now being extended to the Pak-occupied Kashmir and goes and joins Gwadar into the Indian Ocean.
Balochistan Gwadar.
So you see the kind of game and the kind of, I would say, duplicity and also the kind of perfidy which both China and Pakistan.
अच्छा सर, please allow me to interrupt you here, sir. आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, कर्नल नरेंद्र कुमार, affectionately known as कर्नल बुल कुमार in the Indian Army, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला यार ये तो गड़बड़ है, क्योंकि हमारा एरिया एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान. यानी कि पाकिस्तान क्लेम करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. जब परमिशन हम दे रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब हमारा एरिया है. फिर कर्नल बुल कुमार ने क्या करा सर?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल, क्योंकि कर्नल बुल कुमार बेचारे अकेले क्या कर सकते थे? No, he was a very senior, very respected mountaineer.
Yes, sir.
Arjun Award, attempted Mount Everest, Kanchenjunga and everything.
Yes,
brilliant, fantastic mountaineer. Resulting his getting to know the chief of the army staff, because General Raina was the chief of the army staff, again Kumaon Regiment. And then he was referred to MO, because MO was those days headed by Major General Chibba. who later became the army commander, Northern Command, and we all know that Lieutenant General Chibber was involved in Op Meghdut. So उनके पास उनको रेफर किया गया. जब वहाँ पे गए उन्होंने बताया, नक्शा खोल के बताया, they thought अरे ये तो सच में Pakistan is on doing some mischief which is going on in these higher reaches of the Karakoram and the ranges. So they said, found out, they said, okay, Bull Kumar volunteered himself, said, because by then he was the commandant of the high altitude warfare school at Gulmarg. So they had a school in Gulmarg, high altitude warfare school, and Sonamarg. So उन्होंने कहा कि मैं जो मेरे माउंटेन वॉरफेयर एडवांस के जो स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं उनको लेकर के जाऊंगा और लेट मी सी एंड एक्सप्लोर एज पार्ट ऑफ पेट्रोलिंग एंड सी व्हाट इट इज ऑल अबाउट. ही डिड दैट. और जब वो कर रहे थे, he went up to Indira Col, he saw all of this Altoro ridgeline, Bilafonla, Siala, Indira Col, सबको क्या उन्होंने skied down Indira Col. That time the Pakistanis flew their fighter aircrafts over him. He's trying to convey messaging to India that this is our territory and not yours. So this was in 77. So imagine from 77, then 78. That time I was a student doing the mountain warfare basic course at Gulmarg when he was the commandant. तो जब ये सब हो रहा था तो हम लोग भी, as part of the courses, you're supposed to climb a peak. So we were told to climb a peak called Stok Kangri, the highest in Leh. So we were climbing that, and these mountain warfare advanced students were all set to go to Siachen Glacier. So for the first time I heard Siachen Glacier, nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew. किसी को नहीं मालूम. So we heard, we didn't even know what it was, and it was quite a hush-hush affair. So nobody ever spoke about it except for these experienced student mountaineers who had done their basic, but to go for the advanced course. तो उसके बाद हमें पता चला कि ये सब कुछ हो रहा है, and then this is how, as he as the commandant, and then as luck would have it, in 82, 4 Kumaon, we were in Dehradun those days, and we were told to go to Ladakh. So we were to go to Batalik. And since we were to occupy Batalik as a feature, I was a part of the advance party. So Batalik, so वो भी change हो गया, and we were told that we will now go to Turtuk. So Turtuk used to be generally occupied by Ladakh scouts. So they were the ones who would be in Turtuk as part of the Karakoram wing, Indus wing, and all things of those kind. The Ladakh scouts were doing it. But we went to Turtuk. So when we went to Turtuk as part of the advance party, now Turtuk is a place where you have to cross Khardungla. And Khardungla is over 18,000. Yes, sir. And those days, Khardungla को पार करना was an absolute an adventure in itself.
आजकल तो चाय मिलती है सर खरदुंगला में.
अब तो इससे
पहुंचते हैं खरदुंगला.
अभी भी मुझे याद है, on top of खरदुंगला कई बार गाड़ियां रुक जाती थी. उस वक्त 3 टन होते थे. या आजकल की गाड़ियों के माफिक तो 3 टन, वो 3 टन खराब हो गई और 3 टन टॉप खरदुंगला में जाके खराब हो गई. अब उसको ठीक करने में वक्त लगे 45 मिनट, 1 घंटा. आप मानेंगे नहीं, उस हाइट के ऊपर अगर हम थोड़ी देर इस तरह रुक जाते, एक देर सरदर्द शुरू हो जाता था. Real
it's not a very pleasant place, sir. Khardungla is not pleasant, sir.
La means a pass. Khardungla. La means a pass. 18,000 के ऊपर 18,248 feet is the height of that. उसके ऊपर से सड़क जा रही और फिर उसके बीच में ग्लेशियर है, उसके ऊपर से वो गाड़ियों को लेकर के जाना. हवा, ओ इतनी जबरदस्त हवा कि आप really you have to have lots of strength and lot of acclimatization to be able to withstand that.
Withstand it, sir. Sir, मैं फंस गया था सर. मैं आपको बताता हूँ कुछ साल पहले.
Yes.
I got stuck, sir. I was going to base camp, sir. So Brigadier Bhupesh Hada used to be commander, sir, at that time, sir. तो भूपेश सर ने बोला आ जा, तो मैंने बोला सर आ जाता हूँ मैं. So we got stuck in Khardungla, sir. वो thank God, and I had gone with my this thing, sir, Republic की unit थी मेरे. Thank God वहाँ पे राजरिफ की यूनिट थी सर. राजरिफ की यूनिट ने चाय पकौड़े खिलाए. जब जान में जाना, I would have gone, sir. It was horrible, sir.
Now तो fantastic arrangements. I still remember Colonel Wombat Khare, who later retired as a Major General. He does all this PLI and is quite involved into all this. He used to be the commanding officer of the BRO there. And he was laying that first bridge over that glacier for us to negotiate the Khardungla. Very difficult.
तो सर हुआ क्या उसके बाद? आप गए वहाँ पे? You were told.
हम लोग जब उधर गए, that was in 82. I saw, Ibex and Polar Bear. Polar Bear was the this thing 1 and 2. And क्योंकि मैं उधर एडवांस पार्टी में था, मैंने देखा ये जो Mi-17s हैं, Mi-8s होते थे उस वक्त. They used to keep flying to Siachen, बेस कैंप, और बेस कैंप से आते थे. तो मैं कहा क्या है, तो एक बार उन्होंने कहा चल we'll take you also for this thing and show you what is Siachen Glacier. So मैं भी देख कर क्या, we flew over Belafonla, we flew over Siala, droppings of these things for that special patrol which used to be there, called the LRP. They used to call long range patrol, because it used to be out for about 30 days, 45 days on top of the glacier. So we used to establish Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3. Generally क्या होता है, Mount Everest जब कोई climb करता है, 3 कैंप होते हैं, Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, then assault. Mount Everest. इधर कहाँ assault? It is a 76 kilometer long glacier, about 2 to 8 kilometers wide. Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, Camp 4, Camp 5, Camp 6, और हर एक कैंप एक रात. मतलब आपने आज Camp 1 पहुंचे, वहाँ पे बैठे, रात काटी, फिर अगले दिन आप Camp 2, फिर तीसरे दिन Camp 3, इस तरीके से हम लोगों ने चलना. तो ऐसे इलाके में मैंने देखा, तो as luck would have it in 1983 मेरे को बोला उन्होंने, because since I had done this mountain warfare basic and advanced courses, they said you will be the 2IC of the patrol which is going there as Ibex Hunt, and the patrol leader was Major Thapa, who had led the polar bear first. मैं कहा ठीक है. So we started training ourselves.
ये 82 की बात है सर?
ये 82-83 की बात. 83 की बात. And training was really tough. मिस्टर किसी ने उधर टाइम बिताना है, बिकॉज एक्लिमेटाइजेशन इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग. हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड में एक बात ये है, ये कहना कि आदमी तगड़ा है, ये कुछ नहीं. अगर आपका बदन
गामा इन द लैंड ऑफ लामा,
एब्सोल्युटली डोंट बी अ गामा इन द लैंड ऑफ लामा. आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा. और इसलिए हम लोग बार बार कहते थे, पेट में रोटी, हाथ में सोटी, चाल छोटी. दिस इज द मंत्रा कि अगर आपको हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड में आराम से जिंदगी काटनी हो. क्यों? आप जब तक आपका बॉडी एक्लेमेटाइज नहीं होगा, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. क्योंकि सांस लेने में दिक्कत, आपको खाने में दिक्कत, आपको सोने में दिक्कत, आपको देखने में दिक्कत, सब जगह पानी नहीं, सब जगह बर्फ ही बर्फ. खाना अगर भेजते हैं, फ्रूट्स जो होते थे पत्थर सख्त हो जाना, आपने पानी गर्म किया, थोड़ी देर नहीं बैठे वो फिर बर्फ बन गई. मीन एक स्टव आपके तंबू के अंदर कंटिन्यूसली ऑन, सिर्फ पानी बनाने के लिए. क्योंकि पानी नहीं होगा तो जाओगे कैसे? एंड देन दुनिया भर की परेशानियां. खाना बनाना है तो कितना भी आपको खाना है, बेस्ट चॉकलेट्स यू नेम अ थिंग, इट विल बी अवेलेबल टू यू. वो खाए कौन, उसको पिए कौन? आपको वही चाहिए. व्हाट द बॉयज यूज्ड टू से हॉच पॉच. मैंने कहा ये बड़ा अच्छा हॉच पॉच है. हॉच पॉच मीन्स खिचड़ी, बेस्ट खिचड़ी, गरम गरम, उसमें बटर डालो और खाओ. दैट वाज टू बी अ स्टैंडर्ड फूड. और उसी तरीके से जीना. तो जब हमको बोला गया ट्रेनिंग, और ट्रेनिंग माउंटेनियरिंग में अगर आपको उस हाइट पे रहना है 18,000 के ऊपर, यू हैव टू रियली ट्रेन वेल, बिकॉज यू वेरियस स्टेजेस, 9,000 तक, फिर 14,000 और फिर 14,000 से ऊपर. यू हैव टू रियली ट्रेन हार्ड. 10-12 दिन का तो एक्लिमेटाइजेशन होता है. जब तक आप एक्लिमेटाइज नहीं करेंगे अपने आप को, आप नहीं रहे. इसीलिए यू रियलाइज टुडे व्हेन समबडी सेज ईस्टर्न लद्दाख में क्या हो रहा है, व्हाई द चाइनीज हैव बीन आर ऑन द बैक फुट. अपने हिंदुस्तानी सोल्जर्स आर ट्रेमेंडस. सोच ही नहीं सकते आप उस वक्त वहाँ पे. मतलब आप बंदे को उधर देखो और उसके बाद उसको देखो, क्योंकि आप पहचान नहीं पाओगे. दाढ़ी बना नहीं सकते हम, पानी नहीं, वो बेचारे का हुलिया बंदी हो जाए,
चमड़ी जल जाती है सर.
आप किसी भी चीज को हाथ नहीं लगा सकते. अगर आपने हाथ लगा ले तो आपकी चमड़ी निकल ही जाएगी. सो यू हैव टू वेयर ग्लव. आप कहीं नंगी आंख से देख नहीं सकते, बिकॉज अगर जब तक आपने गॉगल्स नहीं डाले स्नो ब्लाइंडनेस हो जाएगा. तो ऐसे हालात में तैयार करना लड़कों को. और स्नो ब्लिजर्ड जैसे आप देख रहे हैं नॉर्थ अमेरिका में किस तरीके से तूफानी बर्फीली तूफानी हवाएं चल रही हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं. जापान में लोग मर रहे हैं, इतनी एडवांस कंट्रीज में, जबकि नॉर्मल एट सी लेवल
से वही मैं कहने लगा था.
सी लेवल पे हालत इतनी ये तो 18,000 और 20,000 में वो तूफानी हवा जो 100 से 150 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से चल रही है, और बर्फ, मतलब आपकी आंखों के जो पेपड़ियाँ है उसके ऊपर बर्फ, मूछों के ऊपर बर्फ, आईब्रोज के ऊपर, मतलब जो दिखने वाली चीजें सब आप बर्फ से ढका हुआ. इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. मतलब
अब लंदन चलते हैं सर. लंदन में क्या हो रहा है सर इस वक्त? ये सब पूरा तमाशा चल रहा है. पाकिस्तान अपनी खिचड़ी पका रहा है सर वहां पे. पाकिस्तान इज मेकिंग इट ओन प्लान दैट वील ऑक्यूपाई दिस टेरिटरी. Indians have been warned because Colonel Bull Kumar, Colonel Narendra Kumar, he says that I've seen on the map, and then he uses his regimental net. Chief of Army Staff जनरल रैना को अप्रोच करते हैं, फिर जनरल रैना बताते हैं. तो वो सब ये बैकग्राउंड में चल रहा है. लंदन में क्या हो रहा है सर इस वक्त?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा, बिकॉज सम लिटिल बैकग्राउंड बताता हूँ मैं आपको. 83 में हम लोग थे उधर। तो 83 में अब क्योंकि हम लोग कुमार बेस कैंप हमने बनाया था, इट वाज यू नो विद ट्रिब्यूट टू कर्नल कुमार्स माउंटेनियरिंग प्रोग्रेस एंड हिज सियाचिन कनेक्शन। सो फ्रॉम देयर आई वेंट टू बेलाफोंडला इन 1983 की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। बेलाफोंडला गए हम लोग। तो बेलाफोंडला में हमने वहाँ पे कुछ रैपर्स देखे, और रैपर्स देखे हमने कहा यहाँ पे रैपर्स इस पास के ऊपर इतने हाइट के ऊपर, तो रैपर्स हैड मार्किंग। नो उस वक्त एज अ यंग कैप्टन यू कैन नॉट आइडेंटिफाई ये जापानीज है या चाइनीज है, बिकॉज द स्क्रिप्ट is quite similar.
And unknown to you, sir?
Unknown, totally unknown. The Chinese script and the Japanese script, but everybody thinks it is Chinese. You know, वो script अलग ही होती है because the characters are different. Correct. So we found those rappers. So because we found those rappers, we got them and we conveyed it to our normal channel की we have found some rappers on top of Bellafonla. जो CDS थे General Rawat, his father was then a Major General and he flew in.
जनरल लक्ष्मण सिंह रावत।
हाँ, he flew in from there to find out कि क्या है। तो we came, we showed him the rappers. He said ये कहाँ मिले?
जनरल रावत फादर।
जनरल रावत फादर। He said कहाँ मिले? We told him हमें बेलाफोंडला में मिले। इसने अच्छा ये है। So that was the first time clear proof was there that Pakistanis were sponsoring foreign expeditions through Bellafonla to come on to Siachen Glacier to climb all these Karakoram peaks which we call the Apsara ranges, the Teremshire Glacier and all.
ठीक है सर।
तो वो जब 83 में हुआ, so obviously now जब हम लोग पेट्रोलिंग करके नीचे आए, the Pakistanis came on top of the glacier with their SSG, their Special Services Group.
उनकी जो स्पेशल फोर्सेस,
हो बिल्कुल स्पेशल फोर्सेस लेकर के आए आफ्टर वी डी-इंडक्टेड, दैट वाज सम टाइम इन अक्टूबर नवंबर। दे कुड नॉट लास्ट, वो टिक नहीं पाए, और वो जब टिक नहीं पाए और वापस चले गए, सो देयर कोर कमांडर ने उन्हें बताया, पाकिस्तानी कोर कमांडर ने कि भाई आप लोग अगले साल करना, अभी तो वापस आ जाओ नहीं तो सारे मर जाओगे। तो उन्होंने कहा हम नहीं टिक सकते, तो हम लोग भी वापस आ गए। तो पाकिस्तानी ने सोचा कि अगर 1982 में भी हिंदुस्तानी आए, 83 में भी आए, तो ये 84 में भी पेट्रोलिंग करने आए, ये जुलाई अगस्त के महीने में आते हैं, तो पेट्रोल उन्होंने सोचा कि हम उससे पहले मई के आसपास आकर के हाइट्स पकड़ लेंगे
फिर जब आएंगे we'll surprise them.
Fait accompli. मतलब you know possession is 90% occupation हमने पकड़ लिया तो हमारा हो गया टाइम। तो उस हिसाब से
पाकिस्तानियों ने बोला कि हम मई के आसपास आएंगे,
मई
के आसपास ऑक्यूपाई करेंगे, क्योंकि आज तक जो हिंदुस्तानी आते थे they would come in the month of June, July, August,
absolutely
लेट आते थे,
बिल्कुल।
तो हम उनसे 1-2 महीना पहले आके वहां पे बैठ जाएंगे, and when they come फिर देख लेंगे हम।
और इस बात का खुलासा किया प्रेसिडेंट मुशर्रफ ने अपनी किताब इन लाइन ऑफ फायर।
अच्छा सर।
बिकॉज ही वाज एज अ कर्नल पोस्टेड इन द पाकिस्तानी एमओ ब्रांच, क्योंकि वो मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन ब्रांच पे पोस्टेड थे, उनको ये सब मालूम था कि क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है। दो ही हिमसेल्फ राइट्स कि मैं खुश नहीं था उनके एमओ ब्रांच में, पर वो नॉट विथस्टैंडिंग दैट। तो ये सोचते हुए जब हमें 84 में जाने का उनका कहा गया, तो मेरे से पूछा गया भाई तू कैसे जाएगा। मैं कहा 83 में जैसे गया वही कपड़े डाल के जाऊंगा। तो जनरल हून कोर कमांडर थे, एंड ही हैड अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ हॉर्स, सो ही सेड यू पीपल विल नॉट सर्वाइव इन दिस क्लोथिंग, सो आई विल गो एंड बाय real clothing which sees through people climbing Mount Everest. जो Mount Everest को climb करने के लिए clothing का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है,
Arctic level sir,
which can withstand -40 -50 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड। वो वाला clothing अगर
स्पेशल कपड़ा लाऊंगा,
स्पेशल clothing होगा तभी आप काम कर पाओगे। इसे ठीक है।
और आपका क्या प्लान था, कोट पार का पहन के?
हमने जो है हमारे पास, हम with whatever limited we had done it. So when General Hoon went for shopping in Europe and England, that is the time he found out कि clothing तो available ही नहीं है, सारा clothing पाकिस्तान ने खरीद लिया। So that gave away Pakistani hand that they were attempting to come.
तो सर जनरल हून गए लंदन?
वो लंदन में गए,
और जिस सप्लायर से खरीदना था उसने हाथ खड़े कर दिए, कह रहा साहब आप लेट आए हैं, पाकिस्तानियों ने तो पहले सारा ऑर्डर कर दिया
है। उन्होंने ऑर्डर प्लेस करके गए हैं, तकरीबन 200 या 300 का ऑर्डर है, उसको सप्लाई करने में हमारे पास वक्त नहीं है। देन ही वेंट अराउंड शॉपिंग एंड देखें कि हाँ फ्रांस में गए, स्विट्जरलैंड में गए, ऑस्ट्रिया में गए, कहाँ से उन्होंने फिर क्लोथिंग उठाया। और फिर आपको आश्चर्य होगा, we had decided on 13th April in 1984 at the date for occupation of Siachen Glacier. Now वो भी एक कहानी है. ब्रिगेडियर चंदा जो कमांडर होते थे उस वक्त, उन्होंने कहा कि हम 13 अप्रैल को करें. काफियों ने सोचा यार 13 अप्रैल तो अनलकी डेट होता है, कहा 13 अप्रैल. ये बोले नहीं, बैसाखी है. इट इज द मोस्ट luckiest and the most fantastic date for Hindus, and we will take it because बैसाखी पाकिस्तान भी सेलिब्रेट करता है और हम भी सेलिब्रेट करते हैं.
पाकिस्तान also celebrates
because पंजाबी है. The Pakistan army is 94% Punjabis only. So he said they also celebrate, we also celebrate. So
or at least they know what Baisakhi is.
What Baisakhi is all about. So we will.
पता तो हो गई.
But it proved lucky for us and unlucky for them.
Yes, sir.
Because then they were to come on 1st of May. Because they were planning earlier, but then they.
ये सब पूरा शतरंज का गेम नहीं चल रहा है जैसे.
पर दोनों को नहीं मालूम है इस शतरंज के खेल में मूव क्या हो रहा है, किसी को नहीं मालूम. बट ओनली थिंग इज वी प्रीएम्प्टेड, व्हिच अगेन मुशर्रफ राइट्स इन हिज बुक दैट इंडिया प्रीएम्प्टेड पाकिस्तान इन ऑक्यूपेशन ऑफ सियाचिन.
बेसिकली सर, भारत हर साल आता था जुलाई अगस्त में.
बिल्कुल.
पाकिस्तानियों ने बोला कि पहले क्यों जाएं, मर जाएंगे वहां पे. एसएसजी वाले वैसे ही पीछे भाग गए थे, बहुत ठंड है. तो उन्होंने बोला कि भारत आएगा जुलाई अगस्त में, हम लोग मई में आते हैं तो हम लोग उनको प्रीएम्प्ट कर लेंगे. यहाँ पे इंडियंस को पता लगा, इंडियंस ने उनको प्रीएम्प्ट करके इंडियंस आके 13 अप्रैल में बैठ गए. अच्छा सर, कितना पैदल चलना पड़ा? आप लोग हेलीकॉप्टर से गए, कैसे गए वहां पे? सियाचिन कैसे पहुंच गए सर?
शुरू में टू कीप टोटल सीक्रेसी, जिससे कि पाकिस्तान को पता ना चले. पाकिस्तान को तो मालूम था. रेडियो साइलेंस बहुत जरूरी था. रेडियो साइलेंस
यानी कि रेडियो इस्तेमाल करना ही नहीं.
बिल्कुल नहीं.
वॉकी कुछ नहीं.
हेलीकॉप्टर से रेकी नहीं करना है. अगर आप बार बार रेकी करेंगे तो उन्हें भी पता चल जाएगा कि यहाँ पे कुछ हरकत हो रही है. आवाज तो आती है, दूर दूर तक आवाज जाती है. तो हेलीकॉप्टर का रेकी नहीं. तो क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. तो हमें मालूम तो था ही. मेरे साथ भी जो लड़के थे, तकरीबन हम 30 थे. एंड बाद में मेरे कंपनी कमांडर आए मेजर संधू, VRC ऑफ 71 वॉर, और बाकी 2 अफसर फिर बाद में आए, विच बिकेम परमवीर यादव और गुसाई करके. There were 2 youngsters who later joined us.
All from Fort, sir?
All from Fort. All from Fort Kumau. And then Siala के लिए there was another platoon which was under Major Bahuguna, who was supposed to go and occupy Siala, and we were to occupy Bilafondla. And subsequently, जैसे मैंने कहा, Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3 was our responsibility, and Camp 4, Camp 5, Camp 6 was the responsibility of Ladakh Scouts. So that is the way the area was distributed, responsibilities were given. Now ऐसे इसमें जब हम लोग गए, so we were not to do any aerial reconnaissance, we were not to open the radio set.
So ना बात करनी है, ना हेलीकॉप्टर से जाना, कुछ नहीं करना.
पाकिस्तान को खबर तक नहीं लगनी चाहिए कि क्या हो रहा है.
ये लोग प्लान क्या कर रहे हैं?
मोस्ट ऑफ अस ऑल्सो डिड नो. हमने सोचा 82 में भी गए, 83 में भी गए, 84 में भी ऐसे जा रहे होंगे. सो नथिंग वेरी मच. 84 में 13 अप्रैल को हमने जाना था. 12 अप्रैल को आई वॉज टेकन ऑन ए हेलीकॉप्टर टू फेमिलराइज कि भाई देख लो जो आपने 83 में देखा है सब वैसे ही है या सब. जो मेरे को ध्यान था, मैंने बिलाफोंडला देखा, सब कुछ देखा. मैं आइडिया लगाया कहाँ लैंड करना.
उम्र क्या थी उस वक्त?
हाँ जी,
उम्र क्या थी सर आपकी?
25.
25 साल
25 साल का मैं था. 25 साल का उस वक्त उम्र. एंड देयर आफ्टर ऑल दैट वाज डन, मैं देखा सब कुछ हो गया. 12 अप्रैल को सवेरे मैं रेकी में जा रहा हूँ, और ये विंटर क्लोथिंग, स्पेशल क्लोथिंग जो बाहर से जो जनरल ने ऑर्डर किया था, वो अभी तक नहीं पहुंचा है.
अच्छा.
12 अप्रैल सवेरे का वक्त अभी तक नहीं पहुंचा है. 12 अप्रैल को तकरीबन दोपहर के बाद ये एयरफोर्स के हेलीकॉप्टर्स आए, सारा क्लोथिंग लेकर के. हम लोगों ने शाम को बांटना शुरू किया, जो प्लेटून जाना था उन्होंने बांटे. और वो कईयों ने 2 जूते उसी साइज के, उसी पाँव में, कुछ नहीं मालूम उनको उस वक्त, बिकॉज वो जूते जो है वो दिखते भी एक ही जैसे. यू कैन नॉट मेक आउट लेफ्ट और राइट. इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज दे ऑल लुक द सेम. वो स्की एंड हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड. लड़कों ने डाला, पहने और तैयार हो गए. 12 की शाम को स्पेशल क्लोथिंग, 13 के सवेरे 5:30 बजे हेलीकॉप्टर्स आए हमको ले जाने के लिए. अब हेलीकॉप्टर्स में, पहले हेलीकॉप्टर में मेरे को जाना था और मेरे रेडियो ऑपरेटर को जाना था, बिकॉज नॉट फॉर एनी रीजन आई वाज फेमिलियर विद द एरिया. कोई भी हो जा सकता था, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, बिकॉज आई हैव सीन द एरिया.
आपका एक्सपीरियंस है,
आप जाओ. मैं कहा ठीक है मैं. तो जो हेलीकॉप्टर मुझे 12 तारीख को लेकर के गया था रेकी के लिए, और जहाँ मैंने सोचा कि मैं लैंड करूंगा, तो पायलट मुझे बोलता है मैं लैंड नहीं करूंगा. मैं कहा क्यों, क्या हो गया? कहते हैं लैंड करना बड़ा मुश्किल है, बिकॉज जो हमने रेकी की थी वो तकरीबन 10-1 बजे के आसपास की थी, और अब 5:30 बजे जो मौसम साफ तो जरूर था. उसने कहा कि सॉफ्ट स्नो में जब हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड करेगा कि धंस ना जाए, बिकॉज उसको मालूम नहीं था. He said, "Will not take." मैं कहा फिर what do you want me to do? He said, "You jump." आप हेलीकॉप्टर से you jump. मैं कहा ठीक है मैं जंप कर देता हूँ. मैं कहा मैं जंप किया, मैं अंदर ही चला गया तो आपको एक और परेशानी खड़ी हो जाएगी, मुझे निकालो. तो ऐसे करते मेरे पास आटे की छोटी सी बोरी है, उसको मैं ढकेलता हूँ. अगर वो धंस गया तो समझ जाएंगे सॉफ्ट स्नो है, अगर नहीं धंसा तो फिर मैं भी कूद जाऊँगा. मेरे मतलब काफ़ी हार्ड है. वैसे भी 5:30-6 बजे के वक्त बर्फ़ थोड़ी हार्ड ही रहती है, बिकॉज धूप आने में थोड़ा सा वक्त लगता था. तो इट वॉज हार्ड. ठीक है, उस पायलट ने कहा ठीक है मैं होवर करता हूँ, आप बोरी फेंको. उसने बोरी डाली, मैं देखा फर्स्ट क्लास बिल्कुल हार्ड है, बोरी धसी नहीं, ऊपर ही दिख रही. मैंने पायलट को बोला मैं जंप कर रहा हूँ, आप होवर करो. उसने होवर किया, है जंप. तो जैसे ही मैंने जंप किया, वो जो हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे साथ जो रेडियो ऑपरेटर था, वो तो रेडियो सेट के साथ बैठा हुआ था. ही कांट जंप बिकॉज वो तो रेडियो सेट एक ही था. फिर उसने कहा करना, I gave him a thumbs up. मैं कहा फर्स्ट क्लास है, you can land, there is no problem, it is very hard and just no. Then he landed. When he landed, then the radio operator came out and उसके पीछे जो हेलीकॉप्टर्स आ रहे थे, then they were watching us कि ये नीचे क्या हो रहा है. उसने देखा कि ये लैंड कर गया, उसने टेक ऑफ किया, फिर दूसरा आया और फिर तीसरा आया. इस तरह करते रहे और तकरीबन 10:30-11 बजे तक हम लोग 30 जो है वो आकर के उधर बढ़ रहे. बस as luck would have it, you'll be surprised, but वो 11-11:30 के आसपास मौसम ऐसा बदली हुआ, सोच नहीं सकते आप. सर सवेरे मैंने लैंड किया फर्स्ट क्लास, जंप किया A1, नो प्रॉब्लम, क्लियर स्काई सर, वेरी क्लियर स्काई. एंड भाई 11:30-12 बजे ऐसा मौसम बदली हुआ, बिल्कुल फॉगी मिस्टी, विजिबिलिटी वर्चुअल जीरो, स्नो ब्लिजर्ड, मतलब इतनी हवा. ओ मैं कहा ये क्या हो गया अचानक, शॉक. 30 में से ऐसा मौसम रहा तकरीबन 3 दिन. हमने लैंड किया 13, 14, 15 लगातार ऐसा. उसमें हमारा एक साथी मर गया. ओहो. रमेश सिंह डाइड. रमेश सिंह मेरे साथ 83 में था, एक्सपीरियंस माउंटेनियर, वो मर गया. अब वो मर गया तो सवेरे सवेरे मेरे पास लड़के आए, मैं बिलाफोंडला की ओर जा रहा था. तो मेजर संधू ने मुझे बोला अरे वो तो वापस यू नो हाउ वी ऑल शाउट इन माउंटेन, बिकॉज रेडियो सेट तो खोलना नहीं था. मैंने कहा क्या हो गया, हम तो थोड़ी देर ही आगे गए, इतने धसते धसते आगे जा रहे. बोले वापस क्या है, कहते रमेश मर गया. अरे मैं कहा कैसे हो गया ये, कहते वो रात को फ्रॉस्ट इन हिज माउथ पूरा. अरे मैंने देखा जा करके, मैं कहा ये तो गया. अब मैंने कहा अब क्या करेंगे. मैं कहा रेडियो साइलेंस था, हमें बोला था बिल्कुल 5 दिन तो रेडियो खोलना ही नहीं है, बिकॉज आपने रेडियो खोला
पाकिस्तानियों को पता लगा कि
चल जाएगा कि गड़बड़ हो जाएगी.
इंडियन आर्मी
पता चल जाएगा. हमने कहा अब क्या करें, ये तो गुजर गया लड़का बेचारा. हमने कहा चलो कुछ भी हो, अब तो रेडियो सेट खोल करके बताना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज हम एक तंबू में तकरीबन 3 जवान रहते थे और 2 अफसर, मैं मेजर संधू और मैं एक में, तो बाकी 3 जवान एक में, छोटे छोटे यू नो पप टेंट्स. और एक अगर उसमें से गुजर गया है तो बाकी 2 लड़कों को रात काटनी और मुश्किल हो जाएगी. और रमेश को हम बाहर रख सकते हैं कि भाई गुजर गया है तो इसको बाहर रख दो ना. हमने कहा वो होगा नहीं, डिसरिस्पेक्ट. हमने कहा ठीक है. मैं कहा क्या, मैं टोल मेजर संधू, मैं कहा रेडियो सेट खोल करके बताते. रेडियो सेट खोला, हमने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे हो गया. उन्होंने कहा ठीक है. हेलीकॉप्टर आता है नीचे, उनको लग रहा था कि कुछ तो गड़बड़ हो रही है, क्योंकि इतना खराब मौसम, कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई होगी. ऊपर इतना आसान तो है नहीं. जैसे ही रमेश को लेने के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर आया और हम लोग उसके बाद बिलाफोंडला की ओर जा रहे थे, यू विल बी सरप्राइज, मैं बिलाफोंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर सामने बिल्कुल. पाकिस्तान के पायलट की आंख और मेरी आंख एक दूसरे से मिल गई, बिकॉज मैं तो बैठा ही 18,000 के ऊपर था और उसका हेलीकॉप्टर उससे कितना ऊपर उठना था, थोड़ा से ऊपर. तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस. दे वर शॉक्ड, दे वर थिंकिंग यहाँ पे तो कोई नहीं आएगा, बिकॉज रेडियो सेट खोला. पाकिस्तान ने देखा ये रेडियो सेट नजदीक ही खुला है, मतलब कुछ हिंदुस्तान की फौज कहीं हरकत कर रही है, जाकर के देखो और पकड़ लो. वी वर ऑलरेडी ऑक्यूपाइंग बिलाफोंडला.
वहां पे लगा दिया तिरंगा. एंड that day onwards, Siachen Glacier became a part of India.
Absolutely, it was always a part of India. It only that the possession.
Physical possession, sir.
Yeah.
अच्छा सर, कौन-कौन सी यूनिट थी उसमें? कहते हैं कि और भी कुमाऊं की यूनिट्स थी और उसमें लद्दाख स्काउट्स भी थे.
See, 4 Kumaon was on top of Belafonla. Ladakh Scout subsequently, जब मौसम सुधरा, went and occupied Siala, and then 19 Kumaon which had come over there, then occupied Gyeongla. एक महीने के बाद they went and occupied Gyeongla, and then 18 Kumaon was also there who had moved to Turtuk to relieve 4 Kumaon. So you had 18 Kumaon, 4 Kumaon, 19 Kumaon, all of them milling around in that area between Turtuk and
regimental gathering हो गई सर पूरी यहाँ पे.
Absolutely, it was a great thing कि हम लोग सब के सब उधर थे.
But it's a very big thing for the regiment, sir. In the sense that very big thing.
Very big.
I mean, 3 पलटने एक साथ होना वहाँ पे.
बिल्कुल. कोई
And to physically occupy Siachen Glacier, which is always part of India, but to physically occupy.
Absolutely.
वो बड़ी बात है.
और इतना ही नहीं, बाद में प्रधानमंत्री जो थी उनको बताना था कि हम लोग ऐसे से करें 1984 में.
इंदिरा जी.
हाँ, बिकॉज फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ अप्रैल में स्क्वाड्रन लीडर राकेश शर्मा he had a conversation when he was part of the space mission with Mrs. Gandhi, and she asked him, "Hey, हिंदुस्तान कैसे दिखता है?" You know the famous answer that he gave, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. So when Mrs. Gandhi came for recce of Siachen Glacier, she saw nothing. उस वक्त उस दिन मौसम खराब था. It was white out, बिल्कुल white out, मतलब कुछ नहीं नजर आ रहा. Probably only helicopter was flying up and down, but she saw the national flag fluttering. उसने तिरंगा झंडा देखा लहरा रहा है उधर. उस she obviously would have inquired कि पूरे इलाके में नजर तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा, पर तिरंगा जरूर दिख गया. वहां पे कौन है? तो उन्होंने कहा भाई हमारे पोस्ट है वहां पे. उसने कहा इतने ऐसे मौसम में पोस्ट है ये. तो Colonel Pushkar Chand was the task force commander, who was also a very good mountaineer. Paras के थे, विकास बटालियन थी. वो विकास बटालियन भी वहाँ पे हमारे को बाद में उन्होंने रिलीव किया. So he was asked, so since he must have been वहाँ पे youngster is there, a captain करके. उसने कहा अरे बहुत अच्छा. You will be surprised. I was given a 15 days tour of Europe as part of a user rep of a subsequent thing. और मैं फ्रांस, जर्मनी, ऑस्ट्रिया, स्विट्जरलैंड, इटली सब जगह घूम करके आया.
मैम के साथ गए?
वो शादी नहीं हुई थी, पर बाद में उसके साथ गया. Again when I went to Europe, that time then I went with her.
अच्छा, शुरू में आप अकेले गए थे?
मैं शुरू में अकेला गया था, and it was all kind courtesy. I didn't know. And I remember कल पुष्कर जी मुझे फोन करके बोलते, संजय तू नीचे आ. मैं कैसे मैं नीचे आ जाऊंगा, फिर मुझे ऊपर चढ़ा दोगे आप. 4-5 दिन तो मुझे नीचे आने में लगेंगे, फिर आप कहोगे ऊपर चढ़ जा. मैं कहा मैं नहीं ऐसे आऊंगा, आप बताओ मेरे को काम क्या है नीचे आने के लिए. कहता मैं नहीं बताऊंगा, काम बहुत अच्छा काम है, तो नीचे आ. I just as मैं सोचा सर मजाक कर रहे हैं. मैं कहा क्या हो? कहता नहीं you are going for these 5 countries and your trip has been approved. मैं कहा then what am I supposed to do? कहता नीचे आ, तेरे को पासपोर्ट भी बनाना पड़ेगा, सब कुछ करना पड़ेगा, नीचे आ. And imagine, as luck would have it, I went around in 1984 touring these 5 countries as user rep with the other equipment that we bought. But fantastic, unbelievable. That was my first exposure, which I find that without मेरे को हमेशा लगता है कोई भी कर सकता है ये काम, कोई ऐसा कठिन काम नहीं है. लेकिन जो जवान है ना भारतीय, उनका मुकाबला करना, they inspire you. The jawans inspire you. The jawans motivate you. अगर आपको कुछ लग रहा है, आप जब देखते हैं कि वो खड़ा है, तो आपको लगता है कि मेरे को तो फिर डट के रहना ही पड़ेगा.
वैसे भी सब माउंटेन में भोले वैसे टफ तो होते ही सर. बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप सर. वो
अभी तो
कुमाऊनी तो वहीं के पैदा हैं.
कोई शक ही नहीं है. नॉट ओनली दे, इवन लद्दाख स्काउट और उसके बाद तो अब तो सब जगह, मतलब एंटायर इंडियन आर्मी टेक्स प्राइड कि भाई हम सियाचिन के ऊपर डिप्लॉय हुए. सियाचिन में तकरीबन आउट ऑफ कहे अगर 900 से ज्यादा आज लोग सियाचिन के ऊपर जान गंवाई है हम लोगों ने. तो 900 में से तकरीबन 700 के आसपास तो मस्ट बी बैड वेदर, मौसम के कारण. वैसे पाकिस्तान में भी
people from all over the country sir. Now एक जमाने में था कि हिल ट्रूप्स वगैरह. अब तो सर let's look at हनुमंतप्पा की स्टोरी.
Absolutely, मद्रास रेजिमेंट
वो भी उतना ही तगड़ा है माउंटेन्स में ना सर.
Equally that pride कि मैंने सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में नौकरी की itself, you feel proud.
में क्या कैसे?
क्या था, अब मैं रिटायर हो सकता हूँ.
I have stories to tell my grandchildren वाला वो वाला fund है.
It is really difficult. And let me tell you, it is because the Indian Army has this opportunity of serving on Siachen. When it came to serving on Eastern Ladakh, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा. The Chinese are on back foot because सबको आदत थी. ऐसे कुछ है ही नहीं. मौसम खराब हो, कैसा भी हो, भारतीय जवान टिका मिलेगा.
हाँ सर, उसने सियाचिन देख लिया, फिर उसके लिए गलवान is not such a big deal.
Nothing.
मैं एक छोटी सी स्टोरी सुनाता हूँ सर before I end the program सर. I was shooting with Ladakh Scouts. ले में उनका रेजिमेंटल सेंटर है. मैं लद्दाख स्काउट्स से लगा हुआ सर, शूट कर रहा. एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो कैमरा में शूट नहीं कर पाया. इतना ब्यूटीफुल मोमेंट था. एक यंग रिक्रूट सर 12,000 फुट की हाइट में वो हिरन की तरह भाग रहा है. लद्दाखी, यंग लद्दाखी लड़का सर, रिक्रूट. और मेरी सांस फूल रही है. 5 कदम चल रहा हूं, मैं रुक रहा हूं, 5 कदम चल रहा हूं, वो भाग रहा है. ही वाज रनिंग लाइक अ डियर. मैंने उसको बुलाया, मैंने बोला इधर आना. बोला दोस्त एक बात बताओ, ये 12,000 की फुट में तुम्हारे लंग्स में दिक्कत नहीं होती? यू नो व्हाट ही सेड सर. बड़ा स्वीट सा लद्दाखी सर, बच्चा था सर.
उसको नुनुले बोलते. नुनुले.
ही टोल्ड मी. मैंने बोला यार 12,000 फुट में आपको दिक्कत नहीं? कह रहा सर मैं पैदा 17,000 पे हुआ था. अब देयर इज नो लॉजिक टू काउंटर दैट लॉजिक सर. उसका गांव 17,000 पे,
चुशूल के आसपास उसका गांव.
अब उसको मजा लग रहा है सर यहाँ पे. ही इज हैविंग फन एट 12,000.
एक्चुअली द आइबेक्सेस सर, the animal that you find.
लद्दाखी सर कहीं पे भी
literally very supple,
nimble footed.
Absolutely.
तो यहाँ पे सर हम अपना प्रोग्राम खत्म करते हैं. सर थैंक यू सो मच, आपने हमें इतना वक्त दिया. दोस्तों विद लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल संजय कुलकर्णी, सियाचिन की कहानी, हम लोग बड़ा सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में ये, सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में वो, और यूट्यूब में आप वीडियोस देखते हैं, पर ज्यादातर लोगों को ये नहीं पता कि सियाचिन की स्टोरी क्या है. आप समझिए, कर्नल नरेंद्र कुमार, जिनको बुल कुमार के नाम से बड़ा फेमस है इंडियन आर्मी में, ही इज अ लेजेंड, हमारी रेजिमेंट के हैं. ही गोज एंड ही फाइंड्स, एक जर्मन दोस्त बताता है ये मैप है, मैं यहाँ पे जाने वाला हूँ. वो जनरल रैना से बात करते हैं, और जनरल रैना कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट के, क्योंकि फिर वहां तक पहुंचना है तो यू रीच द चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ. हाउ डू यू रीच द चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ? सेम रेजिमेंट के वो पहुंचते हैं. एंड उसके बाद जनरल हून जो है, जनरल हून कपड़े लेने जाते हैं, आर्कटिक क्लोथिंग. वहां पे पता लगता है कि नहीं साहब, पाकिस्तानी तो पहले से ले गए. दिमाग में घंटी घूमती कि क्या बदमाशी कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तानी. एंड देन अ वेरी यंग कैप्टन संजय कुलकर्णी स्टार्ट्स टू गो टेक 30 men और जाओ तिरंगा गाड़ो एंड फाइनली ऑक्यूपाई दैट टेरिटरी फॉर इंडिया. तो ये जबरदस्त कहानी थी जो जनरल संजय कुलकर्णी ने आपको सुनाई. दोस्तों बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्वाइन करने के लिए. मैं नेक्स्ट वीक फिर से आऊंगा अगले हफ्ते, एंड आई विल अगेन गेट यू वन हीरो हु विल टेल यू हिज स्टोरी. राइट, जैसा मैंने बोला ना दोस्तों, फौजी जो होता है ना, वो एक दिल की स्पिरिट. यू डोंट हैव टू वेयर द यूनिफॉर्म टू बी अ फौजी. जो देश के लिए काम करे, जो ईमानदारी से काम करे, वो फौजी. इट्स अ स्पिरिट, इट्स नॉट अ जॉब. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद द गौरव आर्या शो में जुड़ने के लिए, एंड आई विल कैच यू अगेन नेक्स्ट वीक.
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. Ladies and gentlemen, about 4 days back, Republic TV brought you the full details of what had happened on board the Air India New York to Delhi flight. In fact, when we broke that story about 4 days ago, we were a little shocked to see that none of the media houses or the websites had put out full details of what really had happened, and not just 4 days ago, but about 42 to 43 days ago. It happened on the 26th of November. We put out the full details, the account of a 70-year-old woman passenger who Republic TV is in touch with. We got the full details from her, and we put out the details, and ever since we asked those questions on Wednesday, back-to-back actions taking place. This morning, in fact, the Bengaluru police, it's not the Bengaluru police actually, it was the Delhi police which, with the help of the Bengaluru police, finally arrested this Air India P-gate accused. His name is Shankar Mishra. He was absconding. He was found at a guest house in Bengaluru. That's where the story stands. He's been arrested, and Air India, which for the last few days had in different ways tried to sort of cover up. They did not admit to what had happened. They said it was not as simple as it was being reported. They said there are many layers to it. It's not that simple. They said they appeared to be some sort of a compromise, but eventually even Air India today has, in a very detailed statement, admitted there were lapses, and they have said they regret what happened on board. So that's where the story stands. Let's quickly go across to a panel of experts joining us on what has happened so far, because this week, in the first week of January, there's been a big public campaign impact. It's a public campaign impact, and Republic TV has been leading that public campaign, introducing Brinda Adige, activist from Bengaluru. She's been on all our debates in the course of the last 1 week. Sumitra Goenka, policy and political analyst. Swapnil Kothari, senior lawyer. Tausif Ahmad Khan, advocate, political analyst. Dr. Sumansi Raman, political analyst. This could have been done a long time ago. In fact, over 40 days ago. Brinda, let me start with you. When you came on the show, I think on Wednesday, that was when we first spoke about it in great detail. For some reason, and it appears that sections of the media were very wary about putting out the details because it was a big group involved, perhaps unaware of the pressures, but we put out the details, and it's so powerful, the manner in which the truth has come out and action has been taken. Brinda Adige.
Absolutely. The campaign that has been pursued by Republic put this on the forefront. Otherwise, that woman would not have been able to literally make even her complaint known. And like you mentioned, the other channels also talked about it after your channel put it out, but in that muted state, in that muted manner, not making statements that actually showed or told how traumatic the entire experience was for that woman, the injustice that was committed both by the airline staff inside the airline and in their office when they were asked to sit down and talk about some compromises. And that is what is the victory today. Not only for that victim, but for all of us, for the entire country. And giving a lot of courage to many more people whose complaints may not have been heard in the past, whose complaint might have been sidelined and brushed under the carpet. Today are coming out and are saying that we will be heard and we will get justice, and there is no stopping. We've got the aviation minister, you've got the Tata Group also, and all of them, including who are that, the culprits company. All of this while he was literally having fun. But today he's dismissed or terminated, I don't know, whatever that is. But the culprit has been caught and arrested because of your channel's relentless, persuasive discussions and, of course, shaking the powers that be.
Sumant, does this tell you about, the larger cover-up sometimes, right? This is a glaring example of how many things go unreported for whatever reasons, right? And even Air India, for example, they've put out a very detailed statement today, better late than never. Could have done this 4 days ago when the story was broken, when it was reported across the media.
Look, Niranjan, I think this entire episode tells us that if the media wants to go after people and it can. Look, the Air India, as I'm getting an expert when you tell them to cut the egg. Just one important point here. Clearly, the air in its internal communication also feels that a compromise had been reached. In fact, that is what they have stated in their statement also, that the crew should not, even if a compromise, amicable settlement has reached, the crew should not, fail to report. There have been two mistakes that the Air India crew have done. One, in not providing the AD an alternate seat, which is completely unjustified, and two, in reporting incident on land. Other than that, I honestly do not know why the cabin members are being dealt. Let us assume they try to train man on aircraft.
I have a poor, okay, Sumant, I'm sort of cutting you there because I have a poor audio line with you. I'm hearing you in bits and pieces. I'll just fix that line. There's a poor audio line. Let me take it to Swapnil. Swapnil, this could have been done a long time back, right? This cover-up, and it is a cover-up, and I'll tell you why it is a cover-up, because in the last 2 weeks, how many videos have you seen? How many incidents have been reported? Even the minister concerned, the government has been very proactive in responding, even on Twitter when someone tagged them, right? There was an incident on Indigo. There was an incident on Thai Air where these unruly Indian passengers are beating up a fellow Indian passenger. They've tagged on it. They've been tagged on it. They've tweeted saying, yes, action taken. But for some reason, in this case, even in the government, you've had to sort of push people to act. Why do you think that has happened, Swapnil?
I'll tell you, Niranjan, why, especially when it leads to this kind of sexual assault or sexual, issues, I think the government tends to walk a little bit of a cautious ground there, saying that, if these kind of things are settled between the parties, kind of settled, then the best is not to rewrite manuals and all of those things, and let's not hush it up. Man beating another man is a different issue. But when there is a male-female dynamics, that is the time that the government tends to fight shy, because too many issues crop up, and then, Republic TV will be there and it'll raise it'll be the only channel to have a hashtag of saying arrest Shankar Mishra. So, they obviously are aware of all these kind of things and the impact that your channel seems to have across the country, or does have. Why should I say seem to have? It does have. So the thing is that, Niranjan, let me tell you, this is the time to rewrite the manuals. After relentless pressure by the Republic TV and the other media channels, there is a question today that the stance of the airline CEO has changed. Until yesterday, it was something like, or day before yesterday, it was, it is very repulsive. It's a revulsion that the country is feeling. And, more of a platitude, this kind of a thing. And today, suddenly we see that a show cause notice has been issued to the airline crew, and the airline is mulling over and has had many meetings as to what it needs to do with the pilot and the crew members who are in question and all of those things. Now, there is no criminal culpability, of course, on any of the airline members or anything of that sort. But the fact that this should have been reported to the DGCA, the fact that something of an apology, at least in the very initial stages, should have come, and then, a disciplinary action against the pilot and this, because ultimately the buck stops with the pilot. The best thing that any pilot in this kind of a situation would do is, when the plane has landed, when the passengers are deplaning, tell that person, we are detaining you, let the cops come, immediately call the police, and then hand it over to the police. Your job is done. After that, you don't have to do anything else. Then, of course, you deal with your crew members and whatever it is, the way that actually what happened, and, have an investigation and all of those things. But, Niranjan, this requires a rewrite of the manuals. I mean, as Arnav was telling yesterday, I was seeing the show, that this clearly calls for some sort of reforms. Otherwise, you're going to see this again and again, this kind of a thing. And let me tell you, very sad to say this on national television, but the moment the media glare gets out of this case, Niranjan, the upshot of this case is going to be an out-of-court settlement. Nobody is going to go to jail. Let me tell you that. I'll tell you why. Because what happens is that until you exhaust the single judge, Sessions Court, High Court, Supreme Court, it's going to be 8 to 10 years. By which time this woman will be 80, and a complainant's testimony is extremely important in a criminal case. This is a criminal case of sexual, assault or outraging the modesty of a woman. 354, 294 Obscene Act, 509, 510, 510 is again drunken behavior, 509 is again Obscene Act. What do I have to do? I have to be there. After 8 years, whether I'm in a position to be there, that's one. Even if there are several witnesses, and most importantly, Niranjan, which witness is going to come forward and say that, yes, I actually saw this? Because the moment, I'll tell you, Niranjan, what will happen. The moment I say that as a witness, as an airline crew, immediately the question will shot back. Oh, so you saw this and you didn't do anything. You didn't try to push the man away. Why the hell do I want to get into this? So that is what the whole, the whole conspectus of this equation is going to be. So that's why
Sumant is disagreeing with you.
Up a lot.
No, I'm wondering what Sumant, what are you disagreeing with him? What is your disagreement? Can't hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, everyone knows nothing is going to come out of this case.
Why do you say that?
The accused lawyers are very, very clear and categorically stating that there are no eyewitnesses. So far, no. Even the witness who's been quoted today as having been one of the doctors who was traveling from the US to India, even he is on record saying he didn't see the actual incident and he only saw what happened later and so on. So nothing is, this is just basically outraging that is happening. Air India, what the man did was completely unacceptable. Hopefully it will lead to some changes in the quantity of drinks that are served to passengers on board and, Air India following protocols and procedures. But 1 minute, you have to understand, this lady has taken money. This lady has accepted money from this gentleman on the 28th of November and retained it till 19th of December. Now that itself means that some kind of a compromise was accepted and agreed upon on board the aircraft. If that had not happened, then at least there would have been some possibility of some kind of punishment being meted out to this man. Now let me tell you, the first question that arises is, once the aircraft landed, Nothing prevented this lady from going and lodging a police complaint. Nothing prevented her from calling for the airport, the Air India authorities on the ground and asking them to file a complaint against this man. Instead, what has happened is the crew in good faith have believed that there has been a compromise, and that compromise will not yield a result in any kind of issues later on, and in good faith they have acted. Let us assume, Niranjan, for a moment that this man is coming to apologize to the lady once he is sober. The crew restrain this man, drag him away, and he becomes violent on board. Who is to control, who is to be responsible for the situation? Look, it's very easy to sit in a TV studio and give gyan. The point is, these people were on the spot and they acted in good faith and did what they believed was needed to defuse
good
the situation.
faith. I disagree with you. I'll tell you something. Let me tell you something.
They should have given her, no, 1 minute, Niranjan, let me finish.
Okay.
They should have given her a seat. They should have given her a seat in first class. Absolutely no question. Yes, they should have done that. They should have reported the incident on landing. Yes, they should have done that. Other than that, I don't see how Air India has badly handled the situation. And I think that there is something more to it. 19th of December, 23 days after receiving money, this lady returns it. 20th of December, she writes to the airline asking for the refund or compensation. What are we talking about? It took 23 days for her to realize that this was an unacceptable incident.
No. She. One second. I don't know whether you've read the entire statement of hers yesterday.
No. Have you? Was money exchanged or not? Did the man pay her?
1 minute.
No, what day? What day
1
did he pay her?
1 minute.
What day is he believed to have paid her? Niranjan, answer my question. When was the money returned?
See, I know.
By their own admission, it was returned on 19th.
I'll tell you what has happened also is yesterday, like Air India until yesterday. I'll tell you what Air India said yesterday. I'll read out what Air India said, okay? Air India said,
you're not answering my question.
I'm answering your question.
I'll answer that question.
Okay, both, all Brinda, okay, all three of them once.
Was money paid and
was money returned?
For 23 days.
Was money returned?
Okay.
Was money returned?
Money was returned 23 days. Why did it take 23 days for the money to be returned? Somebody who is wanting a man to be arrested and punished under due process
I don't think
law,
she wanted.
No.
I don't think.
You put yourself in that situation, coming from New York to India. One moment, sir. Now, let me respond to you. You said respond.
Why would she retain the money for 23 days?
She did not retain any money.
Let me respond. Will you listen? So you want to ask this 70-year-old lady who has come from New York to Delhi or wherever is that place, India, jet lagged, the staff now telling her, why don't you talk to him? That fellow crying, sobbing, saying, my families will be hurt, my family will get to know about all of this, their prestige, Imagine that 70-year-old lady's plight. You didn't tell her go home. One moment. You didn't tell her go home, take rest and come back. What is the state of mind? And this lady would have said, let me just finish with this thing and go. She has very clearly told the crew she doesn't want to talk to him.
For 23
very
days,
clear. 1 minute, one moment.
For 23 days? Jet lag is lasting for 23 days?
No, please don't mock her. 1 minute.
I'll
tell you something. I'll tell you something. No, please don't do that. Don't do that. Sumant, come on. Sumant, don't do that. I'll tell you something, Sumant.
Hold on.
Sumant, I know you're quoting from the WhatsApp chats that were selectively leaked by the lawyers who made a mistake yesterday, who tried to target this 70-year-old woman passenger. Let me also tell you something which I haven't told you or no other media house has told you, okay? And I'm saying it with all my responsibility, okay? With all responsibility. And this is breaking news, and I'm telling you, listen to me carefully. Until last night, my sources told me that this woman passenger was getting calls pressurizing her to withdraw the FIR. Pressurizing her to withdraw the FIR. 1 minute. Wait. 1 minute, Sumant. 1 minute. No, because the tone is changed. Because until even after the incident was reported, they tried to do damage control. She has never said 1 minute. First of all, Sumant, I don't think she anywhere has asked for him to be arrested, which was not her intent. She said, I wanted justice. Okay? We did a little bit of a background check on the victim. By the way, let me tell you a little bit about her, okay? She's a 70-year-old woman. 1 minute. And she's not the kind. 1 minute. She's not the kind. She's not the kind who was after, who was looking for compensation. First of all, if you're trying to suggest that she's the kind who was looking for compensation, she was not. She was pursuing the airline in those 19 days.
She take the money.
She did not take any money from the airline. No, she was seeking justice from the airline. She was seeking justice from the airline. She was seeking. Sumitra saying something. Sumitra saying something. Yes, Sumitra.
So I just wanted to counter Mr. Sumant here. First of all, it shows the kind of insensitivity which he is speaking about. See, Tata Group owns this Air India right now. They also own several other flights today. So it is not only about one flight, I would say, but it is about the entire Tata Group. The standard operating procedures are being laid down. We need to see whether standard operating procedures were followed here. We find that no, the captain did not follow the standard operating procedure. The crew did not follow it, and there are rules which can, which are very clearly stated that in case any such incidents occurs inside the flight, the captain, once it is brought to his notice by the crew, have to report it to the ATC, and once the flight lands, the person should be apprehended. He should not be allowed to leave the airport. Secondly, in case the situation is very grim, like in this case, it is a very grim situation which has happened. It is not a small incident. People who are trying to downplay this incident do not understand that kind of trauma which a lady is facing for so many hours on the flight. So why was the flight not diverted to the nearest airport? I want to ask, why was the flight not diverted?
There is a police
Secondly, I want
every airport.
Wait, Mr. Sumant, wait, please hold on. You're very insensitive here.
There is a police
I want to say that you're very insensitive here. Let us understand, was the standard operating procedure followed? If the standard operating procedures were not followed, then why were the crew not grounded? Why was the flight not deroasted? These are some of the questions which the DGCA needs to ask Tata Group, because this is not a single incidence of Air India. This can tomorrow happen with any passenger traveling on any of the Tata aircraft.
Target Air India and the Tata.
1 minute. Sumant, that's a very Sumant, 1 minute. Sumitra, 1 minute. I just want to make one thing clear. 1 minute, Sumant. I want to make one thing clear, okay? From the beginning, right? Nobody is trying to target any airline. It is our job to ask questions. We are not targeting any group. No, please. Nobody is targeting any group. I'm telling you. I'm answering you. Yes. Ask me the question. No, 1 minute, Sumitra, 1 minute. No, Sumitra, 1 minute.
Target seems to be Air India.
Nobody's talking. 1 minute. Sumitra, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. Sumitra, wait. Let me lay down a few facts. Some facts for Sumant. Because Sumant clearly hasn't read the full letter. I'm asking you, okay, I'll answer your question. If you hear me, what
happened to the outrage for 23 days?
If you hear me, I will tell you. Okay?
You haven't answered.
No, I'm telling you. Yes.
You are targeting the victim.
1 minute. Sumitra. Sumitra, 1 minute.
It is a logical question to ask.
I am asking.
The crew acted in good faith.
You're asking something.
They thought that
you're asking a question.
They thought that the incident
I think,
was
Mr. Sumant, you are not understanding the gravity of the situation.
Can I give you facts? Sumitra, 1 minute. Can I put the facts on record? All of you, please listen to me, okay? And I'll answer Sumant's question as well. Sumant, we have deliberately not put out the selective chats that were given. And I saw some of the selective chats. The first message is sent from whom?
You tell Niranjan.
You tell me. She did not ask. No, I am 1 minute. 1 minute.
No, I have stated. I'm
okay,
not.
You asked me. You asked me a question. I'm telling you.
My point is.
You asked me a question. Can I tell you?
Was money
even if there is a settlement,
no, 1 minute. You asked a question, let me answer. I have it here. This is from her letter. One of the senior flight staff came to me and asked me how I wanted to handle the situation. I told them that I wanted the man arrested immediately by the airport police. They asked me if I would like to talk to the ground staff, and I told them that I most certainly would. The flight staff were in the meanwhile also having discussions with the offender, who was sobering up by this time, and they came and told me that he wanted to apologize to me. 1 minute, hear me out. Don't laugh, hear me out. I stated
I'm not laughing at all. This is not a laughing matter.
Hear me. I stated clearly that I did not want to, she says, I stated clearly I did not want to interact with him or see his face. All I wanted was for him to be arrested on arrival. Wait. However,
very good.
Let me complete. You're not letting me complete. You're not letting me complete. You're not letting me complete.
After the aircraft landed, what prevented her
You're not
from
letting
going
me
to the
complete.
airport police outpost and giving a complaint?
You're not letting me complete.
Is the crew supposed to do this? Is that the standard operating procedure prescribed by the airline?
Madam, crew, okay, let's assume, see, you want to target Air India, you say, okay, crew behaved badly, crew did not do their job, very good.
And you know what?
Prevented the lady from going...
And Tausif hasn't spoken. Suman, 1 minute. Tausif hasn't spoken. 1 minute, Sumitra.
That is why this whole...
I want to bring in Tausif. 1 minute, please, Suman, please. Nobody has targeted Air India. 1 minute, Sumitra, please don't speak over him. Sumitra, can I request you not to speak over?
Mishra man is being forgotten.
Sumant, even you're speaking. 1 minute. Yes, Sumant, even...
Why didn't the crew do this? Why did the pilot not do this? Why did the flight crew not do
Because they failed in their duty, Sumant. Because, Sumant, they failed in their duty. 1 minute. 1 minute. Sumant, please. Please hear me out. Tausif hasn't spoken. Let me ask a question. What did we do? We questioned the Delhi police. On Wednesday when we debated, we questioned the Delhi police. Thursday morning, we heard that the Delhi police have rushed a team to Bengaluru. First, they actually sent a team to Mumbai. Okay? We questioned the police, we questioned the airline, and we even questioned the DGCA. We questioned the Ministry of Civil Aviation on whether they knew.
Whether some of Air India's rivals are behind this whole thing.
Sir, 1 minute.
This after 23 days.
Sir, 1 minute.
You should investigate.
So why don't you? We will. Trust me, we will. Because we've put out all sides of the story. Okay, we have put out all sides of the story. But you need to.
After 8 years,
again,
Air India becomes the most punctual airline last month, and this month this happens.
No, we all.
Too much of a coincidence.
See. We all.
They beat.
Oh, so the culprit.
1 minute. Sumant, okay, Sumant, you made your point. I was trying to ask a question to Tausif. No. Okay, listen, Tausif. Okay, let me tell you, Sumant. Okay, let me satisfy your question. 1 minute. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, we are all very proud of Air India. When Air India was bought over by the Tatas, we covered it in great detail. We're very proud of both the Tatas and Air India as a group, one of India's biggest companies, very proud of what they've done for India, right? Nobody's even doubting that, right? We are discussing about this incident and about lapses in this incident, Sumant, which even Air India, by the way, today, after 2 days, has admitted that there were lapses, error in judgment, there were lapses, and they've de-rostered the pilots and the crew. Pilots and the crew who until yesterday...
Purely under media pressure. They didn't do it on their own.
Exactly, Suman, but somebody eventually they
will not.
Oh God!
The point.
Let Tausif. Okay, I'll get Tausif in. I want to hear Tausif also. Let me get Tausif also. It's not a debate between you and me. Let me get Tausif in. Tausif.
You see, the incident is of 26 November. Clearly, from this case, there are two charges, one against the airline and the other against the accused. Now, nothing prevented the elderly women to file a case, to go to the police, to approach the police at the airport or even after reaching home. That has not happened. We have not seen the FIR being lodged only after a month has passed. Secondly, it was upon the airline also to handle the situation differently, where the accused himself, and it is reported, very widely reported, that the accused himself is saying that he is under trouble and he wanted to apologize, then there is an admission of his guilt. So how can someone today pose a question that there was no eyewitness? That is about going into legalities and technicalities. Clearly, this requires an introspection by this Air India itself, which until 2 years ago banned Kunal Kamra for indefinite period from flying with Air India for an incident that happened in Indigo Airlines. And this Air India did not take any action against Mr. Mishra only after a month had passed. That was under media pressure. We all know that. So where is the consistency of the Air India? And secondly, where is the action taken by the women, the elderly women? Now, elderly women might choose in a good faith, to compromise. And a hint of that is that she accepted the money, as Mr. Tom was saying. So, are we going to get something out of it? Ultimately, a horrific incident, if it is to be true, a horrific incident.
Do you have any doubt? Do you have a doubt? Do you still have a doubt that it happened?
You are creating doubt. I'm
asking you.
When you are saying
who's you?
I am going by the incident, going by the reports. There is no doubt because there is an admission by the accused himself. Some panelist on your debate is saying there was no witness. There is no.
There is a witness. There are witnesses. There are witnesses. No, there are witnesses.
This is a complete failure.
I want to bring in Brinda. Brinda wants to come in. Brinda and Swapnil.
There are no eyewitnesses.
No, there are witnesses. There are witnesses. There are witnesses. Let me read out 1 minute before I hand it to Brinda. I want to read out what the eyewitness has said. I want to read out before please jumping to conclusions. Let me tell you what Sugata Bhattacharjee has said. He has said, I woke up when... 1 minute.
He did not see the incident.
1 minute. He has said...
Clearly on record saying he did not see the incident, but he saw what happened after that.
Sir, can you please let me complete, Sumant? He says, I woke up when Shankar Mishra fell on me. Later, I saw the lady from 9A completely wet. Okay? She didn't throw a bottle of water on herself, right? She says, I was shocked that the co-passenger urinated on her. A senior citizen was subjected to trauma. The captain waited for 2 hours to give her a seat. 4 first-class seats were vacant. Shouldn't have kept her waiting if the seats were vacant. It's poor judgment by the captain. And sir, because you've been questioning what the victim has said.
Right.
Yeah, wait.
Poor judgment by the captain.
That's all we are saying. That's all we are saying. You should admit, see, on day one, Suman, see, imagine you're saying media pressure. Tell me, Brinda. No, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. Suman.
Was the flight log not registered?
I want to go to Brinda 1 minute. Brinda and then Swapnil. Just listen. Just okay. Hypothetical situation. Okay, hypothetical situation. Story is reported on Wednesday. Okay, on an incident that happened in November. If Air India had said on Wednesday, yes, this happened. Yes, we know about it. Yes, it was error of judgment. We regret it. On Wednesday, it would have been over. Had they derostered or taken action against the pilot or the crew, story would have been over. You're saying public pressure. Did we put pressure? We asked the questions. If they had taken action, we wouldn't have been sitting on a Saturday for a story that was reported by Republic on Wednesday, correct? Brinda, did they regret then? They didn't regret. They said this week regrettably dominated by media headlines of which you are no doubt familiar. Repulsion felt by the affected passenger, totally understandable. We share her distress. They said story is more complicated than has been reported. That was yesterday, by the way. And today they are saying, let me just go back and tell you. Today they're saying Air India is deeply concerned.
Any female
deeply concerned. 1 minute. So no, 1 minute. Let me tell you what. Let me tell our viewers what they're saying today. 1 minute. Let me tell you what Air India is saying today. Air India today is saying Air India is deeply concerned about the in-flight instances. Customers have suffered due to the condemnable acts of the co-passengers on our aircraft. We regret. We are pained about these experiences. We acknowledge it could have been handled better. Had they said this on Wednesday, would we be sitting here on a Saturday and debating it? Brinda, and I'll get Swapnil.
You're absolutely right. Why would we sit and debate something like this if it was accepted and owned and acknowledged and action taken as per their own protocols? What they tried to do is to continuously keep saying that A, they did not know, no, they will verify, they will look into it. But why she did not, just same question that Mr. Sumant is asking. Please understand, put yourself 20 seconds into the shoes of that 70-year-old woman and ask yourself, somebody pees on you, 70 years old, long flight, tiring, and then you can't talk because women rarely talk about these things, but still she spoke up. What did the airline staff do? Can the 70-year-old woman run away from there in midair?
Police complaint?
No, hold on.
You're not answering the question.
You're going back to
why
the
didn't
same
she?
thing.
She expected the airline to act. Sir, Sumant, I want to get Swapnil in. Swapnil, she expected. Swapnil, she expected.
Sensitive, Mr. Suman. There is no bar in filing the FIR.
Someone is traumatized on air. You forcefully bring that the co-passenger. I'm going to go across to Swapnil. Last word to Swapnil.
Yes.
I want to get last word to Swapnil. Yeah.
Niranjan, I request some silence at the end. There's enough wrong gyan that has been given. And let me answer the question very directly which has been posed. There is no bar in criminal law. I can accept the money. I can return the money because I can have an afterthought that, sorry, I don't want to accept this compensation. Whether it's media pressure or not is secondary. It doesn't matter in a court of law. What matters in a court of law is at the end of the day whether I want to see the man jailed and I want to run a trial. I never said that there are no eyewitnesses. I said that who would volunteer to come as eyewitness is a separate issue, is going into the legality of it, is going into the trial aspect of it. Now, that is the moot question. Secondly and thirdly, whether or not I choose to file a complaint upon deplaning, whether I sit over it for 30 days, 40 days, there is no such thing. Criminal law does not have a limitation act. I can come after 10 years and I can talk about it just the way a lot of women in Me Too movement have come and spoken about it. So this is the pure law stuff. Now to say that as far as targeting a certain, may I finish please, Mr. Sumant? I have heard you patiently. I would request my time. Thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is that as far as any aspect of this is concerned, nobody is trying to target anybody. Now the point is very simple. There are two lapses. First, give the first class seat. Second is, fine, you want to say that, okay, you guys try to sort it out amongst themselves. Nothing wrong with that. My point is very simple, that at the end of the day, tomorrow going forward, whatever happens to this case, we want that certain manual or certain aspects of this need to be rewritten. So just as there is a compensation under the UK law and the US law, where you have £5,000 and $11,000 respectively, if I remember the compensation aspect correctly, you need to have something like this very stringent, so that something of this sort, if it happens, somebody's going to think, oh, if I do this, the question of witnesses, trial and all that comes very much later. My only short point is that there has to be stringency as far as the manual is concerned. I'm not saying that, the pilot needs to be completely suspended, the crew needs to be completely thrown out. Nobody's saying that. All I'm trying to say is that there has to be more sensitivity and more stricture attached to this sort of a situation, because hijacking एक ही बार होता है. ऐसा केस एक ही बार होता है, but you got to be prepared for this kind of situation. That's all I'm trying to say.
Niranjan, speaking of legal, you'll also need eyewitnesses. If you're going purely by legal,
of course you do. Of course you do.
There is no limitation. There's no problem. No limitation for a criminal act. The complaint can be filed later. No issues. But somebody will have to speak up and say.
I believe there are 2 or 3 eyewitnesses.
The lawyer for the accused in their statement categorically says there were no eyewitnesses.
Of course they will say that. It's their job to say that. Sumant, come on, Sumant. Come on, Sumant, it's their job to say. Sumant, what are you saying, Sumant? Come on, Sumant. It's the lawyer's job to say that, right?
Ask all these questions that we've been asking here and
it's the law. It's the lawyer's job to do that, Sumant. Come on, Sumant. You're acting.
I'm going to say the T has been spilled. I never said the T has been spilled and I want 15,000
Can I end by just saying one thing? Can I just end by saying one thing? Okay? On the first day when we debated it, aviation experts came on the show. From day 2, all aviation experts went silent. That tells you something about that story, Sumant. No one's questioning any airline or a company. We respect every company, every airline. We are doing our job as journalists to ask the question. Sumant, you say that, airlines are being targeted. No, we are not. No, we are not. No, we are not. We are not. It's our job to ask questions, Sumant. It's our job. It's our job.
That an airline.
It's our job to ask questions.
Executives must now be trained in handling a circus. I'm quoting.
They should be. They should be. And I think all of us agree. All of us agree. All of us agree.
Starting to fly again.
No, I agree with you. I am with you. I am with you. I am with you.
Now needs is to how to handle a circus.
I am with you. I am with you on that. I am with you on that. Okay, we all want a healthy economy, healthy airline industry, healthy aviation industry with a healthy set of rules and guidelines that they actually follow. Because had this happened in the Middle East somewhere, I don't even want to get into what would have happened to the passenger. Okay, let's not even go there. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. I'd like to thank all our panelists for joining us on the show tonight. Thank you very much.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है, निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegations are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए।
In a big Republic TV impact, Shankar Mishra, the Air India P-Gate accused, has been arrested from Karnataka's Bengaluru. The accused was brought to Delhi this morning.
एक पैसेंजर ने को पैसेंजर के ऊपर टॉयलेट कर दिया था, तो इस पे जो हमें कंप्लेंट मिली थी उसके बेसिस पे एफआईआर हमने 4 जनवरी को की और इसके बाद तलाश जारी थी। तो कल हमने इनको जो एक्यूज्ड हैं इसको बेंगलोर से अरेस्ट किया है और आज इनको लेके आ गए हैं यहाँ पे। तो फर्दर पूछताछ अभी जारी है इसमें।
तो और लोगों को भी बुलाया है क्या?
हाँ, कुछ क्रू मेंबर्स जो थे उसमें और बाकी फेलो पैसेंजर्स जो हैं उनको भी इसमें बुलाया गया।
Republic accessed a picture of the Air India P-gate accused Shankar Mishra. This was moments after his arrest. He was at a guest house in Bengaluru and was absconding, did not join the investigation. Eventually, he was picked up by the police.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए।
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular.
A day after Aam Aadmi Party and BJP councillors came to blows in the Delhi MCD house, BJP staged a protest at Rajghat. The party alleging that their councillors were injured after an attack by alleged drunk AAP councillors. Aam Aadmi Party staged a counter-protest outside the Lieutenant Governor's house, alleging unconstitutional appointment of presiding officer in the MCD.
Mishra reporting from Hyderabad, and this is Republic.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic, 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, been identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान,
क्योंकि सिंस देवर सम
Getting pictures from Mumbai now, where a big fire broke out in a market in Abdul Rahman Street. Firefighting operations are underway. Those are pictures that came in earlier. No details or reports of casualties in this particular fire incident, but these are pictures that we have from Mumbai. This is at a market in Abdul Rahman Street, and firefighting ops continue. We'll keep a close track on the development here. Alisha has some more details. Let me go across to her. Alisha.
It's a level 1 fire that has been reported in Abdul Rahman Street, Central Street junction near Juma Masjid, and the details according to the fire brigade which has been provided that it's a fire confined to 7 to 8 shops on the ground floor of part ground plus 2 part ground plus 4 stock.
Okay, thank you for that, Alisha. Taking a short break now, and we are back with that big Nation Wants to Know interview at 9 p.m. Stay tuned.
Republic, 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen.
हमने ये पूरे नक्सलवाद से त्रस्त क्षेत्र को नक्सलवाद से मुक्त कराने के कगार तक पहुंचे हैं। कांग्रेस के शासन में 2009 में देश भर में
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago after the incident,
The history of India is a subject matter of interest and debate. Unfortunately, the debate over whether Indian history needs to be rewritten often becomes a shallow, social media-driven political debate. What is forgotten in such a social media debate is the fundamental question of whether the existing narration of Indian history is flawed. Republic Media Network believes that freedom fighters from various strands of both the Hindu right as well as the Marxist left have been disregarded in the narration of Indian history. Our network also believes that individuals and legends like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who posed a challenge to Nehruvian supremacy within the Congress and whose approach to the struggle for independence was different, have been cut out from Indian history. In our attempt to rekindle a discussion on presenting the true history of India, we are featuring the multifaceted Sanjeev Sanyal, whose book on Indian revolutionaries is making waves even before its release.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another episode of our restarted series, The Nation Wants to Know. And today, I have, on the first episode of The Nation Wants to Know in 2023, I have with me one of India's finest economists, one of India's finest authors, historians, speakers, and for me, one of my best friends, Sanjeev Sanyal. Sanjeev, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me on your show.
No. And I want to begin with the disclosures. We go back a really long way.
We do, to Delhi University of the early 90s.
Absolutely. Who can forget that? Who can forget that? And also at Oxford, where you were doing your degree and postgraduate degree, and I was doing my master's. So we go back more than 25 years.
Absolutely.
Wonderful to see you again.
Great
and
to have you.
I'm so happy to see you doing well and having such a following of your own and performing so many roles both in the service of the nation as well as professionally. So
thank you.
Congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Now viewers, I will come straight to the point. And I do believe, viewers, this is a book that, first of all, it's not just a normal plug, but I'm saying this because I believe in it. I believe that this book is something which everybody, their parents and their children should read. It's a book called Revolutionaries, The Other Side, the other story of how India won its freedom. And the context setting for this is simple. The context setting is, Sanjeev, and I'd say this, that we keep talking about when are we going to rewrite our history? When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? When will we see the truth being put out? When will we see others who have not been recognized being put out? I believe we don't really need to wait for our school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. And I think your book is a big contribution in that. Why do you call it The Other Side of How India Won Its Freedom?
Well, because I think there is another story to how India won its freedom. It was not granted its freedom, it grabbed its freedom. And it was not only through the non-violent movement. There was, throughout the British occupation, a armed resistance to the British. This happened right from the beginning with the Marathas and Sikhs and so on. But in the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance, which is not just within India, but spanning across the world, from California to Persia to Japan. There's this massive network that for half a century kept up this resistance. So I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Now, can I just tell you what the popular perception of this is? Not popular, maybe flawed, but the view has been, Sanjeev, that, oh, okay, there were a few revolutionaries. There were a few people who didn't believe with the moderates. The moderates were the good guys. The revolutionaries were these unpredictable lot of people. And
extremists.
Also,
Extremists.
Extremist is the word. And also very loosely congregated. There's no real intellectual, philosophical or organizational link between any of them. So before we go into the details of that, is that perception true?
So this is exactly what I'm trying to challenge. You see, these events are quite recent. I mean, some of it is within living memory. So it's not the case that the likes of Raj Bihari Bose or Sachindranath Sanyal or Sri Aurobindo or Savarkar have been forgotten. They have not been forgotten. They are well-known names. But you get the impression that, whatever Bhagat Singh may have done or Netaji may have done is an individual act of bravery.
Peripheral role.
Yeah, some peripheral thing. There was no grander strategy and so on. That's not the case. All these people knew each other. And this effort has been going on. So, for example, the INA is not the first attempt to cause a revolt in the British Indian Army. In the First World War also, Raj Bihari Bose and Sachindranath Sanyal tried to cause such an exact same revolt called the Gadar Revolt. It failed, it's a different matter, but it wasn't the first attempt. And it's same Raj Bihari Bose then in the Second World War actually sets up the INA. It's not Netaji who set up the INA, it is Raj Bihari Bose who set it up. It was his second attempt. And then you have the Great Naval Revolt of 1946, same thing, basically a revolt in the British Armed Forces. This was the key thing that the revolutionaries were trying to do.
Since you mentioned the Naval Revolt, you also mentioned that you actually got to know about it in your 20s.
Absolutely.
So you never knew about it till college, and probably I never did as well. And you researched it independently on your own, and that's the flawed history that we've been reading all this while. So I take you to page 8 of your book. My first question to you is emanating from your book, and by the way, marvelous introduction out here. On the role of non-violence in achieving our freedom. Was the role of non-violence in achieving India's independence overplayed to be made to look like it's the only theme? And emanating from that, a follow-up question where you can deal with both together. Is there an opposition or an embarrassment about the role of armed resistance in achieving our freedom?
So an armed resistance is the most natural of things. Almost every other country in the world employed it to gain freedom. So nothing very unique to us. The problem is that the story that we are told in official sources is that somehow this movement in India for gaining freedom was uniquely non-violent. Now I'm challenging that. Now I'm not saying that the non-violent movement did not have a role. It did have a role. But the fact of the matter is there was also this other movement, which was a very large movement, which, by the way, didn't just involve the revolutionary networks themselves, but had links to, for example, peasant movements like the Eka movement, or the tribal revolts, for example, by Alluri Sitaramaya Raju, now made famous by RRR. So there were all these other movements that were going on, which were interconnected with each other, and they went on for a very long time. And I said, culminating, of course, in the naval revolt of 1946. But, with major revolts like the Chittagong Armory raid and other sort of incidents, which continuously happened. So it's not something that just happened in one spark.
But my question was the role of non-violence overplayed?
Absolutely.
And why was it overplayed? Because we've all been brought up with that ideal.
Well,
that, if someone slaps you on one cheek, you must turn the other cheek and get slapped on all the cheeks till the other side tires out, and then you will have a moral victory over them. My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
Absolutely overplayed. And there are many reasons for this.
By whom and why?
Well, first of all, you see, the revolutionaries were a big movement. They were even big inside the Congress, big enough that Netaji was able to defeat the Gandhians in an open election within the Congress. But what happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed, or they have died from natural causes in a few cases. Some have been sent to the gallows and so on. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it is essentially comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party, and perhaps they are human and they overplay their own role. But here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives. One example of that is R.C. Majumdar, perhaps the greatest historian India has produced in modern times. And he is simply pushed aside deliberately for bringing up other narratives of our freedom struggle.
You write here that despite their enormous contribution, virtually none of their important leaders of the revolutionary movement would have lived to see India gain independence. Many of them killed in gunfights, hanged from the gallows, or dying in prison. Aurobindo Ghosh and Vinayak Savarkar, the only two surviving senior leaders, had drifted away from the movement decades earlier. Now, you also follow up by saying that Sachindranath Sanyal, who by the way is your granduncle, and that's a link, it's a disclosure, he comes from a fantastic lineage. Sachindranath Sanyal in the 1920s had a premonition that this would happen.
Yes.
He felt that the role of all these leaders, many of whom unfortunately never were there on August 15, 1947. In his book he writes, Would Be Sideline, and he writes in his book, and I'll quote this and I want you to talk about it. He says that the reason for writing his book, according to you, was not merely to inspire contemporary revolutionaries, but also to leave behind a personal testimony for future generations. And Sachindranath Sanyal says, I'm writing this book so that in future a few chapters of Indian history can be correctly written. So in the 1920s, there was a sense growing that all these revolutionaries would be lost in terms of, they saw independence coming, but they felt that their contribution would be sidelined.
Absolutely.
Why was it so? Why was there this cynicism and pessimism growing?
So I don't know why he had this premonition, but he turned out to be absolutely right. I mean, he himself died in 1942.
But he wrote in the 20s.
He wrote this in the 20s. But what is happening here is, I think, he has this premonition that many of his contemporaries are just going to be killed. He himself
is that the reason? Or is it that the Congress party at that time, or the quote unquote the loyalists, loyalists to the British Empire within the Congress party were sidelining this group.
Well, this friction within the Congress is there right from the beginning. We call it the extremists versus moderates in our textbooks. But in fact,
I completely disagree with that. I think we should not use that phrase. I love the phrase nationalists versus loyalists.
Yes, that's what the revolutionaries called it themselves.
Yeah.
Now, this friction is always there. And of course, the revolutionaries have this premonition that they might be sidelined afterwards. So they write this, but do remember that when they are writing these things, much of what they are writing is also underground. So much of their literature, you have to understand, is being distributed in large numbers, but as underground literature. Savarkar's book is brought to India in handwritten thing and then later reprinted. So they are trying to tell their story, but through underground literature. So this is also one of the reasons that sort of this premonition may have existed in their minds.
My other question to you is, who inspired the revolutionaries more? Indian figures or global events? Because you write, at one point you write, that in this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. If there's someone watching this interview tonight and the question from them goes to you, were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji, Guru Gobind Singh inspiring the revolutionaries more in their armed resistance, or was it global events? Like for example, the success of Marxism, and its evident popularity through the 1920s and 30s. We cannot undermine the contribution of Marxist philosophy, or perhaps Irish nationalism, which was also sort of very prevalent in that period.
Absolutely. So,
which had a greater influence?
Well, the revolutionaries were characters of their own time. So, of course, they were impacted by many things: the Irish, the communism, the rise of Japan, by the way, after 1905, when they defeated the Russians. So, there were many external influences. Garibaldi and Mazzini, who were Italian nationalists, and so on. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And so Rana Pratap, Shivaji, and of course Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. Again, today's writers many often tend to be embarrassed by this, but the fact is Hindu revivalism was a very important part of how they saw themselves. The initiation rites, for example, are all about holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths to a form of Durga or Bhavani or Kali. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves. This is not to suggest that they were bigots. There were non-Hindus also in this. For example, Ashfaqullah Khan was a great revolutionary. You have Madam Bhikaji Kama, also a part of that movement. So there are others as well. But you cannot deny Hindu revivalism and Hindu nationalism is an important part of the story.
At the core of it was nationalism.
Absolutely.
At the core of it was nationalism. And I feel, again, my knowledge is so much, less, has less depth or knowledge as yours. But if I may put in my 2 bits here, that we tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh, or Baghajotin, right? And is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them. We don't talk about what's connecting them. In fact, Savarkar's work on 1857 is quoted by Bhagat Singh.
Absolutely.
And is a source of inspiration for Bhagat Singh.
Absolutely.
And it may seem surreal in today's world where there are these complete bipolarities, that how could Bhagat Singh be inspired by a work written by Vinayak Savarkar? So my next question is, was Savarkar, according to your book, Savarkar and Bhagat Singh and Baghajotin all part of a connected history?
Absolutely.
And are we not even writing about that history? And have generations of Indians never known about those connections?
So this book is an attempt to try and tell the story, because you see what we have done.
But answer my question on that.
So what we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. I mean, like, for example, Bhagat Singh, his guru is Sachindranath Sanyal, who is explicitly anti-Marxist.
Yeah.
So they have, their linkages are different. You have, of course, the Hindu right is a part of the same movement.
Yes.
Later on, from the 20s, but more particularly in the 30s, you have Marxists in there. You have a large section within the Congress who is aligned to the revolutionaries. And as I mentioned, Netaji was actually able to defeat the Gandhians inside the Congress. So there is strong linkages between all of these characters. And this, incidentally, is true to this day. So many of the streams of today's politics are derived from this revolutionary period. For example, the CPI and the RSP are derived from the Anushilan Samiti.
Yeah.
As indeed is the RSS, who is also derived from the Anushilan Samiti. So there are different streams, but they were a part of one big project of armed resistance. And they did have many things interconnected in there. So Swami Vivekananda, interestingly, is a huge inspiration across the ideological spectrum. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
Well, I think it's very shallow, isn't it? I mean, let's look at the intellectual roots of who are the inspirational figures who are common to all. And one name which emerges, but which I feel in the context setting of India's freedom struggle, we cannot remove the politics from the cultural revivalism. And I believe that it's very wrong to not talk about the role of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda, in my view, and you've written about it, I'm so glad, and we are grateful to you for that, was an inspirational figure. Because as you write, and I want to quote what you write about Swami Vivekananda here. You say that although Swami Vivekananda was not a political figure, his rekindling of civilizational confidence had a huge impact across India and the political spectrum. Virtually all the branches of India's revolutionary movement would come to regard him as an inspirational figure.
Absolutely.
But then if we are to understand Swami Vivekananda, then we have to go back to Ramakrishna Paramhans. Then we have to go back to another key figure of this movement, Rani Rashmoni, who pushed back the British establishment at that time. These names are not even known. In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him, and the whole idea of civilizational confidence in our history, in our Hindu history, in our Indic history, in our freedom struggle? So you had that. I feel that has been totally disregarded now.
Yes, because as I said,
I want you to answer this in as much length as you want to.
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So basically what is happening here is that you have here a country and a civilization which realizes in the late 19th century that it has been under occupation first by the British, but even before that under the Turks and Mughals and so on. And they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of course, Swami Vivekananda, but others as well. Dayanand Saraswati. You have people like Sri Aurobindo,
yes,
who are coming out there and saying that no, we are a great people. We need to stand up for ourselves.
Yes.
And so this is the triggering point of this entire movement. It has impact even on the Congress, by the way, which originally, many people forget, was set up by the British themselves as a safety valve. So it's only with the triggering of this civilizational confidence that even within the Congress, you have the Lal Bal Pal trio coming up and beginning to sort of stoke a more aggressive anti-colonial line.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the Congress being a safety valve, and that is evident to me with the fact that, I find it so upsetting that when I was in school, we used to read a paragraph or two about A.O. Hume,
yes,
whereas we never realized what A.O. Hume was, and I feel A.O. Hume was nothing but a plant by the British.
Absolutely, and
A.O. Hume, the Congress was a British experiment.
Absolutely, and there were many such experiments. So, for example, A.O. Hume creates this as a safety valve, but for example, the Gaddarites, who had lots of Sikhs within them and operated to a large extent in places like Canada through the Gurudwaras, they were infiltrated by British intelligence. Agent called Hopkinson was infiltrated the Gurudwaras in Canada as a way of subverting nationalist ideas that were spreading through the network of Gurudwaras. And it's not very surprising that the Khalistan movement actually emerges out of those same Gurudwaras in Canada. To this day, this has an impact. So what I'm trying to say is that if we do not read this history, we do not understand why on earth is Khalistan movement in Canada of all places on. Well, because of Hopkinson. And by the way, Hopkinson was shot dead in the court by a Sikh Gadarite called Meva Singh. And many of these initial collaborationist groups were under tremendous pressure from nationalist Sikhs and Gadarites, etc. In the initial years. And we then, after independence, let them be.
Do you think it'll ever be possible to read a history in this country where we speak the truth? Where we say, for example, Sanjeev, that the Congress was set up by the British to contain the revolutionaries who, through their ideas, were sparking the birth of a new resistance against the British. And that, will we ever have a textbook which says that AOHUM was a British plant, the Congress was a British creation, which is evident from the fact that they put a complete out-and-out shameless imperialist called W.C. Banerjee as their head. And W.C. Banerjee was an abject imperialist. You know, he
was a loyalist.
He was a complete British loyalist who had no affection or he didn't even live in India eventually, and he became a member of the British Parliament. But
the problem with,
are we ready to speak that truth as clearly as we should?
Well, actually,
why don't we?
The tragedy is that there is more than adequate evidence for this. In their own words.
But why are we squeamish about it?
We are squeamish about it because we tend to think that somehow this has, we must do this because of today's political debates.
No,
but
why do we need,
you
see, there needs to be a resetting here.
Absolutely.
There needs to be a resetting. See,
so, we have to somehow...
We have idolized these people, and with the greatest of respect, we've idolized Dadabhai Naoroji as a great freedom fighter.
Well, to be fair to Dadabhai Naoroji, given the context of the time, he was fairly outspoken for his context.
Yeah, but it's all relative, but yeah. You quote what he said in his presidential address of 1893, where he says, "I have never faltered in my faith in the British character, and have always believed that the time will come when the sentiments of the British nation and our gracious sovereign proclaimed to us in the Great Charter of the Proclamation of 1858 will be realized." I can argue here that this is embarrassingly servile, as you write yourself.
Yes,
this is embarrassing servility, and you can say it's a function of the times. He had his limitations, but is it only a function of the times?
Well, there is no doubt that there's just painful civility in the language used by the early congressmen. There's no doubt about this. I, in fact, gave this as an example that the most outspoken of them, Dadabhai Naoroji, even wrote like this. But some of the others are significantly worse.
No, but then when a phrase is put out, which is common at that point of time, only an expression of grammar and not an expression of intent by Savarkar in his letter, then Rahul Gandhi keeps quoting it. I mean, I think that the first copy of this book should be presented to Rahul Gandhi, not that he will have the depth to understand it in great detail.
Well, at the very least,
you get my point.
At the very least, we need to be very clear that there was a large collaborationist class in India. This collaborationist class definitely tried everything they could to undermine the revolutionary movement. One of the great tragedies of Indian history is that after 1947, after most of the revolutionaries had either been killed, jailed, and eliminated, this collaborationist class after independence actually continued to be in power. And many of the intellectuals of post-independence India are actually derived from this collaboration.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I've told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, been identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
I would argue that the political epicenter of a forward-looking Indian independence movement started with Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Lala Lajpat Rai and Bipin Chandra Pal. But Lal, Bal, Pal have also been undermined.
Absolutely.
They've been made a side chapter.
No, they were told that they're the extremists.
Why extremist? Was it extremist?
Nothing extreme about what they were asking. They were just asking for freedom.
No, they were asking...
Which is a reasonable thing to ask for.
And they were nationalists.
Absolutely. So the loyalists at that time were going... I mean, after a lot of cajoling, finally in the late 20s, they began to ask for some dominion status. By which point the revolutionaries had moved on and created a constitution for the Hindustan Republican Association, asking for a democratic republic with universal suffrage.
So the role of the Hindustan Republican Association, which Bhagat Singh actually wanted to rename as the Hindustan Republican Socialist Association.
He did actually, after Sachin Sanyal was sent to jail.
After Sachin Sanyal was sent to jail, but his proposal was rejected in one of the initial meetings when he was also very young. But the role of the Hindustan Republican Association or the Hindustan Republican Socialist Association in actually demanding full freedom, universal suffrage, equality before the law, and for all citizens has never been written about.
Absolutely.
In any history book. So we've not even seen a real mention of the Hindustan Republican Socialist Association. Do you realize the kind of crime that has been committed in the name of writing history?
So absolutely, both the HRA and the HSRA are barely mentioned. Whereas they were very important characters of that time. In fact, there are debates in Young India between Sachindranath Sanyal and Gandhi, which were published as part of the debates of that time. So they were really a part of the national debate of that time. And a generation before that, Bande Mataram, Karma Yogi with Aurobindo and others writing. So these were all very well-known national figures. The debates of the time involved these revolutionaries, and yet we have quietly deleted them, and kind of you'll get one small paragraph talking about the INA at best, and then everything else is about the Morley Minto reforms and so on.
Okay, one other point, these people who call themselves left liberal, I always say there can be nothing called left liberal. The biggest oxymoron, because the leftists can never be liberal and those who are liberal can never be leftists. But the left liberals, quote unquote left liberals, have completely removed any element of revolutionary Marxist influence in our freedom struggle. That does not just end, but it begins with the complete alienation or elimination of Bhagat Singh from the writing of the history of India. Why is that so? Why has the role of the leftists been undermined? Many of whom had tremendous sacrifices, went underground. Were they also perceived to be a threat?
Well, in the specific case of Bhagat Singh, he has been in some ways built up by the left as their contribution to the freedom struggle. But in fact, Bhagat Singh was a part of a movement which was almost entirely nationalist.
Yes.
His sort of guru, so to speak, was Sachindranath Sanyal, who was clearly anti-Marxist.
Yes.
And he himself in his text writes, why I'm an atheist, he mentions that almost everybody else is not a Marxist. They had to sort of make him kind of the founder of the movement, because the actual founder of the movement, who is M.N. Roy, who founded the CPI in Tashkent in 1920, he actually drifted off from the mainstream communist movement and therefore became a bit of an embarrassment. So the left had to kind of resurrect Bhagat Singh as kind of their founder, but he was not their founder at all. Even more embarrassingly, the CPI went and actually supported the British during the Second World War against the INA.
Yeah.
They have more than adequate literature of them mocking, for example, Netaji, which they will now try to be sort of brush under the carpet. Interestingly, the group that got probably the largest group of Marxist revolutionaries that were there ended up in a party that is now almost forgotten, which is the Revolutionary Socialist Party, RSP. It is today not a very important party, but there was a time when it was a significant presence, particularly in Bengal. And again, that party has more or less frittered away. So that's where it is at. And on the other end of the spectrum, of course, there is the RSS.
Yeah.
Its founder, Hegdewar, was the head of Anushilan Samiti in Maharashtra. And if you see the way the RSS is set up even today, it's directly derived from Sri Aurobindo's pamphlet called Bhavani Mandir, where he describes exactly the network of akhadas, which is what the shakhas are. So there's an enormous contribution of this movement to even understand India of today.
So viewers, if you can look at it, what Sanjeev Sanyal just said was, unfortunately, we have been looking at our history through the prism of political convenience. A servile history has been written, aimed at basically being a hagiography of the Congress leadership of a certain strand. Not that they had no contribution, but of a certain strand that's been overplayed. But in the last 2 minutes, if you just heard Sanjeev, you would have seen him refer to Bhagat Singh, Sachindranath Sanyal, Aurobindo. We've spoken about Swami Vivekananda, the intellectual roots.
Rash Bihari
Bose, Swami Dayanand, the Gadarites. And it is impossible for us to even conceive sitting here today that when Sanjeev and I were in college, we never even knew about their contribution, and we were told they were simply irritants to the larger non-violent purpose of getting our independence. We have completely mutilated our history, Sanjeev.
Absolutely.
We have mutilated our history. And now I want to, since you mentioned Aurobindo, and I go back to what we are unfortunately embarrassed about, but which is very relevant. Aurobindo. Fascinating individual here. Aurobindo Ghosh, brought up as an Anglophile, broke away. Till a particular point, his father would not even let him read or interact
in Bengali,
right? And he goes to Britain, he studies in Cambridge, and his story, but at some point of time he rebels against his father and he follows his own heart, and it takes him a long time to find his own roots. But through Aurobindo, I want you to speak a little bit now about the role of Hindu revivalism in our freedom movement. And the reason I'm saying this to you is because it's very easily said, oh, the RSS never contributed to India's freedom struggle. It's a sweeping statement which has been made. It is my contention, but you would articulate it better, that there was a significant role of Hindu revivalism in our freedom movement, because our Hindu roots can never be separated. It can never be separated from our history. I'm quoting to you here Aurobindo Ghosh's Uttarpara speech of 1909, where Aurobindo Ghosh says the following: the Hindu nation was born with the Sanatan Dharma. With it moves, and with it grows. When the Sanatan Dharma declines, and if Sanatan Dharma were capable of perishing, with the Sanatan Dharma it will perish. The Sanatan Dharma, that is nationalism. This is the message that I have to speak to you. You have also written here that many post-independence historians, in an act of misplaced secularism, downplay the importance of Hindu revivalism in the freedom movement in general and on the revolutions in particular. So we are faced with a very strange situation. You have these writers of history have completely blacked out the role of the communists, the Marxists, and they've also completely blacked out the role of those who come from a Hindu revivalist tradition. Can you expand a little bit on this, the role of Hindu revivalism in our freedom movement?
So we discussed earlier about Swami Vivekananda,
yes,
and Dayanand Saraswati and the Arya Samaj and so on. What happens here is you have here a character, Sri Aurobindo, or Aurobindo Ghosh as he was known then.
Yes.
He is faced with this crisis particularly because of his father, who was essentially extremely westernized and, what we could maybe even call a collaborationist class, which had developed particularly in Bengal, but other parts as well, who had benefited under British rule and in fact wanted it to be perpetuated. They had basically become brown sahibs. And so Sri Aurobindo rebels against this. He refuses to join the civil service even though he passes all the exams. And then he comes to Baroda and he begins to build this new narrative. And he becomes quite a passionate Devi worshipper at this stage in his life.
Okay.
He wants to set up this Bhavani Mandir to create this network of warrior monks. And this idea is there everywhere. You see even Savarkar, when he starts out, he gives a pledge to his temple deity of Bhavani. And you see this same imagery coming through very repeatedly in all the revolutionary sort of literature, the terminologies they use. Even the song Vande Mataram, other than the first two stanzas, the others have strong amount of Shakti imagery. So this is an important strand of our freedom struggle. It should not be very surprising because, large majority of Indians are indeed Hindu. The fact that they consider this country as their sacred land would not unnaturally have inspired their freedom movement. So I have no idea why we should be embarrassed about it. It's a factual, it's just a fact of history. And there is absolutely no reason to be downplaying it at all.
In fact, you've said also in the same page you write that many of the views held by the likes of Tilak, Savarkar and Bismil mark them out as Hindu nationalists. But readers should remember that their most trusted lieutenants were non-Hindus, John Baptista, Madam Bikaji Kama or Ashfaqullah Khan. And you go on to say that basically the unapologetic Hindu identity of Tilak and Savarkar does not make them bigots.
Absolutely.
And that's a learning for the times.
Absolutely. For example...
So the stereotyping which is going on right now in social media, elsewhere, by people who do not go into depth, is terrible. In fact, I think when I read your book, that made them a bigger threat.
Absolutely.
To the British.
Because
the fact that they brought everyone together.
Yes. So Sachindranath Sanyal is an inspiration for Bhagat Singh. Now today, oh my God, how can somebody who belongs ideologically what we would today call to the right have inspired somebody from the left? Well, they would have probably laughed at this argument in the first place. Netaji, for example, was very much inspired by Shaktism, but you know, he sort of, but he belongs to the left. Yes, he did, but he was also a big Durga Bhakt and inspired by Swami Vivekanand. So today's way of splintering all these people and trying to diminish them into these boxes is absolutely
wrong. In fact, that's the whole Indian identity. That's Bharatiyata. We soak in every tradition. We bring in the best of all the traditions. Our Hindu philosophy. We learn about Irish nationalism. We talk about the Russian Revolution of 1917. We take the best ideas and we bring them into our own context. But that's not the way in which this has been written. One point here, page 34, you very interestingly quote, take a few more minutes here. You say that, when, I think this is your reference to where you're writing in great detail to the support that Sayaji Gaikwad gave to Sri Aurobindo. And you talk about how the Delhi Darbar happened at that point of time, and Sayaji Rao Gaikwad was very careful to support Aurobindo, but not be seen to be overtly supporting Aurobindo, because he had to play a little bit of a middle role. Yes. He couldn't go fall completely foul of the British. So he went to the Delhi Darbar of 1911 when George V, I think, was visiting India. But when he went up to the dais, there was a single perfunctory bow. Then he walks back and he shows his back to the emperor. He's forced to write a letter of apology, but it was an act of defiance, I think, well thought out by Sayaji Rao Gaikwad. But Motilal Nehru, who was a witness to the event, was very upset at Sayaji Rao Gaikwad, which gives me a feeling that Motilal Nehru in 1911, unlike what the Nehru-Gandhi family, Nehru-Gandhi Vadra family, as I described them, would like us to believe, was quite servile himself to the British. And he says to Jawaharlal, he says, I'm sorry to say that Gaikwad has fallen from the high pedestal he once occupied in public estimation.
Absolutely. So Motilal Nehru was certainly not happy about what Gaikwad did at the Delhi Darbar. Yes, Motilal Nehru did belong to what would be called the loyalist faction. But to be fair to him, there were periods in his life where he also did support the revolutionaries, for example, in the 20s, when he was in the Swarajist faction as well. So
I can argue that was convenient at that point of time.
Maybe. But the fact is that he was, no doubt about it, that Motilal Nehru was a politician of his time. He was playing to whatever happened to be the audience that he was. He belonged to the moderate faction. Later on, he joined the Swarajists, who had derived from the Tilak's faction, the Lal Bal Pal faction, and so on. And at times, he did support the revolutionaries as well. But yes, at that particular instant, there is no doubt that he was a loyalist.
Let's have a transparent reading of history. Can I ask you a question here right now? First of all, Sanjeev, why does the lobby hate you? They say, why does Sanjeev Sanyal need to get into this? He's an economist, he's been a banker, he's worked with a global MNC bank, he's in the government. They're okay they tolerate you up to that point. When you get into history, they savagely attack you. And they say you are an interloper, you do not have a PhD in history, you do not have academic credentials in history, and therefore you should keep your mouth shut.
Well, I probably get attacked quite a lot on my economics as well. But yes, it is very often brought up that I'm not trained historian. But my view is I have never claimed to be a trained historian. And there are many instances in many other fields where big changes have happened because of outsiders. I mean, for example, the Physics was completely transformed by Einstein, who was not a professor, but a patent office clerk when he made all those big changes. So outsiders have always changed fields, but what happens here, I think, is that I am beginning to question some very long cherished mythologies that were created particularly after independence, by eliminating from the story other narratives, for example, those of R.C. Mazumdar or Jadunath Sarkar and others. And I am very inconveniently bringing some of this back into the conversation. And in fact, adding some of my ideas as well along the way, whether it's in terms of maritime history or the origins of Indian civilization from the Saraswati and so on. And I feel that that is definitely threatening to many academic careers.
But academic history is in one place when popular history sometimes becomes more relevant. And yours, what you write here is popular history. This book is an easy read. It has all the academic footnotes, but at the end of the day, it is something which every Indian can read and probably should read. Maybe that makes you a bigger threat. Perhaps that is the case. Will you pull back?
I will not pull back. I have many other books in my head. Some of them are not in history. They're in other fields, including economics. So, I will keep at it.
Do you think it's the intellectual depth of the new right in this country, represented by people like you, or a Vikram Sampath, or maybe in the world of business a Mohandas Pai? Arguments which are not just, fleeting arguments, but which are backed up with fact, a fair amount of research and original thinking, which proved to be a bigger threat to these people who have been holding the establishment for the last 70 years, and they see that as a potent threat. Hence, there was also an attack on Vikram Sampath, a pretty savage attack at the same time.
Yes, so, in India's intellectual world has been dominated by two versions of the left, the Marxist left and the Nehruvian left, for a very, very long time. And even after 1991 reforms, the intellectual space continued to be dominated by them, even if the rest of the economy and society changed. What you're seeing now is a challenge by the non-left through, of course, this is a book of history, but you also see that in the field of economics and sociology and other fields, or even for that matter in international relations, other ideas now beginning to knock on the door. And I'm not surprised that the incumbents will feel threatened by that.
Do you think our last question, since you have been a macroeconomics student and practitioner for most of your career, do you think as our economic cloud grows, our awareness of the depth of our Indic civilization needs to grow, and awareness of it needs to grow to really achieve what the Prime Minister speaks about?
Absolutely.
Being a developed nation. We can't just be developed economically and not in terms of self-awareness.
So every civilization digs deep during its period of revival. I mean, you look at the Europeans, they dug back to the classical period when they went through the Renaissance. The Chinese are currently rediscovering a lot of their own history as they emerge. I mean, whether you like their belligerence on international affairs is a different matter, but certainly their revival is heavily dependent on understanding their own history in their own terms. And our own revival, as we are going through it, will be based on a better understanding from our own lens of our own history. And I think that is an absolutely important ingredient in the story.
I think that's absolutely fantastic. Sanjeev, I have really enjoyed this. I've enjoyed catching up with you. I truly wish you and scholars like you all the very best. And I'm openly plugging for your book, which I never do. And HarperCollins, this is a paid advertisement for them. But The Revolutionaries by Sanjeev Sanyal, ladies and gentlemen, your weekend read, your month's read or your week's read. Don't miss this one. Thank you very much. Sanjeev, good meeting you again. Thank you.
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter-allegation are taking place.
India is #1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि थी, निधि कुछ कहना है? निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, been identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm ringing the bell. We'll try to check if he's there inside, if he responds to the question of Republic TV. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, could you just respond? Are you apologetic? Are you sorry for the thing that happened on the Air India flight? Mr. Mishra, can you open the door and respond to the questions of Republic TV?
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Not only inside the house but also outside the house, the commotion is taking place. Now the BJP workers have gathered here. They are now saying that Aam Aadmi Party workers are not letting the nominated councillor member to take oath. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that their leader, their members are not being allowed to take oath. So allegations versus counter allegation are taking place.
India is #1 manufacturer of two-wheelers.